Chapter 1080, Astonishment Arriving. When Su Ming's words were heard by the crowd, the area immediately fell silent. The 10 million cultivators around the platforms instantly looked towards Su Ming and Bei Bang. Bei Bang frowned, then said languidly, Dynast Dao Kong, since you were not injured during the challenges, you are not suffering from something that I am supposed to heal. Su Ming remained as calm as ever and did not continue speaking, but he put it to memory. He also remembered how that sect master Bei Bang had asked him whether he had understood what was going on previously, and also remembered the people who had mocked him the most in the area. He would naturally not let their actions slide. Old Bei Bang's expression was slightly sour. With a swing of his arm, he said in a low voice, "The challenge continues." After a short period of silence, people began issuing challenges once more. However, the person they challenged was no longer Su Ming, but someone else. There were quite a number of people who did that, which resulted in a completely different scene to appear compared to the one earlier. No one came to challenge Su Ming. Instead, the number of challengers for the others increased. There were even a few challengers that came to Dao Lin and Dao Fa's Lotus platforms. But besides Su Ming himself, not a single other person appeared on his platform. This scene lasted for about 1 hour, until the first challenger appeared in a flash on Su Ming's platform. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a sackcloth. His expression was incredibly solemn. At the instant he appeared, some of those in the crowd who were watching immediately recognized the man. Dao Yun. He came to challenge Dynast Dao Kong. He was forced to a stop at the 9th stage of the 3rd striking lands, but he was previously known as the person who was most likely to clear the 3rd striking lands. It's said that his power is fathomless. This is what is meant by a fight between powerful warriors. Looks like Dynast Dao Kong's challengers from now on will be only those who are famous people in Morning Dao sect. There were plenty of discussions in the surrounding area. While on the platform, the middle-aged man wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to Su Ming. I am Dao Yun. I did not come to challenge your right as a dynast, but only wish to exchange blows with you. Your Highness, please grant me your teachings. As he spoke, he had his cultivation base spread out. It was the power which belonged to those who were already half a step into Mastery Realm, a power that had already surpassed great completion of Solar Culpa Realm. As his power spread out, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. When he lifted his right hand, a layer of dark clouds appeared above his head. Thunder roared, and the dark clouds twisted until they turned into a huge shield that moved to stand tall before him. When the middle-aged man took a step forward, the shield of clouds let out a bang and charged forward. Su Ming raised his right hand and swung it, causing a bang. Immediately, a large layer of falling rocks appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Booming sounds rose without end as those stones crashed against the incoming attack. The shield shuddered and was torn to pieces, changing back into clouds and fog. At that moment, purplish-black light suddenly appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He opened his mouth and sucked in a sharp breath. Immediately, the clouds and fog were sucked into his body through his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Then, even his eyes started shining with a purplish-black light. With his mouth wide open, he let out a loud roar that shocked the skies. Darkening clouds. As the middle-aged man roared, purple fog gushed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. A large amount of it also burst out from the other parts of his body. His blood and essence were in that fog. After it condensed, it turned into a giant made of purple around the middle-aged man. That giant took a large step forward and charged towards Su Ming with loud bangs. After executing this divine ability, the middle-aged man looked as thin as a skeleton. Feebly, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Dark light shone at the center of his brows, showing he was controlling the giant of fog through the distance to charge at Su Ming. The middle-aged man had yet to reach Mastery Realm, but the fog giant formed by the divine ability he executed exuded the power belonging to those in Mastery Realm. When it took a step forward, it instantly closed in on Su Ming and raised its right hand to push its palm against its target. The air was torn. A destructive power erupted from the palm of the fog giant, as if it wanted to instantly destroy Su Ming's body and form. Su Ming remained calm. When the fog giant approached him, he raised his right hand and threw a punch at it. He did not use his cultivation base, but only the greatest force he could muster from his physical body. With a bang, the fog giant shuddered and collapsed. Fog tumbled backwards. The meditating middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body was immediately seized by a phantom claw formed by the fog sweeping towards him. He then swiftly left the Lotus platform. Thank you for sparing me, Your Highness. I, Dao Yun, will surely repay your kindness. If you open your own chamber, I will definitely join you. The thin middle-aged man's face was pale, but determination shone in his eyes, as if his fight against Su Ming had allowed him to understand something. At that moment, he bowed deeply towards Su Ming before leaving. After he left, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned slightly pale before he cast an indifferent gaze at Bei Bang, who was beyond his platform and had an incredibly dark expression on his face at that moment. Su Ming might not have said anything, but most of the 10 million cultivators in the area immediately understood the meaning behind his actions. Bei Bang had refused to offer his life force to help cure his injuries with the excuse that Su Ming had not been injured during the challenges. But now, even though Su Ming's actions were clearly very fake, there was indeed blood, so it could be said that he had been injured during battle. After some time, with a dark expression on his face, Bei Bang let out a cold harumph and lifted his right foot to step on his own platform. Su Ming's platform was then immediately covered by a gentle white light. It blinked a few times, and Su Ming sensed a vast amount of life force surging into his body through the platform. His injuries recovered slightly, but only by the portion that he'd lost in the last fight. The gentle light did not cure any of his other injuries. Su Ming's expression was calm, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. His goal was very simple. The old man in Life Realm had been arrogant with his words before and had even mentioned that with his cultivation base, he could offer endless healing. Then what Su Ming wanted to do next was to suck that old man dry. It's been a long time since I fought to my heart's content. A desire to fight shone in Su Ming's eyes as he waited quietly. He had not killed Dao Yun previously because he wanted the powerful warriors of Morning Dao sect who truly had the right to challenge him to come forth, so that he could fight to his heart's content. After a moment, the weather above Su Ming's Lotus platform changed, and a figure appeared in a flash. Qi Ling Wei, a Salu one. I am at the initial stage of Mastery Realm. Your Highness, please grant me your teachings. As the freezing voice rang in the air, the figure gained the corporeal form of a young man. He had a lean figure and a straight back. He was dressed in a green robe, and when he stood still, he was like a pine tree. His eyes were like lightning itself, and his gaze was as sharp as blades when he looked towards Su Ming. His arrival immediately caused the 10 million cultivators in the area beyond to begin to buzz among themselves. At that moment, most of them were no longer paying any attention to the other dynasts. Instead, they cast all gazes on Su Ming's Lotus platform. After all, compared to the others, it did not matter whether it was the challenger or the one being challenged. Su Ming was the one existence that shone the brightest and was the one that attracted the most attention. Qi Ling Wei, the strongest prodigy over the course of 10,000 years among the Salus. He successfully cleared the 3rd striking lands, but was forced to a halt at the 4th stage in the 4th striking lands. This person has always been cold. He poured every single bit of his heart and soul into training. He has already reached Mastery Realm, and even during the battle against the Immortals Union, he showed brilliant results. He is known as one of the 36 almighties of this generation of 10,000 years in Morning Dao sect. It's said that he's ranked 13th in the Immortals Union. Just a little bit more, and he would be among the top 10. That's right, none of the dynasts, not even Dao Lin and Dao Fa were included in those ranks. Su Ming's eyes lit up. This was the first person among his challengers in Morning Dao sect who had stepped into Mastery Realm. By the looks of it, he should not have arrived in that realm long ago, but had only made his foundation stable. He had not yet reached the level of Flame Fiend's progenitor, but he was not too far from him. When Qi Ling Wei finished speaking, a cold glare shone in his eyes. He looked up and formed a seal which he pointed at Su Ming's feet. Heavy. When he spoke, a powerful force bore down on Su Ming's body, as if a pair of invisible hands had shot out of the ground to seize his body to drag him down. Su Ming shook his head. Your power is still not great enough to challenge me, and you haven't come to challenge me. Whether or not you will understand this will depend on your luck. As Su Ming shook his head, he lifted his right hand and stomped on the ground. With it, the platform let out a loud bang, and the heavy weight instantly disintegrated. Qi Ling Wei shuddered, and a look as if he knew it was exactly what he had expected appeared in his eyes. He staggered a few steps backwards while his qi and blood surged. A feeling of numbness spread through him. I have learned from you. Your Highness, if you have any requests in the future, you only need to send word. 1. Salu, Sao, SA1 Lu 4. Sa is only a surname and a short term for Bodhisattva, so it's a transliterate version for this race. Chapter 1081. Overpowering the 10 strongest with brute strength. At the spot in the center of the 9 continents on the first plane used for the anointment ceremony in Morning Dao sect, a piercing light instantly appeared amid the buzzing sounds and uproars in the area once Qi Ling Wei left Su Ming's platform. In that light was a person, and he took a large step forward. With a bang, he stepped onto the platform, revealing his large and bulky figure as well as a powerful mighty pressure. "Hanta, Mountain Arriver. Your Highness, please grant me your teachings," he said in a muffled voice that sounded like a roar. The man's eyes were wide open, as if he was angry. He had a ferocious appearance that exuded a fierce air, and when he spoke to Su Ming, his voice was as loud as thunder. "Hanta?" Even he came. "This fight will definitely be interesting." He's one of the top 10 most powerful warriors in the last 10,000 years. Even though he's only ranked 10th, that ranking was not created by Morning Dao sect. It's based on the bounty arranged by Immortals Union. Its authenticity is pretty self-evident. That's right. I heard that Han Ta is also ranked 10th in the War Achievement Ranking Board in Morning Dao sect. Discussions spread through the area around the platform, and Su Ming cast a glance at the man before him. Without his knowledge, a hint of nostalgia appeared on his face. As he stared at the man, he remembered his 3rd senior brother. Huzi was also like this man. He was an honest and straightforward person, but also ferocious. "Huzi, where are you?" Su Ming shook his head. A ferocious smile appeared on the man's lips. He was very confident, because he knew that whenever he smiled that way, he would deliver a certain amount of intimidation to others. At that moment, as he smiled in that ferocious manner, he lifted his foot and took a swift step towards Su Ming. When he raised his right hand, he threw a punch, stirring up a loud bang. He was in Mastery Realm and had mastered the divine ability known as Unmoving. With the idea of using the pinnacle of physical power to make the universe tremble, he would attack with physical power. A loud bang shot into the air, and the punch seemed to slice through the air, tearing apart a large crack in the air while it swept towards Su Ming. If Huzi saw someone so similar to him, he'd definitely be very happy. Su Ming smiled and also took a step forward. With only physical power as well, he threw a punch forward. When his fist collided with that of the man, a loud bang shot up. The man staggered a few steps back. Su Ming also moved a step back. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. That blood was not because of the man, but due to the injuries Su Ming had sustained in the striking lance. When the man was forced back, his qi and blood started surging violently due to the tremor from the clash. His body was unable to move even a single inch during that instant. Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his lips. He then cast a glance at the screen of light covering the lotus platform. With a flash in his eyes, a ray of black light shone around his body and left it with a loud whoosh. That black light was the light of extreme darkness, and at the instant it crashed against the screen of light around him, it distorted before it shattered with a bang, causing everything on the platform to be revealed clearly to those in the area outside. "How many other challengers are there? Come to me, all of you. You aren't my opponent if you challenge me alone." Su Ming's voice immediately left the lotus platform and echoed in all the cultivators' ears. After a short period of silence, long arcs immediately shot out from the crowd. There were 7 in total, and they were all using an extreme speed to charge towards Su Ming's platform. 2 of the 7 were women, while the rest were men. The oldest had a head full of white, and the youngest was a bald boy. As the 7 people charged forward, the power that erupted from their bodies showed clearly that all of them were in Mastery Realm. The appearance of those people immediately stirred up a powerful uproar and a loud rumble among the cultivators in the area. "It's those 7. 8 among the 10 strongest have appeared. Besides Dao Xian Yi, who is ranked 1st and has yet to return from beyond the true world, and Ding Jiu, who is ranked 2nd and who was taken by the war chamber to defend our world. All of the 10 strongest in Morning Dao sect have appeared. After this battle, there will no longer be any challengers. All those that have a hint of reason in their minds would definitely not challenge Dynast Dao Kong again. But Dynast Dao Kong will definitely lose this battle. He's 1 up against 8. No matter how high his level of cultivation is, it's useless. Dynast Dao Kong is a little too arrogant. But even if he fails, he has already shocked everyone earlier. His fame will only be second to that of Dao Xian Yi and Ding Jiu. All the 7 people were ranked among the 10 strongest. They had intended to fight Su Ming one after another, not because they fancied the status of a dynast, but because they wanted to test his power, and at the same time, they also wanted to test their own power. At that moment, after they heard Su Ming's words, the 7 of them hesitated for a moment before rising up. They instantly turned into long arcs and closed in on his lotus platform. When they landed, they stood beside the man whose gaze was extremely solemn and whose chi and blood had only just recovered. "Your Highness, please grant us your teachings." With solemn expressions, the 7 wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards Su Ming. Almost at the moment they did so, the man similar to Hu Zi let out a low growl. When he leaped up, he threw a punch at Su Ming again. When he did so, his body shuddered. His aura and essence erupted and reached their peak during that moment. His veins popped up, cracking sounds gathered on his palm, and when he threw his punch forward, the shadow of a gigantic fist appeared in front of him. At the same time, the bald boy took a few steps back. His eyes shone swiftly, and immediately, 2 more pupils appeared in his pupils. Waves of dark light flashed within them, and in his gaze, countless threads appeared on the lotus platform. Those threads were formed by laws. When they landed in his eyes, he raised his hands and swiftly started manipulating the air around him, changing the laws in the area. Because of that, Su Ming immediately noticed a power rejecting him. It was as if his existence did not fit with the area and the universe during that instant. Soon after, a man and a woman moved and disappeared without a trace. When they appeared again, they were already on Su Ming's sides. The cultivation method the 2 of them practiced was clearly the same. Their bodies became vague, as if they were existences caught between reality and illusions. It allowed them to avoid most divine abilities, and coupled with their powerful might, plenty of powerful cultivators had died in their hands when they fought against the Immortals' Union. The old man swung his arm. Immediately, a 5-colored light appeared. When nearly 100 rays shined, they turned into a large number of enchanted treasures, as if there would be no end to them. Once they appeared, a powerful, sharp presence spread out from them, and all of them charged towards Su Ming. The second woman let out a piercing roar. She then split into nearly 100 copies of herself. They surrounded the lotus platform and let out shrill screams simultaneously. It sounded as if there were voices shouting non-stop in the area, and the hearts of all who heard them suffered sharp stabs of pain. The audience even grew dizzy. One of the other 2 remaining people took a step forward, and with a loud bang, his body swelled up. He became much bulkier and turned into a giant of 100 feet. He took a step forward with Hanta and rushed towards Su Ming. The last one was dressed in a large, long robe. At that moment, his robe shone. With a loud buzz, a large number of centipedes with wings flew out from within it. Those centipedes let out hissing sounds and rushed to Su Ming as they covered the sky and earth. The 8 people attacked at the same time, and their monstrous presences surged into the air. Su Ming threw his head back and laughed. Those in Mastery Realm have reached the pinnacle of physical power. Besides these 2, the 6 of you have all walked down the wrong path. You reached Mastery Realm, but you still treat yourselves as cultivators. I will only need 8 strikes to defeat all of you. Su Ming took a step forward to face off against the giant that was Hanta, since he had been the first to arrive in front of him. At the instant he closed in, Su Ming formed his fists and threw 2 punches forward at the same time. Booming sounds reverberated in the air, and Hanta coughed up blood. His body tumbled backwards, and the giant fist in front of him shattered. The giant beside him shuddered. As he was sent backwards as well, his gigantic body was torn into pieces and returned to its original form. The man then coughed up blood. Su Ming did not stop. He simply allowed the laws in the area to turn into threads to surround him before throwing a punch into the air with his right hand. The air instantly shuddered, and all the threads were shattered. The pinnacle of power can shake the universe and shatter space itself, much less laws. The instant Su Ming said those words and his punch landed, not only did he shatter the threads of laws, he also shattered the boy's pupils. The youth trembled, and blood flowed out of his eyes. He coughed up blood and tumbled backwards. At the same time, Su Ming looked to the right and left, from where the man and woman wanted to attack him. He stretched out his arms and threw a punch in each direction. Ripples spread out, and the 2 were forced out of being between the state of real and an illusion. They fell back in shock. And you? Su Ming looked towards the person who had released a large number of poisonous centipedes. He clenched his right hand. With a loud bang, a violent gust of wind stirred up. It swept through all directions, and all the centipedes let out terrified screeches. The person who had released them coughed up blood and took a few steps back. You too. When Su Ming turned around, he seized the air with his right hand. Then with another punch, all the enchanted treasures which were charging towards him shattered with a bang. Blood then trickled down the lip of the old man who had brought them out, and he immediately retreated. You're the last. Su Ming raised his right hand, then punched the platform. A loud bang shot up, and a large wave swept outwards through the area from the spot where the fist landed, immediately pushing back the hundreds of clones belonging to the woman who had split herself up before they dissipated to reveal her real body in the distance. She coughed up blood and fell back. Not enough again. Su Ming laughed at the sky, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips due to his movements tearing at his injuries, but a powerful desire to fight shone in his eyes. An unprecedented solemn expression appeared on the 8 people's faces. They cast each other a glance before rushing at Su Ming again. As they fought, a relocation rune shone on a continent in the 3rd plane. The old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence walked out from it. With a pale face, he rushed to the 1st plane with an anxious expression. He wanted to tell what he'd learned to the sect masters. The news had shocked him to no end when he'd learned about what had happened. If he was not absolutely certain of it, he would not have believed that Dynast Dao Kong had stirred up such a shocking storm in Divine Essence Star Ocean. When he remembered that the sect master who had asked him to head to the barren lands of Divine Essence seemed to harbor some animosity towards Dynast Dao Kong, the old man's heart trembled. Even if he had to offend that sect master, he would absolutely not offend that Dao Kong even a single bit. Chapter 1082. Just say it. Bang. The 8 people attacked simultaneously, and the power belonging to 8 almighties in Mastery Realm erupted from them. If Su Ming was at the peak of his condition, perhaps he could have fought against such forces, but he was injured now, so it only natural that this fight would be difficult for him. However, this was before he had learned the Mountain Shifter, the Godslayer art, and the Bald Crane had mastered the light of extreme darkness. With these things, even if he was injured, he would still be able to fight with ease even when faced with the 8 people while injured. Amid the loud bangs, Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood, but the price of it was that the 8 powerful warriors around him coughed up blood as well. In retreat, they felt as if they could not control their chi and the blood tumbling in their bodies. It was especially so for the 2 who had just entered Mastery Realm. They could only be considered at the initial stage, and when they were forced back while coughing up blood, they could no longer suppress their chi and blood from spreading out through their pores. They were heavily wounded and swept out of the Lotus platform. Su Ming wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. He then raised his right hand to seize the air, and the Life Inequity spear manifested. In an instant, it was covered by a layer of golden light, which was the sign of the Godslayer art, which Su Ming had learned. Again, Su Ming laughed at the sky. As he spoke, fighting spirit rose in the remaining 6 fighters. They moved together and activated their strongest divine abilities. At the instant they charged forward and closed in, Su Ming lifted his right foot and took a step forward. He raised the Life Inequity spear in his hand and thrust downwards in a very simple fashion. If anyone compared the long spear to a great sword, then his thrust would have been equivalent to a sword slash. At the instant he used it, the laws in the area changed. This transformation immediately caused the Lotus platform and the entire world around them to become separated, turning their area into a completely different region compared to the world around them. This was the power to cut down laws. Cutting down the connection between the platform and the world around it was equivalent to cutting down the faint connections of the 6 people's cultivation bases to the world around them. This form of interfering with fate was the same as blocking off the flow of a sea, killing it off in that way. It made it difficult for the 6 people to borrow any shred of power from the world, as if Su Ming had sealed off their source. At the same time, the 6 cultivators discovered that when the spear went downwards, it not only cut off their fates, but also played with their senses. Even though it looked like the spear was going downwards, it seemed like it extended before splitting into 6 parts that landed on their hands. It was as if no matter how many people were in the area, as long as the spear fell, it would definitely hit all of them. Boom. The instant the 6 people's divine abilities collided against Su Ming's spear, he shuddered and staggered a few steps back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but 2 of the 6 coughed up blood too and were swept backwards. Once they were flung out of the Lotus platform, thick blood fog spread out from them. It looked like their whole bodies had erupted with wounds. Soon after, two of the remaining 4 people on the Lotus platform could no longer withstand the falling spear. As their chi surged intensely in their bodies, they were flung out as well. With one swing of the spear, 4 of the 6 lost their ability to fight. The remaining 2 people had turned pale. When they looked at Su Ming, their gazes were filled with indescribable shock. At the instant the 2 hesitated on whether they wanted to continue fighting, black light surged into the sky from Su Ming's body before it swinging outwards. Light of extreme darkness. That's the light of extreme darkness. The 10 million cultivators in the area immediately let out surprised cries. After all, when Su Ming had used it previously, it was to destroy the screen of light around him. When the screen crumbled, the light of extreme darkness had already dissipated, which was why those beyond the platform could not see it. But now, without the screen, the audience could see what was happening on the Lotus platform clearly, and the light spreading out from Su Ming's body was incredibly piercing to the eyes. All those who saw it immediately trembled. They were outside and already reacting like that. So it was even more so for the 2 of the 10 strongest remaining on the Lotus platform at that moment. Almost the instant Su Ming swept out the light of extreme darkness, the 2 people started trembling. They stood there, feeling as if they had been frozen. If it was to last for much longer, then they would definitely be injured heavily under the light of extreme darkness, and their minds would be destroyed. In fact, even their souls would sink into eternal slumber from which they could never wake up. The shadow of death landed on their bodies, but they were powerless to fight against it. The instant their souls were about to fall into eternal slumber, the light of extreme darkness disappeared. "I will spare you," Su Ming said with aloofness. The 2 people on the Lotus platform immediately trembled. Their bodies swiftly recovered, but their faces stayed pale. They wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed to Su Ming before turning around and leaving in a hurry. Su Ming's figure had already turned into an incomparably powerful and invincible existence in their minds. This shadow was like a seed that would prevent them from surpassing Su Ming for the rest of their lives. With the fight of 1 against 8, Su Ming's name shook all the cultivators in the area. When standing on the Lotus platform, he looked like a war immortal at that moment. This image turned into a brand that could not be wiped off the minds of the cultivators in Morning Dao sect. Su Ming's face while he held the long spear was somewhat pale. He was injured to begin with, and after fighting against the 8 people, his injuries became worse. It looked as if he could not even stand firmly on his feet, but he did not care about it. He swept his gaze across the crowd, then cast a glance at Bei Bang. When Su Ming was about to open his mouth to speak, one of the other 9 Dynasts shouted out loudly, not giving him a chance to voice anything. "Dao Kong, I want to challenge you." Once he said that, all the other Dynasts focused on them. "Dao Kong, do you dare receive my challenge?" "That's right, Dao Kong. Since you're so ostentatious and can fight against 8 of the 10 strongest in Morning Dao sect, do you dare to fight against us now?" As their voices rang in the air, 4 of the direct descendants leapt up and charged towards Su Ming's Lotus platform, intending to kill him in one go while he was badly injured. Bei Bang should have stopped them, but his eyes flashed with light, and he kept quiet, as if he did not see anything. Besides the tanned old man, the other 2 sect masters frowned. But when they saw that Bei Bang had turned a blind eye, they cast each other a glance and hesitated. The tanned old man laughed coldly in his heart. This was something that he wanted to see very much. A glint appeared in his eyes, and in a seemingly casual manner, he cast a glance at the gentle-looking middle-aged man, Dao Fa, who was among the 9 Dynasts. Dao Fa was silent for a moment, then took a step forward. "Dao Kong, do you dare fight against me?" When his word rang in the air, he derided himself. Doing something like this did not fit his personality, but Dao Kong was too strong. Someone as strong as this was a Dynast, and this created an incredibly great threat to him. The moment Dao Fa took a step forward, a glint appeared in Dao Lin's aloof eyes, and he too leapt forward. The other Dynasts followed suit. All the other 9 great Dynasts wanted to fight against Su Ming at the same time. This scene instantly caused various expressions to appear on the cultivators' faces. Some were scornful, some excited as if they were about to see something entertaining, and some were frowning, thinking that this was incredibly inappropriate. With all sorts of thoughts in their heads, the buzz of discussions immediately rolled through the crowd. While standing on the Lotus platform, Su Ming watched the 9 great Dynasts charging toward him with a hint of derision on their lips. He tightened his grip on the life inequity spear, and sharp stabs of pain traveled through his body. It was the sign that his injuries were acting up. Yet even so, if Su Ming wanted to, he had the confidence to kill all 9 of them in one go. But when he tightened his grip over the life inequity spear and the 9 dynasts were about to reach him, an incredibly loud sound of air being torn apart suddenly came from the distant sky. This was a sound of a person charging forth at full speed while slicing apart the sky. It was a piercing howl, and it closed in on them in seconds. The person in such a rush was an old man, the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence. He was charging forth incredibly quickly with a disconcerted expression on his face. At the instant he closed in, he was instantly recognized by the tanned old man who had been waiting for him all this while. The tanned old man saw his expression, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. To him, this was the expression of someone who had discovered something incredibly great in the barren lands of divine essence. This matter was surely the secret behind Dao Kong's level of cultivation increasing by leaps and bounds. Since the man was so terrified, it was definitely not something ordinary. The incoming long arc did not catch too much attention at first, but the person in it swiftly charged to the tanned old man. Before even closing in, he began to speak in an anxious voice. "I have something to tell you, Sect Master." As his voice echoed in the air, Bei Bang frowned. When he was about to say something, the tanned old man behind him laughed loudly and took a step forward. Dao Kong was still in the middle stage of World Plane Realm more than 1,000 years ago, but after he returned from the barren lands of divine essence, he had become incredibly strong. This is a great fortune for Morning Dao Sect, but I'm curious, just what did he go through to become so powerful and obtain this level of cultivation? I sent someone to the barren lands of divine essence to find exactly that, and now that person has returned. I'm not privy to the information he brought back yet, because I wanted to listen to it with everyone. Just what sort of serendipity did Dynast Dao Kong receive in the barren lands of divine essence? The tanned old man's words were incredibly sinister. The instant he voiced them, he stirred up a lot of attention from the cultivators in the area. In truth, they had long since been puzzled about this, and even those who had not been wondering about it swiftly registered what was going on. That's right. What sort of thing could have made Dynast Dao Kong so strong? Yeah, could it be possession? Else, why would his level of cultivation increase by so much in just around 1,000 years? If it's really some sort of serendipity, then perhaps we can try obtaining it as well. After all, now that I think about it, rising our level of cultivation by so much is something that is unimaginable. Bei Bang's eyes sparkled, and he did not stop the old man. He too wanted to hear just what Dao Kong had experienced in the barren lands of divine essence. Sect Master, the old man in the long arc felt his heart tremble at that moment, and the perturbed, anxious look on his face became even more apparent. His expression caused the tanned old man to feel a hint of uneasiness, but things had already progressed too far, and he believed in his own judgment. With eyes shining, he said resolutely, "Just say it." Chapter 1083, Legend. Those words caused even the 9 dynasts who had arrived on Su Ming's platform to take a few steps back and look toward the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence. If this person's words could stir up a large storm, then to them, this would naturally be for the best. Because of it, perhaps Dao Kong's right as a dynast could be cancelled, and just like that, a person who posed a threat to them due to possessing the same status would be gone. The fewer threats there were, the better everyone would feel. After all, the road from a dynast to the master of true Morning Dao world was filled with trials. The 9 people might be dynasts, but in truth, there were 3 hidden dynasts behind the 10 great dynasts. Those 3 had fathomless power, and it was said that each of them was a master of fate, lives, and death, but it was a pity that no one knew who they were. However, based on the rules of Morning Dao Sect, when the 10 great dynasts appeared, 3 hidden dynasts would definitely be appointed. However, the hidden dynasts also had their limitations. They could not open their own chambers and spread their influence. Because of that, a sort of equilibrium was formed. The reason the 9 dynasts treated Su Ming as a great threat was because he had the right to become a dynast, but also the power of a hidden dynast. This sort of existence was incredibly threatening to them. Because of that, they believed that as long as they stripped off Su Ming of his dynast status, he could do nothing even if he had great power. A dynast never had to practice cultivation in the first place. What they needed was a large number of powerful warriors serving as their followers and the ability to bring more people to their side, resulting a force to be reckoned with. As long as their people brought them to greatness, no matter how strong someone was, they would definitely submit to them. This was something the nine believed wholeheartedly. Under their expectant gazes, the divine senses from the cultivators in the area, the great interest which had arisen in the old Bei Bang, and the tanned old man's expression of slight hesitation mixed with trust in his own judgment, the expression of the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence immediately changed. He felt as if he had a tiger by its tail. Instinctively, he did not look towards the tanned old man, nor Bei Bang, who appeared to have the greatest level of cultivation in the area. Instead, he looked towards Su Ming. His gaze was filled with reverence and great anxiety. Su Ming's expressionless face caused his heart to tremble. He had a strong feeling that he should rather offend that Tan sect master, but not Su Ming. Most of the 10 million people in the area did not see this gaze, but the 9 dynasts on Su Ming's platform could see it clearly. Bei Bang could also see it, and the one who saw it the clearest was the tanned old man. At the instant he saw the respect in his man's gaze, his heart let out a loud thump, and the feeling that something bad was about to happen became incomparably strong. Wait. This time, he spoke without hesitation. But the moment he started, a resolute expression surfaced on the face of the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence. He understood well what he had to do at that moment. Since the tanned old man wanted him to say it, he would say it. Many days ago, I was sent by a sect master to the barren lands of divine essence. He did not bother with the tanned old man's words. When he spoke, he instantly attracted all the cultivators' attention. I was sent to the barren lands of divine essence to investigate all the things Dynast Dao Kong had experienced while he was there, to find the source for His Highness' sudden increase in power. This was the task I was given, and I had no right to reject it. I could only listen to his orders, so I hope that you will not punish me for it, Your Highness. As he spoke, he wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply to Su Ming. His expression was filled with respect, and there was even fear in it. This scene instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone began to listen even more attentively, and a strong wave of curiosity had already stirred up in their hearts. Once I went to the barren lands of divine essence, I did not head to the camp where the forces of power from true Morning Dao world were stationed to investigate this matter. Instead, I went to some of my good friends in the other true worlds which I had befriended while I was a true guard to understand this matter from another point of view. I even coincidentally ran into some fellow Taoists with whom I was good friends with in the past. Through an investigation conducted from various points of view, I might have still been unable to investigate all that Dynast Dao Kong went through in the barren lands of divine essence, but I did manage to find out about 3 or 4/10 of it. When Dynast Dao Kong entered the barren lands of divine essence, he kept a low profile and did not shine too brightly. His legend started during a great auction held in Black Ink Planet. While he was there, Dynast Dao Kong bought a sacred constellation robe and started a grand quest that shocks me even now. His Highness went to Divine Essence Star Ocean and went through dangerous trials while he was there. Perhaps you do not understand Divine Essence Star Ocean too well, but I can tell all of you that it is a place filled with serendipities. It is a place where ancient ancestral spirits sleep. In fact, there are still living ancestral spirits, antecedental spirits, and plenty of ancient, primitive tribes over there. Everything is possible in Divine Essence Star Ocean, which is filled with legendary creatures. Forget His Highness' level of cultivation increasing by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't have been impossible for him to become one of the strongest in one step. Only in that sort of environment can a person truly grow, and only in that place can an ordinary piece of metal be turned into a sharp sword. I do not know exactly what His Highness went through while he was in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Only he alone would. But I'm certain that it was definitely not something an ordinary person would be able to live through. There are things there from which even sect masters would die. I also know that Dynast Dao Kong took part in the activation of the 5th kiln. The 5th kiln is one of the most mysterious places in Divine Essence Star Ocean. Each time it is activated, a sea of fire is stirred up and sweeps through the entire Divine Essence Star Ocean. Perhaps some of you do not understand the might of the 5th kiln, but I can tell all of you that its fire can instantly burn all cultivators under Mastery Realm. In fact, even those in Mastery Realm that do not have enough enchanted treasures would find it hard to last long in the sea of fire. The old man's respectful words reverberated in all directions, and a loud wave of discussions was immediately stirred up. An uproar from 10 million cultivators arose, and all of them had shocked expressions due to the old man's words. Some of the people had heard of Divine Essence Star Ocean before and naturally knew why it was so terrifying. They had heard about the fifth kiln before as well and understood what facing it meant. In fact, there were even some of them who had been true guards in the past. The old man's words caused them to fall silent. They knew far more than the others, but exactly because of that, their respect for Su Ming grew even more. It had in fact reached an unprecedented manner. There were many more who had heard about those things for the first time, but they knew the old man and that he would definitely not lie. Besides, there were few among them who were foolish and couldn't determine whether the old man's words were real or not. Dynast Dao Kong entered the fifth kiln when it was activated, and even the weakest among the ones who joined him was in Mastery Realm. While he was with them, amid the numerous dangers, Dynast Dao Kong obtained a great serendipity that had never been known to man before. He also obtained his followers while he was there. His words echoed in the air. The commotion in the area instantly became even stronger, and when the people cried out, their voices were filled with astonishment that spoke of them finding themselves in disbelief. Bei Bang's pupils shrank. When he whipped his head around to look towards Su Ming, what entered his line of sight was the other's indifferent expression. The tanned old man had already become expressionless. He glared at the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence, and powerful killing intent rose in his heart. The expressions of the 9 dynasts on Su Ming's platform changed, and they took a few steps back simultaneously. This is nothing. There is one rumor discussed animatedly in the barren lands of divine essence right now. It is about Sir Wu, who doesn't belong to any of the true worlds, but who has attached himself to the forces of power from the 4 great true worlds stationed in the barren lands of divine essence. This person is an almighty in Mastery Realm, and he also entered the 5th kiln when it was activated. The rumors are saying that this person has yet to return because he was fighting over a treasure with Dynast Dao Kong, and was then personally killed him. His physical body has become the body of his follower, Flame Fiend's progenitor. At the instant the old man said those words, the uproar in the area became so strong that only loud, booming sounds could be heard. Bei Bang's eyes shone. He did not speak, but the tanned old man behind him let out a cold harumph, and with a voice like thunder, he instantly drowned out the waves of sound in the area. Nonsense. I've heard of Sir Wu before. He has a strange bloodline, and when he transforms, he becomes incredibly powerful. There is no way he could be killed so easily. Who did you hear this from? How could you treat rumors as if they were real? If you continue telling us things that are mere gossip, do not blame me for punishing you, the tanned old man said with harshness. What if this was told to me personally by progenitor Long Hai? The old man who returned from the barren lands of divine essence asked without hesitation. He was ready to risk everything. Once he spoke, the uproar in the area which had been drowned out rose with a vengeance, and it instantly became so strong that the voices seemed endless. The tanned old man's expression changed, and he was rendered speechless. Progenitor Long Hai is the almighty from Morning Dao sect, who has gone missing for years. I heard about this progenitor before. It's said that he has long since arrived at the state of an almighty and has a great reputation in true Morning Dao world. I didn't expect that he'd be in the barren lands of divine essence. Progenitor Long Hai. If the old man is the one who said it, then those words are believable. As voices in the area formed into incomprehensible noise, the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence opened his mouth again and uttered the most shocking words since the start. When Dynast Dao Kong ventured out of the 5th kiln, he also went to the 5th ocean. While he was there, His Highness was attacked by various tribes and surrounded by ferocious beasts. The old man jolted, and as he trembled, his eyes were filled with fear. When he was there, one of His Highness' followers only executed one divine ability before he destroyed tens of thousands of cultivators. Some of them were almighties in Mastery Realm, and their numbers were impossible to count. It is said that His Highness' follower is an almighty in Life Realm who has nearly stepped into Death Realm. As the old man's words echoed, the entire area fell into dead silence. Soon, though, a loud boom erupted from the crowd, formed from countless cries of surprise fusing together into a wave of sound that surged into the heavens. Chapter 1084. That person is Dynast Dao Kong. What a load of nonsense. The tanned old man laughed coldly, then swung his arm as he stared at the person who came back from the barren lands of divine essence while speaking in an aloof manner. Forget what sort of followers Dynast Dao Kong has. How could it be possible that a powerful almighty like would be willing to become a servant? This is obviously just a rumor. This is the most absurd joke I've ever heard. I didn't ask you to go to the barren lands of divine essence to bring back all the absurd rumors there. Are you as gullible as a 3-year-old child now? I'd like to know who you heard it from this time. Could it still be that progenitor Long Hai? The tanned old man absolutely did not believe that Su Ming could have such an almighty as his follower. As he spoke, a hint of derision appeared on his face. If progenitor Long Hai was still the one who said those words, then the tanned old man could have his say in this. After all, even if Long Hai's words were believable and understandable, with his level of cultivation, as long as it involved Almighty's near-death realm, his status would not be enough to say such things. Even the old Bei Bang frowned, thinking that this rumor was too over the top. He was himself an almighty in life realm, and he had always stood on top of the others. With how he prided himself in his level of cultivation, he could not imagine himself or a powerful warrior who was even stronger to willingly become Dao Kong's follower. Even if Dao Kong had extraordinary power and could fight against 8 almighties in Mastery Realm, to Bei Bang, this was still not enough for an almighty in Life Realm to become his follower. It was just as the tanned old man had said. It was the most absurd joke he'd ever heard. He was not the only one who thought like this. Practically all the people in the area, the 10 million cultivators and the Dynasts, had great doubt in regards to those words. They did not believe them. That's impossible. Even if Dynast Dao Kong's level of cultivation is exceedingly high, this is still impossible. That's right. A person nearly in Death Realm is of incredibly noble status. No matter to which true world they went, they would be in existence akin to someone who could touch the heavens. With one stomp, they could make the universe change. How could someone like that become someone else's follower? It's definitely just a rumor. Looks like we truly can't believe him easily. These rumors are too exaggerated. The buzz of discussions reverberated in the air. Voices of doubt spread, but Su Ming's expression remained as calm as ever, as if none of the things said had anything to do with him. He only cast a profound look at the person who came back from the barren lands of divine essence. This person had managed to dig out information to this extent in such a short amount of time, which showed just how far-reaching were his connections in the barren lands of divine essence. At the same time, it also allowed Su Ming to tell that this person's ability to handle affairs, especially in terms of searching for information, were much stronger than those of other people. I suppose you can also consider this a talented person. A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The expression of the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence turned dark when he was faced with the doubts and distrust from the 10 million people in the area. He listened to the buzz by his ears and stared at the cold sneer as well as the contempt on the tanned old man's face. He remained silent for a moment. When the discussions around him grew even louder, the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence calmly and slowly opened his mouth to utter a sentence that instantly caused the land to fall into dead silence once again. What if this was personally told by Reverend Z Long from the 4th True World? As the area fell silent, the tanned old man's expression instantly changed. His breathing even quickened. He hadn't expected that the one who said those words would be the incredibly famous Reverend Z Long of the 4th True World. This person was really famous in the 4th True World. He was half a step into Fate Realm, and along with the 4th True World's uniqueness and mystery, he had a great reputation in the other 3 Great True Worlds. Also, he was the representative from the 4th True World who was sent to Morning Dao Sect to partake in witnessing the anointing of the Dynasts. He was bringing a group of people from the 4th True World and would arrive in True Morning Dao World in a short while. Are you certain that these words were spoken by Z Long? Bei Bang's expression swiftly turned stern. He stared at the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence, while he enunciated every single word in his question clearly and slowly. Sectmaster, if you see Reverend Z Long, then you will know whether this is true or false when you ask him. There is no need for me to lie about this. Once the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence spoke with resolution, the silence in the area was immediately broken by an uproar. Discussions of disbelieving as well as shocked voices spread out. The tanned old man had an incredibly sullen expression. As for Bei Bang, he turned around to look at Su Ming, who was still standing on his lotus platform. Su Ming's face was still as pale as before, but he stood in a relaxed, calm, and indifferent manner. Not a single hint of change in emotion could be detected on his face, but the more he acted this way, the more fathomless he seemed. What is the name of your follower? Perhaps he is an old friend of mine, Bei Bang said in an unhurried manner after a moment of silence. This was the first time he took the initiative to speak to Su Ming. In truth, under his seemingly calm appearance, there was a huge storm raging in his heart. Each word of the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence was more shocking than the last, causing all the people in the area, including himself, to be unable to help themselves but feel a sense of disbelief amid their shock. Su Ming toyed with the life inequity spear in his hand. When he heard the words aimed at him, he smiled and said flatly, "Let him continue. I believe that he is yet to finish speaking. It would be best if we let him finish telling us everything in one go." Su Ming's smile was flat, but when everyone saw it, they felt as if there was an incredibly malicious air contained within it. It was something that they felt but could not put to words. Bei Bang narrowed his eyes. He immediately had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. The tanned old man's heart thumped against his chest, while the 10 million cultivators in the area immediately stood up to attention. They had a vague feeling that the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence had indeed not finished speaking. They were especially certain of it when they saw the old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence shudder instinctively. He had clearly remembered a matter that could stir up a huge storm. It was what caused him to be in a constant state of fear and had even pushed him to make a decision to never provoke Dao Kong. It did not matter whether it was his act of entering the activated fifth kiln, killing Sir Wu, or having an almighty who was nearly in death realm. When compared to the last matter, all of them instantly became insignificant. Besides the things that I've told all of you, there is still one more thing. The old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence was silent for a moment. Fear appeared in his eyes, along with shock that made him look as if he still did not believe in what he'd heard. His breathing quickened slightly before he spoke again. The forces of power from true sacred Een world stationed in the barren lands of divine essence were destroyed. All the cultivators in that camp died in a sea of fire. Almost all the almighties in Mastery Realm died. Only the almighty in Life Realm from true sacred Een world acting as a garrison in the barren lands of divine essence survived, but he did so only because that person who destroyed the world did not want to kill him. If he had wanted to, then even that almighty in Life Realm would have died a tragic death on the spot. His form and soul would have been destroyed. All of you do not know about this just yet, but before long, this matter will shock all four great true worlds. Right now, true sacred Een world is already seething in rage. This is something that has never happened before. Right now, there is practically no one among the forces of power stationed in the barren lands of divine essence who does not know about this matter. It has already spread to all the other true worlds through every channel of communication. Right now, the forces of power from true sacred Een world no longer exist in the barren lands of divine essence. The old man's voice shuddered. When he spoke, there was deep fear in his eyes. Clearly, the scene he saw with his eyes in the barren lands of divine essence had been deeply ingrained in his memories, and it became something that could not be wiped from his mind. Once he said those words, the area did not immediately fall into silence. Instead, slowly and gradually, the 10 million cultivators fell silent. Their expressions changed drastically, and the sounds of them taking in sharp breaths rose and fell before eventually going silent. The place went as quiet as death itself. The shock brought by this news surpassed everyone's imagination, causing all the people to be unable to accept what they'd heard. As they tried to imagine this based on the old man's words, they saw a place in which a force of power from a true world served as garrison with an almighty in Life Realm. They also saw a true world that could fight back even if the alien races invaded en masse. If there was enough time, it would even find itself with reinforcements coming to its aid. Yet now, that place was destroyed. There was only one possibility for this to happen. Someone had to have attacked the place with such power and speed that even those from true sacred Een world were unable to come assist the camp. And just like that, a force of power acting as garrison in the barren lands of divine essence was reduced to smithereens with a bang. Could it be that the alien races have invaded? Are we going to go through another great war against divine essence Star Ocean? What's going on? A true world garrison has been completely destroyed. This is. How could this be possible? If the alien races are invading en masse, then something would have happened to the camps from the other three true worlds, including true Morning Dao worlds. Could it really be that the alien races are about to wage war against us again? After a period of silence, a loud, rumbling uproar that surpassed all those that had happened before erupted in the area. The tanned old man's expression instantly changed. In front of him, the old Bei Bang sucked in a sharp breath. Which alien race was it? How many people did they deploy? How many tribes were sent out? Who was their commander? He asked without hesitation. This was such a huge matter that he had to report it to the Council of Sect Masters the moment he understood everything about it. This was definitely not something ordinary. If the alien races were about to wage war, it would be a huge matter that would involve all four great true worlds. Compared to this, even if Dao Kong displeased him, he could still push this matter back and deal with him later. But the moment he instinctively finished asking the questions, his heart let out a loud thump. His expression turned pale, because he had suddenly remembered that the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence was clearly talking about things concerning Dao Kong just now. The old man who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence cast Su Ming a terrified glance before his voice reverberated in the area. It has nothing to do with the alien races. It's not the alien races. There was only one person involved in the destruction of the camp from true Sacred World. A cultivator took away this person's belongings, but due to true Sacred World taking this cultivator's side, they eventually offended the person. He summoned the fifth kiln, and in one go, he destroyed an entire camp from a true world. The old man's voice echoed through the area, and the expressions of everyone present instantly filled with utter shock and astonishment so great that it was like nothing they'd ever felt before. He destroyed an entire camp of a true world alone. Who is he? Is there such a powerful warrior in the universe? And isn't the fifth kiln an item that has no master in Divine Essence Star Ocean? How could it? The fifth kiln. At the instant the discussions rose in the area, there were quite a few sharp intakes of breath. The cultivators whose minds worked a little faster felt their hearts let out a thump at that moment, as if it was the last thing they did. Those people turned their heads swiftly, and countless gazes gathered on Su Ming, who looked as indifferent as ever. The 9 Dynasts in front of Su Ming sucked in sharp breaths at that moment. In shock, they moved backwards simultaneously, wanting to immediately leave Su Ming's side. That person is Dynast Dao Kong. The old man's final sentence caused the world to instantly fall into dead silence. It was almost maddening how quiet everyone became. At that moment, the old man knelt down towards Su Ming. Chapter 1085, Establishing Might. The instant the old man knelt down to worship Su Ming, the area instantly sank into dead silence again. All of the gazes gathered on Su Ming, and all of them were filled with utmost disbelief and shock, along with great astonishment. The people's minds had turned blank, and loud booms that surged into the sky rang in their heads. It was as if there was a sentence that was echoing nonstop in all the people's heads at that moment. That person is Dynast Dao Kong. Needless to say, it was this sentence which was echoing an infinite amount of times in everyone's head, forming loud booms that were like crackling thunder in the 10 million cultivators' minds. The old man's words, expressions, his trembling body, and the gaze that still had lingering fear in it were all proof that there was not a hint of deceit in his words. He had mentioned Progenitor Long Hai and Reverend Z Long from the Fourth True World, and their presences made it difficult for anyone to dismiss his claims or call them exaggerations. But the more it was so, the greater shock the 10 million cultivators in the area felt. The tanned old man's face had turned pale at that moment. Even the mind of a powerful warrior like him had went blank. The scene of a single person destroying an entire camp from one the true worlds kept repeating in his mind, and he could not stop it. The other 2 sect masters by his side were the same. As for Bei Bang, his breathing had become rushed. When he looked at Su Ming, his expression changed. For a time being, he found himself speechless. Right from the start, Su Ming's expression had been one of calmness. The camp from true Sacred World in the barren lands of divine essence had been destroyed, and this matter would spread to all 4 great true worlds without doubt. It was something Su Ming had prepared himself to face a long time ago. It did not matter to him even if this matter was publicized earlier than expected. However, the people who came from true Sacred World to the anointment ceremony might show up seething with rage. To Su Ming, it did not matter whether the others learned of this later or earlier. At that moment, when the entire area was enveloped in silence, Su Ming cast a glance before himself with an indifferent gaze. The 9 Dynasts who had come to his platform were stark pale at that moment. All of them had dumbfounded expressions, as if they had yet to recover from their shock. After all, The things Su Ming had done were enough to shock and terrify all cultivators. The instant Su Ming cast his gaze on the 9 dynasts, they shuddered, feeling as if their skin was crawling. Su Ming had seemed like an ailing, injured elderly just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had turned into an ancient, ferocious spirit. This change was so great that the 9 people charged backward simultaneously, without any hesitation. Trembling, all they wanted was to leave the platform. "Didn't you want to challenge me? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Su Ming asked flatly. He took a step forward. When he was about to attack, the old Bei Bang's expression changed drastically. He moved forward, and with his power of life realm, he appeared on Su Ming's platform with a bang to stand between him and the 9 retreating dynasts. "Dynast Dao Kong, please do not be rash. It is forbidden for dynasts to fight against each other during the anointment ceremony." Once Bei Bang said those words, he felt slightly anguished in his heart. It wasn't hard to imagine that this Dao Kong would definitely regard him in contempt due to the matter just now, and he sighed. He too knew that he had been slightly biased just now. However, no matter what, he did not expect that Dao Kong would have become so powerful in the barren lands of divine essence. This manner of doing things was definitely not something that could be done by an ordinary cultivator. In fact, it would be difficult for even Bei Bang himself to do such a thing. Destroying an entire camp from a true world and taking everyone's lives. Bei Bang suddenly felt that there had to be an unimaginable number of vengeful souls surrounding Dao Kong. Su Ming cast a cold glance at the old Bei Bang before him. He did not say any contemptuous words Bei Bang was prepared to receive. He said, "If those 9 kneel down and shout my name 3 times, I will treat this as it had never happened." When Bei Bang heard his words, for some unknown reason, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Dao Kong gave him a fathomless feeling. Even if he looked as if he was heavily wounded at that moment, someone who could destroy an entire camp from a true world stationed in the barren lands of divine essence was definitely not someone who could be underestimated even when he was severely injured. It was especially so when he saw Dao Kong's calm gaze. At that moment, Bei Bang became even more cautious. He immediately turned around and swung his arm toward the 9 dynasts. "The 9 of you were the ones who broke the rules first. Kneel now." 5 of the 9 dynasts knelt down without any hesitation, shivering. 2 of the remaining 4 hesitated, but soon chose to kneel down and worship Su Ming as well. The remaining 2 were naturally Dao Lin and Dao Fa. Their expressions had twisted. Blood trickled out of the corners of Dao Lin's mouth, a telling sign that he had gritted his teeth so hard that he had crushed them. Without a single word, he lowered his head and knelt down. The humiliation he suffered shattered all of his pride. When he knelt down, he did not just show submission with his body. Even his soul, his honor, and his pride submitted. The last one standing was Dao Fa. The gentle look on the seemingly gentle-looking middle-aged man had long since disappeared and become sinister. He glared at Su Ming while standing with his back straight. "Fei Er, kneel down. Apologize to Dynast Dao Kong." The tanned old man's expression changed. When he gave his command, he took a step forward, intending to head to the platform. Yet the moment he lifted his foot, Su Ming raised his right hand. The life inequity spear moved and was flung with a bang. It flew in a long arc which charged towards Dao Fa. The instant he flung that life inequity spear forward, Su Ming spoke in an aloof manner. "Zhu Yu Kai?" This was clearly a name, but no one understood why Su Ming had said it. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, it was over in an instant. Blood gushed in all directions and landed on the 8 dynasts who had chosen to kneel down. It made them shudder, and even Dao Lin's face turned pale and bloodless. "Dao Kong, how dare you kill my Fei Er?" The tanned old man's face twisted as he roared. He whipped his head around to glare at Su Ming, and a large amount of red appeared in his eyes. "I won't just dare to kill your Fei Er. If you continue causing a ruckus, I will also dare to kill you right here and right now. You're just a cultivator in Fate Realm. So how dare you act arrogantly before me again and again?" Su Ming's response to the tanned old man's roars was a string of calm words. They were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over the old man's head. He trembled and was forced to push down the raging anger in his heart. He remembered all that he had heard about Dao Kong in the barren lands of divine essence, and that he was a terrifying existence who could destroy an entire true world's garrison. He also recalled how Bei Bang had lifted his right hand as if he wanted to stop Dao Kong, but had frozen for a moment, and how his expression had changed. But the anger and sorrow in his heart was not something that he could suppress so easily. Yet when he saw Su Ming's aloof gaze once more, he forced down the killing intent which had risen in his heart. He suddenly came to the realization that if he attacked, it would be the same as him breaking the rules in the sect. Dao Kong could then have his follower kill him. The tanned old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was an internal injury caused by him forcing down the madness in his heart. This injury was not serious, but his heart was filled with outrage and sorrow at that moment, and this feeling was something that he had never sensed since he had become a sect master. Dynast Dao Kong. Dynast Dao Kong. Dynast Dao Kong. The 8 dynasts kneeling on the platform, including Dao Lin, all had their heads lowered as they said the 3 sentences towards Su Ming. Their dignity had been completely trampled. Their pride as dynasts was stomped under Su Ming's feet, and after a few vicious stomps, it was completely crushed. The grievances and humiliation from submission, due to fear of death, was even worse than death. But there were times when even if one knew that by kneeling they would no longer have any sort of prestige left, they could only kneel, swallowing down their humiliation to survive. This was also Su Ming's goal. He could accept not killing the 8, but he would then destroy their spirit of being dynasts in an unseen manner, and he had managed to do it. This was also something that the tanned old man had previously wished to do to him. When all the cultivators in the area saw this, Su Ming's might had instantly become as great as that of a storm. His might swept through the entire area and became the deepest memory etched into the minds of all the cultivators present. Senior Bei Bang, based on your previous words, please heal me. Su Ming's gaze was calm as he sat down on the lotus platform. When he closed his eyes, he circulated his cultivation base and sucked in a large amount of life force from the platform. Bei Bang's expression was dark, but the intimidating force was still locked on him. In silence, he sighed in his heart. Dao Kong did not pester him for not stopping the challenge from the other dynasts, which was already allowing him to avoid humiliation. As he sighed to himself, he had his cultivation base spread out from his body, and the life force Su Ming could absorb instantly became greater. Chapter 1086, Dao Ocean Trial. Under the gazes of all the people, Su Ming continued sucking the vast life force from Bei Bang, and with the power provided by it, he repaired his cultivation base. Time slowly trickled by. The life force coming to him was still as vast as ever and did not end. An almighty in life realm had practically endless life force. This was also the reason why Bei Bang had spoken in an arrogant manner before. Yet slowly but surely, a change appeared on Bei Bang's face. He had a strong feeling that Su Ming was like a bottomless pit. His own life force might be nearly endless, but it seemed that Su Ming's absorption of his life force was also nearly endless. An hour later, Bei Bang's expression had changed drastically. He had a feeling that his life force could not catch up to the rate of Su Ming's absorption. A feeling of shock that came from the depths of his heart spread through his body. Su Ming was indeed a bottomless pit that could absorb an endless amount of life force. If that was all, Bei Bang would not have been bothered. He could break off the connection at any time he wanted, but when he wanted to do it, he discovered to his shock that the connection had changed. This was no longer him giving his life force and Dao Kong absorbing it, but had instead turned into him being forced to deliver the precise amount of life force Dao Kong wanted to absorb. This was a change between the dominant and subservient positions between them. It might have seemed simple and like it was the same, but it determined the person who had the right to break the connection. The decision was no longer in Bei Bang's hands. How can this be? The rune in this place wasn't designed like this. I don't see any signs of anyone changing the structure of the rune either. Besides, it's impossible for anyone to be able to change the rune in such a short period of time. Bei Bang's expression changed drastically. As his pupils shrank, a sense of danger filled him. He could not break off the connection to the lotus platform. The life force in his body was being sucked away without stop, and once it fused with the platform, it was absorbed by Su Ming. The bald crane was making a ruckus in its smug voice in Su Ming's mind at that moment. I'm great, right? Haha. The idiot actually dared to fuse his body with the rune. I know that confidence stems from his life force being nearly endless, which is why he was not afraid of other people absorbing it. But this idiot is really unlucky, because he ran into me, this Grandpa Crane. I just needed to move my fingers, and the structure of this rune was changed. The idiot went from the state of willingly fusing with the rune to the rune forcing him to fuse with it, from being able to control the rune, to becoming its servant. Little boy Su, absorb him, absorb at will. Each breath is one crystal, and I'll provide it to you limitlessly." The bald crane's smug, excited, and enthusiastic voice was brimming with an air of bliss that only it could understand. When another hour passed, Bei Bang's face had already turned pale. He stared at Su Ming with the shock on his face having turned into anguish. How could he still not understand what was going on at that moment? This was Su Ming taking revenge on him for his previous words and actions. What a man. He's one that would definitely take revenge, even for the smallest grievance. Bei Bang sighed in his heart and closed his eyes. He no longer thought about anything else and just circulated his cultivation base in an attempt to struggle free from the rune. But the moment he did so, the threatening presence from the distance instantly locked on him again. The time it takes for one incense stick to burn passed, and Su Ming opened his eyes. By then, Bei Bang's expression was incredibly pale. Su Ming dissipated the suction force from the rune on his own accord and stood up. "Thank you for healing me, Senior Bei Bang." When he said that calmly, Bei Bang remained silent for a moment before he nodded. There is no longer any need to continue. The challenges for the anointment ceremony have ended. We will now enter the trial component. The 9 of you are to receive your trials in Dao Ocean located beneath us. There are those who are lost from Morning Dao Sect's path within and outside Dao Ocean. Among them, there are powerful enemies of Morning Dao Sect, traitors, as well as those who were punished to sink into Dao Ocean. Once they lost themselves, they became cultivators without their path. They can be powerful and weak, and your trials are related to these lost souls. Kill 10 lost souls, and you will obtain the right to go through the trial. Once you do so, you can activate the trial in Dao Ocean at any moment you want. Based on your achievements, you will be randomly placed into different trial grounds. This trial is something that has never happened before. To all of you, this is also a serendipitous event, because this trial is also related to the Immortals Union. Over the course of 1,000-something years, we have fought over 1,000 battles against the Immortals Union, be it small or large battles. Among them were hundreds of small-scale battles, nearly 100 large-scale battles, and 7 super large-scale battles. They have been recorded in detail, and a place similar to an illusory land has been created by imitating them. Based on all the different qualifications you all have, you will be sent into continuous battles. When you are there, you are to guide the direction of the battle and change the trend of the fighting. This is your trial. Remember this. Even though you cannot be killed in these illusions, all of your actions will be observed by the people here, and they will be taken into consideration for the final result. You must also remember that you will not enter these illusions with your own faces, but will change into a normal cultivator from our sect. However, you will retain your levels of cultivation. You will be able to use it at will and do whatever you please. As Bei Bang's voice echoed in the air, he swung his arm, and a vortex about 10,000 feet big appeared in the air in the middle of the 9 continents on the first plane. At the instant the vortex showed up, roars came from within it. The audience could vaguely see a large number of dark shadows inside, but the moment they touched the vortex, they screamed in pain and tumbled back. The vortex was connected to the periphery of Dao Ocean, and the shadows were the lost souls there. They wanted to rush out, but had never been able to since the moment they had entered. If there are any among you who are terrified, you can give up on the trial. Those who do will immediately have their rights as Dynast stripped off. Think carefully. In the process of gaining the qualification for the trial, you might die. When Bei Bang said those words, he cast his gaze over the 8 Dynasts. Su Ming was ignored straight away. Besides him, some of the 8 Dynasts showed hesitation. If Su Ming had not revealed his power, and the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence did not bring back such shocking news, they would have definitely not hesitated to go through the trial. Yet now, before the competition between the Dynasts had even started, it had already ended. They knew that unless an accident happened, there would be no way for them to compete with Su Ming. Because of it, this trial was completely useless to them, and there was even the threat of death lurking in it. In silence, 4 of the 8 Dynasts chose to give up. They took a few steps back, and with pale faces, not only did they give up on the right for the trial, they also gave up on the right to be Dynasts. Among the remaining 4, Dao Lin roared in his heart. The humiliation he had suffered caused his eyes to turn bloodshot, and he became the first to rush into the vortex. Once he disappeared, the other 3 also gritted their teeth. They turned into long arcs that charged into the vortex. Su Ming was the last one. His injuries had mostly recovered by then. With a calm expression, he took a step forward and drew the gazes of the 10 million cultivators in the area on himself. Then, he stepped into the vortex. Only when Su Ming disappeared did the 10 million cultivators in the area let out a shocked cry. It was born from the words the person who had returned from the barren lands of divine essence, but which had been suppressed by Su Ming's presence. True Sacredine world will definitely not let this slide. Is the war between Morning Dao and Sacred Een about to start? We have the Immortals Union in True Morning Dao world, and we've also offended True Sacredine world. Dynast Dao Kong truly did something unwise. The discussions echoed in the air. The tanned old man's sullen expression and Bei Bang's quiet sighs made it obvious that the anointment ceremony was slowly deviating from its original course. Dao Ocean was located at the lowest part of Morning Dao sect. It was a forbidden land which was divided into two parts, the outer and inner layer. The inner part was sealed all year long. Only the outer part would be opened during special moments. Besides that period of time, all the living were forbidden from entering. But if there was anyone who truly wanted to enter the place, it was not impossible for them. However, since ancient times, there had never been a case of anyone surviving after they had entered the place of their own accord. Perhaps that was not the case and someone had survived, but this sort of thing was just too rare in Morning Dao sect. Dao Ocean's mysteries stemmed from the legend speaking of it existing even before Dao Chun. It was called an ocean because people could hear the sound of waves when they were there, but when they cast their gazes over it, they found the area to be filled with thick fog. It made the people unable to see the entire place clearly. In fact, even their divine senses would be suppressed. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. The instant he stepped into the vortex, he appeared in a place shrouded in fog. When he swept his gaze across the area, Bei Bang's words echoed in his head. The trial was divided into two parts. The first part was to obtain the qualifications, and the second part was the key of the trial. The beginning should not be very difficult, but due to the strangeness of Dao Ocean, life-threatening dangers could appear at any time. I'll be able to obtain the right if I kill 10 lost souls, huh? If I can really step into one of the battlefields from the past 1,000-something years, then I would want to go to the one where the 100,000-foot-tall giant appeared, or when that black-robed person appeared and severely wounded progenitor Taishan. Su Ming remained as composed as ever. With one move, he disappeared into the fog and began moving through the area. After charging forward for a bit, he suddenly let out a cold harumph. A withered right hand had appeared behind him without a single sound and charged at his heart. That arm was pitch black, and black smoke surrounded its fingertips. It contained the power of those who were nearly at the later stage of World Plane Realm. At the instant it came towards Su Ming, he did not move forward to escape, but instead moved back. He lifted his right hand and seized the air behind him. With a bang, he grabbed the incoming arm, and with one fling, he yanked a withered person from the fog. With a flick of his right hand, a powerful surge of his cultivation base was sent into the person's body, and that person was immediately torn to shreds. 1. Su Ming took a step forward and disappeared into the fog. Chapter 1087. Huzi. Dynast Dao Lin has already killed 7 lost souls. Dynast Dao Han has killed 3 people. Dynast Dao Kuei and Dao Hua have both killed 2 people respectively. At the first plane of Morning Dao sect where the anointment ceremony had taken place were 5 golden names. They were floating above the largest lotus platform, right in front of the 10 million cultivators. The 5 names were arranged in order, and each one had a different number of light pillars by their side. Dao Lin had 7, while the others had differing numbers from 3 to 2. Dao Kong's name was ranked last, and he only had 1 light pillar. Most of the gazes in the area were fixed on his name. However, even after a long period of time has passed, besides that 1 light pillar which appeared at the start, no others showed up. After a moment, when the 10th light pillar appeared for Dao Lin, golden light shone beside his name. As it spread out, it turned into a huge vortex. It rumbled, and distorted sights could be seen within it. When they faded away, what appeared before the gazes of the 10 million people in the area was a scene that was rather familiar to some of them. It was a battlefield from 700 years ago where tens of thousands of people had fought from the Immortals Union and Morning Dao sect. The scene in the vortex immediately attracted the cultivators' attention. When about a quarter of an hour had passed since then, only Dao Kong was still behind. The other 3 names had turned into vortices as well, and different battlefields had appeared in them. The 4 dynasts looked incredibly insignificant in their own battlefields, but the trials required them to use their own power to change the results of the battle. Those who were in battles where Morning Dao sect had lost had make it so that they win. If they couldn't manage that, they had to at least reduce the number of casualties. If that was impossible as well, they had to make the Immortals Union pay a bigger price. As for those in battles where Morning Dao Sect won, they had to amplify the results of the battle and make it so that they achieved an even more perfect victory. Finally, a second light pillar appeared beside Dao Kong's name. His slow pace gradually led to all sorts of speculations from the cultivators in the area, but no one really knew the truth. Su Ming slowly extracted the life inequity spear from a corpse while he was at the periphery of Dao Ocean. Before him was a big man with a muscular frame. His dark red, lusterless eyes were wide open. Even after his death, he still stared at Su Ming. Based on the aura remaining on his corpse, it could be deduced that before his death, he had power that was nearly equal to those in Mastery Realm. Su Ming put away the life inequity spear and turned around with a calm expression. He stepped into the fog to continue moving into the distance. Roars came from the area around him, and barely discernible figures flashed past him, but Su Ming only cast them one glance before turning a blind eye on them. These lost souls did not have sufficient power and would not help him achieve what he wanted. Only after killing 10 lost souls will I be sent to a random battlefield, but they are differentiated by their sizes and their might. They are most likely determined by the levels of cultivation from the 10 people we kill. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Besides the first person he killed being in the later stage of World Plane Realm, he was prepared to kill only Almighties to make up his remaining kills. After all, based on Su Ming's judgment, the battlefield he wanted to go to was definitely not something ordinary. First of all, it involved millions of cultivators, but this was not the main point. The main point was that the Immortals Union had sent that black-robed person. The strength of the art that made it seem like he could extract a moon from a well was able to determine the direction of a battle. It had forced Morning Dao Sect to send Progenitor Tai Shan to handle him. However, Su Ming had a feeling that besides Progenitor Tai Shan, there were surely some other powerful warriors from Morning Dao Sect lurking around in that battlefield. Su Ming felt great curiosity towards this. As he moved about in the fog, after about the time taken for an incense stick to burn, his eyes focused on the spot in front of him. There he saw a figure whose ripples of power belonged to those in Mastery Realm. Without any hesitation, Su Ming charged towards that figure. Time trickled by like this. Several hours later, the 10 million cultivators in the area beyond saw 7 light pillars next to Dao Kong's name. The increase was incredibly slow, but for some unknown reason, the crowd felt that there was an oppressive feeling in the 7 light pillars, as if, besides the first one, the other 6 were vastly different from those belonging to the other 4 dynasts. Yet they could not tell what exactly was the difference. They could not see it, but Bei Bang, the tanned old man, and the other 2 sect masters knew exactly what it was. He's killing the Almighties among the lost souls. There was a sullen expression on the tanned old man's face, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Bei Bang stared at the 7 light pillars above Dao Kong's name and thought quietly to himself. What sharp wit. He found the key for the different battlefields so quickly, and he also found the method to get the battlefield he wants. When another 4 hours passed, Dao Lin as well as the other 3 dynasts obtained a certain amount of results in their respective battlefields. It was especially so for Dao Lin. He might have looked like an ordinary cultivator, but based on the number of people he killed by himself, he became a small faction leader. There were already hundreds of people by his side. It could be said that he was interfering with the results of the battle in the most simple and straightforward manner. At that moment, the 10th light pillar finally appeared beside Dao Kong's name. At the same instant, golden light spread out and reached a piercing degree. That light was much brighter than what Dao Lin and the others had possessed. It caused the 10 million cultivators in the area to let out cries of surprise. For not only was the golden light much brighter, the vortex that was formed was also several times larger. Its presence was incredibly striking in the air, and it was nearly 10,000 feet long. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. The vortex started spinning, and as it did, one of the cultivators in the area immediately voiced their puzzlement. Why is Dynast Dao Kong's vortex so much bigger? All of them killed 10 lost souls. So why is the disparity so great? That's right. Could it be that someone helped him in the shadows? Or else why would the difference be so great? As the discussions reverberated in the air, Bei Bang spoke with dignity and age. With just a few words, he instantly suppressed all the speakers. They might have killed the same number of people, but besides the first person Dao Kong killed, the other 9 were all lost souls who were almighties in Mastery Realm. As the cultivators in the area fell silent, Su Ming raised his right hand from a corpse. The body immediately withered and turned into ashes. A unique structure. He seems to have been modified by someone before. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was using the power from the seed of life extermination to analyze why the lost souls had become like that. While he was mulling over his thoughts, a gigantic vortex appeared around him. As it spun around with loud, booming sounds, a layer of ripples similar to those of water appeared beneath Su Ming's feet, making him look as if he was standing on a lake. When he lowered his head, he saw a scene on the water. It portrayed a battlefield, and it was a large-scale battle with nearly 5 million people involved in it. He swept his gaze across it, then frowned. This was not the battlefield he wanted. After a brief period of pensive silence, Su Ming took a step backwards and moved out of the vortex. At the instant he left it, the vortex disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He fell into deep thought for some time, then turned around and disappeared into the fog. In the area beyond Dao Ocean, the vortex formed by Dao Kong's name vanished to show his name once more, but the light pillars above it had all disappeared. It seemed like he was redoing the test. As an uproar raged outside, Su Ming swam at full speed through Dao Ocean. Time trickled by, and several hours later, when he killed another 10 people, another vortex appeared beneath his feet. This time, the sound coming from the rotations was even louder. After a moment, the instant ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Su Ming's pupils constricted. This was a battlefield with more than 10 million cultivators participating in it, and at first glance, Su Ming saw a huge figure on the Immortals Union's side, a colossal figure which was incomparably large. It wasn't 100 feet tall, but nearly 1 million feet tall. When this figure stood in the galaxy, the cultivators beneath his feet were like ants. The giant had his arms crossed over his chest while staring at the million cultivators by his feet with an aloof gaze. There was cold sneer on his lips, and he surrounded by the air of those who saw themselves as supreme. At the center of his brows were 7 stars forming a circle, and it was shining with a bizarre, dark light. Floating among the cultivators from the Immortals Union by the giant's side was a seemingly insignificant person dressed in black robes and his face covered. This person was floating silently, not doing anything. It might have been impossible to see his face, but the instant Su Ming saw that figure, the memory of the person in black robes who had appeared near their tribe when he was in Dark Mountain surfaced in his mind. He had the exact same feeling, but this person was clearly much stronger than the person in black robes which Su Ming had met in the past. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. It's this battlefield. No. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He felt that something was off. Based on what he remembered, the black-robed person and the giant with the stars at the center of his brows had not once appeared at the same time. Yet now, they were together. There was only one explanation for that, and it was that this battle was not the one with which everyone was familiar. Progenitor Taishan would not be in it. Su Ming quickly swept his gaze past the crowd in the scene, and just as he expected, he did not see Progenitor Taishan. He narrowed his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he took a step forward. But just as he was about to step into the water, his body came to a sudden halt, and he even shuddered for a moment. A ray of excitement that had never appeared before showed up in his eyes, and he stared straight at a large man in the water who stood among the people belonging to the Immortals Union. He had thrown his head back to roar at the sky, wore a look of nonchalance on his face, and had quite a large number of cultivators by his side acting as his followers. This man had an honest and straightforward appearance, but at that moment, he had a ferocious look that made him seem as if he was spitting fire from his eyes, which were narrowed into a glare. While shouting loudly non-stop, he rushed swiftly into the crowd before retreating just as swiftly, and a presence that no one could stop him began to form around him. Huzi. Excitement appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Chapter 1088, The Battlefield. Needless to say, that man was Su Ming's third senior brother, the 9th Summit's Huzi. In a daze, Su Ming remembered how Huzi had brought him along to run amok with a glare in his eyes when he had just arrived for the first time in the 9th Summit. As Huzi spoke, he would speak honestly in a loud voice. His words seemed to be still echoing by Su Ming's ears. A man who loved peeping, who was born with the talent for all things in regards to runes, who was the manifestation of the rune over Death region, and one who through Tian Xiezi's guidance gained an epiphany regarding the art for dreams. It was Huzi. Even though everything that Su Ming saw at that moment was a battle that had happened in the past, the instant he saw Huzi, His heart was filled with great excitement. In all his life, there were few people who had filled his heart with warmth right after he met them, no matter how callous he was, and without a doubt, Zi was one of them. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and forced down the excitement in his heart. When he took a step forward, he stepped into the vortex resembling the surface of water, and his figure disappeared. The cultivators in the area outside saw Dao Kong's name once again shine with piercing golden light. This time, the golden light was even more dazzling than the one before, and as it spread out, Dao Kong's name turned into a gigantic vortex. It was even also larger than the previous one. This time, it was tens of thousands of feet tall, causing the 4 Dynast vortices beside it to be unable to compare with it. In an instant, it attracted all the people's attention. Soon, a scene appeared in the vortex, and this scene was of the battlefield which Su Ming had chosen to enter. Bang! Su Ming's vision blurred for a moment before it recovered. When it did so, shrill screams of pain and furious roars crashed into his ears, and he found a cultivator from the Immortals Union in front of him. That person had a sharp sword in his hand, and he instantly charged towards Su Ming at an incredibly quick speed. All around Su Ming were cultivators from Morning Dao sect, and they looked to be in a very pathetic state. They fell back, for they could not fight the sword-wielding cultivator charging straight at them. He lifted his hand, then brought the sword down, and human heads flew into space. Blood splattered all around, and shrill screams of pain filled the area. Su Ming's team was a scattered crowd whose members were swiftly fleeing. When Su Ming lowered his head, he noticed that he no longer looked as Dao Kong. Instead, he had turned into a middle-aged man with a pale face. He had plenty of wounds on his body, and there was even a huge gash on his chest. There was black blood oozing out of it, and his body was beginning to rot. The black blood was from some sort of poison. The original possessor of the body, Su Ming now occupied, had clearly died already, which allowed Su Ming to obtain control. He might seem as if he had been resurrected, but in truth, he just had his soul exchanged. When Su Ming cast his gaze across the area, he found that he was in a densely packed crowd which had no end. A battlefield with more than 10 million people in it could definitely not be summarized by just saying that there were more than 10 million people involved in it. What did those numbers even say? Even 1 million people standing together would have a mighty presence. In fact, there were plenty of cultivation planets whose population in their cities did not even reach 1 million. The battlefield was so big that it was as large as a city. Su Ming was currently located to the right of the camp, which Morning Dao sect was defending. He was located far to the side, close to the edge of the battlefield. As Su Ming observed his surroundings, screams of pain traveled ceaselessly through the air. The cultivators in front of him collapsed with a bang, and the blood that scattered in space merged together to take the shape of a person. Its body soon materialized. The person appeared bright red as if he was dressed in a blood-red robe, a blood-red mask, and a blood-red cloak. There was cruelty in his eyes, and he slaughtered his way into the crowd where Su Ming was along with the sword-wielding cultivator. There were not many cultivators besides Su Ming to begin with, and soon, there were only about a dozen of them left. Despair could be found on their faces, and as they moved, they realized that they no longer had any room to retreat. Haha, I killed nearly 100 people, so I'll be able to obtain even more achievements. My sword-wielding friend, this time, you won't be able to win against me. The blood-drenched person's wild laughter echoed in space, and with a single move, he rushed into the crowd. Su Ming's expression was cold. He retreated, not immediately attacking. Instead, as he circulated his cultivation base in his new body, he began to heal it swiftly, especially the wound on his chest. A large amount of black blood was forced out from it, and in just the span of a few breaths, most of his injuries recovered. It was during this time that the blood-red figure, which was clearly lacking in judgment, cast his eyes on Su Ming. As he laughed ferociously, he moved and charged over. There's one here who hasn't died after being poisoned by old monster venom. Haha, don't blame me now, old friend. It's not my intention to snatch your achievements. The blood-red figure moved incredibly quickly and instantly closed in on Su Ming. He flung his arms outwards, and the 2 cultivators by Su Ming's sides coughed up blood. As their bodies exploded with loud booming sounds, blood splattered everywhere. It looked as if it possessed life, and when the blood-red figure flung his arms, the blood instantly rushed towards Su Ming. There was a cruel look in the blood-red figure's eyes. He could practically see the middle-aged cultivator before him being pierced by his companion's blood as if it was sharp arrows, and lost the last traces of life. But the instant that blood charged towards him, Su Ming lifted his head, and a fierce and cold glare flashed in his eyes. While the blood-red figure was taken aback, Su Ming vanished. As the blood crashed into nothing, Su Ming appeared behind the blood-red figure. He raised his right hand to seize the other's throat before giving it a fierce squeeze. Booming sounds echoed in space, and the blood-red figure collapsed. It turned into countless drops of fresh blood that fled with fear. Hidden in that blood was the man's nascent divinity, which was screaming shrilly at that moment. This is a power. Yet before he could retreat more than 100 feet away, Su Ming's aloof gaze landed on him. At the instant the man's heart let out a thump, Su Ming had already appeared in front of him. He lifted his right hand and tapped the center of the sword-wielding man's brows, and with a bang, his eyes filled with red. He shuddered, and as if his body was seized by an invisible hand, he was torn to shreds. I'm still a little not used to this body. Su Ming flung his arm and noticed that it was difficult for his current body to fuse perfectly with his cultivation base, which made him unable to bring out his full power. However, while this might be a problem to other people, Su Ming was not too worried about it. He was an Abyss Builder, and one of the inborn abilities of the Abyss Builders was possession. He might not be possessing someone right now, but the difference from his current situation to possession was not that great. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and cracking sounds immediately came from his body. As they echoed in space, the structures of his body was instantly adjusted to a state where it would suit Su Ming the best. All of this, including Su Ming killing the two cultivators, was done in an instant, causing the remaining few Morning Dao sect cultivators around Su Ming to regard him with shock. Soon, though, they wrapped their fists in their palms to bow deeply towards him. Su Ming swept his gaze past these people. Who was the commander from Morning Dao sect in this battle? He asked calmly. It's Sect Elder Kuan Lin of the Sect Elder Chamber, and Lord Du Imo Tan from the War Chamber. Someone from the few remaining cultivators immediately answered respectfully. Su Ming nodded, then turned around to cast a glance at the battlefield around him before turning into a long arc that charged into the distance. Wherever he went, all the cultivators from the Immortals Union whom he met found themselves screaming in pain before their bodies were torn to shreds after Su Ming moved past them. Even though he caused such bloodshed, Su Ming's existence was insignificant in the gigantic battlefield. In fact, there were few who paid any attention to him. After all, in a battlefield with more than 10 million people, one person's existence was incredibly negligible, unless he did something so big that he could shake the sky and earth itself. Su Ming was not interested in changing the direction of the battlefield. If he truly wanted to change it, he could just kill the Elder or the Lord, whatever their names were. Then, with his power, he could suppress all the people present and have all the cultivators on Morning Dao sect's side to fight according to his will. However, Su Ming was more interested in the giant in the distance and the black-robed person beside him than doing something like taking over the role of a commander in the battlefield. The main reason he chose this battle was because he wanted to take a look at what exactly made the huge giant and the black-robed person so peculiar, and also because, before he stepped into this battle, he had seen Hu Zi. However, the battlefield was as large as a city. It was not easy to search for someone, but if he was determined to do so, Su Ming believed that he would definitely be able to find him. As Su Ming moved about in the battlefield killing those from the Immortals Union, he was gradually able to tell that the battle had yet to escalate to a very bad condition. Although he did not know how long the battle had already lasted, right then, both armies were on equal footing. Clearly, neither had brought all of their cards onto the table. Yet this situation did not last for long. As Su Ming moved about in the battlefield and continued drawing closer to the Immortals Union, he kept his gaze fixed on the giant who was gazing at all the people in the battlefield with an aloof gaze, and the negligible black-robed person by his side. Suddenly, a gigantic, long, yellow banner appeared in the direction of the Immortals Union's camp. It fluttered in space, and hundreds of banners like it appeared in the Immortals Union's side. As they flitted back and forth, an invisible mighty pressure descended on the battlefield. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that the Immortals Union was about to do something big. Chapter 1089. I am the predecessor of Dao Ocean. The instant Su Ming's pupil shrank, he saw the galaxy above the Immortals Union's large army distorting, and huge eyeballs swiftly descended. Each of them were 1,000 feet large, and more than 1,000 of them had descended in one go. They were covered in blood capillaries and gave a bizarre, and crazed air about them. The moment they appeared, all the eyeballs shone with blinding light. In an instant, more than 1,000 long arcs shot out. All of them contained lightning destroyers, the entity which remained fresh in Su Ming's memories. Judging by its might, this was not the sun-destroying lightning. It was slightly weaker than the moon-destroying lightning too, so it was probably the plane-destroying lightning. Still, it could kill all cultivators up to those who had attained great completion in World Plane realm. As booming sounds surged into the heavens, numerous shrill cries reverberated in space. There were numerous casualties in Morning Dao Sec's army during that instant. There was also a long arc charging towards Su Ming, and it were a total of 100 plane-destroying lightnings. As they descended, they spread out above his and landed in the area around him with loud rumbles. Some of them went for Su Ming, but he remained composed. At the instant the plane-destroying lightnings charged towards him, he raised his right hand and swung his arm. Immediately, he seized those bolts, and with a squeeze, the seed of life extermination in his soul dissipated them. Completely useless. The blood used to create these bolts of lightning is incredibly mixed. Su Ming shook his head. When he loosened his grip, a few drops of faint, golden blood appeared on his palm. However, their light was very dull, and they were all flung off of Su Ming's palm. There was not even a single bit of value in absorbing them. When the eyeballs sent the long arcs outwards, loud whistles came from Morning Dao Sec's army. 10 figures rose into the air, and the instant they flew out, 10 sons of Solar Culpa realm appeared behind them. All of them shone with different light. The 10 people were all powerful warriors in Solar Culpa realm, and as they charged towards the eyeballs. At the same time, hundreds of people flew out behind them, and hundreds of moons manifested behind them. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He could not sense any laws in the land changing. It was as if what the black-robed person was doing surpassed even the laws. In fact, it could be said that his art was beyond Arid Triad expanse cosmos. This was a divine ability that did not belong to this place, but to places beyond it. This was why this art did not stir up any of the laws in Arid Triad expanse cosmos. The black-robed person was guiding another universe's power without stirring up the laws here, so the cultivators from Arid Triad expanse cosmos could not notice it. Bang! The instant that circle appeared, the tremors in the galaxy became even stronger. If anyone compared it to a huge land at that moment, then the tremors would have been akin to what an earth dragon tumbling about would be like. The ground would be rising and falling without stop. When the circle appeared, it was as if the place had been separated from the galaxy around it. If anyone looked from a higher spot, they would be able to see clearly that the battlefield had begun to resemble a huge well, and the galaxy around it was the land that served as a background for it. By then, the black-robed person had already closed in on the eyeballs. A cold harumph came from Morning Dao Sec's army, and a long arc that could not be seen with the naked eye charged towards the black-robed person. It was an old almighty. That old man had graying hair, and there were no laws of fate about him. He was an almighty in Mastery Realm. He was so quick that he instantly closed in on the black-robed person, but during that instant, the black-robed person waved his arms. He connected his fingers before himself to form a circle. Without even looking at the old almighty, he let out a low shout that echoed through the entire battlefield. There was a strange rhythm to his voice. The well is the origin of the galaxy, and the moon is the edge of all lives. With the well as the world, I will gather the mark of the moon. As if they were images reflected in the well, I will retrieve all thine souls, and 'tis shalt be. Moon gathering from the well. As his words echoed in the air, the black-robed person swung his arms. A loud boom shot up, and an invisible ripple spread out from the black-robed person's swinging arms. At the same instant, the Almighty in Mastery Realm from Morning Dao Sect roared at the heavens. When he lifted his right hand, he pushed swiftly forward. The galaxy trembled. A gigantic hand that was about 100,000 feet big and still growing appeared in the galaxy to push against the incoming ripples and the black-robed person. A barbaric power. You did not even understand the essence of Nirvana Realm 1. What is then the point in only possessing the form? The black-robed person shook his head. Even though his expression could not be seen, but based on the words echoing in the galaxy, everyone could hear the contempt in his voice. When the huge palm from the Almighty in Mastery Realm from Morning Dao Sect collided with the ripples, it dissipated with a bang. The ripples continued spreading out like nothing had happened. The hand disappeared like how snow would melt when it ran into boiling water. This was dissipation, not collapse. If the palm had collapsed, it would have broken into pieces in a disorderly manner and tumbled backwards, while dissipation was breaking it down until it was reduced to particles. With a loud bang that reverberated in space, the 100,000 feet big palm dissipated. While the old man's in Mastery Realm expression filled with disbelief, his body jolted, and the mark of a moon appeared clearly at the center of his brows. At the same time, all the cultivators from Morning Dao sect found the mark of the moon appearing at the center of their brows. A ripple from their souls spread out right away. In fact, even the powerful warriors from lunar and solar Kulpa realms fighting against the eyeballs could not escape from being marked. It made it seem like all of them were being branded by destiny. The moment all of them had the mark of the moon at the center of their brows, the black-robed person raised his right hand. It looked like the circle in the galaxy was truly a well in his eyes, and all the cultivators from Morning Dao sect who had the mark of the moon at the center of their brows were the reflections of the moon in the well's water. He lifted his hand and gently scooped up a handful of water as if he was gathering the moon from the well. All the cultivators from Morning Dao sect shuddered at the same time. Their eyes bulged out. Immediately, blood capillaries filled their eyes. Their bodies trembled, and their souls were forced out of their bodies through the mark of the moon at the center of their brows. It was as if the black-robed person did not scoop up the moon, but all the souls of the cultivators from Morning Dao sect. Su Ming stared at this scene. He might have heard of the might of the black-robed person from the Immortals Union, but no matter what, Progenitor Taishan had severely wounded a black-robed person while he fought against him. Because of that, while the black-robed person was a powerful existence in Su Ming's heart, he still had limits to his strength. Yet now, he discovered that this was definitely not the case. The divine ability released by the black-robed person was not just unprecedented, but something impossible. It could even brand an almighty in Mastery Realm. The power of his divine ability was definitely not something Progenitor Taishan could fight against. Unless they were not the same people or there was differences in terms of strength between the black-robed people, it would be impossible for Progenitor Taishan to injure him badly. After all, Progenitor Taishan was only half a step into Fate Realm. The divine ability the black-robed person executed surpassed Su Ming's imagination. He had never even considered that divine abilities could be executed this way. The man was neither using laws, but neither was he creating them. Instead, he used another form of power that was hidden in the universe and had perhaps not been discovered by the people of the four great true worlds over the course of countless years. As Su Ming's heart trembled, everything in the battlefield suddenly came to a halt. This was not an ordinary pause, since the galaxy around him, the entire universe, and even the black-robed person's divine ability had stopped in an instant. In fact, Su Ming's body had also lost all mobility. At the same time, an ancient voice echoed in his head. This is a battle that occurred 937 years ago in an area northwest of true Morning Dao world. During it, the Immortals Union sent forth the black-robed man along with the giant spirit that have come from other worlds. That black-robed man regards himself as one of the 5 fingers, too, working under the Greatmaster. The giant spirit calls himself the Ancient God. This battle ended when it reached this part. All the powerful warriors, even those from the sect Elder Chamber and the War Chamber, along with all the disciples from Morning Dao sect in this land, lost their lives because of moon gathering from the well. Honorable Dynast, your trial begins now. The black-robed man before you and that ancient god have died, and their corpses have been brought to Dao Ocean and have fused with me. Their memories are in my control. You are free to do as you please. Survive their divine abilities. Change the tide of battle, kill the black-robed man, or kill the ancient god. If you complete any of these, you will complete your trial. If you accomplish all 4 of them, you will obtain the right to train in any battlefield you wish in Dao Ocean. Those who have obtained this right from over 10,000 years ago are no longer considered to retain this right, and no one has obtained this right within the last 10,000 years. Who are you? Su Ming immediately sent his divine thought forward. I am the predecessor of Dao Ocean. I was born before the 4 great true worlds, and am one of the 3 heathens and 4 predecessors. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Nirvana Realm. Think this might be related to Nirvana Shattering Realm in RI Chapter 440, but there was one character missing in mine here. Also, Essence is another term shared in between universes. 2. 5 fingers. From what I can tell here in the future chapters, 5 fingers is actually a ranking system. The more fingers a great master has under him, the stronger he is. Chapter 1090, Battle Against the Black-Robed Person. The instant the ancient voice finished speaking, the world before Su Ming's eyes recovered. Booming sounds continued reverberating in space, and the black-robed man was still fishing the moon from the well. A deadly force of destruction descended on the galaxy. The souls and bodies of all cultivators from Morning Dao sect in the area were destroyed by the art. When Su Ming saw that there was no way for him to change this results, his eyes shone, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the encircled area. He was incredibly distinct among all the cultivators from Morning Dao sect who could not move and whose souls were mostly forced out of their bodies while they shuddered. He was instantly noticed by the cultivators from the Immortals Union, yet they only saw an afterimage. When Su Ming used most of his power, he was so quick that he instantly rushed into the area above the galaxy, beyond where the eyeballs were, but right where the black-robed man stood. The black-robed man's eyes shrank slightly under the hood. Clearly, he did not expect that there would actually be someone who would be unaffected by his divine ability. The aura spreading out from Su Ming's body also made him feel as if he was facing off his mortal enemy. This might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it had ended very quickly. The instant Su Ming rushed out, he seized space with his right hand, and the life inequity spear appeared there. Once he held it in his hand, he threw it at the black-robed man. The life inequity spear turned into a long arc, and at a speed faster than Su Ming's, it shot through space toward the black-robed person. That man did not move a single step backwards, but he did stop his act of fishing the moon with his right hand and lifted his left hand to point at the incoming life inequity spear. Stop! He only uttered one word, but the life inequity spear immediately stopped 10 feet away from him, as if an invisible hand had seized it. The spears was unable to move even a single inch. This scene caused Su Ming's heart to tremble again. However, not only did he not slow down, he became even faster. With a bang, he closed in on the black-robed man and lifted his right hand to throw a swift punch forward. Immediately, the galaxy around Su Ming distorted, and the laws changed to form the image of a huge fist to hit the black-robed person. Another barbaric power. When the black-robed person spoke, he raised his left hand and casually swung it at Su Ming. The image of the fist immediately dissipated in the same manner as the fist of the old man in Mastery Realm. However, Su Ming's combat abilities was definitely not something to which that old man in Mastery Realm could compare. Even though his fist had dissipated, he instantaneously rushed out of the illusory image and punched the space before the black-robed man. It was at this moment that the black-robed man's pupils shrank. He quickly raised his left hand and pointed forward. His finger and Su Ming's fist landed in space at the same time, though they were several dozens of feet away from each other. Loud, booming sounds rose into the air. Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood and tumbled backwards. He felt as if his fist had landed on an invisible barrier. The black-robed man also shuddered and took a few staggering steps backwards. His art in the right hand, which still remained in the motion of fishing the moon from the well, was cancelled against his will, and he too coughed up a mouthful of blood. The celestial origin of tremors. There was disbelief in the black-robed man's voice. Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. He rushed forward again, then raised his right hand to point at the galaxy. Rockslide. The instant Su Ming pointed forward with his right index finger, the galaxy distorted, and huge meteors appeared. They charged downwards with loud, booming sounds, and each of them brought with them a mighty wave of impact that contained Su Ming's power. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of meteors descended simultaneously in the galaxy. Loud bangs traveled in all directions. The black-robed man retreated, then raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. Stop! The meteors immediately froze, not moving anymore. The black-robed man swiftly formed a seal with his hands before clasping all 10 of his fingers together and bringing them in a downward slash before himself. Immediately, a huge dimensional crack appeared, and like a gaping mouth in the galaxy, it charged towards Su Ming to devour him. Su Ming did not move back, but advanced. When he neared the gaping mouth, black light swept outwards from his body. The entire battlefield instantly turned black before recovering the next instant. The gaping mouth in space had frozen, and the black-robed man shuddered before he coughed up blood again. He retreated swiftly while roaring with disbelief. Sir Kong Mo's 5-colored divine lights, YYU. The retreating black-robed man could no longer maintain the art of fishing the moon from the well. As he retreated, the entire galaxy trembled. The marks of the moon on the cultivators from Morning Dao sect in the area underneath immediately faded away. Their expressions showed that they had regained consciousness, but what awaited them was a crazed slaughter brought by those taking advantage of the situation under swirling blood-red banners from the Immortals Union. The number of casualties was devastating. The disciples from Morning Dao sect who were still recovering could not even put up a fight. For a time, there were many of deaths on their side. The foul stench of blood filled all corners of the galaxy. But soon, as they slowly regained their senses, the battlefield immediately became a real fight once more. When the black-robed man moved back, the hood covering his face fell off and revealed an ancient face. His sunken eyes were filled with disbelief. Upon fixing his stare on Su Ming, he raised his right hand and seized the space in front of him. "You will serve as a well." Two light spots appeared around Su Ming and encircled him as if a well had been formed. "Your soul will serve as the moon." The mark of the moon appeared at the center of Su Ming's brows. It was incredibly deep, as if it had been branded on his soul. "With your body and your soul, I will now gather the moon from the well," the black-robed man roared. He seized space with his right hand. He had focused a divine ability which could spread through the entire battlefield on Su Ming alone. A loud bang rang in space, and Su Ming felt his whole body shudder. He had a strong feeling that his soul was being let out from his body by a power he found difficult to resist. At the same time, he also sensed that his connection with true Morning Dao world had been completely severed by the circle formed around him. This was a power he had never come into contact with before, and it was impossible for him to get a grasp of its origin. When he saw that his soul had gathered at the center of his brows amid the tremors of his body and felt that it was about to be extracted from the mark of the moon, a glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that everything he did could be seen by the 10 million cultivators in the world outside. After all, it was just a trial. As his eyes shone, the light of extreme darkness rushed out from his body. At the instant the world became dark, a freezing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He might not be able to touch the power of the black-robed man, and neither did he have a way to fight against it. But there was naturally a celestial origin in his soul, which could fight back. Life extermination. The instant Su Ming sent this divine thought forward, the seed of life extermination in his soul immediately erupted with a bang. That eruption was reflected on Su Ming in the form of countless branches crawling out of his body. As they spread outwards, they seemed to collide with the power the black-robed man had used in an unseen manner. A loud bang rang out, and Su Ming felt a sharp stab of pain in his head. It seemed as if there was a trail of information crawling into his head, but there were only two words there: celestial origin. The instant the two words echoed in his head and booming sounds surged into the sky, the power of fishing the moon from the well around Su Ming's body collapsed. The circle around him shattered layer by layer. This scene entered the eyes of the huge giant in the distance. A hint of surprise suddenly shone in them, but there was a cold sneer on his lips, and he did not show any intention of thinking to help the black-robed man. It was a telling sign that even though they came from the same place, they were not on good terms with each other. The moment Su Ming walked out from the circle, the black-robed man coughed up blood, and shock appeared on his face. As he retreated, a fierce glare shone in his eyes, and he raised his right hand to point at Su Ming. "Immobilization art," the black-robed man roared. This was different from how he previously frozen the life inequity spear and how he kept the meteors in place. This time, he had chanted the name of the art on Su Ming. Clearly, by doing so, the might of the art would be even greater. Su Ming was charging forward, but the next instant he felt as if the space around him had turned into mud. His body jolted, and he was immobilized. In fact, even his power started showing signs of being frozen. This was not the first time Su Ming saw the black-robed man execute this art, but only when he truly experienced it personally did he understand its might and wonder. Almost the instant Su Ming was immobilized, the black-robed man laughed ferociously and struck his own forehead with his right hand. "Water is the origin of all lives. What I have come to understand is the celestial origin of water, and now, with water, I will kill you," he roared. The black-robed man then rushed towards Su Ming, and his body and the space around him instantly turned into a tidal wave. A circular area of several hundreds of thousands of feet around him turned into a vast ocean. It roared and rushed at Su Ming with the old man's ferocious face on the tidal wave. Su Ming's heart trembled. No matter how hard he struggled, it was difficult for him to regain mobility. When he saw that the ocean formed by the old man was charging towards him, and that this divine ability was another one of those arts he had never seen before, a great sense of danger rose in him. A fierce look flashed through Su Ming's eyes. Resentful Wei, awaken. Fight for me. Boom. A huge crack tore the space around Su Ming. A heinous wave of resentful flames spread out. And Resentful Wei, the black horse which had fallen into deep slumber in Su Ming's storage bag after witnessing Su Ming blocking a destructive blow for it to fulfill his promise, rushed out by stepping on a sea of fire. Its two dragon heads roared, and it charged straight towards the ocean, sweeping towards Su Ming. This was a fight between fire and water, the black-robed man and the Resentful Wei. Chapter 1091. The Ancient God appeared. Essence was a power that only the cultivators who were not from Arid Triad Expanse cosmos knew. It was another level of power that was completely different from laws. Su Ming did not understand it. In fact, he had never come into contact with it before this. However, essence which turned into an ocean when it was executed by the black-robed man caused Su Ming to have a strong sense of danger. At the same time, he also felt that the ocean was incredibly real, as if this was not a divine ability, but truly an ocean. With the immobilization art freezing his body, even his cultivation base had frozen over. While he was fighting against the strange black-robed man, Su Ming felt as if everything served as a hindrance to him. Even though the black-robed man's shock towards Su Ming had far surpassed Su Ming's shock towards him, Su Ming still thought he was difficult to deal with. However, this was not the first time in his life that he had ran into something like that. He'd had a similar feeling when he was still in the land of berserkers and fought against the shamans. At that time, the shamans' divine abilities were things he had never seen before. When he fought against them, their divine abilities appeared one after another, and they had numerous changes, serving as a huge headache for berserkers. Even if Su Ming's level of cultivation had been slightly higher than theirs, if he was the least bit careless, he would have also been badly injured. At that moment, when Su Ming came face to face with the incoming ocean formed by the black-robed man, the first thing that came to his mind was the Resentful Wei. That thought turned into a divine thought, and the moment the Resentful Wei appeared, flames roared and swept through the entire area. With its black body and two ferocious dragon heads, the Resentful Wei rushed out of the sea of fire and charged into the vast ocean in front of him with a low growl. However, the Resentful Wei was only in Mastery Realm. It could perhaps only put up a bit of a fight against the ocean formed by essence from the black-robed man, but its divine ability was that of fire, and it was born to oppose essence of water. More importantly, the Resentful Wei was not just purely a creature in Mastery Realm. It was the manifestation of the endless grudges gathered together when all the cultivators in Ancient Wei perished. In the era where Ancient Wei had long disappeared, the Resentful Wei could be treated as the only living being signifying Ancient Wei's existence. Boom. Fire and water collided. The sea of fire fought against the vast ocean, which resulted in a loud, booming sound that shook the entire galaxy. When it reverberated in space, countless distortions appeared in the sea of fire from the Resentful Wei. The figures might be vague and their faces could not be seen clearly, but the thick waves of resentment spreading out from their bodies caused the color of the sea of fire to instantly turn dark green, just like that of a will-o'-the-wisp. As fire and water came into contact with each other, countless distorted figures filled with resentment gathered around the Resentful Wei with shrill cries. When T charged forward, they fused with it to turn into a gigantic figure. That figure looked as if it had grown on the Resentful Wei's body and was one with it. The figure brandished a gigantic scythe, and with an extreme speed, it pounced on the black-robed man's face formed by the ocean. Boom. The moment the scythe in the hands of the huge figure on the Resentful Wei's body crashed against the face in the seawater, the scythe turned into an arc that brought certain death. In the mid of loud bangs, the boundless ocean was cut into two and fell to the sides. As for the face in the seawater formed by the black-robed man, the center of its brows was also cut in half by that one slash, falling into two parts with the seawater. What is this power? As the seawater fell backwards, the vast ocean vanished without a trace. The black-robed man showed up again. When he coughed up a mouthful of blood, a mark of blood appeared at the center of his brows. He swiftly retreated with disbelief shining in his eyes. Cutting through celestial origin, only cultivators in the late stage of Void Realm 1 are capable of that. This is... The black-robed man's face instantly turned pale. As far as he could tell, the black horse with the two dragon heads had definitely not reached the level of cultivation where it could cut through celestial origin. Yet the scene just then was not an illusion. He personally felt the shock of having his celestial origin cut. I can sense the presence of Wei from Arid Triad. At that moment, the ancient voice from before spoke once more into Su Ming's heart. However, he did not listen to him closely. At the instant the black-robed man retreated, Su Ming regained mobility, the power which had immobilized him having vanished. Killing intent shone in his eyes. Even if it was a trial, Su Ming knew that there would come a day when he would eventually run into the real black-robed man in the true world. He could fail during the trial, but if he failed in reality, he would end up dead. Immobilization art, celestial origin of water, what skills? I might not understand these arts, but the killing intent in Su Ming's eyes grew greater. He moved, and the Aries on his sides immediately shone, making it hard for others to tell where he was. Afterimages also appeared around him. They would give the black-robed man a headache if he wanted to cast that immobilization art on him again. Su Ming lifted his right hand as he charged forward. When he pointed at the sky, the galaxy behind him distorted. A gigantic moon of 3 colors appeared there. Su Ming formed a seal with his hands, then formed the shape of a mountain before him and pushed it at the galaxy. Mountain Shifter. Su Ming might have also executed the Mountain Shifter art when he was in Morning Dao Sect striking lands, but at that time, he did not put every ounce of his strength into it. Right then, he executed the 3 mountains illuminating the moon to give a further impetus to the Mountain Shifter art. The moment Su Ming's voice reverberated in space, the galaxy roared. Mountains appeared with a bang, and they were all the mountains Su Ming had ever seen in his life. There were those from the land of Berserkers, from the barren lands of Divine Essence, from Divine Essence Star Ocean, and also from Morning Dao Sect. Countless mountains appeared at that instant, and all of them immediately gathered together to form a gigantic mountain that seemed to go up straight into the void itself. The instant the mountain formed, the pupils of the 1,000,000 feet tall giant in the distance shrank. When the black-robed man saw the huge mountain, he stunned to his feet. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around, and with the fastest speed he could muster, he fled while stirring up loud whistles in the process. Damn it, Mountain Shifter art. This is the Mountain Shifter art. There's someone in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos who managed to learn the Mountain Shifter art. Luo Han. Only you ancient gods can withstand Mountain Shifter Expanse Cosmos Mountain Shifter art with brute force. If you just watch me die under this art. The galaxy collapsed. The heavens shattered. Laws crumbled. The black-robed man's body broke down as well. No matter how fast he fled, he could not escape, because Su Ming's Mountain Shifter art contained the power of absolute accuracy contained in the Godslayer art he had just come to understand. The black-robed man let out a shrill scream of pain amid the bangs. His body was torn to shreds, but his nascent divinity had jumped out before it was ripped apart. As he screamed, he rushed forward, but he still did not manage to escape from the Mountain Shifter art ramming into him a second time. Boom. When the gigantic mountain fell on him again, his screams went quiet, and the black-robed man's body and soul were destroyed. Su Ming's face was pale. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. The battle might have seemed simple, but Su Ming had practically used up every ounce of his strength. The entire process had been incredibly perilous. It was especially so during the final moment. If the 1,000,000 feet tall giant in the distance had chosen to interfere and attack, Su Ming would have definitely not been able to kill the black-robed man so easily. Yet the giant had only put on a solemn expression and did not show any intention to provide any aid. This was the main reason behind why the black-robed man had died. I've long since grown tired of that old man from the celestial realm, too. But since we came from the same place and you killed him, I will kill you. I'll just have you die with him. Buzzing sounds came from the giant's mouth like thunderous roars. The 7 planets at the center of his brows started spinning rapidly. At the same time, the light from stars spread out, and a mighty pressure caused Su Ming's whole body to sink down. Bang! The 1,000,000 feet tall giant took a step forward in the galaxy. The instant his foot landed, a layer of ripples spread out through the area. When the mighty pressure descended, the cultivators from both sides immediately shuddered, and all of them fell back as if they were swept aside by an invisible hand. The powerful warriors in Lunar Kulpa Realm and Solar Kulpa Realm from Morning Dao Realm retreated among the ripples. The instant everyone was swept aside, The giant raised his right hand and swept it through the area at his feet. He was so quick that even though he was huge, he still gave off an impression that even if people could see his moves, they could not avoid them. When he swept his hand outwards, he grabbed a cultivator from Morning Dao sect, and then, right in front of all the cultivators, he threw the captured one straight into his mouth. Crunching sounds followed after that. After some chewing and swallowing, he finished eating cultivator in his mouth. Barbarians like you taste quite good, but none of you have any understanding towards celestial origin, which makes your taste bland. But you'll be different, boy. I want to know how you'll taste like. The giant grinned. Chapter 1092, The Power of Strength. Su Ming's pupils shrank swiftly. The giant's body was 1,000,000 feet tall, and he declared himself a god from another world. He was known by Dao Ocean, one of the 3 heathens and 4 predecessors, as an ancient god, and just from its body alone, it could be seen that this strange living creature possessed a great strength that Su Ming could not imagine. Even if it was just his physical strength alone, it would be strong enough to shake the entire universe. The mighty pressure spreading out from his body that formed the presence of his cultivation base gave him the feeling that he was in Mastery Realm. However, when he identified it in detail, he found that the 2 auras consisted of completely different elements. It seemed like he was in Mastery Realm, but was not at the same time. In fact, while this gigantic ancient god might still be unable to compare to the complete Akang, the size of his body was enough to cause hearts to tremble. The incoming punch charged forth like a meteor, stirring up loud roars in its wake. They seemed to be even louder than the cracks of thunder and could shatter the universe and crumble the galaxy. It seemed as if everything in existence would collapse under the punch and that it would be difficult for anyone to put any fight against it. Powerful fighting spirit shone in Su Ming's eyes. His physical body was powerful, and it had also reached an incredibly terrifying state. In fact, as long as he could snatch his real body back from the Immortals' Union and step into Mastery Realm, then with the 3 mountains illuminating the moon, he could instantly step into Life Realm and become an almighty. Besides, not only did his body contain the seed of life extermination, he had also become the completed Akang. Because of it, when he fused with his clones, even the full-powered strike from an almighty in Mastery Realm could not cause too much harm to him. If he ran into those who were in Fate Realm, then while Su Ming had not yet mastered the laws of fate, he had the execution of the 3 evils. The fight might be difficult to navigate, but he could still fight toe-to-toe against such people. Only those in Life Realm would pose as a threat to Su Ming, but if he summoned the 5th kiln, then so what if his opponents were in Life Realm? All of this were the basis for Su Ming's confidence. It was the reason behind why he voluntarily stepped into Morning Dao sect after he returned from true Morning Dao world. Right then, in the face of the ancient god's punch, fighting spirit appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand, and when he clenched his fist, he turned into a long arc that charged towards the incoming strike from the ancient god. He wanted to see just how strong was the power of the punch that belonged to an ancient god with 7 stars at the center of his brows. Everything around him was fake, an imitation, which was why Su Ming had the chance to test himself. If he was in the world outside, failure would mean death, but when he was here, Su Ming had nothing to lose. The crash between the shine of a brilliant moon and a firefly's light, the collision between a tall mountain and shattered stone, the roar of an ocean and a trickling stream. This was how this shocking scene seemed to the cultivators who had already died in the real world and the 10 million cultivators in the world outside spectating the battle. The breathing of the 10 million cultivators in the first plane of Morning Dao sect quickened at that moment. It was completely silent in the area. All their gazes were fixed on the picture in the gigantic vortex. There was no longer anyone staring at what the other Dynasts were doing. Even the members of the sect who were good friends with them had unknowingly cast their gazes on Su Ming's battlefield. It did not matter whether it was Bei Bang, the tanned old man behind him, or the other 2 sect masters. At that moment, all of them had cast their gazes on Su Ming's vortex. They watched the battle, watched Su Ming kill the black-robed man, and as he closed in on the giant's incoming punch. Even that tanned old man had a grim expression on his face at that moment. He had already forced down the hatred in his heart. No matter how much he disliked Su Ming and how much he wanted to kill him, he was still a sect master of Morning Dao sect. Even if Su Ming's current enemy was fake, he still belonged to the Immortals' Union. In fact, due to his status, the tanned old man even knew some things that the other cultivators did not. He knew that the giant was known as the ancient god. He also knew that he did not come from true Morning Dao sect. Instead, he was an invader from another world, a place that was incredibly far away from them. And Su Ming was currently fighting against that invader. This scene caused the tanned old man to force down his hatred towards Su Ming. No matter how much he hated Su Ming, they were both from Morning Dao sect, and they were both people living in true Morning Dao world. He also knew that they had sent out 13 sect masters to kill the ancient god with 7 stars at the center of his brows during a battle in the past. 2 of the 13 had died, and 7 were severely wounded, still in deep slumber. They had paid this sort of price to kill that ancient god. They had paid a still steep, but slightly smaller price for the black-robed man. The war chamber had sent 5 war generals, and with the death of 3 of them, they had managed to kill him. While all the cultivators in Morning Dao sect were fixed on the battle, Su Ming turned into a long arc in the vortex and collided with the ancient god's fist. Loud booming sounds shook the universe and reverberated through the galaxy. They traveled out of the vortex and shook the hearts of all the cultivators watching in Morning Dao sect at that moment. Su Ming had a feeling as if he had crashed into a mountain. His fist trembled, then shattered along with his arm. When the great force crashed into him, even his whole body had been crushed as the bangs rose into the air. At the same time, the ancient god with the 7 stars at the center of his brows also let out a muffled groan. With a jolt, his huge fist was bounced back. Cracks signaling that his hand was shattering appeared on his fist with loud cracking sounds. As they spread out, they went through his whole arm as well. The ancient god staggered several steps back and coughed up a mouthful of blood before swiftly lifting his head. A hint of shock appeared on his face. What great strength, but this power is still one of the barbarians. The ancient god with the 7 stars at the center of his brows had only finished half of his sentence before he suddenly trembled. He coughed up blood again, and the cracks that were originally no longer spreading on his right arm let out a loud bang, as if a new force had exploded within it. His huge right arm crumbled into pieces. The essence of tremors. You managed to understand this sort of essence with a barbarian's body. It's a pity that you were born in the wrong place. If you were in my homeland, you would have been a prodigy. It's also a pity that you have only gained superficial knowledge regarding the essence of tremors and can only execute 1 tremor. If you understood the ultimate power of 9 tremors, then I would not have been your opponent when you delivered that punch. The ancient god's words held a hint of pity, but there was an aloof look in his eyes. He took a swift step forward, then raised his left hand and went to seize Su Ming's mangled body. He was clearly intending to fulfill his words from before, to eat Su Ming and see how he tasted. Su Ming sighed in his heart. At that moment, he was in an illusory state. When his body shattered, his soul, which had entered the body for the trial, had already left. At that moment, he floated in the galaxy and watched the ancient god's right arm disappear while the giant moved towards the spot where his torn body lay. Su Ming was also quite shocked. He had finally come to understand the strength of the ancient god with 7 stars at the center of his brows. Su Ming was not his opponent. But Su Ming was confident that if his physical body had been there, he would not have died from a single punch. He would still have the strength to stand. Su Ming was also confident that if he could seize back his real physical body, the ancient god would not have lost just 1 arm. However, all of this was just speculation. What concerned the battle, he had survived under the moon gathering from the well and killed the black-robed man. He could complete the trial by finished 1 of the 4 requests, and he had completed 2. As he sighed, Su Ming waited to be returned from the illusory battlefield. At that instant, everything before Su Ming's eyes came to a complete halt, just like before, as if the world had been frozen in place. The ancient voice seemed to hesitate for a moment before it slowly resounded in space. Your soul is very strange. Su Ming's eyes shrank in a barely noticeable manner. He did not speak. There are plenty of inadequacies in the divine ability and power you used to shatter the ancient god's right arm just now. 7/10 of your power spread out when you delivered that punch, and it did not gather together. In truth, the difference between you and the ancient god is not great. He should not have been able to shatter your body with 1 punch, even if you only had your soul here. When the ancient voice reverberated in the air, Su Ming did not say a word, just stood in silence. Similarly, you've trained your God Slayer art in the wrong manner. It contains the power of slashing, hitting, and tremors, but you have only gained a superficial knowledge of it, and there are plenty of things missing. If you could have had all your power gather in 1 spot so that it wouldn't spread out, You could have fought toe-to-toe against the ancient god. If you gained an even deeper understanding of the power of tremors, then you could have killed that ancient god. Your soul is very strange. It has a presence with which I am familiar, but I can't remember to whom it belonged. This is a memory from a long, long time ago. There was a hint of sentimentality in the ancient voice as it reverberated in space before slowly falling into silence. Some time passed before the ancient voice suddenly spoke once more. Do you want to try again? Su Ming's eyes swiftly focused. A brilliant shine flashed through them. May I? As long as you wish. Then I want to. When Su Ming's words tumbled out of his mouth, everything in the area instantly started going in reverse. Time looked as if it was flowing back at that moment, and in an instant, when everything returned to normal, Su Ming discovered to his shock that he was back in the battlefield, and the huge fist from the ancient god with the 7 stars came charging towards him like a meteor in the universe. Everything had returned to the moment before Su Ming attacked. Light shone brilliantly in his eyes, and the moon of those in lunar Kulpa realm manifested behind him. He raised his right hand, clenched it, and moved, turning into a long arc that charged towards the ancient god's incoming fist. This time, when he rushed forward, the ancient voice spoke in his mind. Focus your mind on your soul, then focus your soul on your arm. Forget about everything else and turn your mind, soul, and body into your fist. When your mind becomes your sole focus, you can focus it on your soul, and when you can merge your mind and soul together, you can forget about your body. Chapter 1093. Who created the ancient god? With the sentimental voice only it could muster, the ancient voice mumbled softly. Sometimes, you need to forget what you've learned so that you can become even more focused. The ancient voice's words were all gems. Each word and each phrase caused Su Ming's heart and mind to roar when he heard them. He felt like he'd come to understand something vaguely, but when he mulled over it, he could not get a grasp on it. As he charged forward, he closed his eyes. He focused all of his mind so that it would not spread out, and while listening to the ancient voice's words, he gradually and intentionally forgot everything. He forgot about how he had turned into a long arc and was charging towards the ancient god's incoming fist. All of this might seem simple, but in truth, doing it was incredibly hard. In just the span of a few breaths, a shocking rumble reverberated in the universe. Su Ming's body jolted. When he opened his eyes, he saw his body shattering, his soul leaving, and the ancient god with the 7 stars in the center of his brows being forced back, while his right arm shattered along with a small part of his body. Your heart is not calm. You didn't forget everything. Your mind has not fused with your soul. Do you want to try again? As the area came to a halt, the ancient voice echoed in space once more. Yes. Resolve appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The instant he opened his mouth, time flowed back once more, and he returned to the moment of the strike. Su Ming moved, turning into a long arc again. As he charged forward, he closed his eyes and forgot everything except his fist. It was the only thing in his mind. Boom. A loud bang rang through the space. Su Ming's body had shattered completely once more, but the ancient god with 7 stars lost his right arm, as well as half of his body. Numerous cracks spread through his body, and when he was forced back, he turned into a bloody mess before shattering. However, due to his great power and vitality, the ancient god did not die even though he suffered such grievous wounds. Instead, when he moved back, disbelief appeared on his face. It's still not enough. Perhaps you are not suited to do all this. You cannot learn to forget. The ancient voice sighed softly. When it reverberated in the air, Su Ming stayed silent for a moment. One more time. It will be the last. If you can shatter the ancient god with one punch, then I will continue helping you adjust the rebound. If you cannot, then you will be sent out of Tao Ocean. With the words of the ancient voice, the world before Su Ming's eyes flowed back and returned to moments earlier. This time, Su Ming did not turn into a long arc to charge forward. At the instant the huge fist of the ancient god with 7 stars came forward, he sat down cross-legged. When he raised his right hand, the galaxy in front of him distorted, as if a canvas had been formed. With his mind as ink and his soul as brush, he forgot everything and merged the two together in the canvas in front of him. He forgot himself. He did not close his eyes, but everything in the world before him had already disappeared. This was a state he had reached in the past. It was the art of picture creation which helped him clear his heart. The method taught to him by Tao Ocean was one that Su Ming was unable to learn well, but if it was just about forgetting himself, he could achieve it using another method. He would clear his mind, then focus it on his soul to fuse them together, thereby forgetting everything about himself. This was what was meant by focusing. This sort of focus could allow him to gather all the power in his body into one single spot to prevent it from spreading outwards when it erupted. It was similar to painting. If he did not focus and clear his heart of other thoughts, he could not draw. At that moment, Su Ming did not see the ancient god's incoming punch and did not hear the light gasp of surprise from the ancient voice. He forgot everything by immersing himself in the canvas. The instant the ancient god's fist came crashing on him, he raised his right hand with all his willpower and drew one line in space with his index finger. That one stroke was like a hook, an arc. It crashed against the incoming ancient god's fist in space. Booming sounds echoed through the entire galaxy. Su Ming's fingertip shattered. His hand, arm, body, and the canvas all crumbled at that moment. However, the ancient god with 7 stars did not move back. Instead, during that moment, his huge fist turned into ashes along with his arm and whole body. Only his head remained to fall back. He might not have died, but the shock which appeared on his face showed how shaken his soul was. He could not imagine how the person who had struggled greatly when fighting against the black-robed man could make his huge body crumble with just one light swing. The price for it might have been instant death, but to him, this was still unbelievable. This is quite a good method. It helped you to gather 8/10 of your power. All living beings in the universe except for those in Death Realm are unable to have absolutely none of their power spill out, but gather in one spot. You have already exceeded my expectations by being able to gather 8/10 of your power. Next, I will tell you how to gain an epiphany in regards to the power of tremors. Based on what I have learned from the body of the ancient god before you, the power of tremors is a form of resistance as well as dissolution. It is just like how you would stir up ripples when you throw a stone into a puddle. If you gathered all of your power together, you would not be able to see ripples. However, there would still be deterrent forces. Focusing your power so that it will not spill out is turning your power into a sharp force. Rebound is the third form of power formed the instant the power you send out crashes against this deterrent force. This is a form of power utilization, and it's not that complicated. They say it is essence, but that is just the cultivators from the other worlds not understanding what they do and giving it a mysterious name. Based on my memories, this utilization of power is common knowledge. As the ancient voice resounded in space, the area around Su Ming reversed and returned to the moment before. The ancient god's fist came charging towards him once more. This time, do not choose to forget everything. Instead, treat yourself as a mountain and regard him as a mortal with slightly greater physical strength. Think of him as a mortal using his strength to push a mountain, and the amount of force he uses will be rebounded back to him in the exact same amount. This is what the outsiders call the essence of tremors. The difficulty in it lies in you having to deliver multiple rebounds, but 9 is not the limit. They say that 9 is the limit because these cultivators from the other worlds do not understand it. In truth, there is a fourth form of utilization of power. It is called borrowing power to strike back. 1. Su Ming grew more confused with every word spoken by the ancient voice. He felt that what the voice said was logical, but at the same time that he could not wrap his head around it. The ancient voice sighed softly. Oh well, observe carefully. After the last words, Su Ming's body shuddered. He could sense a will descending on it and seizing control over it while turning him into an observer. He could no longer control the body, but he could see everything even more clearly. Soon after, Su Ming saw the will which descended on the body take a step forward while controlling it, charging straight towards the ancient god's fist coming at them. He instantly closed in, and at the instant he came into contact with the fist, the body stopped and turned his back towards the ancient god. He raised his right hand and struck his chest fiercely. A person's back is the thickest part of the body. It is also the spot which can suffer the greatest impact. Due to its thickness, the rebound will be even more distinct. Observe well, the voice said in Su Ming's head. The instant the ancient god's fist rammed against the back, it was as if both parties had delivered a punch with the body acting as the center. Su Ming could clearly see a destructive power charge into the body when the palm struck his chest. At the same moment, the destructive power from the ancient god's fist behind him also rushed into him. The two forces crashed against each other, then tumbled backwards together. This led to the right hand of the body controlled by the will to bounce off the chest. The ancient god behind him shuddered and took a few staggering steps backwards. Once he coughed up blood, His right hand was completely crushed. Yet strangely, the internal structures of the body Su Ming had used did not suffer much damage. It only trembled. Do you understand now? When two forces collide, it does not necessarily mean ruin. There is also a possibility of dissolution and retreat. These are tremors. Causing multiple tremors is also easy. Observe well. When the ancient voice echoed again, Su Ming saw the body controlled by the will turning around to take a swift step forward. The ancient god with 7 stars let out an enraged roar. There was shock on his face as he threw a swift punch with his left hand. However, the instant the punch landed on the body controlled by the will, Su Ming saw it moving backwards, as if he was going along with the flow of the punch coming towards him. Since his speed and the speed of the fist were the same, he did not suffer much damage. Once the force of the ancient god's punch faded, the body moved forward, and as if he was borrowing the power from the punch, he struck the ancient god's fist with his palm. Bang! The ancient god shuddered and was forced back. His left arm shattered, and madness appeared on his face. At the instant he was forced back, he threw his head back and let out a roar that shook the entire galaxy. At the same time, one of the stars on the ancient god's brow shattered, then another. When 4 of them shattered in succession, the destruction stopped. The remaining 3 stars were left incredibly dull. When the roar which paid the price of the 4 stars rang out, the galaxy collapsed, the universe shattered, and countless cultivators beneath them collapsed from the tremors. Even Su Ming's body was sent tumbling backwards and crumbled. Ancient gods, their mysterious existences. I can decipher their power, but it is difficult for me to completely understand their inborn ability on a short notice. But as I continue studying it, why do I find something familiar? It is as if a familiar existence has created the ancient gods. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Borrowing power to strike back. The Tai Chi self-defense principle. You can't seem to hit them, and they seem to never use any sort of strength when they hit back, but it packs a punch and makes you feel out of breath when they hit back. It also hurts when they hit your solar plexus. It hurts like AB asterisk TCH. Chapter 1094. That one look. 1. Perhaps someone created the ancient gods. This is an old memory. I need to think about it carefully. The ancient voice mumbled. As it did, everything in the galaxy came to a halt. The ancient god who had shattered 4 stars remained frozen with his mouth wide open. Most of the cultivators in the area also remained in the position of their bodies in the process of crumbling. Not a single hint of life force could be detected in them. The ancient god's divine ability did not just harm the disciples from Morning Dao sect, but it also affected the cultivators of the Immortals Union. It was a divine ability that did not differentiate between friend and foe. Once it was executed, with the ancient god acting as the center, everything around him would turn into flying ashes. They would all shatter and dissipate. The ancient voice sighed softly, and the halted galaxy became muddled and turned into a gigantic vortex. As it spun, not only did it turn the world indistinct, it also sucked Su Ming's soul out from the body and fused him with itself. Su Ming's vision blurred. When he regained consciousness, he was already back in Dao Ocean. The fog around him turned everything indistinct, but there was a vortex in front of him. It was connected to the world outside. When he looked at it, he could see the 10 million cultivators from Morning Dao sect outside. Su Ming stood there quietly, then turned his head around to cast a glance at Dao Ocean behind him. To him, the trial had been extraordinary. He understood how to prevent his power from spreading out, as well as experienced the method to execute rebound and borrow power. All of them had etched themselves deeply into Su Ming's mind, making it difficult for him to forget them even if he wanted. The ancient predecessor of Dao Ocean had offered him advice, as if he was guiding him. It felt like he had been offered a lesson, and Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm to bow deeply towards Dao Ocean. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes when he turned around and took a step forward. He instantly stepped into the vortex, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to the area used for the anointment ceremony in the first plane of Morning Dao sect. Before everyone's eyes, he walked out of the gigantic vortex formed from his name. 10 million gazes gathered on him. Many voices echoed in the air. The 4 dynasts who had chosen to go through the trials with Su Ming had incredibly complicated gazes as they stood by the side. When Su Ming swept his gaze past the crowd, he closed his eyes to remember everything that occurred during the illusory battlefield. He started swiftly deducing how to use that rebound and power. Once he had walked out, the gigantic vortex gradually shrank before it turned back into the name Dao Kong. With a flash, it then disappeared into thin air. Only at that moment did the area erupt into an uproar. The 10 million cultivators in the area had personally seen Su Ming's performance in the battlefield, including the predecessor of Dao Kong, causing the universe to come to a stop multiple times so that Su Ming could fight against the giant with 7 stars again and again. Even though they could not hear the voice of the predecessor of Dao Ocean, the bizarre turning back of time was enough for all who saw to be left in shock. It was especially so when they'd seen Su Ming's final 2 strikes. He had turned around in a bizarre fashion and used his back to withstand the giant's punch, causing the giant's right arm to shatter. Then, when the giant delivered another punch with his left arm, it had also been destroyed in a manner that no one in the crowd could understand. Even though in the end Su Ming's body had shattered as well due to the giant's roar, the shock brought up by the earlier scenes had become the thing everyone discussed. The buzzing of voices lasted for a long time. While standing on the platform, Bei Bang cast Su Ming a profound gaze before slowly lifting his hand and seizing the air. With it, the 10 million cultivators immediately felt their necks ache in pain, and all of them stopped speaking. The area slowly fell silent. 5 dynasts took part in the trials. Dao Kong, Dao Lin, and Dao Hua have succeeded. The other 2 failed, and their rights as dynasts are removed. As Bei Bang spoke, the expressions of 2 of the 4 dynasts by Su Ming's side turned dreary. They moved back quietly and turned into long arcs that left the place. The 3 of you have withstood the challenges and completed the trials. You will be anointed as Morning Dao Sect's real dynasts. Now, you have obtained the right to go to the area beyond the progenitor's isolation grounds where the progenitor will personally activate the flourishing lotus. When you walk out of the isolation grounds, besides us from Morning Dao Sect, the people from the other 3 great true worlds will also receive all of you. When he said that, Bei Bang's gaze landed on Su Ming. Clearly, the complicated emotions he felt were related to Su Ming destroying True Sacred Een World's camp in the barren lands of Divine Essence. Soon, True Sacred Een World would arrive, and they might not settle things so easily. However, this was no longer within Bei Bang's jurisdiction. He had long since reported this to the Council of Sect Masters, but it had yet to form a reply. He had no idea what it would be though. Once Bei Bang finished his speech, the 10 million cultivators in the area immediately cheered, filled the air with a joyful presence. However, not a single hint of delight could be detected within Dao Lin or Dao Hua upon becoming dynasts. They stood silent, their expressions filled with bitterness and indignation. Su Ming remained calm. He did not bother himself with the cheers around him and stood with his eyes still closed, recalling everything he'd experienced in regards to the power etched into his mind. 7 lights of 7 different colors shone in the air. They were dazzling, and 3 of them landed on the dynasts. Su Ming's was purple, Dao Lin's red, and Dao Hua, who once harbored animosity towards Su Ming and had had Dao Fei Xian fight against him, was orange. At the same time, a figure gradually appeared in the air above them. Su Ming had seen this person before. In fact, most of the cultivators in the area had seen him. He was the young man who had read progenitor Dao Qin's decree and had the last name of Sang. His expression was indifferent. When he walked out of nothingness, he swept his gaze past Su Ming and the others, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his face. Congratulations, Your Highnesses. Please follow behind me. I will bring you to the progenitor's isolation grounds to activate the flourishing lotus and to record what you believe is the best state of your body. Then, when you are injured badly in the future, you can turn back time to return to that moment when you were at your best. While speaking, the young man raised his right hand and swung it downwards. Immediately, the 7 lights with different colors flowed about and became even more dazzling. In an instant, Su Ming, Dao Lin, and Dao Hua vanished within them. As the lights scattered, they were sent into progenitor Dao Qin's isolation grounds. Bei Bang sucked in a deep breath. When Su Ming and the others were relocated, he immediately swung his arm and said loudly, "For Saint Beasts, push up the sky above the land of the anointment ceremony." A shocking roar shook the sky and earth and excited the 10 million cultivators. The roar had come from the endless Dao Ocean located at the lowest part of Morning Dao Sect. At the same time, a ray of green light flashed and rose from Dao Ocean. As the roar reverberated in the air, a gigantic azure dragon rushed out. It had a thick, ancient air. When it flew out, the weather changed and the world roared. It was so quick that when it flew up, it rushed past the 4th plane, left the third plane in its wake, shook the second plane, and then flew into the sky of the first plane. At a spot that seemed to be near the start of nothingness in the area above the 9 continents of the first plane, the Azure Dragon, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, let out a roar at the sky. When it did so, a large amount of azure smoke gushed out from its mouth. It gathered together and formed a continent. The edges of it shone with an azure light which soon spread out and enlarged the continent. Rows upon rows of tables appeared on it. If one was to count, they came to a total of 10 million. The Azure Dragon lifted the entire continent. When its huge head swept through the area, all the cultivators who came into its field of vision felt their hearts tremble. Then, the Azure Dragon closed his eyes and stopped moving. At that moment, roars came from Tao Ocean once more. This time, the one who flew out was a huge vermilion bird. Beside it was a black turtle with a similarly shocking size. The vermilion bird was entirely fire red, just like a ball of shocking fire. As for the black turtle, its tail was a tongue, and its head was that of a fierce turtle. The two beasts roared and flew out together. There was another roar reverberating from another direction. A huge white tiger flew out from Tao Ocean. It roared at the sky and charged towards the heavens. The 3 huge beasts approached the Azure Dragon at an incredible speed. With the Azure Dragon at their center, they roared, and they too formed continents above themselves. The magnificence of this scene caused the hearts of the 10 million cultivators in Morning Tao sect beneath to tremble. The sky distorted, and figures manifested there. Among them were men, women, the elderly, and the young. However, the presence of age about their bodies clearly showed that they had lived for a long, long time. The presences of powerful cultivation bases could be felt as well. These people were all masters of fate, lives, and death. The greatest of them were 3 old men. The mighty pressure spreading out from them was so great that it was unbelievable. The 3 of them were naturally the 3 sect masters in Death Realm who had snapped at Su Ming previously. They were also the strongest people in Morning Tao sect besides progenitor Tao Chun, on the surface at least. Their names were Ri, Yu, and Xing. Greetings, sect masters of the Council of Sect Masters. With their hearts trembling, the 10 million cultivators worshipped in the direction of the sky. Their roars were like waves of sound. There were 68 figures behind the 3 old men. When they appeared, they immediately spread out. They floated above the continents formed by the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black turtle. Ri, Yu, and Xing, the strongest 3 old men in Death Realm, stood on 3 different continents with calm expressions on their faces. There were 24 people on the vermilion bird's continent, as well as on the black turtle's continent. Only the continent belonging to the white tiger had 20 people. Bei Bang, the tanned old man, and the 2 other sect masters flew up simultaneously. Then, as if they were going back to their original place, they charged towards the continent of the white tiger. When Bei Bang and the other 3 returned, an imposing voice reverberated in the sky. Open the path to True Morning Tao World to welcome our guests from the other 3 Great True Worlds. We will welcome our fellow Taoists from the 3 Great True Worlds together. Chapter 1095, That One Look. 2. Bang. The continent that belonged to the black turtle shuddered. The black turtle which supported it roared towards the sky, and as the continent trembled, the sky distorted. A gigantic crack was torn swiftly in the air, as if a large, invisible sword had cut through it. Endless bolts of lightning swam in it, and when it spread out, the crack was torn wider apart. At the same time, in the 4th true world of the 4 great true worlds within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos was a galaxy that looked like a vast mass of water. In it were thousands of meteors of various shapes. They floated by themselves, and sitting on each meteor was a cultivator. They were all very quiet, as if each of them was the same. Everyone's expression was filled with sullenness and aloofness. They also exuded a ghastly, grim presence that seemed to come straight from their bones. This was the mysterious 4th true world, True Spirit Hell World, which no outsider knew about. This world was so mysterious that even its name was only known to a small handful of cultivators in the other 3 great true worlds. They would know it, but that would be it. Even if there were people who had visited the other 3 great true worlds, they most likely had never come to True Spirit Hell World. The difficulty for entering this place was even greater than entering the barren lands of divine essence. Very few people knew the reason behind it, but without a doubt, The mysterious fourth great true world was a topic of discussion that the cultivators from the other three great true worlds commonly noted. There were all sorts of guesses, all sorts of rumors, and it was difficult to differentiate which was real and fake. At that moment, the thousands of cultivators were meditating in silence. Suddenly, the galaxy in front of them let out a shocking roar. A gigantic crack tore through space, lightning swimming in it. Under the booming sounds, the thousands of cultivators in the area swiftly opened their eyes to reveal cold glares. It was especially so for a middle-aged man dressed in purple right in front of all of them. The inverted image of a purple spark showed up in his eyes. This person was handsome, and if Su Ming was there, he would have been able to recognize him at first glance. Needless to say, he was Reverend Zilong, the person who had come into contact with Su Ming in the fifth kiln, who had protected him when he was beyond the fifth ocean, and who had left halfway through. There was an old man dressed in a long blue robe by his side. He looked old, but the ripple of power coming from him surpassed that of Zilong. At the instant he opened his eyes, that ripple of power spread out. "Let's go," the old man said faintly after casting a glance at the crack in the galaxy. Reverend Zilong immediately voiced his obedience. When he took a step forward, he leapt up from the meteor to the crack. The thousands of cultivators behind him flew out together as well. They turned into thousands of long arcs that charged towards the crack with loud roars. The old man in blue was the last. With a calm expression, he stepped into the crack. At the same time, the continents on the White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird roared together in morning dissect. Huge cracks appeared in the air. At the instant they were torn open, the lightning opened the cracked and connected to True Sacredine World and the Emperor of Abyss True World. True Sacredine World was a galaxy filled with cold air. There were huge, ancient bronze swords in it. They looked as if they were dug out of a giant's grave. The waning and cold presence spreading out from them seemed to resonate with the galaxy. Compared to the thousands of people from the fourth great true world, the people in True Sacredine World were much greater in number. If anyone cast a glance over, they would see that the ancient bronze swords were endless. There were nearly 100,000 of them, and on each sword were dozens of cultivators, resulting in millions of people. This sort of army might be nothing to a true world, but if it was used to visit another true world's anointment ceremony, it could be seen as an act filled with hostility. It was especially so because of the presences of almighties among the 100,000 ancient bronze swords. There were dozens of them. In fact, there were 2 old men among them whose bodies were extremely thin. The presence of decay about them was incredibly thick. It looked as if their old eyes could not be opened. However, the mighty pressure spreading out from them was so terrifying that it made the galaxy look like it was trembling. Next to the 2 old men was a middle-aged man with his head lowered. If Su Ming could see him, he would definitely be able to recognize him at first glance as well. He was the Almighty in Life Realm who was initially among the forces of power stationed in the barren lands of divine essence, and who in the end had been spared. At that moment, when he stood beside the 2 old men, he looked like a junior, and it was a telling sign in regards to how strong were the 2 old men who looked as if they could not even open their eyes. Several breaths later, when the galaxy before them was torn open to form a gigantic crack, the lightning swimming in it caused the crack to open wider. No one spoke, but the ancient bronze swords turned into long arcs, and at an extreme speed, all of them rushed into the crack. It was as if they were worried that if they were too slow, not all of them would be able to enter morning dissect. But the instant all of them rushed into the crack, a shocking bang spread out. Under its loud booming, a screen of light appeared inside the crack, preventing a large number of ancient swords from entering. But during that moment, the 2 old men who were so old that they looked as if they could not even open their eyes did open their eyes. Within them, dark green light shone. They raised their arms and swung them forward, and booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The screen of light instantly distorted and shattered. In an instant, a large number of ancient bronze swords rushed into the crack. In the blink of an eye, nearly 30,000 entered. At the instant the 70,000 ancient swords behind it were about to enter as well, the screen of light appeared again. This time, a human face had also appeared on it. It was an ancient face, and it belonged to Sect Master Yu, who was one of the 3 Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing in the Council of Sect Masters in Morning Dao Sect. "You, Ming, my 2 old friends. What need is there to be so angry? There are always ways to solve this, unless the 2 of you are unwilling and are intent to wage a war between true worlds," an ancient voice said. Yu and Ming, the two old men from True Sacred Een World mentioned by Sect Master Yu, snorted coldly at the same time. However, they did not forcefully tear open the screen of light again. They did not order the remaining 70,000 ancient swords to forcefully rush in either. Instead, the two of them swung their arms and swept up the middle-aged man who was previously tasked to fend against the barren lands of divine essence. With one jump, they charged into the screen of light and instantly fused into it before disappearing without a trace. The two of them did not truly intend to wage a war between true worlds. Everything previously was just to show their anger and determination. At the same time, in a galaxy shrouded in fog within the Emperor of Abyss True World were abyss dragons that shot through the fog silently as it tumbled about. They were moving forward swiftly. If anyone cast their gazes over, they would find that the fog was like a sea, and the abyss dragons were like huge beasts swimming through it. Waves of mighty pressure spread out from 1,000 abyss dragons. A cultivator sat on each one. All the cultivators were filled with a strange aura of death, but it was not absolute. There was still life force in them. However, based on their possession of intelligence, these people were not puppets, but living, breathing cultivators. In front of the group was an abyss dragon, which was clearly much bigger than the others. There were two people sitting cross-legged on it, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and dressed in black. He had a crown on his head, and even though his face was pale, his eyes shone with a brilliant light, and there was an aggressiveness to him. Sitting beside him was a woman. She had no expression, but she was incredibly beautiful. She might have been sitting, but her graceful figure could still be seen. She was dressed in a long, purple dress, and there was a hairpin in her hair with several strings of jewels attached to it. They tinkled when they knocked against each other's. She might have been beautiful, but the expressionless face, and especially the dreary and apathetic look in her eyes made her look as if she had lost her soul. Or maybe that she no longer cared about anything in the world. All the people who were familiar with her would find it hard to recall that she had been mischievous and capable of bell-like laughter just over 1,000 years ago. She had been filled with joy back then and able to make her eyes curl into the shape of crescent moons when she smiled. The cunning look she gave off would often fill her with an air of vitality and spiritedness. In the past, she had been a girl without worry. She was filled with wildness and rebelliousness. Due to her displeasure with her marriage partner, she even took an abyss dragon who was slightly foolish and fled from the Emperor of Abyss True World. In the process of escaping from her marriage, though, she had accidentally stepped into a place that changed her fate forever. Over there, she met a man whose expression was cold, but whom she could not resist provoking. It was a man around whom she hung around and whom she often teased. It was a man who made her happy, and because of whom she had subconsciously forgotten that she had ran away from her marriage. It was a man who in the end had let her block an attack, willingly. All of that was 1,000-something years ago. To a mortal, that would be about 10 lifespans. They would forget everything about their past in that time. But to the cultivators, while 1,000-something years might be long, they would never forget their past. They could only hide all the beautiful moments in their heart and recall it in quiet reminiscence. 1,000-something years could make a cultivator grow, and from being a happy person, they could become expressionless and dead inside. In the past, the woman had been a flower like her name, a daylily. She bloomed in the rain and smiled happily, persisting in waiting for the sun to appear. She might still be a flower in the rain. However, it had already lost the dream about sunlight. She no longer smiled or acted boldly. Instead, she had forgotten how to be happy. She no longer waited for the sunlight in the rain, but to wither away. She sat beside the handsome man with an apathetic expression. The abyss dragon beneath them charged into the huge crack that appeared at that moment and headed to Morning Dao Sect, to the true world that was difficult for the woman to forget. It still made her numb heart ached with pain. The handsome man turned around and smiled slightly before he spoke softly while staring at the woman. Yu Xian, 1. Once we go through this entrance, we will enter true Morning Dao World's Morning Dao Sect. Even if you just woke up not too long ago, you will surely not have forgotten. Yet the more reluctant you are to come here, the more I will bring you here, my betrothed. It is a pity that the person is no longer in Een Death region, and I have no idea where he has gone. If I could find him, it would be good. I would invite him to our wedding. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Yu Xian, girl who sold Su Ming, annoyed him to no end, then saved him. Chapter 1096. That one look. 3. The woman's heart was clenching in pain, but she still remained expressionless, as if she was already numb to all things in the world. It caused the man's smile to gradually turn dark, and his expression slowly twisted. He seized the woman's throat, and veins popped up on his arm as he glared at her. UB*TCH. I am the third prince in the Emperor of Abyss True World. There is nothing that is impossible for me to obtain if I want it. You've humiliated me for 1,000-something years. Your escape has caused me to become the laughingstock of the entire Emperor of Abyss True World, and the other 3 great true worlds also learned about it. B*TCH. Do you know how grave this is? If you wanted to run, I would have been fine with it. This is embarrassing for a girl, and I can understand it, but you just had to get yourself acquainted with a barbarian from a primitive place, and even sacrificed your true breath of life for him. You almost truly died because of him. B*TCH. As the man spoke, his expression continued twisting. He kept a tight grip over the woman's throat, making the woman unable to breathe, but her eyes were still aloof, and she looked at the man apathetically, as if derision hid in her depths. She did not say a single word. Not speaking, are we? To revive you. I've spent a lot of effort pleading my father to save you. I did that so I could ravish you. I want to let you know just how grave of a mistake you've done in the past. If that barbarian died, he's lucky, but if he won't die, the woman said in a hoarse voice. Her apathetic expression turned cold as she stared at the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World. The handsome man laughed loudly, then slapped the woman, the sound of it ringing in space. His action was seen by the 1,000-something cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World, but no one spoke. Instead, all of them chose to avert their gazes. Haha, you've finally spoken. Not dead, eh? I long for it to be true, that he isn't dead. I want him to live, so when I find him, I could make you suffer in pleasure right in front of him. A lascivious look appeared in the handsome man's eyes. Lust burned in them. If you aren't worried about the abyss-devouring curse, I won't fight back, the woman said flatly. The spot where she was slapped gradually recovered, returning to normal. When she said that, the man's expression immediately twisted, and he glared at the woman. The abyss-devouring curse was formed by the souls of your father and your entire race when they died to protect you. It won't be able to protect you for the rest of your life, though. If I could have my father slaughter your entire race, then I can make father remove that curse on you as well. He has already promised me that once I reach Mastery Realm, he will fulfill one wish of mine. My wish will be you. I will absorb your primordial Een so it will stimulate the power of my blood. And once you woke up, you actually managed to nurture the aura of Abyss. When the man said that with a smile, he seized the woman's chin and gently moved his face closer to hers before blowing into her ear. Wait for me. The day will soon arrive. Since you said that he hasn't died, I will find him. Don't worry, I will. The man laughed and swung his right hand to fling the woman's face to the right. The abyss dragon upon which they sat roared and rushed into the vortex in the galaxy. When the woman's face was flung to the side, a tear that the man did not see was also flung off and disappeared into the vortex. It was brought into true morning Tao world and flew into the nothingness. Is it raining? Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the sky. It was blue, as if they were in another world. By his side were Dao Lin and Dao Hua, and before him was a towering altar. The place was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Sang, who had brought them, did not pay any attention to them once they entered after him. Instead, he sat at the edge of the altar and quietly closed his eyes to begin meditating as if he was protecting the place. A drop of rain had fallen on Su Ming's face. It came from the sky, but there was only one drop. It trickled down Su Ming's face and slid beside his mouth, making him taste salt. There were certain times and certain things in the world that not even cultivators could understand, such as raindrops and tears. They might seem indiscernible, but in truth, when they were placed by someone's lips, they would be able to tell the difference between the flat taste of rainwater and the saltiness of tears. However, everyone cried, and even if cultivators had reached an unimaginable state, it would still be difficult for them to tell just which tear belonged to whom. Perhaps there was a certain level of cultivation that would allow a person to do so, but Su Ming had not reached it. It's not raindrop, but a tear. Su Ming stared at the sky. He could not see a single figure. It had been a teardrop that had been coincidentally flung to their place from somewhere else. It was as if there was some unseen force that had sent it to Su Ming, or else how could that tear have made its way to him? Why else would it have fallen on his face and cause him to feel the saltiness and astringency of it? Whose tear could it be? Perhaps it is hers. Su Ming lowered his head. The thing that appeared in Su Ming's head when he arrived in the area beyond the isolation grounds was no longer uncertainty about Dao Chen's identity, but a murmur by his ears which he'd heard often when he was younger, but which had not reached his ears for 1,000-something years. He'd thought he had forgotten it, but in truth, it was a memory deeply buried in his soul. Big brother, my younger sister. Su Ming's gaze landed on the altar in front of him. Perhaps it was Dao Chen's isolation grounds, and in Su Ming's memories, he knew that the girl who had called him her big brother had eventually been taken away. Rumors had it that she was sent into mourning Dao sect. While he tasted the saltiness on his lips, Su Ming recalled the memory from the time when his soul was still in his real physical body. He'd been swathed in darkness then, and a girl's voice by his ears had accompanied him for years. She'd called him her big brother, so there was no way he would forget her. Su Ming stood quietly. He could not tell just what sort of emotion he was feeling at that moment. All the signs made it clear that he could no longer question it any further. Dao Chun was Su Xianyi, and the younger sister in his memories was the second god of Berserker's daughter. She had grown with him, but then had been taken away by Dao Chun, which meant that Su Xianyi had taken her away. Su Ming remained silent. He did not know what that girl meant to Su Xianyi, and neither did he know why he took her away in the past. However, Su Ming hoped that this was just a mistake in his train of thought. Dao Hua, step onto the altar. Sang opened his eyes and cast his gaze on the middle-aged man named Dao Hua standing by Su Ming's side. Dao Hua felt his spirits lift. Excitement appeared on his face, and he took a step forward. Once he bowed deeply towards the altar. With fervent ardor and reverence on his face, he walked one step at a time to the altar, fearing that if he moved too fast, he would seem like he was being disrespectful. When he reached the altar, his body suddenly shuddered and became vague, but it only lasted for the span of a few breaths before he became clear again. Ecstatic joy showed up on his face, and light beam that was 100,000 feet tall shone on him. The flourishing lotus on his body turned into 9 large lotuses, and when they surrounded him, his cultivation base instantly rose from great completion of world plane realm to lunar Kulpa realm. The moon appeared behind him before it swiftly shattered to form a sun, allowing him to step straight into solar Kulpa realm. Thank you, progenitor. Thank you, progenitor. Dao Hua immediately knelt down on the altar and kowtowed several times. The excitement and zeal on his face reached its peak. It looked as if the isolated progenitor Dao Chun just needed to send one thought to him, and he would perform the task given to him without any hesitation. After expressing his joy and thanks, Dao Hua immediately moved back in respect to return to Su Ming's side. His face was filled with enthusiasm, as if even Su Ming at that moment would not pose a great threat to him. The strange, shining light in his eyes also made it seem as if there were faint runic symbols in them. This was something he did not possess before he stepped on the altar. Clearly, when he paid his respect to the progenitor, he had not just obtained the activation of the flourishing lotus and a huge increase in his level of cultivation, he had also obtained other forms of serendipity. While sitting on the altar, Sang called out flatly, Dao Lin. Dao Lin's expression became stern, but he could not hide his excitement. Still, his condition was much better than that of Dao Hua. He sucked in a deep breath, took a huge step forward, and with his unique icy cold presence, he moved to the altar. At the instant he planted his feet firmly on it, Su Ming saw his body shudder, just like what happened to Dao Hua moments before, and his body turned vague. The time which he spent indistinct was longer. It lasted for about a dozen breaths before he recovered to being corporeal again. The aloof look in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a thick wave of fervent zeal as well as excitement. His cultivation base erupted at that moment. He had already reached solar Kulpa realm before this, so when his cultivation base experienced a burst, the sun he had formed shattered to turn into rain that drenched his body. When it fell on him, Dao Lin threw his head back and roared for a long time. His cultivation base increased with a bang by leaps and bounds, and from solar Kulpa realm, he became one of the Almighties, a powerful warrior in Mastery realm. As he roared, cracking sounds came from his body. Not only did his cultivation base increase by leaps and bounds, even his physical body became stronger. The flourishing lotus shone, and 12 lotuses appeared to surround him. Dao Lin, thank you, progenitor. With excitement on his face, Dao Lin knelt down on the ground, just like Dao Hua had done. Once he kowtowed 9 times, he got up and wrapped his fist in his palm to bow to Sang. Only then did he return to Su Ming's side with excitement, surprised delight, and an even more complicated runic symbol than Dao Hua's shining in his eyes. Dao Kong. Sang's gaze fell on Dao Kong, and a hint of kindness flashed through his eyes. If no one looked closely, they would have never been able to see it. The only thing they could see would be calmness akin to still water. Su Ming lifted his head and cast a glance at Sang before walking forward quietly. He did not have Dao Hua's fervent zeal or Dao Lin's excitement hidden under a facade of sternness. Su Ming just calmly forward. But no one understood just how complicated and anxious he felt at that moment. The anxiety was not due to fear or terror, though. Instead, it was an indescribable emotion of a son meeting his father whom he had not seen since birth, and was meeting for the first time after many years. Su Ming was not the only one who felt anxious and felt those complicated emotions. The figure sitting in front of a rattling drum in the dimension connected to the altar while staring at it felt the same way. Chapter 1097. That one look. 4. One step at a time, Su Ming moved up the stairs leading to the altar until he eventually reached the top. He lowered his head and cast a glance at the rune formed by circles of countless runic symbols formed on the platform beneath his feet. Silence. The figure connected to Dao Qin's isolation grounds was silent. Time slowly trickled by. When the time taken for an incense stick to burn had passed, Dao Lin and Dao Hua's faces filled with puzzlement. Compared to them being able to immediately sense progenitor Dao Qin's will right after they stood on the altar, Dao Kong did not react in any way. Everything about him was normal. Deep emotion appeared on Sang's face as he sat by the side and meditated. He sighed softly before he stood up, then without a single word, he swung his arm and swept up Dao Lin and Dao Hua, as well as himself out of the area, so that they could leave the place to Su Ming. When Sang took Dao Lin and Dao Hua out, another dozen-something breaths passed before the air around Su Ming suddenly distorted. His body became indistinct, and a vast power came from nothingness, charging towards his flourishing lotus, clearly intending to activate the strange powers of the robe. Yet right when that power was about to touch Su Ming's robe, he lifted his head and took a step back with a cold expression. As his power spread out from his body, it crashed against the incoming vast wave of power. A loud bang shot up. Su Ming was forced 3 steps backwards, but he stopped the vast wave of power from activating the robe. "I don't need you activating it." Su Ming's voice was cold. As he spoke, his eyes shone, and the power to reverse time swiftly spread out from his body. It was Abyss Builder's inborn ability, and the robe could only be activated by it. It might be known as the Flourishing Lotus, but in truth, the moment Su Ming wore it, he already noticed that the robe was clearly created using Abyss Builder's inborn ability. If he wanted to activate, he could do so himself. When the Flourishing Lotus was activated, booming sounds echoed in the air. A dazzling light spread out and turned into 18 lotuses that surrounded Su Ming, filling the place with flowing streams of light and creating a sight of peerless beauty. A sigh came from an unseen spot in the air. At the same time, a vast amount of life force descended. It was life force aimed to grant him a serendipity so that his level of cultivation could increase. In silence, Su Ming took another step backwards. Though there might have been quite a lot of times when I was not the one who increased my level of cultivation through training alone, it wasn't like this. Even if it was through external force, I would always have to pay a price, fighting for it with death hanging right over my neck. I obtained my current level of cultivation through various serendipities. Your life force is very precious. I can't have it. Goodbye. Su Ming turned around and walked down the altar. At that moment, there was no longer any anxiety in him, and neither was there any complicated emotions. These emotions had long since turned into resentment. Deep resentment. Ming Er. The instant Su Ming turned around and took his 3rd step, a voice spoke into his ear. The voice was very gentle, and it held an apologetic note. The instant it echoed in the air, Su Ming came to a halt. He closed his eyes, and at the same time, the rune on the altar suddenly shone. When its light reached a dazzling degree, a power of relocation swiftly appeared and covered Su Ming in it. When Su Ming opened his eyes, he was in a secret chamber shrouded in a faint layer of fog. The chamber was very huge, and through the fog, he could see a figure with its back turned towards him sitting cross-legged. A decaying and ancient air came from that body, along with a dense aura of death. While standing there, Su Ming could not see the wooden sword and rattling drum placed in front of the man, and neither did he see the figure hidden under the hood staring blankly at the rattling drum with a gaze filled with deep guilt. If Su Ming could see that, perhaps he would have remembered how he had asked his elder to make one for him when he was still a child and saw his other companions having that toy. On the second day, when his elder handed the rattling drum to him, Su Ming's joy had lasted for several days. Several years later, when Su Ming grew up and came to love climbing mountains with a new friend in Shaohong, he forgot about the rattling drum and threw it aside. However, he should still remember that the rattling drum was the first toy for which he asked from the elder, and it was also the only one. When that rattling drum turned about and let out rattling noises, he'd felt like he was the same as his other companions. The man was silent, and Su Ming was also silent, but in the end, Su Ming was still the one who broke the silence. He sucked in a deep breath and wrapped his fist in his palm to bow at the man. "I, Dao Kong, greet the progenitor." His voice resounded in the chamber. There were echoes, and they lingered around for a long period of time, refusing to scatter. "I am the progenitor of Morning Dao sect, but not your progenitor." After a long time, a hoarse voice came from the figure. Su Ming did not see that the man's hand placed on the rattling drum was trembling slightly at that moment. "You should be able to tell that with our ability as abyss builders and your wisdom as my son. Your return to Morning Dao sect means that you have already understood this. I am progenitor Dao Xuan, and I am also Su Xianyi. I am your father." In the end, even with an indescribable level of cultivation, the figure's voice still started quivering. "You jest, progenitor." Su Ming remained silent after that. He then shook his head and turned around to walk back. He sent a divine thought to the bald crane, asking it to help him leave this place. He did not want to stay in this place. He absolutely did not want to. Before he came, Su Ming had imagined what would happen when he met Su Xianyi. He had been anxious, filled with complicated feelings, but when he truly met the figure, he noticed that no matter how he thought about it and tried to remain calm, he could not force down the resentment in his heart. He resented this man. This resentment was so great that he simply could not overlook it. "You?" The figure shuddered for a moment. Su Ming could not see that the tremors of the hand placed on the rattling drum had become much stronger. Sadness could be seen from them. "I can make it up to you, Ming Er, you know this. You should know my hardships. Progenitor, are you done?" Su Ming stopped and turned around to stare at the figure with a sullen face. A ruthless expression appeared on his face. "You are you, and I am me. It doesn't matter to me whether you are Dao Chun or Su Xianyi. You are you, and I am me. You can continue with your plan, but stop using me as your chess piece. Today, I am not your opponent, but once I've been your chess piece for long enough, I will surpass you. You are you, I am me. You have your plans, and I have my own pace." Su Ming swung his arm. He turned his head around and took a step forward. Rarely enough, the bald crane did not kick up a fuss or bother Su Ming. Instead, when it noticed that the atmosphere had turned incredibly bizarre, it obediently spread out its power, making ripples appear under his feet when he moved forward. With the bald crane's power, Su Ming wanted to force his way out of the place, which caused him to be unhappy and raised that strange anger in his heart. He was afraid that if he remained for a moment longer, he would be unable to suppress his anger and cause his other personality to appear. "Your family name is Su. Your name was given to you by your grandfather. In your body flows the blood of the abyss builders. This is a reality you cannot change. I can understand your resentment. I will use what I can to make up for the past. The figure spoke in anguish, but before it could finish, Su Ming stopped once more. Even the ripples beneath his feet dissipated. His hair instantly turned red, and a wave of madness appeared in his eyes. This was the Su Ming with the destructive personality. However, this time, the red-haired Su Ming did not want to bring forth slaughter and destruction. Instead, he wanted to vent out the endless resentment buried in the depths of his heart. At the instant his hair turned red, Su Ming laughed loudly. He turned around and stared at the figure. Red filled his eyes, and the crazed air about him became even more apparent. "Make up to me? Make up to me, what a phrase. When I was a child and asked the elder where my parents were, his silence made me hesitant and fearful, and from then on, I no longer dared to ask this question. At that time, where were you? How are you going to make up for that?" When I watched my companions returning to their houses with their parents whenever the sun set, I was the only one who went back to my house alone. When I was staring at the moon quietly, where were you? How are you going to make up for that? When I was a teenager, I watched the sky time and again on Dark Mountain, imagining that one day, my parents would come and pick me up. Where were you then? How are you going to make up for that? When I was bullied by my companions, mocked for having no parents, when Lei Chen fought against them every single time, where were you? How are you going to make up for that? Make it up to me? What a phrase. You want my resentment to disappear with such simple words? This is hilarious. So hilarious. It's so utterly absurd. I'd like to ask you, Su Xianyi, when I found out that everything around me was just an illusion created by someone else, how do you think I felt? Can you make it up for my sadness and confusion? When I discovered that I had gone through 30-something cycles of my life in the same Dark Mountain, can you imagine how I felt? Are you going to make it up for that feeling of being deceived by everyone too? When I discovered that I was just a soul in Dark Mountain and my body was used as the core of a rune and a tool for cultivation practices, do you know the cold chill that ran through me in the darkness? Are you going to make up for that as well? When Tian manipulated me time and time again, controlling my destiny repeatedly, where were you? You have no right to tell me you're going to make it up to me. When I was forced to leave Dark Mountain and got thrown into the barren lands of divine essence, when I was lying in Crimson Flame Planet like a corpse, where were you? And this is even more laughable. When I had already told myself that my parents were no longer around, I found with an aching heart that my mother was lying in the 5th kiln. I can understand her predicament, and I won't resent her, because even after she died, she still held me so that I could feel a mother's warmth. But you, where were you? You let a child who thought he did not have parents learn that he's actually not an orphan. But this isn't something that would bring excitement or surprise delight to him. You never felt it before, so you don't understand, but I do. It brings only extreme pain and confusion. Chapter 1098. That one look. 5. The crimson-haired Su Ming threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was filled with madness along with the resentment he had accumulated over the course of countless years. It was a resentment that came from since he was in Dark Mountain, and right then, he had allowed it to erupt for the first time. The resentment in his outburst reverberated in the chamber, causing the figure with its back turned towards Su Ming to remain silent as he trembled slightly. Make it up to me? What are you going to do to make it up to me? How are you going to make it up to me? Su Ming swung his arm with red-filled eyes. When he turned around, ripples immediately appeared under his feet, and he took a step into the air. The 5th kiln where my mother is belongs to me. From now on, I will protect her. You are unworthy. With those words, he disappeared from the chamber with a bang. The final 3 words were like an invisible sharp sword that stabbed into the person, causing him to tremble and lower his head with blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. It fell on the ground and died the rattling drum. It also died the purple wooden sword that was the size of a palm beside it. That wooden sword was something he had nourished for countless years and was prepared to give it to his son as a gift, a present that symbolized his apology and his desire to make it up to him. If Su Ming could see the sword, he would recognize it. It was the one he'd carved when he was young, and when he toyed with it, he even told Lei Chen in a heroic manner unique to children that he would walk down the path of berserkers, fly in the sky, and charge through the ground, and with the wooden sword, he would travel through the entire land. Blood fell on the wooden sword and fused into its lines. The figure stared at it blankly, then closed its eyes in anguish. The chamber might be Dao Chen's isolation grounds, and its protection might be so incredibly terrifying that it was one of the few most tightly defended spots in true Morning Dao world, but the bald crane's power in disregarding all runes could weaken the defensive power even in this place. However, it was not enough to allow Su Ming to leave without any damage. But Su Xian did not want the rune in the place to deliver any backlash on Su Ming. At the instant Su Ming left, he had deactivated almost all the runes and seals in the place. This was the first time the seal over the rune was dissipated over a course of countless years, but Su Ming did not know that. When he left the chamber, he did not see the figure with his back turned towards him touching the rattling drum with trembling hands once he left. The man had tears trickling down his cheeks from his shut eyes. Neither did he see the shining seals on the trembling body. Is the plan to restore the Abyss Builders to their glory more important, or my family? Light murmurs came from the figure's mouth, betraying their speaker's endless fatigue. Su Ming left. He did not take with him any power, nor did he ask for any divine abilities, and neither did he ask about anything, because at that moment, he was his crazed, red-haired self. With resentment and anger he could not force down, he walked out of the isolation grounds, and when he appeared, he was standing on the altar. Sang stood by his side. Dao Lin and Dao Hua had also returned at some unknown point in time. At that moment, they had their eyes closed in the distance as if they were meditating, but in truth, their bodies and souls had been frozen in time. With red in his eyes, Su Ming cast a glance at Sang. He did not speak, but walked down the altar. A ruthless desire filled his whole body. He wanted to vent his anger, but could not find a target to do so. At that moment, Su Ming was madness personified. There was not a single bit of rationality left in him. With just the tiniest spark, a sea of fire would erupt from him, and he would not care about any consequences of his actions. Sang looked at Su Ming, then sighed. He had long since predicted this outcome, because he knew Su Ming. With a sigh, he swung his arm, and the air immediately distorted. An invisible gust of wind swept up Su Ming, Dao Lin, and Dao Hua. They disappeared from the place and returned to the place where the anointment ceremony was held. My young La Su has grown up. Sang shook his head. There was a hint of sentimentality in his eyes, along with a kindly love that Su Ming did not see. He stared at Su Ming's figure leaving into the distance, and after a long while, he raised his foot to step into the rune on the altar. He disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in Su Xianyi's isolation grounds. Master, he has left. Sang stared at the still trembling body in front of him, sighed in his heart, and lowered his head. The figure was silent for a moment before it asked slowly with fatigue in its voice. Sang, is restoring the Abyss Builder's glory more important, or is my family more important? If you were me, how would you choose? Sang too fell silent. After some time, he lifted his head and stared at the figure before speaking in a soft voice. Master, I will never forget your kindness to me. Even if I am not an Abyss Builder, for you, I can overturn Morning Dao and do everything that you ask me to do, because you are my master. Similarly, for Su Ming, I can give up on everything for him, because he is the young La Su I watched grow up. My whole life is only for the two of you. He did not answer Su Xianyi's question directly, but did so in a roundabout fashion. With his eyes shut, Su Xianyi fell silent. After a long time, the purple wooden sword in front of him flashed with light and charged toward Sang. Deliver this sword to him. Can he control this sword? Sang hesitated for a moment before he cast a glance at the seemingly normal purple wooden sword. Su Xianyi was silent for a moment, then whispered. He should have lived happily without knowing or understanding anything. He could have lived his lives happily. Even if they were fake, he could have still been happy. But he chose another path. This path is full of hardships and trials, and he has only walked a small portion of it. There is also a limit to how much I can help him. If he can control this sword, then he will be able to move forward through his path at a faster pace in the future. In fact, he would even be able to walk out of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. If he can't control it, it will still be a good thing. In silence, Sang nodded. In the air above the spot at the center of the 9 continents in the first plane in Morning Dao sect, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle had 4 continents on their backs. The Azure Dragon was at the center. There was a large number of tables on the 4 continents, and an anointment ceremony was about to take place. There were less than 1 million out of the 10 million cultivators from Morning Dao sect who were worthy of sitting on the Azure Dragon's continent. These 1 million people were standing by the sides of the tables. The remaining cultivators were all at the spot used for the anointment ceremony. They had yet to possess the right to step on the Azure Dragon's continent. Located in 3 different directions from the Azure Dragon's continent were the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Turtle's continents. As the beasts roared, there were 3 gigantic cracks in the air above them expanding as the lightning in them swam about. Around the 3 cracks were 24 sect masters keeping the lightning in control. The 3 sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing were each on one of the continents. People walked out of the crack above the Black Turtle's crack. The person in the lead was the old man from True Spirit Hell World, the 4th Great World. He was dressed in a blue robe, and the moment he stepped out, Reverend Zilong followed swiftly behind him. We welcome the 4th True World. One of the 24 sect masters around the crack above the Black Turtle's continent immediately said. The near 1 million cultivators on the Azure Dragon's continent wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the Black Turtle's continent. 4th True World. The voices from the near 1 million people were like thunder. When they echoed in the air, the old man in blue from the 4th True World smiled. He wrapped his fist in his palm towards the 24 sect masters beside the crack. Behind him, Reverend Zilong, and the 1,000-something cultivators from the fourth true world all wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed deeply. My fellow Taoists, you are too polite. Congratulations on anointing your Dynasts, Morning Tao sect. I have prepared a congratulatory gift for them. The old man in blue smiled and swept his gaze past the 24 sect masters before finally looking at Sect Master Ri, who was one of the 3 strongest people in Morning Tao sect. Old friend, I hope you are well. Brother Tan, you are as elegant as always. This way, please. A smile appeared on Sect Master Ri's face, and he pointed with his right hand towards the Black Turtle's continent. The old man in blue smiled faintly. As he nodded, he brought Reverend Zilong and the 1,000-something cultivators behind him to the Black Turtle's continent. Reverend Zilong's eyes shone while he scrutinized the crowd on the Azure Dragon's continent. With his level of cultivation, he could see everything there at one glance. He looked like he was searching for something, but in the end, he cast his eyes at the spot in the distance. At that moment, a chilling presence erupted from the crack above the White Tiger's continent. At the same time, ancient bronze swords charged out with arrogance and an overbearing attitude. There were tens of thousands of them, and for a short period of time, they filled the entire area. In the end, 2 old men so old they looked as if they could not open their eyes walked out. These 2 old men had sullen expressions, and when they walked out, they turned their heads and cast a glance at Sect Master Yu of the 3 sect masters standing among the 24 other sect masters by the crack. A cold sneer appeared on their lips. Sect Master Yu had a smile on his face and wrapped his fist in his palm to greet them. The 2 old men, Yu and Ming, let out cold snorts. Without a single word, they charged towards the White Tiger's continent with the tens of thousands of ancient bronze swords. They descended instantly, but none of the cultivators disembarked. Only Yu and Ming, as well as the middle-aged man in Life Realm previously tasked to fend against the barren lands of divine essence, stepped on the White Tiger's continent. Welcome, true Sacredine world, one of the 24 sect masters said with an imposing voice. Once he spoke, the 1 million cultivators on the Azure Dragon's continent sported odd expressions, but they still wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed to the White Tiger's continent. I'm not important enough to receive your greeting. Where is Dao Kong? The old Ming said coldly and flatly. His voice had a rotting presence to it, but the instant he spoke, the crack in the air above the Vermilion Bird's continent suddenly let a shocking dragon's roar pass through it. A gigantic abyss dragon extended its huge head from the crack. When it rushed out, 1,000-something abyss dragons behind it flew out as well. Chapter 1099, That One Look. 6. Haha. Congratulations on anointing your Dynasts, Morning Tao sect. I look forward to how majestic they will become. This time, I came on behalf of my father to congratulate you and become acquainted with Morning Tao sect's Dynasts, the handsome 3rd prince said while standing on a gigantic abyss dragon. He did not even need to show his cultivation base show for his presence alone to be peerless. He came from the Emperor of Abyss True World, the only one who had abyss dragons. As the 24 sect masters from Morning Tao sect smiled, the 1,000 abyss dragons circled above the Vermilion Bird's continent. The cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World standing on them descended after the 3rd prince grabbed Yu Xian by his side and landed first. When they left the 1,000 abyss dragons, the beasts immediately roared towards the sky, deafening the crowd. Their eyes shone with a fierce light, and they glared at the 4 saint beasts who supported the continents in Morning Tao sect. Shut up, the 3rd prince said faintly. When he spoke, it looked as if 1,000 invisible hands had seized the 1,000 abyss dragons and cut off their roars. This scene immediately caused the cultivators from Morning Tao sect to look at him askance. But naturally, there were a few people who could tell that the 3rd prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World was putting on a show. Abyss dragons were not ordinary creatures. They possessed intelligence akin to that of a normal person and would naturally not roar like wild beasts in this sort of situation. It was clear that the 3rd prince had asked them to do this in advance so that he could show his power. Welcome, my fellow Taoists from the True Worlds. We welcome you in our ceremony here in Morning Tao sect. Today is the day of the anointment ceremony. Everyone, the 72 sect masters in the sky had spread out at that moment to surround the area. Sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing stood in the distance with smiles on their faces. The person who spoke was Sect Master Yu. However, before he could finish speaking, a hoarse, cold snort cut him off. Tens of thousands of ancient bronze swords shone with a sharp light above the White Tiger's continent. Among the many tables on the continent stood the old Yu and Ming along with the middle-aged man in Life Realm. The one who spoke was old Ming, and his words were brusque. "I'll ask a second time, where is Dao Kong?" When he spoke, his voice was like thunder that reverberated in all directions. It immediately caused the people from the fourth true world who were on the Black Turtle's continent to look at him askance. Even the people from the Emperor of Abyss True World on the Vermilion Bird's continent looked over. All of them had heard Dao Kong's name. Some of them were as calm as ever, some adapted odd expressions, while some smiled faintly, looking as if they were ready for an entertaining show. Dao Kong, the one who destroyed the forces of power from true sacred Een world stationed in the barren lands of divine essence in one go. I heard before that he is one of the Dynasts in Morning Dao sect. The third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World said languidly, while smiling faintly. His words might have seemed ordinary, but in truth, there was no doubt that he was just fanning the flames. After all, once the prideful third prince had learned of what Dao Kong did, he was in a state of shock for a long time. Even though he refused to believe in this matter, there was a strange jealousy growing in him. By his side, Xuan remained numb. Not a single change in her expression could be detected. It did not matter to her whether it was Dao Kong or anyone else. None of them could cause her heart to stir even a single bit. Among the ones from the fourth true world was an old man Lian Shan, who kept a smile on his face. His thoughts could not be read, but by his side, Reverend Zilong had a slightly complicated expression on his face. He sighed lightly. The destruction of the forces of power from true sacred Een world stationed in the barren lands of divine essence and the appearance of the fifth kiln were more than enough. If he did not understand these hints and did not know that the person he'd met before was the current Dynast Dao Kong, he would be unworthy of his level of cultivation and would not have the right to be known by the others as Reverend Zilong. Everything that happened in the fifth kiln and the fifth ocean were things that would be difficult for him to forget in his life, especially in regards to Dao Kong, who'd risen to such power. A hint of admiration formed in the depths of his heart towards that man. "Right now, we are holding our anointment ceremony, so old Ming, please control yourself a little. The Dao Kong you wish to see is about to arrive soon." "Sect Master," you said flatly after casting a cold glance at Yu and Ming of true sacred Een world. The old Ming let out a cold bark of laughter, but he did not speak. His previous words were just to show the other true world's true sacred Een world's dominance, and that they would absolutely not let this matter go so easily. It also made the other true worlds who wanted to interfere to think carefully before they acted. The anointment ceremony starts now. We welcome the three great dynasts of Morning Dao sect. Elder Yu's voice was calm. When it echoed in the air, he raised his arms and swung them. The world immediately roared. When a loud bang shook the area, three long arcs descended from the sky. They immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the area, especially those from true sacred Een world. They even looked over with killing intent in their eyes. Compared to the calmness exuded by the old man in blue, Reverend Zilong immediately fixed his gaze on the three long arcs, then locked onto the purple long arc at the center. The third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World looked over coldly. By his side, Xuan looked ahead. Her gaze was empty, as if her soul was not inside her body. With a loud bang, all three long arcs descended. Once they did so, and the light from them grew to a dazzling degree, voice came from the Azure Dragon's continent and the space beneath it. "Greetings, your highnesses." The tumbling voices could have drowned out thunder. As they reverberated in the air, the 75 scattered sect masters wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed together to the three long arcs which had descended. When the dazzling lights spread out, the purple, red, and orange lights instantly reached a dazzling degree before they vanished to reveal Dao Kong, Dao Lin, and Dao Hua. Around Dao Hua's body were 9 lotuses. The power of those in Solar Culpa realm spread from him due to him not attempting to hide even a single bit of it. There was arrogance on his face, along with excitement. As for Dao Lin, he had 12 lotuses surrounding him. The power of those in Mastery realm spread out from him, causing him to instantly become the center of attention. However, their ability to capture the other people's attention had only lasted for an instant before everyone's eyes were drawn to Su Ming. Long red hair, bloodshot eyes, bloodthirstiness in his crazed gaze. 18 lotuses which should have been white, but had now been dyed blood red, and were shining with a crimson light that wrought fear to the other people's hearts. This was Su Ming when the emotions he'd suppressed all his life burst out, and the desire for destruction filled every part of his body. There was a strong, malicious air about him. His appearance instantly made him the center of attention, attracting the gazes of all the people in the area. An arrogant, domineering presence filled with an air of those with an absolute disregard for laws spread out with a bang from the crimson-haired Su Ming. The domineering will was a madness belonging to those who would kill the moment they arrived at a disagreement with someone else. His arrogance was a madness that allowed him to destroy an entire camp from a true world. The presence belonging to those with an absolute disregard for laws was a terrifying attitude that put not mind to any sort of consequences. All those who met Su Ming's gazes felt their hearts tremble. Su Ming's gaze, which was filled with destruction, shot through their hearts like arrows, and they sucked in sharp breaths of air. It was especially so for the cultivators from Morning Dao sect. They might have witnessed everything regarding Su Ming's journey, but they had never seen him with his hair red. When they saw him at that moment, their hearts trembled. Xuan was looking ahead blankly. Even when Su Ming appeared, she did not lift her head. Nothing in this place could stir up her emotions. She might have stepped into Morning Dao sect, but while this place might be true Morning Dao world, it was not in Death region, not the land of berserkers. The ninth summit she was familiar with was not there, and neither was he. That was why she did not lift her head. However, when she noticed that the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World had sucked in a sharp breath upon raising his head in front of her, she looked up as well and saw a person standing in the air like the sun at noon. The two people beside him seemed to have become like green leaves used as decorations for him to stand out more. While examining him, she saw his red eyes. That one glance caused Xuan's body to tremble furiously. She fixed her gaze on Su Ming, and the apathy in her instantly disappeared, as if her soul had swiftly returned to her body during that moment. The lusterless look in her eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of spiritedness and rapid breathing. She did not dare believe her own eyes. Her body trembled. She gripped the corners of her sleeves tightly. During that moment, she forgot everything and everyone around her. There was only one person in her eyes, only Su Ming. The person looked unfamiliar, yet he felt incredibly familiar. That familiarity was buried deep in her soul, and it was a beautiful memory she would never forget in her life. Su Ming's appearance might have changed, but his soul had not changed. His presence might be different from the past, but Xuan's will had been in the kiss to deliver the breath to complete his soul. That breath was in his soul, and they had long since fused together. He could deceive everyone else, but he could not deceive Xuan. She bit her bottom lip, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. It was a smile that had not graced her face no matter whether she was sleeping or awake during the course of the past 1,000-something years. There was live lines in that smile along with mischievousness, deep and fond remembrance, and gentleness that would not disappear. It was as if she had been revived and fully woken up from apathy. She smiled, and her smile was incredibly beautiful, unforgettable to anyone who caught at least a glimpse of it. It was an expression that belonged to Xuan. It was a smile that was mischievous and adorable, and smile that was like dazzling fireworks in her glistening eyes moist with tears. She stared at Su Ming. The obsession in that look of hers seemed to have been noticed by Su Ming's currently crazed heart. It caused him to lower his head, and his gaze shot through the 1,000 abyss dragons towards the Vermilion Birds continent where resided the people from the Emperor of Abyss True World. Right there was also Xuan, staring at him from behind the third prince. That one look. Su Ming jolted. He saw a figure that even when he had sunken into madness and his heart was filled with the desire for destruction, he would still be unable to forget. His madness was a bloodlust to destroy all the living. But that figure had been branded in his mind so deep that even if the universe collapsed, he would still be unable to wipe it away from his memories. Do you know why I'm called Xuan? The meaning for Xian is daylily, and it is a type of flower that forgets sadness. I'm a daylily in the rain. This is the name my mother gave me. She wanted me to forget the sadness in my life and be happy forever. My mother is calling me now. I'll be leaving to reunite with my mother. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift. The kiss in the past had turned into the long look at that moment. If the galaxy was destroyed and the broken shards arranged into a canvas, what would appear on them would be her face. Chapter 1100. My right hand. 1. That one kiss, this one look. Time seemed to have fused with the air to turn it into yellowing rice paper. Color seemed to have withered away, like time had turned it into dull ink, but the smile on the face formed by the fragmented pieces of Su Ming's memories on the canvas was still the same as before. The song in the land of berserkers had ended, and the audience had left. The fragments of his memories had fallen all over the floor in a wretched state and crushed a heart filled with happiness. Callousness lasts eternally during the night, and in endless loneliness, she had closed her eyes. She refused to wake up. This was Xuan. Yet there had always been a hint of fond remembrance in her gasping for breath through the passage of time, but it could no longer find the brightness from the past. In the darkness of her slumber, midnight lasted for a long time. The night was cold, but the silk blanket was thin, and she wondered whether the person she liked would be cold too. That one kiss, this one look. She could no longer talk about her feelings. When she turned her head back, she felt as if she had left the past behind. She was alone while she leaned against dusk, but she could not see its color. She only mumbled in her heart and lamented how unpredictable destiny was. This was also Xuan. The crimson-haired Su Ming stood in midair with everyone watching him, but his gaze was fixed on one person. It was as if time had stopped, as if there was no longer any other form of life in the area around them, like she was the only one. The separation of 1,000-something years has lasted for a long time. When Su Ming was in the barren lands of divine essence, Su Hui's company, by Ling's gentle but aloof words, all of these things had made him forget many things, but at the depths of his heart, there was always a small white flower in the rain, and the name of that flower was Daylily. She had kissed him once. When their gazes met each other's after a long separation, the determination and gentleness in the girl's eyes and the sadness, as well as madness in Su Ming's eyes, was a scene that would never fade away in the passage of time. He still remembered that one kiss that marked their parting. It was not a separation where someone left into the distance, but a separation by death. From then on, there should have been no longer any girl in the world who was so spirited and would smile in such a manner. Once she kissed him, she stepped on the wind and slowly let her eyes fall shut. Her petite figure fused into the air because she knew that once she left, they would most likely not meet even in their next life. You are Dao Kong. A cold voice laced with killing intent traveled through the air like a gust of sinister wind from the White Tiger's continent. It reverberated in the air and was like an extremely sharp blade which wanted to slice through all enmity. However, no matter how sharp that blade was, it could not cut down the only thing within Su Ming's field of vision at that moment. He had ignored the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World, which was why he did not see the prince turning his head back at that moment and noticing how peculiar Xuan was acting. He did not see how stunned he was by that breathtaking sight before his expression turned dark. The crimson-haired Su Ming could disregard Old Ming's voice from the White Tiger's continent and not bother with the emotions of all the other people around him. But when he saw pain on Xuan's face when the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World seized her as she still tried to maintain the smile on her face, he descended into madness. The crimson-haired Su Ming had always been outrageous and showed complete disregard for the laws, as well as any consequences. The strong desire to vent his anger he'd suppressed in his heart when he was in Su Xian Yi's isolation grounds was something that could erupt from within him at any moment. With just a small spark, it could make the crimson-haired Su Ming act with reckless abandon. If the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World had not done anything, then under the effect of Xuan's smile and gaze, Su Ming would have slowly calmed down until he returned to normal. If that had happened, then perhaps there wouldn't have been much slaughter on that day. However, the ignorant third prince and his foolish action became the spark that ignited Su Ming's madness. He became the spark that released the madness that had been hidden in Su Ming's heart since he returned from the barren lands of divine essence. It was something that would push him to destroy the entire camp of the forces of power from true Sacredine world at the moment of the slightest disagreement. A monstrous sea of fire erupted from Su Ming's body with a bang. It swept through the entire area with a loud bang. Immediately, Dao Lin and Dao Hua were swept away together. They coughed up blood at the same time, and the flourishing lotuses on their bodies instantly activated. Only because of that were they not killed under the impact of the sea of fire as they fell backwards. At the instant the sea of fire erupted, the people from true Morning Dao world on the Azure Dragon's continent immediately stood up and stared at the sky in shock. At the same time, the expression of all the sect masters and Morning Dao sects surrounding the area immediately changed. It was especially obvious if one looked at sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. When they looked towards Su Ming, they frowned. They were very aware of true Sacred Een World's intention for coming to this place, and they had also thought about how to handle the situation. Since Dao Kong had already become a Dynast, they could not allow True Sacred Een World to kill him. This was something that True Sacred Een World knew very well as well. If worse came to worst, they would just punish him slightly, and at most, they would just have to compensate them a little. As long as they showed enough respect to True Sacred Een World, and Su Ming chose to suffer a little, they could minimize the problem. As for how they would choose to completely solve it, they had another method to do so. However, Su Ming had chosen to release a sea of fire at that moment, shattering their arrangements in an instant. As the three sect masters frowned and were about to rebuke him, Su Ming suddenly let out a string of maniacal laughter. The sea of fire around him surged into the sky. This fire was not the fire from Flame Fiend's progenitor, but the flames of resentment suppressed in the crazed Su Ming's heart. On a certain level, this fire was similar to the flames belonging to the resentful Wei. Almost the instant the sea of fire surged to the heavens, Su Ming took a swift step forward and turned into a long arc to charge towards the Vermilion Birds continent, where resided the people from the Emperor of Abyss True World. The expression of the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World changed drastically at that moment. With a sullen face, he swung his arm, and the 1,000 abyss dragons floating around the Vermilion Birds continent roared simultaneously as they charged towards Su Ming. This scene caused the people in the area to be stunned, especially the sect masters. They had thought that Su Ming was targeting True Sacred Een World. In fact, True Sacred Een World had already made preparations the moment the sea of fire erupted from Su Ming's body. However, he did not spare the White Tiger's continent even a glance. He just charged straight towards the Vermilion Birds continent, where resided the people from the Emperor of Abyss True World. All of this might have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but in truth, it took only an instant. As the sea of fire surged into the sky, Su Ming had already collided against the abyss dragons which had rushed towards him. The abyss dragon in the lead was the third prince's stead. The mighty pressure spreading out from this dragon, which was the largest among all of them, made it clear that it was equivalent to those in Mastery Realm. Yet it was an abyss dragon. No matter how great their levels of cultivation were, they were abyss dragons whose souls were controlled for generations by the Emperor of Abyss True World. It was also only this sort of level of cultivation which could allow the dragon to become the stead of the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World. The dragon's body was filled with an ancient presence. At that moment, when it rushed towards Su Ming, it opened its ghastly mouth and let out a shocking roar. Roar! The crimson-haired Su Ming did not stop for even a single moment. At the instant he was about to collide with the incoming abyss dragon, he lifted his right hand and threw a punch at them. With a loud bang, Su Ming's punch fell on the lead abyss dragon, and it immediately shuddered. It fell back from the force of the attack. Its flesh and blood trembled, and with a loud whoosh, tens of thousands of wounds tore through its body apart. Soon after, a large amount of blood gushed while its body fell backwards. In just the span of a few breaths, all the flesh and blood from the dragon's entire body were separated from its bones. When it fell back, a blood fog surrounded the dragon. All of its flesh and blood were destroyed, and what remained was only an empty skeletal frame. Even its life force and soul had been destroyed under the rebound caused by Su Ming's punch. With a loud bang, the skeletal frame scattered on the ground, right in front of the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World. It caused the third prince to shudder, and he pulled Xuan in front of him. He stood up as well, with disbelief on his face, his breathing quickening. Abyss Dragon Formation, stimulate your life force, kill that person. The remaining 1,000 abyss dragons in the sky were only in the later stage of World Plane Realm. They were chosen carefully by the third prince, which was why their levels of cultivation were the same. At that moment, the 1,000 abyss dragons roared towards the sky and charged towards Su Ming together. While doing so, they connected with each other in a bizarre manner. Each abyss dragon bit down on another abyss dragon's tail. Like that, they formed a circle, instantly surrounding Su Ming, who was charging madly to the Vermilion Birds continent. Everything had happened so suddenly that the crowd in the area had only just registered what had happened at that moment. It was especially so for the true Morning Dao disciples on the Azure Dragon's continent. They immediately flew up and had their cultivation bases erupt from their bodies. This was true Morning Dao world, and the one surrounded by 1,000 abyss dragons at that moment was Dao Kong, their Dynast who had just been anointed moments ago. During the challenge, they could fight and even try to kill each other, But when there were external enemies, they were fellow members who would move as one. This was a teaching carved into them over countless years in Morning Dao sect. It was etched so deep into the bones of the disciples of Morning Dao sect that it had become a brand in their souls. The people from the fourth great true world on the Black Turtle's continent remained composed. A glint shone in the old man in blue's eyes. He did not open his mouth to speak, though. By his side, Reverend Zilong frowned. He might have fought against Su Ming before, but in the end, they had formed a strange type of friendship between them. They might not have spoken about this friendship, but it existed. If they had to speak of a source for it, then perhaps it was born from a type of guilt and respect in Reverend Zilong. He felt guilty for leaving when he was in the Fifth Ocean, and he respected Su Ming for doing all the shocking things. Morning Dao sect, look at you. I wonder whether this is an anointment ceremony, or whether this is a slaughter fest which you intend to make all of us who have come from the three great true worlds observe. The Dynast you have anointed is a lunatic. This person could destroy an entire camp from true sacred Een world stationed in the barren lands of divine essence. Now, with just the slightest bit of disagreement, he went mad and killed an abyss dragon, and judging by his actions, he looks like he wants to kill our fellow Taoist from the Emperor of Abyss True World. Is this really the Dynast you anointed? Old Ming asked in derision while standing on the White Tiger's continent. Chapter 1101, My Right Hand. 2. Morning Dao sect disciples, stand down and sit. Sect master, you said in a low voice. Yet it was like a thunderous roar, causing the Morning Dao sect disciples whose cultivation bases had erupted and who were prepared to help Su Ming to fall silent. In a moment, they returned to the Azure Dragon's continent. The 9 million cultivators on the 9 continents in the area below were also forced to a stop. They glared at the area above them and returned to their own stone platforms. It was also during this moment that the circle formed by the 1,000 abyss dragons started shrinking around Su Ming in the center. The speed of it was so quick that they rushed at him in the blink of an eye. As they closed in, a gigantic, illusory dragon head took shape. Roaring, it gathered together the power of the 1,000 abyss dragons and their burning souls. With a vast amount of life force, it charged towards Su Ming with loud booming sounds. This was the power which erupted from the 1,000 abyss dragons once they fused together and had all their cultivation bases as well as their power gathered together. In fact, under the order of the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World, an invisible flame had lit up in the abyss dragons' souls as well as their cultivation bases. This was them burning their lives to have their greatest power erupt. Once they executed this attack, then even without receiving any attack, they would only have a few days left to live. However, with this sort of price, they could use power which could even shock the heavens. In fact, this power would surpass even the one blow delivered simultaneously by 1,000 cultivators in the later stage of World Plane Realm after they burned their lives. After all, abyss dragons were not cultivators. They also possessed great physical strength. If Su Ming had not gone through the trial of the Dynasts, then besides summoning the fifth kiln, he would not have had any other method to deal with this attack. He felt that this attack was just slightly weaker than the ancient god's punch he'd faced in the battlefield. However, since Su Ming had gone through the trial, blood-red light shone in his eyes. At the instant the huge dragon head formed by the shocking power came forth, he turned around without any hesitation so that his back was towards the incoming dragon head. He raised his right hand, and with the exact same motion of Dao Ocean's predecessor when he controlled the body during the trial, he struck his chest with his right hand. The instant he struck was the same moment the gigantic dragon head behind him crashed into his body. With it as the conduit, their blows landed at the same time, and a loud, booming sound rose into the sky. Su Ming jolted. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, while the gigantic dragon head behind him shuddered violently. Roars reverberated in the air, and the dragon head shattered into pieces. This was due to the rebounding force from Su Ming's still, stable body. The tremors had even caused the connection between the 1,000 abyss dragons to disintegrate. They all fell backwards. They roared in pain, and then their bodies shattered at the same time. Wounds tore through their bodies, and in the end, their flesh, blood, and bones were separated from each other, just like what had happened to the abyss dragon in Mastery Realm. The flesh and blood of the 1,000 abyss dragons exploded as they were forced back, and with only their skeletal frames left, they fell from the sky. A thick, bloody stench filled the area. The expression of the crazed Su Ming twisted, and his eyes grew even more bloodshot. As most of the people in the area watched in shock, he sucked in a sharp breath. Immediately, the endless flesh and blood in the area charged towards him, where they disappeared into a gigantic vortex, which had suddenly appeared before the crimson-haired person. In the depths of the vortex was the abyss dragon belonging to Xuan, which had turned into a big dog in Su Ming's storage bag. At that moment, it shuddered, and with the same madness as Su Ming's in its eyes, it continuously sucked in the vast amount of flesh and blood. As abyss dragons, they were existences who became stronger by devouring each other. However, this act of devouring each other was strictly prohibited in the Emperor of Abyss True World. Any abyss dragon who did it would be killed straight away. However, at that moment, the dragon in the storage bag no longer belonged to the Emperor of Abyss True World, and it no longer cared. Its wounds instantly recovered. Its cultivation base also continuously erupted, and it rose straight into Lunar Culpa Realm from its previous level of cultivation before it reached a breakthrough and arrived in Solar Culpa Realm. It might not have attained great completion, but it was enough to make it feel as if it had been reborn. I too have an abyss dragon. Su Ming swung his arm, and a loud dragon's roar came from the vortex. It was the voice of the abyss dragon, which belonged to Xuan and also to Su Ming. It rushed out from the vortex. When it threw its head back and roared, a huge sun appeared behind it. At the instant the abyss dragon appeared, another abyss dragon also shot out from the vortex with a roar. This abyss dragon was clearly much bigger than the first, but it had not a hint of imposing might in its eyes, only a sleazy look, making it clear that this abyss dragon was what the bald crane had transformed into because it did not want to be left out of the limelight. The two abyss dragons floated by Su Ming, their roars shaking the sky and earth. With one move, Su Ming turned into a long arc and charged towards the Vermilion Birds continent. This scene shocked all the people in the area. It also caused the heart of the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World to tremble. As his expression twisted, he growled, "Cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World, what are you waiting for? I'm ordering you now. Without regard for cost, no matter whether you are going to summon the progenitor of our world or the abyssal nightmare by sacrificing your flesh and blood, kill him." "Dao Kong, what are you doing?" Sect Master Ri shouted towards Su Ming. He lifted his foot, but just as he was about to take a step forward to put a stop to everything, Old Yu and Ming laughed long and hard from the White Tiger's continent. Such a conceited and mad person is not suited to be a Dynast in Morning Dao sect. Since you do not clear your trash from your sect, then let the both of us help you deal with it. Old Yu and Ming, the two old men who were so old that they looked as if they could not even open their eyes, chortled and jumped into the air. Their terrifying cultivation erupted with a bang from their bodies. "Fellow Taoists from the Emperor of Abyss True World, we will help you kill this person." With a loud roar, the two old men charged towards Su Ming. Sect Master Yu's foot stopped for a moment as his expression turned dark. He did not move forward. "Haha, thank you, Seniors Yu and Ming. I will certainly tell my Lord Father exactly what happened, and I will naturally repay you in the future." The third prince's spirits were lifted. He forced down the terror in his heart and stared at Su Ming with a ferocious expression. "Wakue." The crimson-haired Su Ming charged forward with madness in him. At that moment, there was only Xuan in his eyes. At the instant he spoke, ripples immediately appeared in the air. Flame Fiend's progenitor stepped out of thin air. When he raised his right hand, the flames belonging to him instantly spread out with a bang. When they swept out in all directions, they formed 100,000 fireballs that swept towards the incoming cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World. "Zhu Kai." Su Ming seized the air with his right hand, and the Life Inequity Spear appeared in it. Once he released his grip, the spear plunged down, and an arm instantly shot out from the air to seize it. Zhu Kai's plump body walked out of thin air as well. He sighed in his heart, and his huge body instantly started shrinking. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a middle-aged man with an imposing face. He tightened his grip around the Life Inequity Spear. Then, with a single step forward, he charged towards Old Yu and Ming. "Life Inequity Spear, you. Changhe, you're really the war immortal Changhe." Old Yu and Ming's expressions changed swiftly. Besides searching for Dao Kong, they had also come to Morning Dao sect with another task, and that was to find true Sacredine World's war immortal Changhe, their sublime paragon's disciple who was mentioned by the middle-aged man in Life Realm when he returned from the camp stationed in the barren lands of Divine Essence. Chang He died in the 5th kiln. I am Zhu Yukai. Zhu Yukai's eyes fell shut before he opened them once more. The power of those nearly in death realm erupted from his body with a bang, and he charged straight towards old Yu and Ming. When he appeared as Zhu Yukai, his power would occasionally be weak, while at other times it would strong. However, when he adopted this form, he would never be the person who the middle-aged man from the camp of true Sacred Een World thought possessed only Chang He's will. Instead, he would become the war immortal who had truly attained great completion in life realm, and who had taken half a step into death realm. However, during that moment, the war immortal no longer belonged to true Sacred Een World, but because of a promise, he had come to Su Ming's side. Boom. The battle shocked the heavens. With Zhu Yukai holding back old Yu and Ming, Flame Fiend's progenitor killing the cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World, the bald crane and the Abyss Dragon's roars echoing towards the heavens, Su Ming turned into a long arc filled with madness and killing intent that seemed to be able to crush the air. He rushed towards the Vermilion Birds continent, straight towards the 3rd prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World who had injured Xuan. When the woman saw Su Ming coming towards them, a smile appeared on her face, and as she smiled, tears fell from her eyes. She knew. She always knew that Su Ming had not died. She also knew that she would one day meet him, that there was still a possibility for them to see each other. Such things had only belonged to Xuan's dreams before, but now, they had become true. It's you. You're not Dao Kong. You're Su Ming, the one from the land of berserkers within true Morning Dao Sect's Een Death region. You're the Su Ming who that be *TCH Xuan got to know in the land of berserkers. You're not Dao Kong. If the 3rd prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World still did not understand this by then he would have lived his life in vain. At the instant his voice traveled outward, the crimson-haired Su Ming had already closed in, and with one punch forward, the world roared. A screen of light spread out from the body of the 3rd prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World, and it looked like a huge, overturned bowl had been placed on him. The color of the screen of light was black, and waves of the aura of Abyss spread out from it. A mighty pressure which could suffocate people came from the screen. This mighty pressure surpassed those in Death Realm. This was the light of protection formed by the 3rd prince's father, the Emperor of Abyss True World. A loud bang shot up. Su Ming's fist landed on the screen of light. A powerful rebound forced Su Ming to fall back. As he coughed up blood, the air around the screen distorted. For figures who clearly had been hiding all this, while turned into 4 long arcs that charged towards the withdrawing Su Ming with strong killing intent. Chapter 1102, My Right Hand. 3. The 4 figures were incredibly quick, and their power, which swirled around them, made it possible for the others to tell that 2 of them were in Mastery Realm and 2 in Fate Realm. One of them was even a cultivator who had mastered his own laws of fate. No matter which true world they entered, such 4 people would be incredibly famous. When the 4 of them were together, their presence was like that of a tidal wave that was difficult for others to ignore. However, the 4 of them had chosen to hide themselves. Even when the Abyss Dragon in Mastery Realm was killed and the 1,000 Abyss Dragons died, even when the cultivators from the Emperor of Abyss True World died, with shrill screams under Flame Fiend's progenitor's sea of fire, the 4 had remained composed and hid around the 3rd prince, waiting for Su Ming's arrival. Only at the instant the screen of light appeared and Su Ming was bounced off that they launched a fatal attack. Su Ming fell back. While his chi and blood were still tumbling about, the long arcs had already closed in on him. The 4 aloof gazes and 4 great waves of killing intent of the 4 middle-aged men turned into 4 divine abilities filled with the aura of Abyss that instantly rushed towards Su Ming. He could not dodge. It was impossible even to consider. The laws in the area had changed. The area around felt as if it had been separated, isolated. All of Su Ming's retreat paths were sealed off, and since his chi and blood were still tumbling about, he was in a death trap that would be fatal in most cases. The 3rd prince laughed madly while Xuan bit down on her bottom lip. The firm look in her eyes seemed to have turned into words in her heart. She reminded herself continuously that the man before her eyes could bring forth a miracle. Bang! Su Ming trembled. Even his powerful physical body was injured gravely when the 4 people attacked together. When he coughed up blood, his body fell back, but as he did so, the 4 people smiled coldly and moved forward once more. They once again launched an attack together. Kill him, extract his soul. I want him to see how I will ravish this B***TCH. When he felt that he was no longer exposed to any danger and that victory was in his grasp, the third prince raised his right hand and slapped Xuan fiercely behind the screen of light. B***TCH, he's Su Ming, right? He's that Su Ming you got to know in the land of berserkers, right? But so what if he appeared? So what if he is incredibly powerful? You B***TCH, that Su Ming you met in the land of berserkers is a foolish lunatic. If he had stayed obediently in Morning Dao sect with his name hidden, I might have never found him. But now? So foolish. The third prince laughed loudly. The entire area had descended into a strange silence. Besides the battle in the sky, the image of the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss true world from before, and as of right, then, was in the eyes of all the cultivators from Morning Dao sect. It manifested in the form of silence. It was especially so for sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing, who had grim expressions which had never appeared on their faces before. Foolish, huh? As Su Ming fell backwards, with his bloodshot eyes, he saw Xuan cup her cheek. Blood trickled down the corner of her lips. His soul burned. Everything about him was boiling. As he mumbled, an extremely thick destructive power erupted furiously with a bang from his body. At the instant, the presence longing to destroy all lives in the universe erupted from him. On an altar formed by countless runes, which were fragmented continents incredibly far away, but still in true Morning Dao world that was under the Immortals Union's jurisdiction at the moment, was Su Ming's physical body. It was trembling furiously. What could be known as acting in a manner when one flung all caution to the wind? What could be considered as not caring about any consequences? There were times when madness could be used to describe it, but there was another word that was much stronger than that one and could be used to perfectly describe the source of a person not caring about all consequences. And that was care. When care was shown to a certain thing or person, then due to their care for them, the person could overturn the universe, stopping at nothing. For certain people, those things they cared about could not be touched under any circumstances. Foolish, huh? Perhaps. I am not an incredibly smart person. So what if I exposed myself? So what if I revealed everything? The red in Su Ming's eyes gradually disappeared. His crimson hair slowly turned normal. He regained his rationality, but in his heart, care that was several times greater than the madness he felt when his hair was crimson arose. In all his life, there were only a few people that he cared about in his life. From the moment she kissed him all those years ago, Xuan's image was etched deep in his heart, and she became one of the few people he cared about. She likes me. If I can't even protect her, then is there still any worth even if I come to Morning Dao sect? There are few people in our lives who we need to treat like an obsessions and for whom we can give up on everything without any hesitation. Steadfastness. Steadfastness. The red in Su Ming's eyes might have disappeared, but it was replaced by firm steadfastness. It filled Su Ming's heart, causing him to feel as if a barrier had been broken at that instant. As it shattered, the three mountains illuminate the moon appeared swiftly in the sky behind Su Ming, right before all of the cultivators' eyes. It happened without Su Ming intentionally summoning it. The gigantic moon shone with a tricolored light, causing all the cultivators in the area to suck in sharp breaths, especially the four people who closed in on Su Ming. Almost at the instant they executed their attack once more, an aura that erupted from Su Ming's body swept out in all directions. Once it crashed into the four, it forced them back continuously. Their expressions instantly changed drastically, and disbelief appeared on their faces. The power of manifesting mastery realm. This is the power of the world that every almighty will stir up when they're manifesting the power of mastery realm. This person, the strength he showed previously had far surpassed those in mastery realm. So how is it possible that he's now manifesting the power of mastery realm? Lunar Culpa realm. He wasn't a cultivator in mastery realm. He was in Lunar Culpa realm. Such a huge moon. What cultivation method is he practicing? How could he fight against the Almighties when he's just in Lunar Culpa realm? The four people's breathing quickened. When they fell back, they could not hide the shock on their faces, because amid the disbelief in the depths of their hearts at that moment, an idea that brought fear had arisen. He could fight against Almighties when he was just in Lunar Culpa realm. If this person were to reach mastery realm, then how strong would he be? During that moment, the four people weren't the only ones who reacted like that. Even the pupils of Old Yu and Ming, who were hesitant in their actions when they fought against Zhu Yu Kai, shrunk in surprise. Reverend Zilong from the fourth true world stood up swiftly with disbelief on his face. His breathing quickened. Only at that moment did he realize swiftly that Su Ming was just in Lunar Culpa realm. Su Ming had not hidden his level of cultivation and only showed the power belonging to those in Lunar Culpa realm, but was really just in Lunar Culpa realm. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the old man in blue beside Reverend Zilong. When he stared at Su Ming, strong praise and admiration were in his gaze. There might be some people who had seen Su Ming's moon before in Morning Dao sect, but at that moment, the aura spreading out from his body much increasing with an astonishing speed. The three sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing cast each other glances, and each of them saw a look of interest in the other's eyes. In just Lunar Culpa realm, he could fight against the Almighties. If this person reaches Mastery realm, the three people's breathing quickened at the same time, and the light in their eyes immediately reached a dazzling degree. Dynast Dao Kong. The Morning Dao sect disciples on the Azure Dragon's continent might have been a little uncertain due to the third prince's words previously, but at that moment, someone immediately began shouting with force and vigor. Once the people heard his voice, all the cultivators on the Azure Dragon's continent and the 9 million in the area beneath shouted one after another, and slowly, their voices fused together, turning into a wave of sound that surged to the skies and reverberated in the air. Dynast Dao Kong. Dynast Dao Kong. The voices continued echoing in the air. They formed an astonishing roar that shook the sky. The weather changed, and wind swept out in all directions. Su Ming threw his head back and let out a long howl like never before. It shocked all the cultivators in the area. As he howled, the huge moon behind him crumbled with a bang. As it did so, its countless fragments gathered together once more. As they grouped, they formed a gigantic, peerless sun that was unprecedented and would most likely never be seen again by the people in the future. It was so huge that it far surpassed the sun possessed by all other cultivators in Solar Culpa realm. It still shone with 3 colors. The crazed red, the sacred gold, and the chilling gray caused the sun to become the ultimate sight in the eyes of all the people in the area. The 3 mountains illuminating the moon also turned into the 3 mountains shining on the sun. Protect care. Su Ming's figure was within the peerless sun. The strength of his erupted power shook the sky, and understanding appeared in his head. He had been able to reach a breakthrough in his level of cultivation because the ability to care was a form of power. It would fuel his desire to protect and become a madness that could destroy everything. This was a form of epiphany, a sediment that had laid in Su Ming's heart after all his changes of heart. It was a form of power that allowed him to marginally understand Su Xianyi's form of protection at that moment. The source of power does not come from the universe or nothingness, neither does it come from the worlds outside. Borrowing the power from the things around us just leads to using external power in the end. True power comes from the heart and mind itself. It comes from the person. It's just like how we need our own will to not allow our power to spread outwards instead of using some from external sources. It's just like how we need our own bodies to form rebounds instead of using the power from external sources. True power, the true great Tao. Perhaps the essence from Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos is also like that, but no matter what it is, in the end, the path all of us take to obtain true power is of training our own minds and souls. Su Ming finally understood. At the instant he came to an epiphany, an even more powerful wave of power erupted from his body with a bang. This eruption of his cultivation base caused the sun that had just been formed to instantly look as if it was about to melt. At the same time, the presence of those belonging to Mastery Realm radiated off him. Mastery Realm manifests a palm, because the palm symbolizes a full grasp of something, but the palm is also protection. To use the hand to protect, what is important is in the palm. Su Ming mumbled. As he did so, his real physical body lying on the altar surrounded by the fragmented continents in the territory of the Immortals Union, furled his hand into a fist. Chapter 1103, My Right Hand. 4. The Power to Manifest Mastery Realm. An uproar immediately broke out in the area. All the cultivators who saw the scene were shocked, especially the disciples of Morning Dao sect. Their spirits were lifted, and they continued shouting Dao Kong's name. Their voices traveled in all directions. All Almighties who step into Mastery Realm will have the power of manifesting Mastery Realm descend on them from the heavens. With this sort of power, even those in Death Realm will not be able to inflict even the slightest bit of damage to them. At this moment, all Almighties are protected. The Almighties who were retreating before Su Ming had shock hidden on their sullen faces. When they retreated, they immediately began communicating with each other with divine thoughts. Damn it! How could he suddenly reach a breakthrough and become an almighty at this moment? I thought he had long since become a master of fate, lives, and death based on his physical body and his combat abilities. We can't fight against a person like this, but he can't walk away from the power of the world descending on him either. Only when he manifests the fingers and palm and completely enters mastery realm will he able to move. Let's accumulate power. We will wait for him to come out, and at that moment, he will die. The four people gritted their teeth while staring at Su Ming. Killing intent was evident on their faces, and their auras continued growing in power. Even though they were wary of what Su Ming's power would become when he stepped into mastery realm, they were four people and old monsters who had been in mastery realm for years. They had a certain amount of confidence that they could be able to kill him. After all, in their eyes, no matter how strong Su Ming became, he would have only just reached mastery realm. Killing him when his foundation was not strong enough was not impossible. They were not the only ones who stopped fighting. Old Yu and Ming, as well as Zhu Yu Kai, parted and looked towards Su Ming, who was enveloped in a gigantic vortex with waves of strong, mighty pressure spreading out from him. He seemed to have fused with the universe. Light flashed even in the eyes of sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing when all of them looked over simultaneously. Yu Xian stared at Su Ming with his head back and roaring from the vortex. There was a smile on her face and a hint of pride within it. She was proud for Su Ming's achievements. The third prince's expression was dark and gloomy. In his eyes was strong jealousy. He longed to move into the ranks of Almighties. So when he saw Su Ming entering mastery realm, a cold and sinister light danced in his eyes. Under the gazes of all those around, since even all that fighters had fallen into dead silence, Su Ming could feel his power increasing at an extremely terrifying pace. The gigantic sun which had just been formed behind him swiftly melted as the cultivation base in him erupted. As it did so, it gradually shrank. From the distance, the sun looked as if it had turned into a huge fist. At the same time, almost at the instant the fist-like sun stopped melting, Su Ming's continuously increasing power came to a swift halt. It looked as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. At the instant Su Ming's whole body shuddered, the several people who were staring at Wei Xian immediately focused back on him. He's starting to manifest his fingers. Breaking through Solar Culpa realm and stepping into Mastery realm requires a person to manifest the fingers of a hand. Based on the different levels of potential and the power accumulated, the fingers manifested end up different. That's right. The three of us only managed to manifest 4.5 fingers in the past, and that was already an unprecedented matter in Morning Dao sect. It's not as if there are no people who have managed to manifest all 5 fingers the moment they stepped into Mastery realm, but their number is far too small. There are a handful of such people over the course of tens of thousands of years in a true world. I wonder how many fingers Dao Kong will manifest. Morning Dao sect's sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing cast each other glances as they communicated with divine thoughts. Old Yu and Ming from True Sacred Yin World sneered. With their levels of cultivation, they were only slightly wary of Changhe. As for Su Ming, since they dared come, it clearly meant that they were not worried about him. They naturally had methods to deal with the fifth kiln, which was why when they saw Su Ming manifesting his fingers, they could still smile coldly. This boy will only have 3 fingers. That will be his limit. When one of the 2 old men said that, a long string of laughter came from the fourth true world. The voice of the old man in blue also reverberated in the air amid that laughter. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that this Dao Kong will manifest more than the 3 fingers you speak of. Do you dare make that bet? Old Yu and Ming turned around and looked towards the old man in blue from the fourth true world. Their expressions were slightly dark, but there was wariness hidden behind it as well. They let out cold harumphs. At the instant all sorts of expressions appeared on the faces of the people, a shocking rumble came from Su Ming. His expression distorted. He felt as if there was a wall in his way, and if he did not break it, then it would be difficult for him to step in a mastery realm. With a glint in his eyes, he had his cultivation base erupt and form an indescribable wave of impact that swept up all the power in his body and charged against the invisible wall. Sound that shook the sky spread out in all directions. Under that wave of impact, Su Ming could clearly feel signs of the invisible wall cracking. After a moment, booming sounds surged into the air and the wall shattered. At the instant it did so, Su Ming's cultivation base rose madly once more. His long hair danced in the air, and a powerful light shone in his eyes. The area around him distorted. The vortex formed by the power of the universe descending in the area spread out. At the same time as Su Ming's cultivation base erupted from his body, the gigantic sun behind him extended a finger as if it was a fist. The first finger appeared. A power that was much stronger than before swept out from Su Ming's body. When it spread out, a deafening rumble shot into the air. Su Ming turned his head around and cast his gaze at the vermilion bird's continent beneath him, where the sullen third prince was enveloped by a screen of light. A ruthless glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at the vermilion bird's continent. Booming sounds surged into the sky, and Su Ming's vortex immediately roared. The shadow of a fingertip manifested within it before stretching into a huge finger. It was several thousands of feet big, and at the instant it appeared, it gained complete, corporeal form. Not a hint of it being a mere illusion could be detected. The huge finger was the first finger Su Ming had manifested among in Mastery Realm. He was not in a hurry to open all 5 fingers, though, and attacked. As he pointed forward, the huge finger charged towards the vermilion bird's continent with a loud roar. It was so fast that an arc which seemed like it was formed when air had erupted appeared in front of the finger. That arc even showed signs of burning, as if there was a barrier, and the finger wanted to pierce through it. In the face of the power from that one finger, a cold sneer appeared on the third prince's lips. It was full of derision. He naturally knew that when the power of the universe descended, no one could hurt Su Ming, but Su Ming could also not go through the power of the universe and attack others. This was the rule, the law. It was something that no one could change. Because of that, the act of sending the finger was incredibly ludicrous to him. However, the instant that mocking look appeared on his face, it was replaced by disbelief. The expression of all the people in the area also changed, including those of Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing, Old Yu and Ming, Reverend Zilong, and the old man in blue who had remained composed during the whole affair. Everyone's pupils shrank at that instant, because, as that huge finger from Su Ming scrapped against the power of the universe, becoming slower as if unable to penetrate through the invisible power to bring forth the destruction it wanted, the slightly larger of the 2 abyss dragons let his eyes wander. All the people who fell into its line of vision felt as if the items in their storage bags had been seen through. That abyss dragon let out a fake cough, cursed under its breath, lifted its claw, seized the air in front of it gently, and immediately, the power of the universe surrounding the large finger belonging to Su Ming and preventing it from moving forward vanished. At the instant it disappeared, the finger shot out with a bang, and with a speed even faster than before, it charged forward with a crazed desire to destroy the world, straight towards the third prince enveloped by the screen of light. This is impossible. Even with their level of cultivation and ability to compose themselves, Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing were stunned at that moment. There was no need to even talk about other people. It was especially so for the 4 almighties who protected the third prince. The 4 of them had been gathering their strength when the sudden change in circumstances caused their expressions to change drastically. They were the third prince's guards, and they could not allow anyone to touch the third prince before them, or else it would show their incompetence, and what would await them would be the punishment from the Emperor of Abyss True World. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them acted as one and turned into 4 long arcs which charged against Su Ming's huge finger rushing towards the third prince. A loud bang shot up in the air, and it stirred up a powerful wave of impact from the spot where they came into contact with the finger. That wave of impact charged in all directions with loud, booming sounds. Ripples spread out, and a large number of cracks appeared in the air. As Su Ming's finger flashed a few times, it gradually disappeared from the people's sight. However, the price for causing Su Ming's first finger to disappear was falling back of the 4 almighties. They coughed up blood continuously, and the almighty in Mastery Realm who was the weakest among them was torn to shreds, his body and soul destroyed. 1 dead, and 3 injured. This was the terrifying power Su Ming showed once he manifested his first finger in Mastery Realm. This is unfair. The remaining 3 people retreated swiftly. Their faces had went pale, and one of them let out an indignant roar. They could not hurt Su Ming because of the power of the universe, but Su Ming could disregard it and kill one of them as well as injure the rest with just 1 finger. This was indeed unfair, but their only answer came from the abyss dragon, which was the bald crane. It shook its, but then turned back to wink at the person who had shouted before cursing under its breath. Darn it all. As it spoke, perhaps its movements when it shook its but were a little too great, for it immediately turned around. A loud bang shot up. Chapter 1104. My Right Hand. 5. When the one finger killed a person, it shocked all the people in the area, and a dead silence descended. Everyone's gazes were gathered on the abyss dragon, which was the bald crane. It was the first time it was the center of attention of so many people. A smug look appeared on its face, and it let out a few fake coughs, but just as it was about to say a few modest words, another loud roar came from the vortex, and the hearts of the people shuddered. Su Ming felt his cultivation base continue rising. When it erupted, it crashed into the second invisible wall. This was his second obstacle, the gate leading to him manifesting his second finger in Mastery Realm. If he broke that barrier, he could make the second finger appear on his son. His cultivation base would increase once again at that moment. If he could not break it, then while he would still be in Mastery Realm, he would not be able to attain completion. He might be much stronger than before, but he could still become much stronger. When I manifest my second finger, I will attack again, and I'd like to see how many of you will be left, Su Ming said in a ghastly voice from the vortex. His cultivation base erupted and rammed against the invisible wall. Twice, thrice. The booming sounds were even more intense than before. At the instant they shook the sky, the second finger appeared on the gigantic sun behind Su Ming. There were two fingers on the sun which seemed to have turned into a fist, and Su Ming's power rose once more. A terrifying presence spread out from his body. There were just two fingers, but the presence spreading out from him was already equivalent to that of normal almighties who had attained great completion in Mastery Realm. After all, this was the presence of Su Ming's cultivation base. It was not his physical body, the power of which had surpassed his cultivation base by far too much. Yet now, the distance between them was swiftly decreasing. It meant that Su Ming's true combat abilities would reach a terrifying extent. Soon after, the instant Su Ming had the second finger in Mastery Realm manifest, he lifted his right hand. With two fingers forming a sword, he swept his hand in the direction of the Vermilion Bird's continent. With a loud bang, two huge fingers touched each other in the vortex. They instantly gained form, and with a presence even greater than before, they shot through the power of the universe and charged towards the Vermilion Bird's continent. The faces of the three almighties beyond the third prince's screen of light on the Vermilion Bird's continent turned pale at that moment. Despair appeared in their eyes, but it was soon replaced by madness. They roared together at the sky, and during that instant, their souls, flesh, blood, and cultivation bases burned. It was especially so for the Almighty who had already seized control of his own laws of fate. The burning of his soul, flesh, blood, and cultivation base caused his cultivation base to rise to a state that was infinitesimally close to life realm. The three of them turned into three long arcs that charged towards Su Ming's two fingers in the sky. A loud bang shook the sky and earth. As the people in the area breathed rapidly, Su Ming's two fingers disappeared, but the price for it was the Almighty in Mastery Realm crumbled into powder. The Almighty in Fate Realm coughed up a dozen mouthfuls of blood in succession. His body instantly withered and his eyes became dull. He moved about thousands of feet backwards, but he could no longer rely on coughing up blood to suppress his injuries. His body was then torn to shreds. The last Almighty who was infinitesimally close to life realm after he burned his soul shuddered. When he moved back, his presence grew dull. The blood he coughed up dyed his robes red. He might not have died, but his organs were already crushed. While retreating, he seized the air with his right hand without any hesitation, taking a large number of medicinal cores before immediately devouring them. Madness was in his eyes. He believed that as long as he was not instantly killed, then with his level of cultivation, he could persevere and return to the Emperor of Abyss True World. Like that, perhaps he would still have a chance to survive. He was betting that Su Ming would not be able to manifest the third finger. His power is already equivalent to those who have attained great completion in Mastery Realm, and he has manifested just two fingers. This Dao Kong is. Ri, Yu, and Xing cast each other glances with incredibly stern expressions. There's his physical power as well. Once he fused his cultivation base with his physical body, his two fingers reached a power that could crush those in Fate Realm. This is the power equivalent to one strike of those in the initial stage of life realm. This child has no limits to his future. A person who could devour a garrison in a striking land. I thought he was originally in Mastery Realm, but judging by the looks of it, we've underestimated him. His blood shone with gold. If he can manifest the third finger, we can. Light shone in the eyes of sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. There was surprise within them, but it soon disappeared as they reached a consensus. If this child can manifest the third finger, then another top-notch warrior will appear in Morning Dao sect in the future. The old man in blue from the fourth true world shook his head while speaking calmly. By his side, Reverend Zilong looked ahead with a glint in his eyes. However, he already committed a huge offense. It doesn't matter whether it is True Sacred Een World or the Emperor of Abyss True World, both will be great disasters to him. The three true worlds cannot fight against each other. They will only have a dispute. Even if Dao Kong kills that third prince, the Emperor of Abyss True World will at most make Morning Dao sect pay a great price. Besides, look at Ri, Yu, and Xing. Those three old coots were sending divine thoughts to each other just now. I might not be able to hear what they were saying, but I can guess that they've already become interested in him. They've become interested in Dao Kong. I also feel the same way about this Dao Kong. The old man in blue smiled faintly. As his eyes sparkled, thoughts that no one but he was privy to formed in his head. While everyone in the crowd harbored their own thoughts, a loud rumbling rose once again, and all of their thoughts left when they trained their gazes on Su Ming. His location was where the sound had originated. This time, Su Ming's roar was mixed in the rumble. At the instant he threw his head back and roared, the third finger appeared on the sun behind him. Veins popped up on Su Ming's face. The appearance of the third finger might have seemed simple, but in truth, he had used his cultivation base to crash against the wall nearly 100 times before he finally managed to break it. If it was not because his body was powerful to begin with, then such charges would have surely caused his body to crumble. This was also one of the reasons why the sight of someone manifesting the third finger was considered rare in the four great true worlds. In truth, practically all the Almighties in Mastery Realm Su Ming he'd met in the past had only manifested one or two fingers. As of then, he had yet to meet someone who had manifested the third finger. After all, a person who had only manifested the first finger could also attain great completion in Mastery Realm and could reach Fate Realm. However, the difference between them would have been widened from the instant they stepped into Mastery Realm. They might all be in Mastery Realm and would have all attained great completion, but a person who had manifested four fingers could kill a person in Mastery Realm who had only manifested one finger. Almost at the instant Su Ming manifested the third finger, he lowered it. The killing intent in his eyes was laced with madness. It was a steadfast power formed by extreme care towards another person. It was the source of power which allowed Su Ming to reach a breakthrough and become an almighty. It was the form of care because of which he wanted to use his palm to protect everything, defend the people he treasured so that they would not be injured. I'd like to see how you'll withstand this. Su Ming raised his right hand and swept through the air with three fingers. The world rumbled, and the three large fingers appeared in the air beyond the vortex. They were thousands of feet long, and a power that allowed them to blot out the sky spread out from them. As the tumbles shook the area, the fingers charged towards the Vermilion Bird's continent with loud booming sounds. The Almighty in Fate Realm who had burned his soul looked over at it with anguish. Despair showed up in his eyes. The instant Su Ming manifested his third finger, he understood that he could not block the attack. He could only be a pebble that was crushed because he had blocked Dao Kong's path as he rose to power. As he laughed brokenly, the Almighty in Fate Realm also came to understand that he no longer had any path for retreat. He roared at the heavens, and the instant the three huge fingers appeared, he rushed forward. When the three fingers were about to touch him, he chose to self-destruct. Loud booming sounds echoed in the sky. Yet the self-destruction from the Almighty from the Emperor of Abyss True World could not make Su Ming's three fingers to stop for even an instant. They landed on the Vermilion Bird's continent and immediately crashed against the black screen of light. By then, the prince had seized Xuan and dragged her in front of him. His expression was no longer what it had been before. The entire Vermilion Bird's continent shuddered furiously. The Vermilion Bird supporting it let out a pained screech, and its body sank together with the continent for thousands of feet. The bird then flew out swiftly, no longer supporting the continent. Instead, It stared at Su Ming with a terrified gaze. The vermilion bird might have left, but the continent did not sink. The black screen of light around the third prince expanded swiftly to envelop the entire continent, causing Su Ming's 3 fingers to crumble. Haha, how are you going to break through my Lord Father's protection screen? I'll remember what happened today. The third prince laughed loudly and raised his right hand to push it against the ground. Immediately, threads of light appeared in front of him. As they spun, they branded the ground. At an extreme speed, they formed a relocation rune. I will need 30 breaths for the rune to form completely, and another 20 the moment I activate it to leave this place. Su Ming, you only have 50 breaths. You can only watch me take this *TCH and leave. The third prince laughed madly with derision as well as contempt in his eyes. I don't need 50 breaths. A menacing glare appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Chapter 1105, My Right Hand. 6. The fourth finger swiftly appeared on the fist-like sun. Su Ming had already activated 4 of the 5 fingers. As Su Ming raised his right hand and swung his arm at the vermilion bird's continent, a palm with 4 fingers manifested beyond the vortex formed by the power of the universe. With a mighty pressure that caused people's hearts to tremble and a will that could destroy the entire universe just to protect something, the 4-fingered palm looked as if it had replaced the world. It charged straight for the vermilion bird's continent. Before it even closed in, the sky started shattering layer by layer. The black screen of light on the vermilion bird's continent shone with a dazzling light. A cold sneer appeared on the lips of the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World. However, his slightly trembling gaze betrayed that he was terrified at that moment. Boom! A shocking sound reverberated in the air. At the instant it traveled through the area, the third prince's arrogant laughter spread out. The black screen of light distorted furiously when the 4-fingered palm collided against it, but the palm was the one that fell back and was torn to shreds. What can you do to me, Su Ming? Do you care about this *TCH that much? While laughing with conceit, the third prince raised his right hand and seized Yuxian's neck, lifting her frail body high into the air. With a tight squeeze, he caused pain to immediately appear on her face. However, she still smiled. She did not want Su Ming to see her in pain. You care about this *TCH? Haha, so what if you care about her? She's in my hands. If you have the ability to break the Emperor of Abyss screen of light in the span of a few dozen breaths, then do so and try to save her. Su Ming, if you can't do it in a few dozen breaths, then I will take her home with me. But if you're willing to kneel down and beg me, destroy your own cultivation base, and dig out your heart as a form of respect, I will consider letting this *TCH, who will not live for more than 100 years if she leaves the Emperor of Abyss True World to stay with you. Come on. The third prince tightened his grip. Veins popped up on his face. As he laughed madly, he stared at Yuxian enduring her pain, then at Su Ming whose eyes had went red. The prince felt incredibly delighted, and his laughter grew even more conceited. He saw the red in Su Ming's eyes and sensed the madness in him, but he did not care. As long as the screen of light was not broken, then in a few dozen more breaths, he would return to the Emperor of Abyss True World. If the man was conceited enough to chase after him there, the third prince would let him know what despair was. Su Ming had returned from his destructive, crimson state, but at that moment, after the taunts of the third prince, red covered all the white in his eyes. At the same time, red light spread out from him when he saw Yuxian doing her best to smile, even though it was clear that she was in pain. As he watched the woman who was once a mischievous girl in the past, Su Ming felt his heart aching in pain. He also saw resolve and determination in her face as she did her best to smile. There was deep steadfastness within her. It was a steadfast resolution proclaiming that, if we cannot be together, then I will wait for you in the netherworld. The pain made Su Ming feel as if his heart had been torn apart and would not recover. Everything in his eyes grew crimson. There was only one thought in his head at that moment. Break the screen of light, kill the third prince, save Yuxian. In the mid of his madness and his form of care, Su Ming charged forward without a single word and left the vortex formed by the power of the universe. At the instant he stepped out, he raised his right hand, and his cultivation base roared to attempt to manifest the 5th finger. Many attempts were completed as Su Ming charged forward, but even if the blood in his body was raging violently, he still could not break through the invisible wall leading to the manifestation of the 5th finger. It was as if there was always a little left lacking. Manifest, 5th finger. As a blood-red glare shone in Su Ming's bloodshot eyes, he struck his storage bag with his left hand, and the poisonous wasp with the God Ascension nectar immediately appeared on his palm. At the instant he clenched his left fist, the poison sting pierced his flesh. God Ascension nectar entered his system, and it immediately swam through his blood. As it spread out and fused with his cultivation base, a loud bang rang out in Su Ming's head. Another attempt to break through was executed in a frenzy. But he was still lacking a little. The now irrational Su Ming sent out a divine thought to the poisonous wasp to have it inject even more God Ascension nectar into him. And immediately, an amount hundreds of times greater than what had caused him to attract the swarm of waves of tears in divine essence Star Ocean was injected into his body. Booming sounds echoed in Su Ming's head. They were like thunderous roars shaking his soul so much that he felt as if he was about to shatter. Yet at the same time, a presence that caused all the cultivators and even the old man in blue from the fourth true world to stand erupted from Su Ming's body. As it did so, Su Ming circulated all of his cultivation base. At that moment, he might have seemed normal, but in truth, as his cultivation base continuously erupted and the God Ascension nectar spread through him, his body continued swelling. This could not be seen with the naked eye. However, Su Ming had a feeling that at the extent his body swelled up, he would burst apart in less than 3 breaths. During the first breath, Su Ming bled from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. He circulated all his cultivation base and continued attacking the invisible barrier leading to the 5th finger, intending to use this method to forcefully break through it. During the second breath, an intense pain that could not be put into words spread out through him, causing Su Ming to feel as if every single part of his body was about to shatter. Sweat broke out on his skin, and a strong sense of danger rose in his heart. It was the feeling of upcoming death. Once his body crumbled, his physical body would not be the only thing that would disintegrate. His soul, too, would be gone. This was a choice between death or breaking the wall to the 5th finger. A rational person would have definitely not chosen to do this, but at that moment, Su Ming no longer possessed any form of rationality. There was only extreme concern towards another person. With great effort, he circulated his entire cultivation base and continuously attacked the invisible wall. When the 3rd breath arrived, and Su Ming's body surpassed its limit of the swelling up it could contain, it started showing signs of crumbling. The instant he was about to burst like a water balloon, a loud bang shot into the air. Once a large amount of water was injected into the water balloon, what would erupt would either be Su Ming's body, or he would break through the wall. At the instant that loud boom reverberated in the air, the shadow of the 5th finger appeared on the sun behind Su Ming. At the instant this happened, the crazed power in Su Ming's body seemed to have found a vent. It surged towards the illusory 5th finger on the sun, causing it to instantly gain corporeal form. As loud booing sounds surged into the air, a scene that shocked countless cultivators in the area appeared in the sky. Up above, there was a fist-like sun with all 5 fingers, but it no longer looked like a sun. It was a palm that had unfurled its fingers from the position of a fist. At the same time, a tricolored light spread out from the real physical body of Su Ming's clenched right fist in the territory of the Immortals' Union. It instantly filled his entire right arm. As it shuddered lightly, a power that seemed to come from Su Ming's physical body rose, and he looked as if he was about to wake up because of it. The palms symbolized protection, Su Ming's steadfastness, and also his care as well as the form of protection he had come to understand. Buzzing sounds rose from the area used for the anointment ceremony in Morning Dao sect. Powerful light shone in the eyes of the old man in blue from the 4th true world. There was a form of concentration in that light, along with incredibly great admiration. His breathing quickened in an indistinct manner, which showed just how shocked he was in his heart. Reverend Zilong sucked in a sharp breath. There was disbelief on his face. However, only he alone among all the other people in the area knew just how crazed Su Ming's actions were, because he knew that Su Ming had used God Ascension nectar. This was a secret he had told no one, and it was precisely because of it, and that he had once sucked in a small whiff of it, that he knew how Su Ming had forcibly manifested his 5th finger when he'd seemed unable to do it before. God Ascension nectar was definitely at work in this. When he thought of the terrors of the God Ascension nectar, respect appeared in Reverend Zilong's eyes. When old Yu and Ming from True Sacred Een World saw Su Ming manifest the 4th finger, their hearts had let out a thump, but they could still remain calm. However, when they saw him manifesting the fifth finger, the two of them sucked in a deep breath and cast each other a glance. Both of them saw the complicated emotions the other was feeling. They knew that once Su Ming manifested his fifth finger, then unless there was a large amount of concrete evidence to prove that he was not Dao Kong, there was no sect in the universe which would give up on a person who had such talent, even if they suspected his origins. It was almost certain that as long as they did not die, then the chances of disciples like this stepping into Death Realm were much higher than of other people. In fact, there was even a hint of possibility that they might surpass Death Realm and become sublime paragons. To any true world, this was an indescribable treasure, and they would absolutely not give up on it. In fact, even if they had concrete evidence against them, they could still make changes to their policy. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that the person was not their enemy. Yet clearly, Su Ming had become a Dynast, killed tens of thousands of cultivators from the Immortals' Union, and even returned from the barren lands of divine essence. This already made it certain that to Morning Dao sect, he was not an enemy, because to Morning Dao sect, their greatest enemy was the Immortals' Union. And more importantly, this person had already received progenitor Dao Chen's blessing and had greeted the progenitor. There was no longer any problems with everything else concerning him. At the instant discussions rose in the area with a buzz, Su Ming had already made the sun behind him form a full palm. Heinous killing intent and a monstrous red glare shone in his eyes. When he raised his right hand, what appeared this time was not an illusory palm, but a palm formed by the sun behind him charging forward with a loud bang. It shot through his body and rushed straight for the Vermilion Bird's continent. Chapter 1106, My Right Hand. 7. That palm was the manifestation of Su Ming's full power at that moment. It was his strongest attack, and he charged right after it. It was the release of Su Ming's physical strength, the strongest power he had gathered together in his life after he fused his cultivation base with his physical body. At the same time, a malicious presence spread out from him. That malicious presence seemed to have come from an ancient, ferocious spirit. It filled the air, but remained indistinct. Only Su Ming knew that it was a Kang's presence. It was ancient and malicious, and it symbolized Su Ming's Kang erupting with power once it became complete. His strike caused the weather to change, the air to look like it was about to freeze, and that a crack that formed would not be able to heal. The strike also caused the pupils of all the people in the area to shrink. Their hearts trembled, because the attack was no longer something that could be executed by those in Mastery Realm, and neither was it something that could be released by Almighties in Fate Realm. The released power had already surpassed Mastery Realm, Fate Realm, and had reached Life Realm. Even though this was not the power brought by those who had attained great completion in Life Realm, it was still an attack belonging to those in the middle stage of Life Realm. Yet that was not the most terrifying aspect. After all, there were people present who were already in Death Realm. What caused them to be in fear was because Su Ming's real level of cultivation was just that of someone who had just reached Mastery Realm. Their fear was born from the fact that they did not understand Su Ming. If they did, they would not feel fear, but shock. If Su Ming could be in control of the laws of fate, he could make his strike reach the power equivalent to those in the later stage of Life Realm and retrieve his real physical body. Then he, who had understood the laws of fate, could make his strike reach the state that was infinitesimally close to the power exhibited by those of Death Realm. The moment Su Ming stepped into Mastery Realm and became an almighty, he could truly be considered powerful. He was no longer a weakling and a weak cultivator who could only be manipulated by the others as they liked. All those who tried to twist his fate would have to suffer consequences. They would have to pay a great price, and it would be so great that perhaps even they would be unable to bear it. His strike descended on the screen of light around the Vermilion Bird's continent. Within it was the third prince who had a crazed expression on his face. He had confidence in the screen of light, and as he continued laughing madly, he gripped Yuxian's neck even tighter. The rune had already almost completely formed. As the light grew to a dazzling degree, the third prince raved at the sky. "I'm waiting for you here, come on." What answered him was a monstrous bang that shook many of the cultivators in the area so much that they bled from their ears. A violent impact swept into all directions with loud banging sounds. The palm formed by Su Ming's cultivation base touched the screen of light left behind by the Emperor from the Emperor of Abyss True World for his descendants. His strike caused the screen of light to instantly distort. A large number of cracks formed at the spot where his palm had landed, and they spread through the whole screen at a fast speed. As they did so, the top part of the screen sank. It looked like it contained an elastic force. Yet the palm formed by Su Ming's cultivation base continued pushing down on the screen, charging towards the third prince on the Vermilion Birds continent. This shocking scene caused the third prince's expression to change. His raving laughter immediately came to a stop. At the instant disbelief appeared in his eyes, a loud booming sound reverberated in the air. When the palm formed by Su Ming's cultivation base pushed the screen of light, about 10,000 feet downwards, more cracks spread, and the palm disappeared. Su Ming had used all his strength, but could only do so much. He still could not make the screen shatter. However, at the instant the palm formed by Su Ming's son disintegrated, he rushed out from behind it and raised his right hand to push down on the sunken screen of light. Booming sounds rose into the air. Red filled Su Ming's eyes. With madness, the power of his physical body reached its peak, and the malicious presence around him grew to an astonishing degree. At the instant he touched the sunken screen and booming sounds could be heard, the screen was unable to bounce back. It was pushed forward by Su Ming's right hand and continued sinking even deeper towards the ground. The third prince's expression instantly turned pale. He stared at Su Ming, who was above him in the sky and was separated from him by the screen of light, but was currently pushing it and making it descend. His mind instantaneously turned blank. With a shudder, he pulled on Xuan without any hesitation and swiftly entered the relocation rune. His face was stark pale, and there was fear that had never once appeared on his face before. He struck the rune with his left hand. Damn it, hurry up and activate. Just activate already. Cold sweat broke out on the third prince's forehead, and a strong feeling that he was about to die rose within him. He roared and struck the rune with his left hand. Immediately, it let out a dazzling light as it started spinning slowly. Red filled Su Ming's eyes. Pushing the screen of light so that it would sink might have seemed easy, but in truth, the screen of light was something that the Emperor of Abyss from the Emperor of Abyss True World had personally branded on his descendants, and its goal was to prevent them being killed. If the screen could be destroyed easily, then the princes of the Emperor of Abyss True World might have all died a long time ago. Even if Su Ming was at his strongest at that moment, he still could not destroy the screen of light. Even moving it was proving to be increasingly difficult. He pushed the screen so that it would continuously approach the ground. He could see Xuan, could see the third prince who he absolutely wanted to kill. He saw their expressions, and also saw the fear in the third prince's eyes. Su Ming approached the ground. From the great distance before, he came until he was only 100,000 feet away from them. Then, the distance shrank to 10,000 feet before it eventually turned to 1,000 feet. In the eyes of the third prince, Su Ming had already arrived, but the rune beneath his feet had only partially activated. It would need another dozen breaths before he could be sent away. After all, this was not a normal relocation, but a relocation between true worlds. That was why the speed was slightly slower. When he saw that Su Ming was about to close in, the third prince's expression twisted. With a roar at the sky, he grabbed Xuan, and just as he was about to fling all caution to the wind, he was suddenly stunned before he laughed loudly. There was madness contained in his laughter, along with endless mockery. Su Ming, what can you even do to me? You can't break open this screen of light. It'll be even better if you're just 1,000 feet away from me. You'll be able to see even more clearly how I'll leave. As the third prince laughed, he sighed in relief in his heart. He saw that Su Ming had reached the limit of what he could do when he pushed the screen until it was only 1,000 feet away from him. Not only did the screen not continue sinking, it even started showing signs that it was about to bounce back. Veins popped up on Su Ming's face. The screen of light was so strong that even if he used his full power, he could only do so much. He could not break the screen, and because of it, he could not take Xuan back. It was just as the third prince said. He could only watch helplessly as Xuan was taken away. The blood-red light in Su Ming's eyes reached a heinous degree, but no matter how he attacked the screen, he still could not stop it from slowly raising. The scene changed from him pushing the screen to him being pushed back by the screen. Gradually, he left the area where the third prince's rune was. From the previous 1,000 feet, the distance between them became 2,000 feet, and it was still widening. The crazed laughter from the third prince fell into Su Ming's ears, and his heart trembled as it ached in pain. Sharp stabs of pain traveled up right hand which he used to push the screen of light, and it was turning into a bloody mess. His bones were continuously being crushed. Compared to the screen of light, his power seemed like it was no longer able to put a fight. I can still become stronger. As long as I can get my real physical body back, I can become even stronger. I won't accept this. With my power, with my cultivation base, how can I not even break a screen of light formed by a divine ability by the Emperor of Abyss? I won't accept this. Su Ming threw his head back and let out the most astonishing roar that he had never done since he'd come to Morning Dao Sect. It contained Su Ming's bewilderment when he was in Dark Mountain and when he was in the land of Berserkers. It contained his anguish when he left the Ninth Summit and stepped into the barren lands of Divine Essence. It contained his madness as he barely escaped death when he was in Divine Essence Star Ocean. It also contained his boundless resentment towards Su Xian due to his origins. At that moment, all of that was released violently in his roar. There was also his pain and his refusal to admit that he could not save Xuan. As the roar reverberated in the air, it traveled through all 9 continents in the first plane to the 99 continents in the second plane, the 999 continents in the third plane, the 9,999 continents in the fourth plane, Dao Ocean, all dimensions in Morning Dao Sect, and it even reached, as faint murmur, Su Xian Yi's isolation grounds. The isolated Su Xian Yi shuddered. However, soon, he closed his eyes again, and a sigh left his lips when he closed his eyes again. As the roar echoed in the sky, the ears of the 10 million cultivators rang. While they were in shock, Su Ming's real physical body, which lay in the territory of the Immortals' Union, shuddered violently, especially his right hand. A tricolored light spread out from it, and a power that had always been sleeping in the body looked as if it was about to be awakened in an unseen manner at that moment. I want to become stronger. At the instant Su Ming shouted those words, dazzling light erupted from his real physical body's right hand. At the instant it appeared, a large number of figures instantly appeared around his real physical body. But before they could even do anything, the right hand of Su Ming's real physical body disappeared in the light. His whole right arm disappeared along with it the next moment. At the same time, Su Ming's bloody right hand, which held back the screen of light in Morning Dao Sect, was torn to shreds with a loud bang. However, a new arm suddenly replaced it at an indescribable speed. Soon after, a power that was even greater than the strongest power Su Ming had been able to muster spilled out violently with a shocking bang from the right hand, which seemed to have regrown in a heartbeat. Thunder roared. The wind and clouds moved back. The chill of midwinter, the light of autumn's red, the flames of the scorching summer appeared at the same time. When they intersected with each other, for the first time ever, the presence of spring appeared around Su Ming's right hand. Spring was the time when all things come back to life, and it was the final step in moving from death to life. And signs of it manifesting showed up at that instant. Su Ming used the right hand, which had appeared as if it had regrown, and seized the air in front of him. As the world roared, the light of the rune around the third prince and Xuan spun. At the instant they were about to be relocated, the screen of light blocking Su Ming's path was torn apart. It crumbled with a bang, and his body descended at an indescribable speed. He lifted his right hand and pierced the light from the rune. As if he could move through true worlds, he seized the third prince, who was already halfway through his relocation, and with a ferocious face yanked him back. Chapter 1107. She doesn't suit you. A shrill scream of pain tumbled out from the mouth of the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World. That scream of pain contained both terror and strong disbelief. He clearly remembered that just one breath ago, Su Ming had still been beyond the screen of light, and he himself had already been relocated halfway through and was in an illusory state. In just a few more breaths, he would have returned to the Emperor of Abyss True World. Everything had happened too fast. So fast that the moment he screamed and disbelief appeared on his face, he felt as if time had flowed back right before his eyes. His body was seized by a power so great that he could not fight back against. It grabbed the back of his neck and yanked him out of the relocation rune. At the same time, Su Ming swung his right arm, and blood-red branches swiftly extended from it. At the instant they spread out, they charged towards Xuan and caught her. All of this was originally supposed to be perfect. During the most critical moment, Su Ming retrieved Destiny's right arm and broke the Emperor of Abyss screen of light, stopped the conceited third prince from leaving, and was about to catch Xuan, changing her destiny with her hands. Everything should have been so, but fate was unpredictable. At that instant, due to someone changing certain things, almost at the instant the tree branches spread out from Su Ming's right hand and were about to catch Xuan, so that she would not be relocated to the Emperor of Abyss True World. A power that Su Ming was familiar with suddenly descended from the sky. With extreme ease, it shot into the tunnel within the relocation rune between Su Ming's right hand and Xuan. The power which was familiar to Su Ming did not come to help him. The instant the branches extended from his right hand to touch Xuan, that power spread outwards, and without a single sound, it let out a ripple that even the current Su Ming would find difficult to handle in the tunnel created by the relocation rune. When it spread out, it caused a tremor so great in the branches Su Ming wanted to use to pull Xuan that they fell backwards, causing her body to be swept away. In an instant, she fused into the air and was relocated back to the Emperor of Abyss True World. Su Ming's eyes turned red. Madness erupted violently in his mind. If the power had come from someone else, or even from the Emperor of Abyss True World, then even if Su Ming would have descended into a frenzy, he would not have been as enraged as he was at that moment. It was impossible to put his anger into words. The boundless resentment in his heart filled his entire body, causing a black vortex to immediately appear in the area around him. She will be safe in the Emperor of Abyss True World, but she doesn't suit you. A sigh echoed in the air. When it gradually faded away, Su Ming's roar shook the sky. The vermilion bird's continent let out a bang. As it trembled, the relocation rune instantly started showing signs of crumbling. It then broke down into pieces. Before that happened, though, the third prince was dragged out by Su Ming. Yet, even though he dragged out the third prince, Xuan could still only become an afterimage in his memory. Su Ming trembled. He lifted his head and stared at the sky. At the same time, a broken smile appeared on his face. He laughed fiercely. With extreme grief and indignation, he laughed at the heavens, the world, his own bloodline, and himself. His laughter contained despair along with an intense pain, as if his heart had been torn apart. The person who had prevented Su Ming from catching Xuan was not an outsider. That familiar power, it belonged to Su Xian, progenitor Dao Chun. Su Ming continued to laugh brokenly. His expression was ferocious, however, and his body trembled. After experiencing the extreme madness, a deadly still air surrounded him. It was akin to death itself, similar to the one he carried under the mask forced on him by Death Region. In time, when he'd gotten rid of the mask, that deadly still air had also disappeared, but at that moment, it returned. Su Ming's personalities changed from just gold, crimson, and gray. Another color had been added: black. Black hair, black eyes. He looked exactly the same as he did when the three personalities had yet to manifest. However, even though he might look the same, in truth, he had changed completely. At that moment, the dead look was formed by the intense pain of his heart being torn apart, the indescribable anger, and the grief as well as indignation that made him feel as if his heart was about to be devoured. "Doesn't suit me," Su Ming mumbled. He did not shout, and neither did he growl. Instead, he stared at the sky. After a long while, he lowered his head. He still had the third prince from the Emperor of Abyss True World in his right hand. The third prince was shuddering at that moment. In his eyes, Su Ming was the most terrifying nightmare in his life. He instinctively wanted to tell him the identity of his father, or to appear strong even though his heart was trembling in fear, or just plead for mercy. The expressions of sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing changed. Clearly, they did not expect that Su Ming would truly be able to break the screen of light. At that moment, when they saw that the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World was in Su Ming's hand, the three of them immediately took a step forward. "Dao Kong, do not kill that person." "Sect Master," you said hastily. The trio's cultivation had already reached a monstrous level, and with one move, they instantly closed in. However, while they might be fast, Su Ming could be even faster when he wanted to kill someone. To the current Su Ming, the third prince was just an ant. At the instant he lowered his head and sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing arrived, he tightened his grip, and 7 ripples were sent into the third prince's body in succession. The first ripple instantly crushed all his bones, causing immense pain. At the instant the third prince let out a shrill scream of pain, Su Ming pushed his left hand over the prince's mouth and seized it so that his screams could not be voiced, thereby turning it into an even more intense pain. Once all the third prince's bones were crushed, the second ripple reduced them all to powder, causing the third prince to become a mess of flesh. If it was not because Su Ming kept his grip on the prince, the man would have definitely fallen into a puddle. The third, fourth, and the fifth ripples tore the third prince's skin, melted his flesh, and evaporated his blood. The sixth and seventh waves crushed his soul. It was shredded forcefully, causing him to taste indescribable pain for a few breaths before he died. Throughout it all, Su Ming's left hand was held tightly over the third prince's mouth so that he could not let out even a single sound. When Su Ming let go of his hand, the third prince disappeared. He had already turned into ashes that fell to the ground. Su Ming's eyes were dull, and he was silent. The breathing of all the cultivators in the area quickened at that moment, and all their gazes gathered on Su Ming. After a long time, he looked at his right hand. Anguish appeared on his face. His right hand could bring forth a power that was infinitesimally close to those who had attained great completion in life realm, which was why he had been able to tear apart the trembling screen of light. But even so, he was still unable to stop the power of Su Xianyi. And for the second time, he was unable to catch Yu Xian's hand. Doesn't suit me. What right do you have to say that? Su Ming mumbled. His expression turned even more dreary, but there was a vast amount of life force that made it seem as if he was being reborn spreading out from his right hand. That presence was incredibly ancient, as if it had been lying in him for countless years. Su Ming slowly raised his foot and walked into the sky. He left the Vermilion Birds continent behind, and as he moved higher up, he did not spare a glance at the area around him. He had a place he wanted to go to, Dao Qin's isolation grounds. He wanted to ask exactly why Su Xianyi had said that. Flame Fiend's progenitor immediately took a few steps back when he was before Su Ming. His pupils shrank, and he stared at him with a hint of fear. He could sense that something was incredibly off about Su Ming at that moment, so whatever he did, he could not provoke him. Even if Su Ming looked as if he was just moving forward and he was a follower, at that instant, Flame Fiend's progenitor still chose to retreat. He was not the only one who did so. The Morning Dao sect disciples in the area as well as the cultivators from True Sacredine World moved back at that moment to clear a path for him. Doesn't suit me. Dense blood capillaries popped out in Su Ming's eyes. When they were seen in contrast to his black hair, he radiated a crazed feeling that screaming at the others not to get close to him. Old Yu and Ming cast each other glances, and Old Ming spoke languidly with a mirthless smile. So is this how you lot from Morning Dao sect treat your guests? The third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World came to congratulate you on anointing your Dynast, and even brought gifts, but this Dao Kong of yours killed him. As for you, you only watched. No one even tried to stop him. Morning Dao sect, this is what you are indeed. I'd like to know what the Emperor of Abyss will do once he learns of this. Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing had sullen expressions on their faces. They might have already made their decision, but even they thought that the situation right then was a little troublesome. Su Ming had attacked far too quickly just then, and they hadn't thought that he would actually be able to break the screen of light. If that had been the truth, everything would have been much simpler. But not only was Su Ming able to break the screen of light, he also killed the third prince. This caused the matter to turn a little complicated. Dao Kong, you went a little overboard in this matter. There are outsiders here. Oh well, go and isolate yourself in Dao Ocean for 500 years. This is your punishment. As for the Emperor of Abyss, True World, Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing sighed in their hearts and moved in front of Su Ming to block his path. The three of them cast each other a glance, and all of them were troubled by the gargantuan price they would have to pay for this. If there were no outsiders, then even if Dao Kong had killed the third prince, they would not have been bothered. There would have been plenty of methods to handle the problem. However, Old Yu and Ming were clearly going to use this and fan the flames, immediately making the matter into a troublesome problem. However, to Morning Dao sect, the price they had to pay compared to Dao Kong being able to manifest the 5 fingers was nothing. The fact that he was able to do that immediately turned him into an incredibly valuable resource for the sect. This resource was equivalent to them obtaining an almighty in Death Realm, which was why they had changed their earlier plan. If there were no outsiders present, Su Ming came to a halt and raised his bloodshot and crazed eyes. Chapter 1108, Yu and Ming's Disaster. Almost the instant Su Ming raised his head, he took a swift step to the side, and he was so fast that he instantly charged at Old Yu and Ming from True Sacredine World. Su Ming needed to vent his frustration. If he did not let out the heinous resentment and anger within him, then he had a feeling that his body would tear open and collapse. He needed to vent. Both his heart and his soul needed to let out his frustrations in a violent manner. He wanted to see blood being spilled. The instant Su Ming moved, the expressions of Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing instantly changed. Just as they were about to chase after Su Ming, a long string of laughter came from the continent where the fourth true world stayed. The old man in blue took a step forward at that moment and instantly appeared in front of Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. He had the ghost of a smile on his face as he wrapped his fist in his palm lightly towards the three of them. My friends, why don't we spar a little? Ling Hai, what's the meaning of this? Sect Master Yu demanded with a frown. I'm not planning anything. I just miss the three of you very much and want to spar with you. The old man in blue smiled and swung his arm. Immediately, a roaring sea manifested, then swept outwards, straight towards Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. Blood Ocean Hell. The old man in blue formed a seal with his hands, bit his tongue, and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It immediately fused with the ocean which had manifested around him, dyeing it red. Once it turned into a sea of blood, it surrounded the area and became an existence akin to a seal, making it difficult for even Sect Masters Ri, Yu, and Xing to rush out. Laddie, I've given up a lot of my assets to help you. I used up nearly 5,000 years worth of my cultivation base just to muster that one mouthful of sealing blood for the Sea of Blood. Only with it could I trap the three for an hour with my power alone. You'll have to work hard. Commit more irrecoverable, heinous atrocities. It's good that you killed the third prince of the Emperor of Abyss True World. It's also good that you destroyed True Sacred Een World's camp in the barren lands of Divine Essence. But it's not enough. You have to kill Old Yu and Ming, and you have to slaughter your way into the Emperor of Abyss True World, as well as murder your way into True Sacred Een World. When Su Ming was about to touch the ghost face, powerful killing intent shone in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and powerful might that was as astonishing as the ghost faces instantly came from his right hand. The moment he was about to be hit, Su Ming furled his fingers into a fist and threw a fist forward. The world roared. The sky shuddered. Su Ming took 3 staggering steps back, but the ghost face made of ice flowers in front of him instantly collapsed. Su Ming forced himself to stop. When he rushed forward again, a heinous, malicious presence followed him. It was his Akang self manifesting. Old Yu narrowed his eyes, and with a cold harumph, he formed a seal in front of himself before he swiftly pushed his palms together and pointed at Su Ming. Sinister dark mass. A low growl came from Old Yu's mouth. When he pointed forward, a jolt ran through his body, and overlapping shadows seemed to cover him. When they rushed forward, they turned into an old man. He had an illusory body, but at the instant he stepped towards Su Ming, he raised his right hand and formed a seal before pointing at the center of his own brows. Immediately, a bang shot out from his body, and he turned into a ghost face that charged towards Su Ming. At the same time, overlapping shadows appeared on Old Yu again. This time, 10 illusory shadows flew out at the same time. They were all middle-aged men, and all of them looked the same. They were rather similar to Old Yu, and seemed to be versions of his younger self. When Su Ming crashed against the ghost face formed by the old man's illusory shadow, the 10 middle-aged shadows turned into 10 ghost faces that charged towards him. If that was all, it would not have posed a problem for Su Ming, but overlapping shadows appeared for the third time around Old Yu, who still remained unmoving in the air. Then, 100 illusory shadows rushed out. Each of them was a young man, and they all turned into 100 gigantic ghost faces in the sky before charging towards Su Ming. It seemed as if there was no end to them. When overlapping shadows appeared for the 4th time, the shadows of 500 teenagers rushed out. They spread out, surrounded the area, and turned into ghost faces simultaneously. The whole sky seemed to be filled with them. The ghost faces opened their mouths and roared before they charged towards Su Ming. Booming sounds rang out without end. When he saw the countless ghost faces rushing towards him in a mad rush, a glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. The instant the enemies came close, he turned around, raised his right hand, and struck his chest. This was the rebounding force he had learned from the predecessor of Tao Ocean. With Su Ming's raised level of cultivation, the instant his right hand landed on his chest, a deafening roar reverberated in the air. A wave of impact rushed through the area from Su Ming. When it swept outwards, all the incoming ghost faces let out shrill roars. Then, like fog being swept apart by a violent gust of wind, they scattered. Blood trickled out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth, but he did not wipe it off. With blood dyeing his lips red, he threw his head back and let out a roar to vent his anger and resentment. As he did so, Old Ming beside Old Yu let out a cold harumph. With one move, he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Su Ming. He raised his right hand and touched Su Ming's back lightly. At the instant he did so, a ray of dark light appeared at his fingertips. That light was strange and enchanting, and it could be vaguely seen that there were countless existences resembling ghosts within it. They let out soundless roars, and as their expressions distorted, they charged towards Su Ming's back along the old man's finger. They looked like they wanted to tear Su Ming, rush into him to devour his flesh, blood, and soul. Su Ming could not avoid this strike, but he didn't even consider doing it. As he turned around, he raised his right hand and formed a seal before he spread his fingers. Immediately, a huge hand manifested under his feet. As Su Ming clenched his right hand once more, the huge, illusory palm furled itself into a fist as well to hold Su Ming within it. It then collided against old Ming's incoming finger. Booming sounds rose into the air. The huge palm holding Su Ming shattered layer by layer until he was revealed within. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but old Ming shuddered and took a few staggering steps backwards too. Blood trickled out of the corners of his mouth. But almost the instant he moved back, a freezing glare shone in his eyes. He formed a seal with both hands, and nearly 1,000 overlapping shadows flew out with a bang from his body. They turned into nearly 1,000 ghost faces in the area. As they roared, they rushed towards Su Ming, and old Ming also took a step forward. This time, when he raised his right hand, an oil lamp appeared on his palm. It burned with dark green flames. He held up the oil lamp, opened his mouth, and blew at the dark green flame. It erupted with a bang and turned into a phoenix that rushed towards Su Ming with a shrill shriek. Old Yu and Ming attacked at the same time, and they were determined to kill. When they attacked, all of the skills they executed were great divine abilities. There was not a hint of them intending to be careless in their actions. They had even sealed up all of Su Ming's paths to head forward or retreat. When they managed to do so, old Yu and Ming roared at the same time towards the sky. Immediately, a presence that surged to the skies erupted from their bodies. At the same time, 2 green pearls rushed out from the top of their skulls. When they floated out, they spun swiftly and appeared at Su Ming's sides. The 2 pearls shone before turning into 2 huge bodies. They had black skin and bald heads, but the ripples of power equivalent to those in life realms spread out from their bodies. If it was not because they had no spark of life in their eyes, making it clear that they were puppets, they would definitely be regarded as cultivators. They clearly were 2 puppets in life realm, puppets that were incredibly rare and extremely valuable in all of the true worlds. Sacred slaves. The old man in blue narrowed his eyes. True Sacredine World was the most famous among the 4 great true worlds for its puppetry art, and almost all of the divine abilities in True Sacredine World's Sacredine sect were related to puppets. Creating puppets and using them to train had practically become the essential art of Sacredine sect. The 2 puppets were Yu and Ming's origin substitutes, which they had created by having their entire cultivation base merged together. Front, back, left, and right, Su Ming was surrounded by enemies from all directions. The 2 puppets might exude the power belonging to those in life realm, but in their hands they held 2 huge black blades. They were entirely black, and there were countless vengeful souls surrounding them. They exuded a presence that made even Su Ming feel great danger. Those were 2 extraordinary blades. Booming sounds rose into the air, and divine abilities closed in on Su Ming at the instant he was surrounded and about to suffer attacks aimed to kill from all directions. He closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and pushed up against the sky. 5th kiln. A loud rumble surged into the skies, and the entire Morning Tao sect shuddered. At the same time, a huge crack appeared in the sky. As it spread out of nowhere, tearing through the sky, the 5th kiln, which had hidden itself away in divine essence star ocean, shuddered. A sea of fire spilled out from it, and the countless living spirits in the kiln roared at the sky. During that instant, the 5th kiln moved swiftly and disappeared from divine essence star ocean. When it reappeared, it was in Morning Tao sect, and at that moment, the hearts of all 10 million cultivators were shaken as their gazes were directed at the crack in the sky. Chapter 1109. I'll allow this. When the 5th kiln appeared, all the cultivators in Morning Tao sect immediately sucked in sharp breaths. Most of them had never seen the 5th kiln before. It was an existence that was an incredibly mysterious entity even in divine essence star ocean, and the cultivators present were incredibly unfamiliar with it. There were plenty of people who had never even heard of the fifth kiln before the old man who returned from the barren lands of divine essence had mentioned it. After all, Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos was just too big. The things the cultivators knew about were naturally related to their own paths of cultivation as well as their experiences. Without a high enough level of cultivation, it was impossible for them to learn about too many secrets. Similarly, without enough experiences, it was also impossible to learn about these things. It was the case for Su Ming as well. When he first stepped into the barren lands of divine essence, he had not known about any of these things. Other people might have different backgrounds compared to him, but at least in this matter, they were all the same. The sky roared, and the air distorted. The sound of something being ripped open shook the sky and earth. Countless bolts of lightning swam in the sky, tearing the crack wider. The fifth kiln descended from it with loud booming sounds and a presence that surged through the air. Wherever it spread, the air would collapse. The entire sky was torn apart, as if there was no power in the world which could stop the fifth kiln from appearing for the first time in true Morning Dao world. A mighty pressure so strong it was difficult to describe with words spread out violently from the kiln at that moment. It landed in the hearts of all the cultivators in Morning Dao sect, causing them to beat furiously. Everyone clearly felt a pressure that caused their bodies to tremble. The sea of fire surrounded the area as they changed color. The fifth kiln broke through everything and descended. Even though the sea of fire did not spread out, the power of the heat contained in the mighty pressure seemed to be able to melt all gazes, causing all those who saw the sea of fire to feel their eyes sting in pain. There were also quite a number of people who could not stop tears from flowing down their faces. All of this was because of the fifth kiln's shocking appearance. The fifth kiln. A glint appeared in old Yu and Ming's eyes. The two of them lifted their eyes at the same time and fixed them on the fifth kiln. Based on the words of the Almighty in Life Realm who had returned, they knew that Dao Kong could control the fifth kiln, and since they dared to come over and attack him, it was only natural that they had methods to rely upon when dealing with this treasure. I'd like to see whether this fifth kiln is truly as mighty as the rumors say. Abyss activating brush. Old Yu roared with his head raised. Immediately, a dark ray of light flew out from his mouth. That dark ray of light charged towards the fifth kiln and instantly turned into a white brush surrounded by dark light. At the same time, a brilliant light shone in Old Ming's eyes. He raised his left hand and struck his chest. Immediately, a loud bang came from his back, and his clothes were torn to reveal shriveled skin. It was full of wrinkles, and a decaying air spread out from it. Right then, numerous runic symbols appeared on his skin. As a loud bang shot into the air, Old Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately, a large patch of skin on his back separated from his body. After floating into the air, it charged towards the fifth kiln. Book of Life and Death. Old Ming roared towards the sky. The patch of skin that flew out from his back immediately shone with a piercing black light. It was filled with a feeling of death, and there was also a mighty pressure spreading out with loud rumbles from it. Book of Life and Death and Abyss Activating Brush were two treasures who could be regarded as a set. They were one of the four supreme treasures of true Sacred Een world, and they were personally created by the Sublime Paragon. Besides the Book of Life and Death as well as the Abyss Activating Brush given to true Sacred Een world's Culpa Lord, the remaining three supreme treasures were sunken into Een River to suppress the 9 underworlds. This sort of supreme treasure surpassed the level of treasure possessed by Xian Shang in the past. More accurately speaking, they were not even on the same level. They might both be created by the same Sublime Paragon, but one of them was created personally to return a small debt of gratitude, and the other four were created with meticulousness and painstaking effort. The Sublime Paragon had gathered a large number of materials over the course of many years to create these treasures, and they were used as a legacy of a true world. It was only natural then that they could not be compared. Almost the instant the Book of Life and Death as well as the Abyss Activation Brush appeared, shock appeared on the faces of a handful of people among the cultivators in the area. Clearly, they had recognized this set of supreme treasures from true Sacred Een world. This was the reason behind the confidence of Old Yu and Ming against Su Ming's fifth kiln. It was all because they had taken the set of supreme treasures from true Sacred Een world. To them, the fifth kiln might be mysterious, but that was it. First and foremost, they had never entered the fifth kiln themselves, and second, it was because the Culpa Lord of true Sacred Een world had never entered it before due to his status as well. However, Due to the accounts of people from true Sacredine world who had survived and returned from it, coupled with the investigations and the great history of true Sacredine sacred, they still knew quite a lot about the fifth kiln. They knew that the greatest divine ability from the fifth kiln was the sea of fire that could burn all those in Mastery Realm. They also knew that if it erupted completely, perhaps flames of even greater level would appear. In fact, they even knew that while the person in possession of the fifth kiln might not be able to harm an almighty in life realm with its sea of fire, but the fifth kiln was practically indestructible, and its owner only needed to control it and send it crashing down to destroy anyone. It was unknown whether even those in Death Realm could withstand such an attack. Once they learned of the two greatest functions of the fifth kiln, Old Yu and Ming were very confident that the moment Dao Kong brought it out, the kiln would belong to true Sacredine world. This was the greatest reason why they came to Morning Dao sect to antagonize Dao Kong. They did not come for Dao Kong himself, and neither did they come to seek vengeance. Instead, they came to snatch the fifth kiln. Since Dao Kong had destroyed true Sacredine world's camp in the barren lands of divine essence, even if they snatched the fifth kiln, Morning Dao sect would not be able to say anything about it as long as they could seize it fast enough. Almost the instant the Book of Life and Death and the Abyss activation brush flew out, the latter looked like it was seized by a huge, invisible hand in the air. When it tilted downwards, it immediately started drawing on the Book of Life and Death. In just an instant, the outline of the fifth kiln was drawn. The outline looked almost alive, and the moment it was completed, black light shone from the Book of Life and Death. It instantly swelled up, and with a speed so fast it was inconceivable, the black light expanded to a boundless distance and swiftly enveloped the fifth kiln. A vast suction force spread out from the outline of the fifth kiln drawn by the Abyss activation brush on the swelled-up Book of Life and Death. The descended fifth kiln moved slightly towards the Book of Life and Death with a loud bang. At the same time as the Book of Life and Death swelled up, it completely enveloped the fifth kiln like a seal. Once it wrapped it up tightly, it started absorbing and fusing with it. Old Yu and Ming laughed loudly. A glint shone in the eyes of the two puppet, and they rushed towards Su Ming together. During that instant, Old Yu and Ming formed a seal with their hands as they laughed. When they swung their arms, a vortex instantly appeared around their bodies, and when it swept outwards, that vortex turned into a relocation rune. They wanted to leave, even if it meant that they were going to disregard all the other people who came with them from true Sacredine world. They had to quickly take the sealed fifth kiln and leave Morning Dao sect. They had already completed half of their task. At that moment, as the vortices swept outwards and the light from the relocation rune reached a blinding degree, Su Ming did not even cast a glance at the origin substitutes of Old Yu and Ming closing in on him. There was a dull, dead look in his eyes, along with a madness that made him want to kill everything around him. His lips curled upwards in mockery, and it was hard to discern whether he was laughing at himself, at others, or both. Another relocation rune. Su Ming's smile was very twisted. At that moment, he had already sunken into an abnormal state. He watched the activation of the relocation rune, the fifth kiln being wrapped up by the Book of Life and Death, and Old Yu and Ming about to disappear with excitement and elation on their faces. All of you underestimate the fifth kiln. Su Ming threw his head back and laughed. There was a shrill and forlorn feeling to his laughter along with madness as well as the resentment which he could not put to words. At the instant it reverberated in the air, Su Ming spoke in a voice as if he was passing judgment. All existences who have existed for countless years in the fifth kiln, as the master of the fifth kiln, I will allow you to walk out. At the instant Su Ming's voice echoed in the air, the fifth kiln enveloped by the Book of Life and Death jolted. Among the countless living spirits in the innumerable dimensions within the kiln, there were powerful spirits, even more powerful spirits, and incredibly powerful spirits. Some of them Su Ming had met before, and some of them he had yet to see. At that instant, no matter what they were doing in the kiln, all of them shuddered and roared at the sky. Their bodies instantly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were already outside the fifth kiln. It was as if some sort of seal on them had been broken and a new one activated, so that they could be released. Ferocious beasts, strange figures, fire spirits, people with wings, astonishing dragons, and countless ferocious beings with bizarre appearances appeared outside the fifth kiln at that instant. Presences that caused people's expressions to continuously change drastically until they were in complete shock. The countless living beings spread out their presences with loud rumbles, and the presences of those in Mastery Realm, Fate Realm, and Life Realm filled the 9 skies. 5 other presences surged into the sky as well. The moment they appeared, they shook the skies, for they were 5 people in Death Realm. The world rumbled. At the instant the existences Su Ming released from the 5th kiln appeared, they rammed themselves against the Book of Life and Death. No matter how powerful this supreme treasure was, it was not the opponent for all the creatures. As booming sounds surged into the sky, the Book of Life and Death crumbled, torn to shreds. The relocation was instantly interrupted, and the moment fear and disbelief appeared on the faces of old Yu and Ming, countless figures pounced on them. Shrill screams of pain echoed in the air. Booming sounds surged into the sky and reverberated in the area. Su Ming did not even cast a glance at the 2 puppets rushing to him. While turning his head around, he raised his right hand and pointed at all the people from true Sacredine world in the area. Kill all the outsiders in this place. Countless ferocious spirits roared. Fire spirits were in the majority of that group. As they charged forward, they surrounded the 2 puppets by Su Ming and encircled all of the people from true Sacredine world. Pained screams resounded over the land, and they seemed to merge into the most beautiful song at whose end people would die. Chapter 11:10, Father and Son. Greetings, my liege. 2 men who were hundreds of feet tall kneeled behind Su Ming. They were large and tall, but the most shocking thing about them was that both of them had 3 heads. When they kneeled down with ferocious expressions, each one held a head in their hands. There was no blood dripping from them, for they were the heads of the origin substitutes of old Yu and Ming. Shrill screams of pain reverberated in the air behind them. Tens of thousands of living beings from the 5th kiln roared at the sky as they approached Su Ming and kneeled down. Greetings, my liege. The tens of thousands of living beings all held bloody heads in their hands which belonged to the cultivators of true Sacredine world. Further down were countless ferocious beings from the 5th kiln. They also prostrated themselves in the air and let out a uniform shout. Greetings, my liege. At the same time, 2 shrill screams of pain shook the sky and earth. 5 powerful presences that were mighty enough to cause all the people's hearts to tremble erupted with a bang in the distance. They belonged to Almighties in Death Realm, and they were filled with the ultimate power of death. As the presences erupted into the air, 5 tall figures walked forward slowly from the distance. One of them was an old fire spirit dressed in fire armor. His eyes were calm, and there was an ancient air underneath it. In his hands he held the torn Book of Life and Death, as well as the Abyss activation brush. One of the 2 people by his side was a thin skeleton. If it was not because of the ghastly green flame burning brightly in his eyes, many people might have thought that he was a puppet formed from a corpse. His limbs were stiff, and when he approached Su Ming, he did not walk over, but instead drifted toward him. The third was a person with 9 heads, but it wasn't what made everyone continuously suck in sharp breaths in shock. He held a head in his hand. Its eyes were open, and there was disbelief within them. It was old Yu's head. The 4th was an old woman. She leaned against a cane, and under her silver hair were a pair of silver eyes. Her ancient appearance exuded a deadly still presence akin to death itself. The last one was a teenager in black. He had an apathetic expression, and his eyes were dull. There were hundreds of wounds on his body, but they were not from the battle just then. They were from some unknown period of time, but they had yet to start healing. His expression was aloof, and his gaze was icy cold. He felt like a blade that could pierce into everything the master of the 5th kiln wanted, even if the target was the teenager himself. In his hand, he held a head as well. It belonged to old Ming. Almighties in Death Realm were practically imperishable existences. However, if 5 existences even more powerful than those in Death Realm appeared, and the 5th kiln suppressed their opponents, then even those in Death Realm may die. What was more, if the 2 old men had not brought with them the Book of Life and Death and the Abyss activation brush, their levels of cultivation would not have reached Death Realm. The 5 living beings with terrifying presences walked by the crowd one step at a time until they passed their companions. When they arrived before Su Ming, they knelt down simultaneously and shouted in a manner that their voices turned into a loud buzz. Greetings, my liege. At that moment, it was impossible for Su Ming to not be the center of attention. It was impossible for him to not be an existence akin to a prideful son, and it was equally impossible for him to not be in existence akin to the brightest star in the universe. Before him was an endless army of various strange, ferocious spirits. It would have been nothing if they were just spirits in World Plane Realm kneeling to Su Ming. Even if they were in Solar Culpa Realm, it would have still been acceptable. In fact, even if there were in Mastery Realm kneeling to worship Su Ming, the crowd could still somewhat accept it. However, if those in Fate Realm worshipped him, those in Life Realm submitted to him, and those in Death Realm bowed to him, their actions instantly set off Su Ming's presence to an indescribable level. All those who came from True Sacredine World had died, while all those from the Emperor of Abyss True World had their bodies and souls destroyed. This left a bloody sight that filled the entire area, and in an instant, Dao Kong's name seemed to have been dyed in crimson. Zilong shuddered. All those from the fourth true world around him could no longer remain aloof. When they looked towards Su Ming, their eyes filled with zealousness, and beneath it was an unprecedented respect. It was as if the things Su Ming did were an incredibly beautiful, grand feast. They were obsessed with it, and they harbored endless, fervent ardor towards the man who had brought it about. The 10 million cultivators of Morning Dao sect were silent, staring at the scene in shock. They could no longer think. In fact, with fear in their eyes, the sect masters were looking at the densely packed army behind Su Ming, whose presence held a mighty pressure. They were also looking at the fifth kiln surrounded by a sea of fire while it floated in the distant sky. Eventually, all of them looked together towards the five almighties exuding the terrifying presences behind Su Ming. The old man in blue had dissipated the ocean, trapping sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. His face was slightly pale, but full of excitement. He rarely felt it due to his age, but not only did he feel it at that moment, he was also filled with great anticipation. The moment the seal of the ocean dissipated, sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing stared at everything around them blankly with shock on their faces. They might have been temporarily sealed, but they had still been able to see everything. The scene before them surpassed everything they could have imagined. They had not expected that the strongest attack from the fifth kiln was not its sea of fire, and neither was it its invincible body. Instead, it was the number of enemies which would cause others to fall into despair. There are no more outsiders. Su Ming's voice was hoarse. When he spoke slowly, he cast his gaze at the old man in blue, then at sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. Once he finished saying that, he took a step forward. The countless living beings from the fifth kiln behind him roared together. Once they stood up, they moved together with Su Ming. A monstrous presence erupted violently from the army, causing the expressions on the pale faces of sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing to immediately change. Bald Crane, open the path through the barrier for me. I want to meet the great Dao Chun. Su Ming's voice was hoarse, and it sounded like there was blood contained in it. When he said the final four words, the pain made him feel as if his heart was about to be torn apart. Dao Kong Yu. Sect Master Yu had just opened his mouth to speak when a sigh came from a distant sky. With it, a figure walked out from the air. Needless to say, it was Dao Chen's disciple, Su Ming's elder. Sang. He did not look old, but the feeling of age was contained in his eyes. Hidden in them were amiability and sorrow. He stared at Su Ming while in possession of the present Su Xian he had wanted to give to Su Ming. But everything had changed completely because of what had happened just then. If you want to come, then come. I will take you there, but have them stay here. All right. Sang stared at Su Ming quietly. When he spoke, he had subconsciously spoken in the kindly tone which he'd used when he was in Dark Mountain. A barely noticeable shudder ran through Su Ming's body. He raised his head and stared at Sang quietly. A long time passed, but he did not say a single word. He then simply charged towards Sang. When Su Ming approached him, Sang sighed softly. He swung his arm, swept up Su Ming, and disappeared from the place. Su Ming might have left the place used for the anointment ceremony in Morning Dao sect, but the living beings from the fifth kiln stood still with a grim presence spreading out from their bodies. They stared at the area with freezing glares with an air of those who disregarded all rules and laws. The sky was clear in the area beyond the altar leading to progenitor Dao Chen's isolation grounds. There was fresh, green grass. In the distance, white clouds and cranes could be seen in the sky. The fragrance of flowers filled the area, and the sound of a small stream could be. It resembled a song of nature, making the place look incredibly beautiful. However, when Su Ming appeared, his fourth personality, the black, dead stillness which corresponded with spring, summer, autumn, and winter instantly cast the sky in shadow and gave the fresh, green plants a dismal air. The black dead stillness from Su Ming and the vast resentment which could destroy the world caused the white clouds in the area to turn black. The chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers disappeared, and the stream was blanketed, causing this place to look as if it had descended into hell. Su Ming stood still. His presence changed the world, and when Sang saw this, he fell silent. The dead, dreary, still look was in Su Ming's eyes. However, there was a madness so strong it could burn blood and everything else existing within him. Without a single word, he walked towards the altar. With each step he took, the world would become darker, and at the instant Su Ming stood on the altar, the world went completely black. Once he stepped onto the altar, Su Ming lifted his right leg and stomped on it. With a bang, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was back in Su Xianyi's isolation grounds, and he saw the figure whose back was turned towards him while seated in a meditating position. Why? As Su Ming stared at the figure, he felt his heart tear apart once more. His body shuddered, but he did not let out a shocking roar, and neither did he shout in anger. There was only a murmured question which made him feel as if he was speaking to a stranger. Su Xianyi was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his words were soft and dyed with nostalgia. They echoed in the chamber. Before your mother and I were married, we did not know each other. But once we were married, she became the only love of my life. When the fifth true world was destroyed, I was there to see all of my people die. I saw your grandfather and grandmother die. All of my brothers and sisters laugh brokenly in a shrill and forlorn manner. I watched all of our people self-destruct without care for anything else so that I could leave and protect the Abyss Builder's glory. I saw all this and just kept watching and watching until I brought her and you to Divine Essence Star Ocean with the fifth kiln while I suffered in pain. Once I came to Divine Essence Star Ocean, madness was within me. I wanted revenge. I wanted to destroy everything. I wanted for Abyss Builders to rise to power again. Eventually, I found a way to break your curse, but just when I was about to complete the procedure, Dao Chun brought all of the cultivators of this true world against us. During the battle, your mother died, and I possessed Dao Chun and became Dao Chun. You asked me before where I was when you needed me. I was here. I was here watching you in silence. I was here because after I possessed Dao Chun, I fought against the sublime paragon of this true world. No one knew about this battle because it happened in this chamber. Su Xianyi's voice echoed with a strange intensity. Chapter 11:11, Home and Kin. Su Ming remained silent. Echoing in his ears were Su Xianyi's words. They lingered for a long time, refusing to disappear. He had already guessed that the process of Su Xianyi possessing Dao Chun had not gone smoothly, but he did not expect that once he did so, he had to fight against true Morning Dao World's sublime paragon in this chamber. It was also this battle that prevented Su Xianyi from being able to move his body. He could only continue healing his wounds in this place. I did not lose that battle, but neither did true Morning Dao Sect's sublime paragon lose. With the Abyss Builder's inborn ability, I cast the irreversible art of my real self fusing into this clone, and for the price of this body suffering incredibly grave injuries, I destroyed the sublime paragon's body, but his soul. I had no other methods, so I could only watch as he fled from this place. The only thing I could do was to have my clone in the fifth kiln search for your mother and bring her corpse back to the fifth kiln so that I could use other people's life force to nourish her body, waiting for the day when my injuries recovered completely so that I could resurrect her. That clone of mine is still in the fifth kiln, but he can't leave, the figure with his back towards Su Ming said in anguish. His voice reverberated in the chamber, causing Su Ming to be unable to say anything once he heard it. He could only remain silent. When my clone found your mother, she was in a damaged dimension in Een Death region. She was on an ancient sword from true, sacred Een world. You were there as well, as a dead baby. I did not take you with me, because at that time, the curse had already corroded everything about you. And because at that time, I realized that in the strange Een Death region, you seemed to have a hint of life force gradually growing in you, even though you were dead. When Su Xianyi said these words, he sighed lightly. Even if I didn't say all that, you should have been able to guess that I am your father. I won't harm you. Everything that I did was for. It wasn't for me, Su Ming said in a low voice as he raised his head. Su Xianyi, my father, everything that you did wasn't for me, and there was no need for you to do it for me. Su Ming shook his head. He was not the young boy who had just ventured out of Dark Mountain. He was the god of berserkers. He was Su Ming who had risen to power in the barren lands of divine essence. And he was also Dao Kong who had shocked the entire Morning Dao sect. He had already grown up and become an adult. There were some things that might seem as they appeared, but when someone thought about them carefully, it would become clear that there was another side to them. Death region wasn't destroyed even after the first god of berserkers challenged Dao Chun. Because of that, I've always speculated that the first god of berserkers was one of your chess pieces. A chess piece you stationed in Death region. The purpose of that chess piece was to fight against the immortals and to understand Death region at the same time. The second god of berserkers was also your chess piece. In fact, I'm quite certain that the gods of berserkers had appeared because you were controlling their birth from afar. In the scenes I saw, the second god of berserkers took me away when I was a baby from the world of 9. But in the end, the immortals invaded Death region and took my infant self as well as the second god of berserkers' daughter. When I was brought to the land of immortals, I became a spirit stone that was refined by the immortals until my soul was forcefully separated from my physical body. It was then sealed while my soul was sent into Death region. You knew all of this, or rather, this was all part of your plan. The 30-odd times I was reincarnated in Dark Mountain, the companions by my side, and even the elder, were all your chess pieces. Tian lay in wait and watched me. He was always searching for something on me. I never understood it why his level of cultivation would have such a big difference between the past and the present. He always seemed to become stronger with each time I saw him. But now, when I think about it, I understand it. Su Ming stared at Su Xianyi, and a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. He was the soul of true Morning Dao sect's sublime paragon who fled after he lost his physical body. This soul eventually chose to possess the disciple of the immortals' Yellow Emperor, who was the Tian of that time. Su Ming smiled. That smile was filled with anguish, and was the one he used when speaking to strangers. Tian wanted to gain something from me, and he was even scheming against my physical body. I believe that he was trying to figure out Abyss Builder's weakness, since with just his soul, he was gravely wounded. If he wanted to kill you, he had to find Abyss Builder's weakness. That's why he made my soul reincarnate while preserving my physical body. In fact, I believe that he thought about possessing me before. Am I right, my dear father? Su Ming asked in anguish while staring at Su Xianyi. The man remained silent. In the end, he did all of this because his target was you. I might not know what Tian's final plan is, but I can guess that you know all about it. Perhaps the reasons you spoke of existed before you took me away when I was a dead infant. But the real important thing was that you noticed that the sublime paragon had possessed Tian. You noticed his attention on me, which is why you chose to treat me as a chess piece. My function was to blind Tian so that he would walk down the wrong path and not be a threat to you. I also had another function. You used those ancient existences in Death region to make me head to the barren lands of divine essence based on your method. You sent Dao Kong for me to possess him. For this plan to be completed, I believe that you've always been observing me. If I ran into any life-threatening dangers on the way, you would have taken action. In fact, there is a possibility that you have already taken action before. Every single time you took action, you would do so with the thought that you are my father in mind. But all you ever wanted was for me to remain alive. You only needed me to do things according to your plan. Ever since I was born, you had already planned out my entire life. When I acted out, you made another arrangement for my life. In your eyes, is there anyone else besides your chess pieces? Su Ming laughed brokenly. He stared at Su Xianyi, who still had his back turned towards him. He did not shout, though. His voice was calm. When I came to know that Bai Ling, a person who is in a sect affiliated with Morning Dao sect, had appeared in Dark Mountain, I stared at the moon in the sky and drank. There were complicated emotions in my heart because of her and you, because I knew that you took part in everything that happened in Dark Mountain. Are you not affected when you see your own son in pain? Su Ming sighed softly. You schemed against the sublime paragon, Death region, and even against the 180 expanse cosmoses and Saint Defier standing behind the Immortals Union. You planned all of it. You brought Xiao Hong into my world, and even Old Man Extermination's fragmented seed of life extermination. You made me fuse with the fragment so that I could become the current extermination. You made me go to Divine Essence Star Ocean and destroy Divine Essence Star Ocean's fifth ocean, the spot that was clearly a relocation spot for the 180 expanses cosmoses of Dark Dawn. I don't know why you did it. But I can guess that you wanted Saint Defier and Dark Dawn to wage a huge war of an unprecedented scale either inside or out of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. You're doing this for revenge. You're doing this to make the Abyss Builders raise to power once more. But can you say that you're doing this for me? Su Ming smiled. There was deep anguish contained in that smile, as if he was laughing at someone. But he was not laughing at Su Xianyi. He was laughing at himself. After a long time had passed, Su Xianyi spoke softly. Walking from death to life is the only path for you to break the curse. Were you the one who gave me this path? Su Ming stared at Su Xianyi's back, his words gradually turning cold. You're still too young. You don't understand. After some time, Su Xianyi sighed softly. His voice was laced with anguish as well. When the day comes when you understand that there is no home without kin, you will understand me. You will truly come to understand me. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he retorted. But if there is no home, how will we even have kin? If you insist upon hating me, you can do so. Everything that I did was indeed not for you. I did it for all the Abyss Builders, Su Xianyi murmured with a tremble. Why should I even hate you? Su Ming shook his head. Do I hate you for not being by my side when I needed you, and when I saw that the others had their parents, but I didn't? My resentment is deep, but I am no longer the child I once was. This is just a temporary change in my emotions. But in truth, what do I have to hate about you? Should I hate you for manipulating my life? My life was given by you. What do I have to hate about you? Should I hate you for not being my side? I'm already used to loneliness and feeling lost. What else can I hate about you? Should I hate you for sacrificing your wife to make the Abyss Builders raise to power once more? When Su Ming said these words, tears trailed down his cheeks, reflecting his grief and sorrow. At the instant he said those words, Su Xianyi jolted. I'm no longer a child. All this while I was alone, and because of it, I learned a long time ago how to analyze certain things through the tiniest hints. It's just that I didn't want to think too deeply into it. I didn't want to. Do you know why I wanted to take the fifth kiln with me? Why I didn't leave it behind for you? It's not because you wanted it to belong to me, but because I knew you didn't want to face it. You didn't want to see the fifth kiln. My mother, even when she died, she still held on to the baby in her arms. There might seem to be nothing strange about this, but when she held me, she floated in the galaxy all alone. She was protecting me. It's an instinctive sort of action. But who exactly had she been fending against? Su Xianyi breathed heavily, and he trembled even more violently. Clearly, his heart was in an extreme state of turmoil at that moment. The space around him shattered in some places. She was fending against you. Even upon death, she still tried to bring me away from your side. My dear father, do you truly think that I wouldn't learn about this? That was an accident. For the first time ever, Su Xianyi growled at Su Ming. That growl reverberated in the air, and Su Ming was forced to move backwards. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. An accident? Then let's treat it as an accident. What do I have to hate about you? She is your wife. You placed her in the fifth kiln so that you could resurrect her. That's why I don't hate you. I can only resent you, because she is your wife, and you are my father. What do I have to hate about you? I can only take the fifth kiln away with me and not let you anywhere close to it, Su Ming said, while wiping off the blood at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 11:12. Yu Xian, Fei Er. But it should have been enough for you to use me and my mother as your chess pieces. We were your family, so you had the right to do it. If I hated you for it, then I would be an unfilial son. Thus, I could only resent you. However, why did you treat all my friends and all the people I know as your chess pieces as well? When Su Ming raised his head, revealing his bloodshot eyes, they were completely unrelated to you. Yu Xian doesn't suit me? It's not that she doesn't suit me, but that you gave her a mission which requires her to stay in the Emperor of Abyss True World. You've treated her as a chess piece from the moment she was born. Yu Xian and Fei Er are one. Su Ming clenched his fists tightly. More red appeared in his eyes, and he even felt as if he could sense the teardrop that had landed on his face when he was outside the altar. My little sister, who was by my side all the time when everything around me was dark. The second god of Berserker's daughter. I should have guessed it a long time ago. I should have made the connections, but only when you stopped me from extending my hand that I understood it. Su Ming shook his head. He had only come to ask Su Xianyi why he did it. Yet he was aware that he'd known the answer to that question since the beginning. I've already helped you do many things. Let me go? Let go my mother as well as my friends. From now onwards, you can walk down your path to raise the Abyss Builders to power once more. to continue with your path of only having a home if you have kin. It is indeed so. Without kin, there will be no home. With your kin around, you can rebuild your home. But at that time, your family will no longer have me or my mother. And I will proceed with my thoughts that there are no kin if there is no home. It's precisely because of home that I will have my family, and only then will I protect it. For my family's safety, I will make a race raised to power. The ones who support me in everything that I do are my family. Blood trickled down the corners of Su Ming's mouth, since Su Xianyi's growl just then had injured his body. While speaking, Su Ming wiped off the blood from the corners of his mouth. He took a few steps back and stared at Su Xianyi. To the entire Abyss Builders, you are a senior worthy of respect. You are the soul of the race worthy of reverence. As he spoke, Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards him. But as a father and a husband, you. Su Ming raised his head, and the expression in his eyes was that of someone looking at a stranger. He did not finish his words, but instead turned around and took a step into the air. Don't use me anymore. Don't plot against my mother and my friends anymore. This is the last time. For everything before, I will only stop calling you my father. If there is a next time, then we will be enemies. From now on, you will be the hero that will make the Abyss Builders raise to power, and I will be a nobody who only wants to protect his family and companions. It'd be for the best if we didn't come into contact again. Su Ming stepped into the air and gradually disappeared. When he appeared, he was standing on the altar. Before him was Sang. With a complicated gaze, he stared at Su Ming. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only sighed softly. When he raised his right hand, a wooden sword appeared on his palm. This is what your father asked me to give you. He once said that if you can control this sword, you can bring glory to your race. If you can't control it, then you will live a life of peace. Su Ming did not look at the wooden sword. Instead, he stared at the cultivator named Sang. As he stared at him, the red in his eyes gradually turned into a look of fond remembrance. After a long while, Su Ming went forward and gently hugged Sang. Elder, I missed you so much. Sang shuddered, then gently patted Su Ming's back. He appeared young, but at that moment, a kindly and sentimental look which reminded of an old man's appeared in his eyes. This sword. Sang hesitated for a moment before a hint of resolution appeared in his eyes. When he raised his right hand, the sword disappeared from it. You will not want this sword. My young Lasu has grown up. You can challenge the universe on your own. Go on, with your own thoughts and ideals, walk down the path that belongs to you. Sang stared at Su Ming, and the same fond remembrance showed up on his kind face. He had watched the child grow up with his own eyes and had taken care of him with his own hands. His feelings for Su Ming came from the memories which were deeply ingrained in his mind. He had long treated Su Ming as his own child. Su Ming stared at Sang for a long time before he took a few steps back to kowtow to him. He was bowing down to his elder, the one who had raised him till he became an adult, who taught him everything, and who had given him warmth in his childhood years. Then Su Ming left. Sang stared at his back, leaving into the distance before he slowly turned around to step into the altar. He then came to Su Xianyi's isolation grounds. As he stared at Su Xianyi, Sang was silent for a moment before he placed the wooden sword to the side. Your will is contained in this sword. I might not be an Abyss Builder, but I can tell that besides offering protection, this will can also change a person's personality and the path of their destiny. He has already grown up, Master. Let him be free. Sang sighed softly and bowed quietly towards Su Xianyi's back. Home and kin. After a long while, Su Xianyi spoke softly. It was as if he did not hear Sang's words behind him. He stared at the rattling drum and fork in front of him, and as he continued staring at it, a woman's face seemed to appear vaguely before his eyes. Time trickled by. In a while, a sigh came from Su Xianyi's mouth. He slowly turned around, then gradually stood up. He appeared to be a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring countenance. His tall and strong body made it look like he could support the whole world by himself. Sang was not at all surprised by his actions. He still remained in his previous posture, his head lowered and his body bent to form a bow. When Su Ming walked out of Su Xianyi's isolation grounds and returned to the place used for the anointment ceremony, the people from the Fourth True World had already left. The only ones remaining in the place were the cultivators of Morning Dao sect, along with all the living beings of the Fifth Kiln who still stood around in a respectful manner. Once they saw Su Ming, they immediately bowed towards him simultaneously. At the same time, The 10 million cultivators of Morning Dao sect cast sideways glances at him, with various thoughts contained in their expressions. It was especially so for the sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing. They saw Su Ming walk out of the air and move towards the horde of living spirits from the fifth kiln before he swung his arm. The living spirits, with a grim presence to them, then turned into long arcs and disappeared back into the fifth kiln. After that, the fifth kiln gradually shrank before it fused into the center of Su Ming's brows. Silence covered the area. Su Ming stared at the vermilion bird's continent, and determination showed up in his eyes. Dao Kong, Dao Hua, Dao Lin. The three of you are the Dynasts of Morning Dao sect. All of you have noble statuses and have the right to set up your own chambers as well as take in your own subordinates. However, as a Dynast, if you want to take over Dao Chen's position, you will need war achievements. The silence was broken by Sect Master Xing, who spoke in a low voice. His voice spread out through the entire area. He disregarded everything that happened previously and spoke of the last stage of the anointment ceremony languidly. You have to go to war. The three of you are the bright and promising Dynasts of Morning Dao sect, but in truth, there are 3 hidden Dynasts behind your backs. The hidden Dynasts also have the right to inherit Morning Dao sect in the future, so you will have to go to war. You will need war achievements. The first person who can kill 10 million members of the Immortals Union will have the right to become the future master of true Morning Dao world. The war achievements ranking board will be set up once more. You might be Dynasts, but if you die in battle, then the person whose rank is the highest in the war achievements ranking board will be free to inherit your title and become a quasi-dynast. If all of you die in battle, then 3 quasi-dynasts will be born, and in time will be anointed as real dynasts. Go to war. Morning Dao sect will now wage a full-scale war against the Immortals Union. Sect Master Xing's eyes shone. As his voice reverberated in the air, it landed in all the cultivators' ears, exciting them. Over the course of many years during which Morning Dao sect had fought against the Immortals Union, the war was controlled and limited to a certain area, which meant Morning Dao sect had not used its full power. But now, it was clear that the Council of Sect Masters had long since decided that when the Dynasts appeared, they would wage a full-scale war against the Immortals Union. During that moment, as Sect Master Xing's voice reverberated in the air, all the disciples from Morning Dao sect in the area instantly threw their heads back and roared towards the sky. To war! To war! To war! This time, we will no longer fight in such a slow manner against the Immortals Union as we did in the past. This time, we will wage a full-scale war, and we will completely dissolve the Immortals Union in one go. Sect Master Xing's voice filled with even greater excitement. When it echoed in the air, Sect Master Yu swept his gaze across the crowd. This time, Morning Dao sect will separate into 10 armies made up of cultivators, and each one will contain 30 million disciples. We will slaughter our way into the Immortals Union from different directions. Dao Kong, Dao Hua, Dao Lin. The 3 of you will act as overseers and will each belong to one of these armies. You will not participate in the overall arrangement of the armies, but will be given tasks according to what is written here, and each of them will be different. As he spoke, Sect Master Yu raised his right hand, and 3 jade slips immediately charged towards Su Ming and the other 2. Su Ming had a cold expression on his face. In his eyes was a dark, dull, and still look. When the jade slip approached him, he did not raise his hand to take it. He only cast a glance at it before the jade slip shattered in front of him with a bang. Before it was destroyed, though, Su Ming had already seen everything on it. Once he returned from Su Xianyi's isolation grounds, Su Ming had decided to leave Morning Dao sect. But once he heard of the declaration of war and saw his task on the jade slip, a barely noticeable glint shone in his eyes. He temporarily gave up on the idea of leaving. He originally intended to search for his 3 senior brothers in Death region, then head to the Immortals Union to snatch his real physical body back. But with his current level of cultivation, it was still hard for him to do all of this. And if he wanted to go to the Emperor of Abyss True World to look for Yu Xian, he would have to be even stronger. With a glint in his eyes, Su Ming turned around in silence. With a single move, he dashed into the distance. The bald crane and the abyss dragon immediately followed behind him. Zhu Yukai walked over silently, and Flame Fiend's progenitor too mustered his full speed to turn into a long arc. Besides these people, Su Ming did not bring with him anyone else. Without a single word, he charged towards where he was supposed to go based on the information provided on the jade slip. After he left, Dao Lin and Dao Hua also seized their respective jade slips and scanned them with their divine senses. They frowned, their expressions turning rather sour, but they could not refuse whatever task was given to them. Once they bowed to sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing, they turned into long arcs to gather their followers, attendants, and a rather large number of their family members to swiftly leave in two different directions. Chapter 11-13, War Chamber. Tion still has another secret. In the northwestern part of true Morning Dao world was a brilliant, dazzling galaxy. There was a crimson planet there, but even though it looked like it was covered in flames, in reality it was icy cold and filled with a freezing chill that allowed no one to get near it. Su Ming sat in the space nearby and stared at the strange planet with a freezing glare. A barely noticeable glare shone in his eyes as he mumbled to himself. Sublime Paragon's soul possessed Tion's physical body, but there was absolutely no need for him to organize the Immortals' Union to fight against Morning Dao sect. His relationship with Su Xianyi doesn't seem to be what I imagined. Su Ming's eyes shone with a dark light as he fell into deep thought. Oh well, as long as he doesn't try to set me up again, this has nothing to do with me. What I need to do now is to seize my real physical body back, find my senior brothers, and then go to the Emperor of Abyss True World. A still and aloof expression appeared on Su Ming's face. He remembered the task given to him by sect masters Ri, Yu, and Xing on the jade slip. Kill by foam, the sacred lady of Phoenix sect. Besides telling Su Ming to come to this place and wait for the gathering of troops, the jade slip had only had that one sentence. Su Ming remained silent for a time before he slowly closed his eyes. His presence completely disappeared, making it look as if he had died. Flame Fiend's progenitor surveyed his surroundings, and Zhu Yukai quietly sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. The Abyss Dragon and the Bald Crane whispered to each other, though no one knew what they were discussing. However, based on how their eyes sparkled, it was clear that they were very excited. Days passed. When Su Ming left Morning Dao sect for about half a month, a piercing light suddenly burst forth from the crimson planet in front of him. At the instant the light shone, Su Ming opened his eyes. When he looked in its direction, he heard the planet let out a loud bang before exploding out of nowhere. When a violent impact swept outwards, it turned into a roaring violent gust of wind. The instant Su Ming saw the planet shatter and heard the booming sounds reverberate in space, he found that the power generated when the planet collapsed did not spread outwards, but instead turned into a huge black hole. Booming sounds continued without end. At the instant the vortex appeared, groups of cultivators dressed in armor walked out from the black hole with aloof gazes. Each cultivator had murderous aura spreading out from their body. There was a brilliant glare in their eyes, making it clear that they were not ordinary cultivators. Su Ming could sense a great, bloody aura around their bodies. Almost every single cultivator in the area was a cold-blooded war immortal who had already killed countless living beings. They had clearly used the power from the collapse of a planet to activate a relocation rune that expanded to an unknown territory and instantly relocated all the cultivators in Morning Dao sect who should gather to the designated place. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 million cultivators walked out of the black hole. They stood close to each other, and the grim air spreading out of them seemed to be able to freeze the galaxy. Once they walked out, they formed square arrays made up of 1 million people each and stood tall in front of Su Ming. In time, more cultivators walked out, and warships exuding waves of mighty pressure came after them. This entire process lasted for most of the day before it gradually came to an end. When the tremors calmed down, there were already more than 5 million cultivators in front of Su Ming. There was no end to the sea formed from this many people. Above them were more than 100,000 warships. They drifted in space slowly. Behind them were nearly 10,000 huge stone platforms, which were 100,000 feet wide. Further into the distance were thousands of gigantic beasts who were howling at the heavens. There was a chain on each one, and they were all tied to a planet even further behind them. A whole planet had come from within the black hole. It shone with a 7-colored light, and waves of terrifying, mighty pressure spread out from it. Dynast Dao Kong. A velvety voice with a lackadaisical tone spread out from the planet, shining with the 7-colored light. Immediately, the 5 million cultivators in the area let out a low growl simultaneously. The roar shook the sky and earth and caused the galaxy to tremble. A large number of cracks tore through space, and they formed an indescribable, awe-inspiring air that seemed to want to suppress Su Ming. The 5 million cultivators from the earthen pole of the two heaven and earthen poles in war chamber welcomed Dynast Dao Kong to come forth and supervise the war. Once the velvety voice spoke once more, the 5 million cultivators in the area let out another howl. This time, it was even stronger. When it traveled outwards, the 5 million cultivators let out their cultivation bases. A heinous, murderous aura erupted from all of them at the same time. The murderous aura was so thick that it seemed like it was about to gain corporeal form. It turned into countless vengeful souls which could only be detected by divine sense. Once they appeared in the galaxy, they roared at Su Ming. If it was anyone else in his place, and even if their levels of cultivation were higher, their hearts would tremble in the face of the murderous aura formed by the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber, and they would be so intimidated that they would be forced back. In fact, their hearts and souls would even be injured. It was the case for Flame Fiend's progenitor who stood behind Su Ming and whose expression had changed. His face had instantly went pale. The Abyss Dragon shuddered, stunned. As for Zhu Yu Kai, his pupils shrank, but his expression remained the same. The bald crane yawned. Putting on a face as if it regarded all of this in disdain, it mumbled a few words under its breath. As for Su Ming, there was not a single hint of change on his face. In fact, even his pupils did not shrink. With just one glance, he could tell that the war chamber's intentional intimidation was clearly a warning. They wanted him to know that even though he was a dynast and had come to supervise the war, he was not to be too presumptuous. They also showed their fangs so that Su Ming would know that they were not to be easily provoked. In fact, Su Ming could even tell that it did not matter whether it was the army of cultivators in front of him, the warships floating in space, or even the more powerful cultivators sitting on the floating stone platforms. Most of these people had a scornful, aloof look hidden in their eyes as they stared at him while releasing their cultivation bases and murderous aura. They clearly looked down on him. They only acknowledged real strength, and even if most of them had heard of the things which happened during the anointment ceremony in Morning Dao sect, there were certain things that people would not believe unless they saw it with their own eyes. This was more common among people who were stronger. The stronger they were, the more they would act like this. There were plenty of people among the 5 million cultivators who believed that there were falsehoods in the story about what had happened during the anointment ceremony. Pardon us. I hope that you will not mind, Your Highness. All of my cultivators only acknowledge powerful warriors. If they showed any form of disrespect to you, I hope that you will not hate them on behalf of how they had killed countless cultivators from the Immortals Union over the past 1,000-something years. In truth, I really do not want to tell you this, but even if you hate them, it is useless, the lackadaisical, velvety voice said as usual, and most of the 5 million cultivators in the area laughed loudly. All right, let us welcome our Dynast Dao Kong, the Dynast who will supervise us earthen pole while we fight. Once the last words were spoken, the laughter came to an abrupt halt. An intense, grim presence spread through the air. The cultivators in front of Su Ming instantly moved, and the formation of 10,000 people moved as if it was one body. Booming sounds shook the heavens as the cultivators changed their battle formation in front of Su Ming. They made a path for him through the crowd that would allow him to walk towards the planet in the distance. However, the invisible, murderous aura coming from all the cultivators was gathered on both sides of the path. Su Ming cast the group of cultivators a cold glance. He took a step forward, and the instant it landed, the power of those in Mastery Realm erupted from his body, causing the galaxy to shudder. The mighty pressure formed by the 5 million cultivators in front of him immediately shuddered. As Su Ming moved closer, the power of his cultivation base grew stronger. With just the power of one person, he fought against the mighty pressure formed by the 5 million cultivators. When each step he took, a loud bang rose into space, which came from the many cultivators around him stepping back simultaneously. At that instant, the eyes of the cultivators on the warships above, on the stone platforms, and the backs of the huge beasts shone brilliantly. With surprise, all of them stared at Su Ming. How impressive, Your Highness! All of you bastards in War Chamber, let Dynast Dao Kong see your bloodlust. When the velvety voice came from the planet once more, the 5 million cultivators immediately roared at the same time. Their murderous aura was released without any restraint, and it was much stronger than before. This murderous aura could make laws fall back, the heavens close their eyes, and fill the entire area with chill as cold as midwinter. It was so strong that it immediately caused the expression of Flame Fiend's progenitor to change. In fact, a solemn expression appeared even on Zhu Yukai's face. He had heard about Morning Dao Sect's war chamber before. It was a solid blade formed by a group of maniacs, and they were Morning Dao Sect's strongest force against those beyond the true world. They were stationed at the borders all year long. When there were enemies, they would train while they fought, and when there were no enemies, they would practice their cultivation while fighting against each other. In their fights, they would care not whether the other party would come out alive or dead. They were Morning Dao Sect's war chamber, the ones whose name shook all four great true worlds. The war chamber was divided into the heaven and earthen poles. Each had 5 million cultivators, and the ones leading them were 2 cultivators so strong they were terrifying, and only those who were worthy in the 4 great true worlds knew their names: Poison Fong and Wild Dog. Poison Fong led the heaven pole, and just like the nickname given to him by others, he was incredibly vicious. Wild Dog led the earthen pole, and he was extremely despicable. Wherever he went, no grass would grow from the heinous slaughter he'd committed. Su Ming cast a cold glare at the murderous aura spreading out from the 5 million cultivators, and dark light shone in his eyes. During that instant, an astonishing murderous aura erupted from his own body. It had grown little by little with each living being he killed in his life, and it was so strong that it caused the universe to rumble. The expressions of the 5 million cultivators changed drastically the moment they sensed it. They could sense that it was impossible to count how many beings had died by Su Ming's hand. Forget the destruction of true Sacred Een World's camp and the slaughter of tens of thousands of cultivators from the Immortals' Union. Just the slaughter of the swarm of waves of tears in Divine Essence Star Ocean would have been enough to shock everyone. Chapter 11:14. My name is Wild Dog. Su Ming's murderous aura might not have been able to compare with the murderous aura formed together by the 5 million cultivators from War Chamber. But at the instant it spread out, it still managed to suppress the flames from the war chamber's earthen pole. Su Ming had both a powerful cultivation base and a heinous murderous aura. During that instant, the dead stillness in his eyes caused his body to exude a malicious presence. It made seem like he no longer possessed any spirit, which meant there was only darkness within him. He walked slowly through the path made by the 5 million cultivators towards the planet in the distance. Wherever he went, the hearts of the cultivators from the war chamber around him would tremble. The people had stepped back together, and when they stared at Su Ming, their eyes were filled with shock. They were cultivators who had gone through hundreds of wars, and their hands were stained with large quantities of blood. They had slaughtered mercilessly, and because of that, they could sense even more clearly the murderous aura and killing intent exuded by Su Ming. His murderous aura was so thick that it surpassed the ones possessed by many of them. In fact, they had a feeling that the one walking towards them was not a cultivator, but a primitive beast from ancient times. It seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood, and with each step, its foot would stomp on the hearts of the 5 million people. Their hearts beat loudly, and they felt oppressed, which was something they felt rarely. But that was not all. Besides the murderous aura and his cultivation base, there was also an indescribable malice about Su Ming. It seemed to contain the source of all ghastliness in the universe. The viciousness of it made it seem like it could twist a person's personality so that someone yearning for brightness and hope would give up on all of their desires and become a person who disregarded all laws. To the cultivators who boasted of their own integrity, this was the greatest source of evil in the universe. It was something they could not accept and something they desired greatly to destroy. However, the 5 million cultivators in the war chamber's earthen pole filled with a fervent ardor, and slowly, thoughts of respect formed. The presence had shaken them, and a desire to get closer to it grew in them. The war chamber's earthen pole prioritized slaughter, and each of one of its cultivators respected powerful warriors who slaughtered in an even more maniacal fashion than them, which was why, the instant they sensed Su Ming's murderous aura and his cultivation base, they had instinctively moved back. During that instant, the shock in their eyes slowly turned into respect. Just like that, without a single word, Su Ming moved forward slowly. He walked through the path formed by the 5 million cultivators. Before him, the cultivators moved back, and behind him, the cultivators lowered their heads to worship him. This was a form of respect towards powerful warriors who'd slaughtered even more beings than them, and who exuded an extremely malicious presence. Others might not understand this form of respect, but this was the first form of acknowledgement from the war chamber. When Su Ming reached the end of the long path revealed by the 5 million cultivators, everyone behind him bowed to him. Su Ming walked past the warships above him and past the numerous platforms. He went past the countless huge beasts, and eventually, he stepped onto the planet which was filled with the 7-colored light. The one in front was dressed in a full-body armor. His face could not be seen, but his white hair danced in the air. He stood silent with a shocking murderous aura coming from his body. Countless vengeful spirits existed within it, and their existences shook the sky and earth. However, his murderous aura was still unable to compare to that of Su Ming. The two people behind were also dressed in armor. In their hands they held great swords whose tips pierced through the ground. They stood silently, but their heads were lifted, and the eyes under their masks were filled with callousness and mercilessness. It was an indifference to all the living, an arrogant conceitedness that could allow a person to destroy a planet without batting an eye. Surrounded by these three people was a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged on the platform. There was an ancient table before him that held a pot of wine. He was drinking it by himself. The man was as fair as a piece of jade, and he looked incredibly handsome. However, there was a long scar on his face. It was a hideous shade of flesh-like red, taking away handsomeness of the man's features and replaced them with a strangely enchanting, ferocious appearance. His eyebrows were long, but if anyone looked closely, they would find that they were drawn. His face was pale, but similarly, if anyone looked closely, they would find that it was applied with makeup as well. His eyes were long and narrow, just like the eyes of a phoenix. Once he drank a mouthful of wine, he stared at Su Ming walking towards him from the sky. For once, a rumor in Morning Dao sect is real. I didn't expect that such a star of disaster would appear this time. The man smiled. His voice was as velvety as before. He raised his right hand and swung it at the table. Immediately, a second wine cup appeared, right across from his own cup. With such a murderous aura, you deserve the War Chamber's acknowledgement. Let me treat you to a drink. The man chuckled softly while pointing forward. Su Ming stared coldly at the man who smelled of makeup, then suddenly narrowed his eyes. There was not a hint of any sort of murderous aura about the man, but Su Ming could clearly sense a presence of a wild dog that stood above the souls of countless corpses while it devoured their flesh and blood and tore through their souls. Wild dogs were weak creatures that existed in many planets. They were so weak that mortals who were slightly stronger could kill them. However, wild dogs also possessed great offensive abilities. They were mortal creatures filled with a ruthless and brutal air. In Dao Kong's memories, no one knew the name of the leader of the War Chamber's Earthen Pole. He only had a nickname, Wild Dog. Su Ming did not speak. He walked until he reached the table, then with a swing of his arm, he sat down cross-legged. Immediately, the head of a crane which had a sleazy expression popped up from behind him. It twitched its nose, then its eyes instantly brightened up. It walked out and seized the pot of wine with its claw, then started taking large swigs from it. A fiend wine brewed by vengeful souls. Darn it all, this is good stuff. It can nourish this Grandpa Crane's soul. The bald crane finished drinking the pot and swayed to turn into an old man with an immortal air beside Su Ming. With a dry cough, it looked as if it wanted to say something, but it suddenly felt that its appearance did not seem to fit with the ghastly atmosphere. Even though there was a 7-colored light spreading out from the entire planet, it did nothing but gave the area an even more bizarre air. The ghastliness and the murderous aura as well as the vengeful souls from beyond the planet gave a thought to the bald crane. It moved again, and this time, it turned into a ferocious-looking bald man. The middle-aged man, who was the leader of the War Chamber's Earthen Pole, stared at the bald crane with a look of great interest. A smile appeared on his face. However, it caused the scar on his face to twitch, which made his smile look incredibly ghastly. He clapped his hands, and immediately, shadows manifested in the air beside him. When they closed in, they placed 8 pots of wine on the table. The bald crane's eyes brightened. It licked its lips, then grabbed one of the pots and started drinking in big gulps. Su Ming's expression remained the same as ever. Not a single change could be detected. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the bald crane, then back at Su Ming. "My name is Wild Dog," the man said with a smile, and picked up his cup. "I don't know what your mission is. The only order I obtained is to have the War Chamber's Earthen Pole enter the Immortals Union from the Third War Zone. On the way, we will run into more than 30 races from the Immortals Union. We might meet some bizarre and strange existences, but no matter what we run into it, The war chamber will bring you to the end of the third war zone, where the galaxy serving as the core of the territory belonging to the Immortals Union lies. This is the order given to me. No matter what mission you were given, I wish you success." When the man spoke, he finished the wine in his cup. He then swung his right hand, and an illusory picture appeared in the air beside him. It showed a map, and it contained all the regions of true Morning Dao sect. "This is the core of the Immortals Union." As he spoke, the man pointed forward with his right hand, and immediately, a spot appeared on the map. Su Ming stared at it without saying a single word. This was also where the Immortals' forces of power were in the past. You can say that this is where their main camp was. Right now, besides the Immortals, Phoenix sect has also moved there. Su Ming remained as calm as ever. As he stared at the spot, the third eye suddenly appeared at the center of his brows. The map was instantly magnified endlessly before his eyes, and in a moment, he saw Death region lying in the region which had belonged solely to the Immortals, and in the deepest parts of the area was a darkness. Su Ming was familiar with that place. It was where his real physical body was suppressed. When the man saw the third eye appear at the center of Su Ming's brows, he narrowed his eyes slightly, then lifted his right hand and swung it. Immediately, the map disappeared. At that moment, a gold ray of light appeared in the sky above the planet, which looked like it had shot through the boundless galaxy to reach the place. It erupted with a bang, dyeing the universe in gold. The Order of Golden Dawn has arrived. War Chamber's earthen pole, march at full speed. The man immediately said as a brilliant light shone in his eyes. His voice was gentle, but it instantly traveled beyond the planet and landed in all the cultivators' ears. The 5 million people immediately roared towards the sky together. The warships charged forth, the giant beasts roared, piercing light erupted from the platforms, and they turned into long arcs with the 5 million cultivators to bring forth a picture that could cover even the universe itself as they charged forward at full speed. The 7-colored planet let out a loud bang, and the huge beasts pulled it forward. The entire planet moved as quickly as a meteor, a telling sign of how quick were the cultivators surrounding it. The man smiled faintly, picked up a pot of wine, poured himself a cup, and started drinking. A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After a moment, he stood up. "Since that is the case, I will leave once we arrive. Thank you for escorting me." Su Ming nodded at the man, then changed into the distance, immediately disappearing from the place. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of a mountain on the other side of the planet. As for the bald crane, with a great reluctance to leave, it swept up all the pots of wine and quickly chased after Su Ming. The man smiled faintly and stared at the spot Su Ming had just vacated. "He knows that I don't welcome him. At least he's a tactful Dynast." The man swung his right arm, and another pot of wine appeared on the table. Chapter 11:15, Opening the Abyss Gate. Su Ming sat on a mountain in the planet with the 7-colored lights. When he lifted his head to look at the sky, he found that there were no clouds, only a muddled scene that looked like flowing streams of water. It was somewhat similar to fog. As it flowed by swiftly, starlight would occasionally squeeze through, but it would disappear in a flash, just like how Xuan had disappeared from Morning Dao sect. Su Ming's face was slightly pale. He held his chest with his right hand while sharp stabs of pain came from within, causing grief and sadness to appear in his eyes. After he left Morning Dao sect, he once asked himself what he still had left. Everything in Dark Mountain was fake. His elder was Su Xianyi's disciple. His master, Tian Xiezi, had clearly also become Su Xianyi's chess piece and shared the same fate as the first god of berserkers. His 3 senior brothers were lost in the endless mass of people in the universe, and he could not find them. Bai Ling was his first love, but now that he looked at it, that love was fake. Everything contained falsehoods, making him remember his desire to walk out of the land of berserkers and see the universe outside. Tian had used him. Su Xian had treated him like a chess piece. His mother was immersed in the 5th kiln. When Su Ming turned his head back to look at his own life, there was always a huge hand that willfully manipulated his destiny time and again. If it had been anyone else, Su Ming would not have been so emotionally affected, but the source of it all was not anyone else, but his own father. Su Xian was not wrong. In his position, his actions were not wrong. How could a person who descended into madness to make his people rise to power once more be wrong? Su Ming might not agree with his logic of not having a home without kin, but it was just as he said. Su Ming did not hate him. He only resented him. What did Su Ming have to hate about a man who sacrificed everything he had for his people to raise to power once more? After all, he could understand it. However, he could not accept that he had been a chess piece since birth, and that all of his friends had become Su Xianyi's chess pieces simply because they got close to him. This was what he refused to accept. Yuxian. Su Ming wanted to go to the Emperor of Abyss True World and search for her. But what right did he have to go there? His righteous ardor? His recklessness? With Su Ming's level of cultivation, it was a simple fact that he could not go to the Emperor of Abyss True World to save Yuxian. Su Ming understood this. If he wanted to go to the Emperor of Abyss True World, then the first thing he needed to do was to fuse with his real physical body so that his level of cultivation would rise. Only then could he succeed in saving Yuxian. After all, he knew that he only had one chance, just one chance. It looks like a brilliant life, but it's all just a joke, Su Ming mumbled in anguish. He did not want things to be this way. He did not want to accept them being this way, and was still trying to control his destiny. But in the end, he found out that he was still sent around by someone else. I just want to understand what is going on. If you let me understand and didn't use my friends, I would have helped you wholeheartedly, Father. For your ideals, I would have given up everything. Is this too much to ask? Su Ming asked softly while staring at the moving sky. I just want a home. Su Ming lowered his head and closed his eyes, stopping his tears from flowing down his cheeks. Is it really too much to ask? Wind blew past Su Ming's body. After a long while, he opened his eyes. They were unfocused, and his heart was filled with dreariness. A deep wave of loneliness washed over him. This loneliness came from his soul and his age. It lingered for a long time and refused to leave. The reason for it was that he was alone, but it had nothing to do with any desire for love. He was a wanderer who did not have a home sitting on a mountain while he was surrounded by an army of 5 million cultivators from the war chamber's earthen pole and mumbling about the one thing he longed for the most in his life, a home. For my family, I could overturn the galaxy and give up on everything. I just want a home. Su Ming sighed softly. That sigh contained his loneliness and desolation. When he opened his eyes, he stared at the sky and shook his head. He understood that what he desired might be the simplest thing to obtain for other people, but for him, it was incredibly difficult. In silence, Su Ming patted his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, a 3-leafed grass appeared on his palm. He had obtained this item in the 5th kiln, and it was something that could allow a person to sense the laws of fate. Control the fates of the world around you, and control your own fate. Fate, Su Ming mumbled. After stared at the blade of grass for a time, he closed his eyes again. He could only hide his loneliness and bury his sadness as well as his desolation. He had to remain strong, because everything in the future was fated. He had to continue becoming stronger so that he could truly be in control of everything. He would use the power that controlled the universe to create his own home. At that moment, a determination that would no longer be swayed rose in Su Ming. I will have a home where I will have a father, a mother, the elder, my friends, my master, a lover, and all the people I am familiar with. Even if the universe is destroyed, even if Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos falls, even if Saint Defier and Dark Dawn go to war, even if disaster falls and calamities come one after another, and even if I have to experience countless reincarnations, I will create a home that belongs to me. This is my Tao, my life. I will create this home. Even if this home is in the abyssal world, I will create it on my own. The blade of grass in Su Ming's hand shuddered when a will so firm it could affect one's whole life rose in Su Ming's heart. Gradually, it turned into threads of green light that fused into Su Ming's palm and gradually disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Su Ming opened his eyes, and as determination appeared in them, a presence akin to spring surrounded him. At that moment, the soul of the Abyss Builders in Su Ming let out an astonishing roar. In the mid of it, Su Ming's soul started boiling. All his blood turned into complicated runic symbols. They flowed through him, and his soul also turned into a large number of runic symbols. In fact, there were also illusory ones around him. They surrounded his body, and in an instant, they turned into a storm. When rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, the bald crane widened its eyes beside Su Ming and swiftly retreated. The presence of the abyss, the essence energy of Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, the reason behind Saint Defier and Dark Dawn fighting over this place. It lies between light and darkness, a power that can bring forth light and dark with a single thought. The bald crane shuddered. A muddled look appeared in its eyes, and something seemed to have appeared again among its scattered memories, causing it to instinctively mumble under its breath before pain appeared on its face. The bald head seized its head tightly and moved back with a loud screech. During that instant, long arcs shone in the sky, and Zhu Yukai as well as Flame Fiend's progenitor arrived to protect the area around Su Ming. Much to their shock, they saw him being surrounded by a storm made of runic symbols. They could clearly sense a power and presence they could not describe within that storm. It was incredibly strange. It was not strong, but it possessed a power that made even Zhu Yukai feel as if his soul and body were trembling. The effect was even more prominent on Flame Fiend's progenitor. He stared at the runic symbol around Su Ming in a state of great shock, because he realized that there was the feeling of the essence of Flame Fiend's lives contained in one of the countless runic symbols. It was as if one of them symbolized all of the Flame Fiends. Yet it was so insignificant in the storm as if it was just a drop in an ocean. What is this? Flame Fiend's progenitor and Zhu Yukai were not the only ones reacting this way at that moment. The man known as Wild Dog and the 3 armored people beside him on the planet jolted simultaneously. In shock, they stared in the direction of Su Ming's mountain. Their breathing quickened. They were far from that mountain, but it was precisely because they were so far away that they could clearly sense something that resembled the power of their souls. But instead of resonating with them individually, it came from the soul of their races. The expression of the middle-aged man who was drinking by himself changed swiftly at that moment. He looked in Su Ming's direction, and his right hand quivered faintly. A huge storm raged in his heart. He belonged to a race which had vanished from the universe, so he had long been the only one left. Yet at that moment, he could sense the soul of his race from Su Ming's direction. What's going on? The middle-aged man's breathing quickened. The 5 million cultivators from the war chamber's earthen pole beyond the planet came to an abrupt halt and turned their heads back to look at the 7-colored planet. During that moment, those who came from different races sensed the presences and souls of their races from the 7-colored planet. Dao Osha, which was in mourning Dao sect, had begun raging at that moment. The sea of fog howled, and the surface of the sea turned into a huge face. It belonged to the predecessor of Dao Ocean, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. Another person opened the Abyss Gate. I wonder, what sort of will is contained in his Abyss Gate? I wonder how much it'll grow. Will he eventually assimilate with all the other people who opened the Abyss Gate? Or will he truly be able to open the door, leading to a uniform will? At the same time, Su Xian shuddered while seated. His eyes flew open, and when he cast his gaze on the chamber, he looked as if he could see through space and see everything that he wished to see. One of the 3 great inborn abilities of our race, opening the Abyss Gate, Su Xian mumbled. After some time, he sensed the presence of Su Ming's Abyss Gate, and anguish gradually appeared on his face. The will to protect, the desire for a family. Fei Er, one of these days, I will definitely make up to you. I will. *****. Translator's note. 1. Abyssal World. Mentioned before that Abyss Builders will open their own Abyssal World. Chapter 11:16. Thirst. The 3 great inborn abilities of the Abyss Builders were the power to control the flow of time, to possess all living beings, and to open the Abyss Gate. These 3 great inborn abilities led to the Abyss Builders' strength and glory. However, not all Abyss Builders had them. Out of the 3, the power to control time was the most common. It could be said that 1 out of every 1,000 Abyss Builders would understand how to use this inborn divine ability of theirs. As for the ability to possess all lives, it was much harder than the ability to control the flow of time. Similarly, there was only 1 out 1,000 Abyss Builders who would possess it. However, these 1,000 people could not be ordinary Abyss Builders. They had to be people who already controlled the flow of time. It might seem as like there were only a few people who could have both inborn abilities, but in truth, with the number of Abyss Builders around in the past, there were quite a lot of people like that. One of the necessities to awaken the inborn abilities was Abyss Builder's blood. The purer the blood, the more likely would that Abyss Builder be able to awaken their inborn abilities. The 3rd inborn ability, which was the ability to open the Abyss Gate, was slightly more common. The probability of it awakening was 1 out of 10. However, these 10 people had to have understood how to possess and have full control over time. When Su Ming was in the land of Berserkers, he had showed the signs of the Abyss awakening and had obtained the power to control time. Destiny had been created when the past and future fused together, allowing his inborn ability to gradually gain perfection. When he left the land of berserkers and was being devoured by the Crimson Python Phoenix, his inborn ability to possess was awakened due to the stimulation. It was as if some sort of instinct in him had activated, presenting him with the second inborn divine ability of the Abyss Builders. Many years had passed since then. With dead stillness in his heart, Su Ming had buried the complicated feelings and his sorrow while sitting alone on the planet. And during that instant, with the help of the blade of grass containing the laws of fate, the third great inborn ability of the Abyss Builders was activated. When the Abyss Builders' ability to control the flow of time reached its peak, they could control the flow of time and become the masters of time. If the second inborn ability reached its pinnacle, they could fuse all of their clones into their real body and attain the peak of their cultivation. The opening of the Abyss Gate, the third ability of the Abyss Builders, was the most mysterious of them all. It was also the strongest inborn ability that practically no Abyss Builder had managed to master. It was the ability to resurrect others and a power to create their own world. It was a nature-defying power that could allow them to create their own. At the same time, the legacies of the Abyss Builders hidden in his soul appeared in his mind, causing him to instantly understand what was happening to him at that moment. It was the change of flesh, blood, soul to life. It was something that all Abyss Builders had to go through once they opened the Abyss Gate. Large quantities of blood, flesh, essence, and soul were needed to completely open the Abyss Gate. Su Ming had only activated it and not completely opened it. He could clearly sense that his body seemed to have become a bottomless pit, and there seemed to be a gate at the depths of it. Waves of aura of abyss spread out from the gate, and Su Ming understood that if he opened that gate, his cultivation base would increase by leaps and bounds. At the instant these thoughts appeared in his mind, and he gained an epiphany towards the legacy of his blood, the whirlwind around him vanished, and everything around him returned to normal. Not a single whiff of aura of abyss spread out anymore, but Su Ming's body as he sat on the mountain had become completely thin and shriveled. He looked nothing like before, and he was still becoming thinner, as if that bottomless pit wanted to devour all of his flesh and soul. The latter even started shaking. Su Ming's eyes flew open, and a dark light shone in them. The instant Flame Fiend's progenitor looked into them. He shuddered, and wisps of white smoke spread out from his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth towards Su Ming without his control. This scene shocked Flame Fiend's progenitor. He moved back swiftly, but he could not stop his life force and soul from spreading outwards. With just one glance, Su Ming had been able to cause this to happen, so there was no way Flame Fiend's progenitor would not be in shock. Fortunately, Su Ming had immediately shifted his gaze, allowing Flame Fiend's progenitor to quickly circulate his cultivation base and force the life force and soul, which had spread out from his body, to fuse into him once more. His expression instantly turned pale, and with fear in his eyes, he looked towards Su Ming. Zhu Yukai sucked in a deep breath as well, while as for the bald crane, it shuddered, and a dazed look appeared in its eyes. There were countless jumbled memories colliding against each other non-stop in its head. The aura of abyss, the death of all lives, the power to bring forth light and darkness with one thought. It is not allowed to appear. The bald crane's eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground with a loud thump. Once it quickly climbed back to its feet, it used its claws to seize its head again. A drawn-out breath left its mouth. Darn it all, this is just someone asking for a beating. Come here, Abyss Dragon, let me hit you. The bald crane moved, and a black immediately flew out of its body. It instantly turned into an Abyss Dragon, but just as it was about to hit the bald crane quickly went up to it and kicked the Abyss Dragon. Su Ming was not too far away. At that moment, even though his eyes were wide open, they were covered in a film of red. His body had also shriveled in the blink of an eye. By then, as he was almost reduced to mere skin and bones, but even in this condition, Su Ming showed no signs of weakness. Instead, there was a vast power brewing continuously in his body. I need a sufficient amount of flesh, blood, and souls to activate the Abyss Gate and make it stop absorbing my life force. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. His heart was filled with anticipation at that moment. He looked forward with eagerness to what sort of changes would occur once he eventually opened the Abyss Gate, one of the Abyss Builder's 3 great inborn abilities. Su Ming was already aware of the might of being to reverse time and having a body capable of possessing all lives. They gave Su Ming a feeling that he had an incredibly great ability to survive. The power of these two divine abilities was enough to make all people go mad for them. At that moment, Su Ming might have only understood a bit of the activation of the third ability from the legacy in his soul, but it was still enough to make his heart tremble. His eyes sparkled, and he looked towards the sky with the fog flowing around it in streams. Never in his life had he yearned for war to come sooner as much as he did at that moment. He sucked in a deep breath and closed his eyes to suppress the excitement in his heart. He also continued suppressing the bottomless pit which had formed in his body. As he did so, various thoughts echoed in his mind. For this Tao which belongs to me and the creation of my home, even if I, Su Ming, have to overturn the universe and destroy all lives, I will complete it. Su Ming's breath quickened. By closing his eyes, he hid the determined yet crazed glare in them. Rays of gray, red, gold, and black light changed continuously on his body, making him feel as his thoughts were gradually being ignited by some sort of will in his heart. Eventually, it turned into a brilliant light in his eyes that was covered by his eyelids. But even so, his heart went through a metamorphosis. As time trickled by, 1 month passed. Throughout it, Su Ming remained seated on the mountain. His body had withered to the point that he looked like a skeleton. It seemed like he would come apart from a single gust of wind. However, the presence spreading out from his body had become increasingly more terrifying. Beside him was the bald crane, Flame Fiend's progenitor, and Zhu Kai. They would occasionally cast their gazes on Su Ming. The past month had not been easy for them. Even if it was Zhu Kai who came a bit closer to Su Ming, he would feel as if all his life force, soul, blood, and flesh were about to be sucked out. During the month, the middle-aged man called Wild Dog had dropped by once, but when he approached Su Ming, his expression changed drastically, and without any hesitation, he left swiftly. He never returned again. One day, a loud rumble came from the galaxy. The sounds of battle reverberated in the air. This was the first great battle the Earthen Pole had to face. Before the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber's Earthen Pole was a shining gray screen of light. Behind it were nearly 1 million cultivators from the Immortals Union. They were staring at the army with shocked, pale faces. Behind them were 9 planets shaped in the form of spoons. Over there was a relocation spot which belonged to the Immortals Union. It was also the territory of the Dust Dews. As members of the Immortals Union, Dust Dews tribe leader, Great Elder, and other powerful warriors had solemn expressions with anxiety underlying it while they stood in the galaxy above the 9 planets. Their gazes penetrated the screen of light and stared at the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber, standing with heinous, murderous aura spreading from their bodies. Wherever the war chamber passes, at that moment, a velvety voice came from the planet on which Su Ming stayed and which was located behind the cultivators from the war chamber. At almost the same instant, low growls came from the mouths of the 5 million cultivators. There will be none who live. With a loud roar, the 5 million cultivators charged forward simultaneously. They spread out their cultivation bases and rushed at the screen of light. Su Ming lifted his head where he sat on the planet. He opened his eyes, which were filled with red. It desired blood, flesh, and souls, but he still retained his reasoning. Chapter 11:17, Evil Art. Boom. A powerful wave of impact rushed out from the gray screen of light. When it swept outwards, it charged towards the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber like a roaring wave, even spreading to the planet in which Su Ming resided. At the same time, the gray screen of light started distorting violently, as if there was a violent power trying to forcibly tear it apart. It seemed to be struggling under it. The near 1 million cultivators from the Immortals Union behind the screen were pale, but when they saw that the screen had recovered and stopped distorting, their expressions filled with excitement. "We asked the 9 planets to battle," the tribe leader of the Dust Dews said in an imposing voice while standing above the 9 planets behind the cultivators and the screen. As his voice reverberated in space, the 9 planets immediately shone. A pillar of light charged out from each planet into space and shot through the screen to descend on the battlefield. They turned into 9 figures of light, which were about 100 feet tall. They roared together, and 9 presences as strong as those in Mastery Realm erupted from them. With that, they charged at the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber. At that moment, a cold harumph came from one of the warships. There was absolutely no need for Wild Dog to take command for a battle of this scale. There were cultivators under him who could take up that task. Earth and Pole's 3rd, 6th, and 7th battalions cut the horizon. At the instant these words were spoken, around 1,500,000 cultivators took a step forward. Their actions were uniform and their presences similar. The trajectory for the circulation of their cultivation bases was also exactly same, and the same divine ability was used. A huge sword manifested on top of each of their heads at that instant. The swords shone with a bright, glossy light that was piercing to the eye and covered the entire galaxy. When the 1,500,000 cultivators roared, the swords rose with a howl and fused, turning into a sword of light that was 100,000 feet long. It hummed, and as if there was an invisible giant holding onto it in the galaxy, it cut down toward the gray screen of light. The cultivators of the Immortals Union were shocked. While still behind the screen, they heard an astonishing, deafening roar when the sword of light touched the gray screen of light. With a bang, the screen crumbled. It was completely and utterly cut by the sword. Wherever the war chamber passes, the voice who had previously called out for the cultivators to gather to execute the art echoed in space at that moment once more. It was answered by the 5 million cultivators roaring simultaneously. There will be none who live. Boom. The 5 million cultivators turned into 5 million long arcs that charged towards the 1 million cultivators of the Immortals Union. Their enemy was exposed once the screen of light had shattered. This was not a battle where the parties involved were well matched in strength. It did not matter whether it was the number or their levels of cultivation. There was a great disparity between all of them. The slaughter turned the cultivators from the Immortals Union into nothing more than scattered sand. They could not hope to compare to Morning Dao Sect's most elite cultivators from the war chamber. When the 9 figures of light with the power of those in Mastery Realm were about to attack, 9 old men flew out swiftly from the warships. As they laughed loudly, their cultivation bases spread out from them, showing that they were all in Mastery Realm. Bloodlust appeared on their faces, and with a heinous, murderous aura, they charged towards the figures of light. Morning Dao Sect had decided that it would finally use its full force. It had deployed all of its most powerful warriors with the intention to launch a blitz attack on the Immortals Union. The sect leaders wanted to destroy the entire Immortals Union in one go. At that moment, they were like a huge sleeping beast which had awakened from its slumber and revealed its fangs at the leopards and wolves around it. The roar it sent at the sky could shake the heavens. The 5 million cultivators from the war chamber rushed past the broken screen like wolves which into a herd of sheep. Shrill screams of pain rose into space in an instant, and booming sounds echoed nonstop. With every single step it took, the army of 5 million cultivators spilled blood and crushed souls. It was at this moment that a long arc rushed out from the planet which belonged to the war chamber. That long arc shone with a still light, and within it was an emaciated body as thin as a skeleton. Needless to say, it was Su Ming. His eyes were bloodshot. The bottomless pit formed by the abyss gate in him was continuously devouring everything about him. If Su Ming had not been suppressing it with his full power during the past month, his body and soul would have probably been destroyed a long time ago. After all, when there was someone among the abyss builders who was about to open the abyss gate in the 5th true world, the other abyss builders would take a long time to make preparations before allowing them to do so under their protection. Once the person succeeded, they would require a large amount of blood and flesh to replenish what they had lost and stabilize the abyss gate. However, Su Ming's activation of the abyss gate was due to all sorts of coincidences, and because of it, he hadn't had time to make ample preparations. However, the battle between Morning Dao Sect and the Immortals Union gave him a serendipity of blood and flesh that even his people in the 5th true world would not have been able to obtain. When he rushed out, a monstrous, murderous aura erupted from his body with a bang, and he was so quick that he instantly shot past the warships as well as the other cultivators from the war chamber. Wherever he went, the heart of all the cultivators on the warships and those before them would tremble. A strong feeling as if their souls, flesh, and blood were about to be sucked out rose in them. That feeling appeared only for an instant before it gradually disappeared once Su Ming left into the distance. However, the shock that remained in their hearts would not and could not disappear. Su Ming charged forward. In just the span of a few breaths, he rushed past the shattered screen of light and straight into the army of the Immortals Union. The moment he entered the fray with bloodshot eyes, many cultivators executed their divine abilities and charged towards him. But the instant they approached him, Their expressions changed drastically. No matter in what frenzy they had pushed themselves, they all started trembling furiously. The feeling of their soul, flesh, blood, and life force being sucked away shocked them, and it also gave rise to an indescribable terror in their hearts. Su Ming lowered his head, then raised his arms and pushed them sideways. A shocking rumble instantly reverberated in space, and a gigantic vortex appeared around him. It spun about and covered a circular area of 1,000 feet. After just one spin, shrill screams of pain immediately rose in the area around Su Ming, and they were all piercing to the ears. Nearly 100 cultivators in an area of 1,000 feet shook. Most of their life force had turned into white smoke that was forcibly extracted from their ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. When it fused into Su Ming's body, their blood dried up and their flesh withered. In an instant, they were reduced to an emaciated state. Fear and despair appeared in their eyes, and their souls fused into Su Ming's body as it was continuously sucked out through their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. A large amount of white smoke seemed to surround Su Ming. When it vanished, he stood in space alone. The near 100 cultivators around him had collapsed together and scattered like ashes. Su Ming's body was as thin and lanky as ever, but some color had returned to his skin. Evil art. That's an evil art, someone in the distance shouted out with terror. The area around Su Ming was empty, allowing other people to be able to instantly notice what had happened around him. It was especially so for the cultivators from the war chamber. Shock appeared on their faces, and if it was not because of the sacred constellation robe on Su Ming's body, and that he still somewhat resembled Dao Kong, even though he was only skin and bones, even they might have immediately attacked him at that moment. Su Ming's appearance and his subsequent killing of 100 people was insignificant to the Immortals' Union, but his method shocked all the people who saw it. However, there was no time for a person to think too much during a battle. After a short pause, the fighting continued. Su Ming moved, and wherever he went, all the people would scream shrilly while their bodies and souls were destroyed, then absorbed by Su Ming. The red in his eyes gradually faded away, and his body slowly recovered a little. The abyss gate in his body shone with rays of dark light at that moment, and a large amount of aura of abyss filled his body. His level of cultivation erupted in such a great manner that it seemed as if there was no end to it. Kill them. Su Ming was so quick that when he charged forward, there was no need for him to use any divine abilities. He only had the power of the Abyss Gate absorb all the life force around him. To him, the activation of the Abyss Gate required flesh, blood, and souls. If he did not absorb these things, they would be absorbed from him until he became a mummy. Besides, Su Ming had no emotional attachment whatsoever to the Immortals' Union or Morning Dao sect. Even if all of them died, he would not show a hint of compassion. He only cared about his friends. Even if the heavens collapsed, the earth shattered, and all living beings died, as long as his family and friends were around, nothing else mattered to him. If he could create his own family in which all the people he cared about were beside him by exchanging the flesh and blood of all lives and the life force of the universe for it, he would do so without any hesitation. Even if he would be known as a bloodthirsty maniac hated by all, he would not care. Bang! 1,000 people around Su Ming had their bodies and souls destroyed simultaneously. All their life force and souls were swiftly absorbed by him. He swiftly turned around and lifted his right hand to point at the center of the brows of a cultivator who had approached him quietly. He penetrated his skull with one finger and sank deep into his head. Then, as the gaze of the Almighty in Mastery Realm who belonged to the Immortals' Union filled with disbelief because he was killed with just one strike, Su Ming absorbed all of his life force and soul. As he stood above the 9 planets, the tribe leader of the Dust Dews fixed his stare on the sacred constellation robe. Then, he shouted shrilly, "Kill him! He's a direct descendant of Morning Dao sect. Kill him! Even if our entire race is wiped out, we have to make Morning Dao sect pay the price." Dozens of figures beside him charged forward instantly with loud whistles. All of these people were old men, and they were the elders of the Dust Dews. All of them had once been this particular race's tribe leader, but had retired at some point. Right then, when their race came face to face with the threat of being completely wiped out, they moved together. "Kill me." Su Ming turned his head around to look and lifted his right foot to take a swift step forward to charge towards the incoming dozens of people. At the moment they drew close to each other, he raised his right hand and pointed at the universe. Mountain Shifter. When he spoke, The universe immediately roared. Countless mountains instantly appeared around him and pushed down on the dozens of people who were closing in on him. Chapter 11:18, Direct Entrance. Before he reached Mastery Realm, Su Ming had already been able to kill Almighties. When he was in the area used for the anointment ceremony for Morning Dao sect, he could already fight against 8 Almighties in Mastery Realm. Later, not only had he reached Mastery Realm and gained an epiphany regarding this particular stage, he had also manifested all 5 fingers for this realm. In fact, due to the blade of grass fusing into his body, he had also opened the Abyss Gate. At that moment, Su Ming was a powerful warrior who could fight against those in Life Realm. There was no lack of Almighties among the dozens of cultivators rushing towards him, but they were all not Su Ming's opponent. When Mountain Shifter was activated, the world rumbled. The universe tumbled about, and countless mountains pushed down with loud rumbles. They charged towards the dozens of people. When the rumbles became deafening, the group coughed up blood and tumbled backwards. Su Ming took a step forward, and he was so quick that he instantly closed in on one person. Then, he brought his right hand up and tapped the person between his brows. That cultivator shuddered, and all his life force as well as his soul were instantly absorbed from his body. He then scattered as ashes. Su Ming moved, appearing and disappearing in a flash 17 times. Before the 17 cultivators even had the chance to scream, their bodies dissipated. Vast quantities of life force surged into Su Ming's body along with many souls and nourished his Abyss Gate. At the same time, it also eased the rate of the Abyss Gate's continuous absorption of Su Ming's own life force. Eventually, he sighed in relief in his heart once he slightly recovered from his emaciated state. He still looked thin, but was no longer as frightening as previously. But it's still not enough. Su Ming raised his head, and a glint appeared in his eyes. He stared at the 9 planets in the distance with a malicious and strange glare. Without any hesitation, he charged forward. Wherever he went, all the cultivators who tried to block his path would have their life force and souls wiped off, causing Su Ming to look like a fierce tiger on the battlefield. No one dared to get close to him, let alone stop him. He had a powerful cultivation base, a bizarre divine ability, and extreme speed. These things caused Su Ming to immediately become the center of attention on the battlefield. As the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber continued with their slaughter, and the 1 million cultivators from the Immortals Union's dust dews fought back in a frenzy, the death count grew to a heinous degree. Booming sounds reverberated on the battlefield, but Su Ming turned into a long arc and charged towards the 9 planets. He looked as if he was about to cut through space. He was so quick that he instantly closed in on one of the planets. The tribe leader and elders of the dust dews roared, and when another dozens of cultivators gritted their teeth and charged towards Su Ming, he performed an act that caused the fighting parties on the battlefield to be so shocked that they even forgot to continue fighting. He raised his right hand, and the instant the dozens of cultivators drew close to him, he seized one of the 9 planets through the air. At the same time, the Abyss Gate in his body sent out a suction force, pulling in a great amount of energy. It traveled along his arm and went straight to his palm. Then, with a bang, a huge palm manifested in front of him with his power of a person in Mastery Realm. The palm was a mere illusion, but it was 100,000 feet long. As loud rumbles echoed in space, it seized the planet. The power of the Abyss Gate erupted from it in vast quantities, making it shudder violently, and right before everyone's eyes, a drastic change great enough to shock all those who saw it appeared. All the green plants on the planet withered, and all the rivers instantly dried up. The still ocean went dry. The countless ferocious spirits within it were reduced to ashes at the same moment. The ground turned dry and yellow. Cracks tore through the land, making it seem like there were earth dragons moving about and tearing the ground apart. Mountains collapsed. When the people looked at the land, they saw the dried up and yellow earth swiftly expanding. In just a few breaths, the planet seemed to have walked through its entire life. Its life was swiftly being extinguished, and wisps of white smoke were continuously seeping out. All of them surged towards Su Ming and rushed into his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. The planet was also rapidly shrinking right before everyone's eyes. In the end, with a loud bang, it shattered and turned into countless fragments that scattered into ashes as they tumbled backwards. The ashes contained all the lives and the essence of the world which belonged to the planet, and as it collapsed, they turned into white fog that filled the entire area and instantly surrounded Su Ming. In just the span of a few breaths, all the white fog was completely absorbed. When Su Ming was revealed once again before the people's eyes, he was no longer thin and lanky, but had returned to his original appearance. He was dressed in the sacred constellation robe, while his black hair danced in space. The third eye at the center of his brows seemed had been activated, giving Su Ming a mystifying air. There was also a dense wave of aura of abyss surrounding him. All the people who were close enough felt like a chill would creep up their hearts the moment they cast a glance at him. This scene caused the pupils of all the cultivators in the area to shrink. Their minds went slightly blank at that moment. Destroying a planet was not difficult for an almighty, but Su Ming had not just destroyed it. He had absorbed all the life force of the essence of a world. There was no way anyone could not be shocked by this. In fact, the dozens of dust dew cultivators who were rushing at Su Ming came to an abrupt halt from it. As their faces turned pale, they immediately fell backwards and did not dare to get any closer to Su Ming. After a short period of silence, the battle resumed. This time, the intensity was no longer the same as before. The cultivators from the Immortals Union seemed to have lost most of their will to fight back after witnessing Su Ming's act of absorbing the life force from a planet. They no longer had any spirit, while the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber were the exact opposite. Their fighting spirit had been rekindled, and they marched forward with loud booming sounds, continuously reaping lives without running into any form of resistance. Su Ming did not bother about the parties involved in the battle. A brilliant light shone in his eyes, and when he looked towards the remaining 8 planets, he charged towards them. Time trickled by, and about 8 hours passed. Rumbling sounds had continuously rang out while the 9 planets were being absorbed by Su Ming, but once the last one shattered, the place gradually fell silent. There were countless corpses floating in the galaxy, along with a large number of broken limbs. A bloody stench filled the area. The cultivators from the war chamber had split into 3 groups. 2 of them were chasing down the fleeing cultivators of the Immortals Union, while the last one was walking through the battlefield. Whenever they found any corpse that was still in marginally good shape, they immediately crushed its skull. This act that was reminiscent of performing a last hit on an enemy was a habit of the war chamber, and they did it after every battle they won. Wherever the war chamber passes, there will be none who live. These were not empty words. Another 6 hours passed. As the groups of the war chamber who had went to chase down the fleeing cultivators from the Immortals Union returned, they reorganized themselves and found that they had only lost 100,000-something cultivators from the earthen pole. They then charged into the distance once more with booming sounds reverberating in space. The long arcs from the warships, the roars from the large beasts, and the movement of the planet stirred ripples in the area. They swept aside all the drifting corpses and dissipated the bloody stench. The battle had already ended. The murderous aura of the 5 million cultivators from the war chamber's earthen pole had grown thicker, but when they occasionally turned their gazes back to look at the planet, their eyes filled with fervent ardor and respect. Su Ming once again sat on the mountain he had claimed with eyes closed to meditate. There were plenty of cultivators from the Immortals Union who had died in his hand during the battle, and he had also directly crushed the dust dew's homeland, the 9 planets. From that moment onwards, the dust dews disappeared. This race no longer existed in true Morning Dao world. This was war. There was no right or wrong in it. Only those who stood in opposition to each other. While Su Ming meditated, the fog of abyss, which was the abyss gate in him, swiftly crystallized. When he looked at it, most of it had already crystallized. With just a little more, the entire thing would turn into a crystal. Time passed, and Su Ming spent all of it in meditation. Battles erupted all along the way, sending the war chamber through a dozen battles of various scales in 1 month of slaughtering their way into the Immortals Union. They were not the only ones fighting. War reports would be sent into Wild Dog's hands almost every single day with a unique method. With Su Ming's status, he could naturally read those reports as well. Morning Dao sect had deployed 10 armies of cultivators this time around, and most of them numbered in millions. They slaughtered their way into the Immortals Union from 10 different directions, intending to determine the winner of the war in one go. This was the first time Morning Dao sect had erupted and fought back in such a manner, taking the Immortals Union by surprise and forcing it to continuously retreat. There were 10 armies, and wherever they went, they almost always left the area in complete devastation. They slaughtered to a heinous degree and massacred whole races. They did accept any form of surrender. Since these people had betrayed them before, their only fate was complete annihilation of their race. Morning Dao Sect's counterattack was like lightning and filled its territories with a bloody stench. The closer the armies got to the core of the Immortals' Union, the stronger resistance they faced. After about half a month left before the War Chamber's earthen pole would reach the core of the Immortals' Union, they ran into a battle that was on a far greater scale than before. With only around 4 million cultivators left, the War Chamber fought against an army of cultivators numbering to nearly 3 million from the Immortals' Union. The slaughter was already going for nearly a day. During it, the number of deaths on both sides was so devastating that Wild Dog had personally come forth to command the battle. The roars of beasts filled many corners of the battlefield. When the loud bangs of warships collapsing reverberated in the air, the 7-colored light from the planet where Wild Dog was swept outwards once every hour. There were hundreds of huge eyeballs floating in space over at the camp which belonged to the Immortals' Union. They constantly observed all the changes on the battlefield. Beneath them, at the rear end of the camp, was a 9-story tower. Orders came from it to lead the cultivators from the Immortals' Union in the battle. A large number of cultivators that could be clearly identified as immortals surrounded the tower while standing on flying swords. Their gazes were cold and ghastly as they stared at the cultivators from the war chamber in the distance. In fact, Su Ming even saw 2 black-robed people further into the distance. They were the exact same as the one he'd seen in Dao Ocean's illusion. However, he did not see the giants who were known as ancient gods. Yet Su Ming had a feeling that if the black-robed people were around, then there was a high possibility that the ancient gods would appear as well. Chapter 1119, The Real Black-Robed People. Su Ming did not attack. He sat on the mountain on the 7-colored planet, and with sparkling eyes, he stared at the planet in the distance. With his level of cultivation, he could see everything on the battlefield clearly. Most of the time, his gaze landed on the 2 black-robed people, and when he narrowed his gaze, great fighting spirit was hidden within it. He had fought against their companion before, but that was in an illusion and not real. Back then, he had killed the black-robed man, but a lot of time had passed since then, and Su Ming had become much stronger. Because of it, he wanted to know just what would happen when he faced off against the black-robed people and the ancient gods with the 7 stars at the center of their brows. I wonder would I get more from absorbing an ancient god's life force and soul, or a planet's? As brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and the fighting spirit in him grew even stronger. The battle beyond the planet continued. Booming sounds echoed without end in space. The number of deaths on both sides was incredibly great. After all, this time, the cultivators of the war chamber had to face off against another considerably large and powerful army from the Immortals' Union. It had been formed by amassing the elites of all races. In the mid of the rumbling, Su Ming could hear Wild Dog's enraged roars coming from the planet. Damn those hundreds of eyes from Phoenix Sect. With them around, all our actions can be seen clearly. Someone get over there and get rid of all those eyes. The instant Wild Dog's roars echoed in the air, hundreds of cultivators charged forward from the warships. They were so quick that they instantly went past the battlefield. Yet the instant they drew close to the eyeballs, dozens of immortals flew out from the tower of the Immortals' Union. With a swing of their arms, countless sun-destroying lightnings charged forward. Booming sounds surged into the air, and the hundreds of cultivators from the war chamber immediately coughed up blood and fell back. At almost the same moment, 3 figures flew out from the platforms behind the war chamber's warships. They charged toward the eyeballs with their ripples of power surpassing those in Mastery Realm. They belonged to those in Fate Realm. However, right when they approached the area, a cold harumph reverberated in space from among the cultivators of the Immortals' Union around the tower. 3 ancient old men moved, exuding power that was equivalent to those in Fate Realm. They charged towards the trio from the war chamber, and as loud rumbling sounds shot into the air, the 6 people fought against each other before rushing higher into the heavens to open another battlefield above the main one below. Damn it, Wild Dog growled, and his voice echoed in the 7-colored planet. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen the hundreds of sun-destroying lightnings previously, and his heart instantly began pounding in excitement. At that moment, he stood up swiftly. I'll help you. When he said that, his voice echoed in the planet. A glint shone in the furious Wild Dog's eyes. By then, Su Ming had already turned into a long arc. With a loud whistle, he rushed out of the planet and charged towards the hundreds of eyes of the sacred temple. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the sharp-witted people on the battlefield, especially the man with a lackadaisical expression on his face who was currently on the tower belonging to the Immortals Union. He had his hands placed behind his back, and there was a gigantic ball of light in front of him. And it was a reflection of almost every single corner of the battlefield, showing him everything that happened in it. He cast a glance at Su Ming in the ball of light before a glint appeared in his eyes. His lips curled up into a cold sneer. A direct descendant of Morning Dao sect. At the instant he was about to send his order, his eyes suddenly focused. When Su Ming moved, he instantly crossed an endless distance to appear right next to the hundreds of eyeballs. This speed caused the man to frown. Kill that person. The instant he gave the command, the dozens of immortals immediately sported a sparkle in their eyes. At the instant Su Ming drew close to them, they charged out, and when they raised their right hands, dozens of sun-destroying lightnings could be found on each of their hands. They threw all of them simultaneously. It was nearly 100 sun-destroying lightnings. Any one of them could injure a cultivator in Solar Culpa realm, and with nearly 100 of them around, even those in Mastery realm would have to dodge. They could not challenge them directly. However, a ferocious smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He had been waiting for the sun-destroying lightnings all this while. The moment they came charging towards him, he raised his right hand and swung his arm. Ikang's presence erupted from him, and in a single moment, it enveloped all of the near 100 sun-destroying lightnings. There were no rumbles, no tremors, only the near 100 sun-destroying lightnings fusing together to turn into drops of faint golden blood that merged together. Su Ming sucked them in with his next breath. A loud bang came from his body. As he swiftly fused with the blood, his spirits lifted. While the immortals were stunned, he swiftly moved forward, and he was so quick that he instantly closed in on one of them. He then raised his right hand and struck the center of that cultivator's brows. His actions could not even be seen with the naked eye. With another move, he appeared in front of the second cultivator and did the same thing. After he disappeared and reappeared in a flash for a dozen times. Only then did a loud bang raise into space. The dozen-something cultivators immediately withered and turned into ashes. Their storage bags also instantaneously vanished when a black ray of light shot past them. The bald crane's excited expression was hidden in the black light. With a flash, it rushed towards another direction on the battlefield. Killing a dozen-something immortals was as easy as breathing to Su Ming. At the instant they died, he raised his right hand and seized space. Immediately, the hundreds of eyes of the sacred temple trembled, and numerous blood capillaries instantly showed up. At that moment, a cold harumph came from the camp which belonged to the Immortals Union. The noise had been made in the distance, but the figure stepped in space to instantly appear beside Su Ming. It was a red-faced old man with a big and burly body. He looked incredibly sturdy and did not seem like an aged person. Based on his back alone, he resembled a strong and healthy man. His hair was graying, though. At the instant he closed in, the power of those belonging to Life Realm erupted from him, and it turned into a mighty pressure that charged towards Su Ming before pressing down on him. Kneel. The old man's voice was like a tidal wave. When it reverberated in space, it was deafening, but at the instant that mighty pressure attacked Su Ming, he did not pay any attention to the old man in Life Realm. Instead, with a glint in his eyes, he cast a glance at the two black-robed people beyond the tower of the Immortals Union. They did not seem to intend to join the battle, or rather, the time for them to attack had yet to arrive. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Slaughtering my way in will be a little hard, but luring the both of you here won't be difficult. The bald crane's eyes shone at that moment. Immediately, a black light that surged into the heavens erupted from its body, as well as that of Su Ming. Light of extreme darkness. With a loud whoosh, the black light covered the entire galaxy and enveloped the old man. His expression changed drastically, and a chill went down his back that made even his heart tremble. But that was not all. Besides the chill, the old man also felt as if countless arrows had shot through his whole body. The intense pain made him unable to move his body even a single bit. At the instant the light of extreme darkness appeared, Su Ming moved. When he brought his right hand up, he did not attack the old man. Instead, he seized space, and as booming sounds reverberated intensely, the hundreds of eyes of the sacred temple collapsed simultaneously. As each eyeball shattered, pain screams rang out, and a person flew out from inside. However, they did not manage to get far away before their bodies trembled. Their life force and souls were instantaneously extracted, and they were reduced to ashes. Good. Wild Dog, who had been observing all along from the seven-colored planet, instantly shouted out with delight. Without any hesitation, he swiftly issued a series of orders and had the army of the war chamber to change their battle tactics. Using the most opportune time presented to them when the eyes of the sacred temple had disappeared from the Immortals' Union, the cultivators of the war chamber instantly changed their battle formation and executed an even stronger attack. As for the Immortals' Union, their army was caught in a slight chaos. The war chamber had grown stronger while the Immortals' Union became weaker, and for a short period of time, it was forced back repeatedly. Who was that? The lackadaisical man had an extremely solemn expression on his face at that moment. Killing intent shone in his eyes, but just as he was about to send an order, his expression suddenly changed. He saw one of the two grand immortals, one, the black-robed people with noble statuses, move forward on his own. The two black-robed people belonged to the core of the Immortals' Union, and they were immortals who came from the higher realm. They had descended among them from the vast and eternal pillar of light in the boundless universe. They had noble statuses, and no one could order them around. Even the Council of the Immortals' Union would not dare to do so. They were allies, but the black-robed people had joined the war on their own accord and mostly observed the battles. Only when they believed that they should attack did they attack. At that moment, when the man noticed that one of the black-robed people had moved forward, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the direct descendant of Morning Dao sect who had destroyed the eyes of the sacred temple was no longer any of his concern. He had once seen the Grand Immortals attack, and he could not forget their strength even up to this date. It was especially so in regards to their divine abilities. Once the Grand Immortals attacked, the universe would definitely change. Interesting, I didn't expect to see Sir Kong Mo's light of extreme darkness in this place. With contempt on his face and an arrogant superiority of an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, the black-robed man moved forward. As with space opening up a path for him, he rushed towards the light of extreme darkness. At that moment, the light of extreme darkness vanished. Su Ming intentionally put on a look of panic and retreated, intending to put an even wider distance between him and the tower. As he moved back, the paralyzed old man in Life Realm roared. Just as he was about to force himself to chase after him, the black-robed man walked past him. "Stand down. This is my prey." His voice was flat and with an air of superiority. When the black-robed man walked past the old man to chase after Su Ming, the old man in Life Realm froze. His expression changed repeatedly before he forced himself to extinguish all the flames of anger in him. He turned around, and with a dark expression, he charged back to the tower without saying a single word. Su Ming moved so quickly that he instantly left into the distance. The black-robed man behind him had a look of contempt on his face. With each step, he would cross a boundless distance. And with just 3 steps, he had already caught up to Su Ming, who was already a great distance away from the tower. They were already at the edge of the battlefield. "You won't be able to escape. Be good and let me capture you. Then I will search through your memories. I will know how a barbarian and a savage like you managed to practice and produce the light of extreme darkness." There was arrogance in the black-robed man's voice. He made it sound as if the moment he attacked, all the cultivators in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos were not allowed to fight back, or else they would commit a heinous crime. *****. Translator's note. 1. Grand Immortal, mentioned in ISSDH Chapter 1087. Chapter 1120. Which number are you among the Greatmasters of 5 fingers? This tone and this arrogant attitude was one that perhaps not even Dao Ocean would be able to imitate. It was why the black-robed man in the illusion had not said such words during Su Ming's trial. Right then, once Su Ming heard it, even with his intelligence, he could not help but be stunned. That confident and forceful tone, that incredibly thick air of superiority, and the meaning behind the words implying that all the people in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos were barbarians and savages and had to worship him and even immediately commit suicide if he so commanded, or else they would be offending him. This was the first time Su Ming had met such a strange and bizarre person in his life. Would I be committing a heinous crime if I fought back? Su Ming stopped for a moment, and when he turned his head around, he looked towards the black-robed man. It is not just a heinous crime. All those who fight back should have their entire family slaughtered. You ran when you saw me just now, and that is already a great sin, the black-robed man said arrogantly after lifting his head. At that moment, his eyes, which were hidden under his black hood, shone faintly. Then what should I do now? Su Ming could not help but smile due to the black man's words. It had been a long time since he'd heard something so amusing, and he could not help but ask another question. Humph, destroy your own cultivation base, break your arms and legs, and kneel in front of me. Beg for me to punish you. Be obedient. Let me search through your memories, and then offer your soul to me. Then, your sins will be pardoned. The black-robed man put on a presumptuous expression and stared at Su Ming with an air of those who regarded themselves superior. Lowly barbarian, if you wait for me to attack, you will suffer 100 times more. You do not know the difference between us. With a raising of my hand, I can turn you into ashes. Giving you a chance to kneel is already a great gift. Now kneel. The black-robed man said with arrogance, his hands placed behind his back. Su Ming remained silent. He stared at the black-robed man without being able to understand this person at all. After some time, he shook his head. He had no idea what to say to such a strange person. You do not know what is good for you, you fool. Barbarians are barbarians. I gave you a chance, and you refused it. You're just asking for death. The black-robed man let out a cold harumph and took a step forward, completely disregarding Su Ming's level of cultivation. He walked straight up to Su Ming and raised his right hand to grab his neck. I will let you know just how great is the difference between you barbarians and us grand immortals. I will let you know just what great reward were my words previously. Right now, even if you decide to kneel, I will not give you a chance. The black-robed man's right hand instantly sank into air. A layer of ripples spread out from his palm, making it look like his palm had seeped through space. In an instant, it appeared before Su Ming and went to grab his throat. You made 3 mistakes, Su Ming said flatly. At the instant the black-robed man had his right hand come forth to grab him, Su Ming, too, brought his right hand up and grabbed the black-robed man's wrist. With a shake, the destructive power from his body surged into the black-robed man's body. Booming sounds reverberated in space, and the instant the black-robed man's expression changed, Su Ming moved forward and rammed his shoulder against him. First, you should not have been so noisy. When the black-robed man coughed up blood, his expression changed drastically. However, Su Ming's right hand held his wrist like a clamp. At the instant the black-robed man coughed up blood, the vast suction force from Su Ming's abyss gate spread out with a bang through his right hand. The black-robed man immediately cried out in pain, and his body withered. A large amount of life force was instantly sucked into the abyss gate. Impossible. You're not in mastery realm. As the black-robed man screamed in pain, unprecedented fear and shock appeared on his face. At that moment, the other black-robed man around the tower in the distance spotted a change in his expression. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and charged towards the place. Second, you shouldn't have gotten so close to me. Su Ming released his grip, but in an instant, he seized the top of the black-robed man's skull. When he tightened his grip, the black-robed man's shrill screams of pain reverberated through the entire battlefield. As he trembled, wisps of white smoke surged out from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. All of them were swiftly absorbed by Su Ming's right hand. Third, you shouldn't have made me hate you so much. The instant Su Ming said those words, he exerted more force with his right hand, and with a loud crack, he shattered the black-robed man's skull. At the same time, the final hint of life force and the final bit of his soul erupted and were all absorbed by Su Ming. It was also at that moment that the other black-robed man closed in with a loud whistle. He lifted his right hand and pointed at Su Ming, but before he could cast his divine ability, Su Ming looked at him with a glint in his eyes. With the first black-robed man in his grip, he quickly spread a hint of his soul and had it surge into the now empty corpse. When he pushed it forward, its cultivation base erupted with a bang, and the light of extreme darkness spread out. All of this happened in an instant. Immediately after, the divine ability executed by the other black-robed man, when he pointed forward, appeared in a shocking manner. Still, with one word, he could immobilize Su Ming's body. If Su Ming had not seen this art in the illusion from the trial, he would have definitely suffered greatly, since it would have been his first time seeing it. However, since he had already experienced this strange divine ability before, he was prepared for it. At the instant that one word reverberated in space, the light of extreme darkness erupted from him. He pushed the black-robed man in his hand forward, and the divine ability was blocked. The corpse Su Ming had pushed forward came to a swift halt in the galaxy. as if it had been frozen. It had attracted all the force of the immobilization art from the black-robed man. The immobilization art locked down souls, which was why even if there were obstructions in the way, they could still freeze a person. However, Su Ming had first had a bit of his soul fuse into the corpse in his hand to pass off an imitation as his genuine self, which had lured the immobilization art away from him. Then, he had the light of extreme darkness block the art, causing him to perfectly defeat it. All of this might seem simple, and the others might not even be able to find anything strange or astonishing about it. But it was because they did not understand the power of the immobilization art. However, the black-robed man who had rushed in and cast the art showed an unprecedented and drastic change in his expression. Disbelief filled his eyes, and he instinctively took a few steps backwards while his pupils shrank. He could not imagine that there would be someone from this primitive and barbaric expanse cosmos, where all the cultivators still borrowed or created laws, and where no one understood the power of the essence who would be able to break his art. This was especially hard to believe when the person had broken the art by exploiting the weakness which was known by a few people even in the 180 expanse cosmoses of St. Defier. "Sir, who are you?" As the black-robed man retreated, his tone turned incredibly grim. He could not regard this person who had killed his companion and broken the immobilization art as a barbarian. The light of extreme darkness was still spread out, but Su Ming stared at the black-robed man. The other's face might have been hidden under the black robe, but at the moment, it was clear that he was extremely on guard. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and a brilliant glint no one could notice shone in his eyes. "Which number are you among the Grandmasters of 5 Fingers?" Su Ming suddenly asked. At the instant he said these words, the black-robed man's expression immediately changed, and he was also momentarily stunned. The instant he was taken aback and his guard was broken, Su Ming took a swift step forward, then raised his right hand and formed a sword with it before cutting down in the direction of the black-robed man. God-Slayer art. Piercing golden light instantly appeared on Su Ming's palm. At the same time, the power of cutting fate erupted with a bang from his body. Once it changed the laws in the galaxy around him, it turned into a power that would strike all of those he wished to strike. All of this happened in an instant, and the price for the black-robed man's momentary pause was the golden light of the God-Slayer art on Su Ming's palm reflecting off his eyes. The black-robed man's expression changed, and he raised his right hand to swing his arm forward before he seized the space in Su Ming's direction with his withered right hand. Loud rumbles surged into space. The power that would absolutely strike its target caused the golden light spreading out from Su Ming's palm to turn into a sword aura which could shock even the heavens. Once it clashed against the black-robed man's right hand, it turned into the third power contained within the God-Slayer art, Rebound. A loud bang shot up, causing the black-robed man to cough up blood and fall back. Since Su Ming had activated the Abyss Gate, all of his divine abilities gained an additional power, which was why the 1/ containing 3 forms of power had a 4th change at that moment. The vast power of absorbing all forms of life force and souls rose swiftly, causing the black-robed man who coughed up blood to instantly wither a little, and even a portion of his soul had been forcefully sucked out of his body. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Without giving even a sliver of a chance to the black-robed man, he yanked up the corpse of the other black-robed man in his hand and charged towards the one who had coughed up blood, moving so quickly that he instantly closed in on him. At the instant the black-robed man raised his right hand to cast the immobilization art again, Su Ming fought back against it in the same manner. He then brought his left hand up to strike the black-robed man. The galaxy and the universe roared. A huge palm manifested in front of Su Ming, and as if it was pushing against the galaxy, it landed on the black-robed man's body. His robes puffed up. The black-robed man might have been able to resist this attack, but he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body fell back like a kite with its strings snapped. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face. At that moment, when he retreated in haste, he suddenly remembered something. After they had been sent to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, only one of them had died in a battle in that long period of time. That companion had been killed by Morning Dao sect. He also remembered that even one of the ancient gods had been killed by Morning Dao sect. When all these memories came to him, the black-robed man immediately withdrew without any hesitation. At that moment, all forms of status or attitude belonging to those of the higher realm were forgotten. He raised his right hand, and as he fled, he formed a seal behind himself. All his power erupted from his body, and when a ripple of power spread out, a gigantic octothorpe, one, was formed. This octothorpe surrounded Su Ming. At the same time, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He raised his right hand. Without even forming a seal, he casually swung his arm. Time turned back to 7 breaths ago. The universe roared and changed. During that instant, time reversed, and the octothorpe around Su Ming disappeared. The black-robed man stopped fleeing, and instead returned to his previous location where Su Ming already waiting. He lifted his right hand and seized the black-robed man's neck. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. 1. Octothorpe means this hashtag. The original is actually Jing 3, which looks similar to the hashtag. Naojing means well, so imagine that this guy is about to cast the well art, but I guess his is a more advanced version, since the one previously formed a circle instead. Chapter 11:21, God. Su Ming squeezed the black-robed man's neck tightly and asked by his ear, "Who was it that allowed all of you to descend to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos? You barbarian, even if you've mastered the power that is nearly to the 3rd step's completion, you are still a barbarian." The black-robed man cried out shrilly. Once he had his neck seized by Su Ming, his cultivation base started disappearing swiftly before it was instantly emptied. His life force and soul were being rapidly sucked out of his body, and this feeling of weakness reminded him of the time when he was still immortal. "Who allowed you to descend to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos?" Su Ming asked again, and a strange glare showed up in his eyes. When the black-robed man saw this, he laughed fiercely, and his face filled with scorn. "No one can search through our souls. Even if you are near the 3rd step's completion, you are still unworthy of searching through our souls. You want the answer? Haha. Then look for it yourself." As the black-robed man laughed, Su Ming suddenly smiled faintly. The 3rd eye at the center of his brows opened, and the instant that strange and bewitching eye showed up, he said softly, "Thank you." At the instant Su Ming said these 2 words, the 3rd eye at the center of his brows shone with a mystifying and enchanting light. When he looked over, the black-robed man's eyes were instantly magnified endlessly. With a loud whoosh, they were magnified an unknown amount of times, and Su Ming saw a figure at the depths of the pupils. The eyes were windows to a person's soul. A person's personality and soul could be seen through them. This was not any sort of divine ability. In fact, even some of the old mortals who had gone through many ups and downs in their lives could do such a thing. Su Ming could do this even better. With his 3rd eye, he could see the black-robed man's soul straight through his eyes. There was absolutely no need for him to perform a soul seek. Even if the black-robed man had a seal to protect his memories, Su Ming did not forcefully perform a soul seek or fight against the seal with brute force. He only observed with another method. Because of it, he did not trigger any of the protections placed on the black-robed man's memories in his soul. He had repeated the same question twice, previously not for the man to answer, but to have it serve as a lead. Those words were just that, a lead. Su Ming needed it so that the answer would appear in the black-robed man's head subconsciously. He would then use his 3rd eye to see through the other's eyes and find the answers he sought in his soul. He saw a middle-aged figure. It was dressed in a long blue robe. He had a head of long black hair, and his robe was incredibly lavish. There was a strange pattern sewn on it, and it looked like it symbolized yin and yang. The man was incredibly handsome, but there was a boundless, ancient air spreading out from him. A power that made Su Ming's heart tremble manifested around him as well. The instant Su Ming saw the vision in the black-robed man's eyes, the figure, which should have only been an afterimage in the man's memories, suddenly shone with a blinding light. The afterimage seemed to also suddenly possess intelligence, for it looked at Su Ming in one swift motion before letting out a soft gasp of surprise. "I can't believe that the primitive and barbaric Arid Triad would have a cultivator such as you. You actually managed to form a connection with me, Xingji Dao, in this manner? Interesting. Since you're already here, then you might as well stay." A glint appeared in the eyes of the man in blue. There was a faint smile on his face, but a vortex appeared in his eyes. It instantly went on to try and absorb Su Ming, as if he wanted to dig deep into his soul through his gaze and drag it over. But at that moment, the seed of life extermination in Su Ming's soul resisted violently. As a loud rumble resounded, a brilliant light showed up in the eyes of the man in blue robes. There was also a hint of shock and ferociousness in him. Dark Dawn's power. Suddenly, the moment the seed of life extermination fought back, the abyss gate in Su Ming's body let out a powerful force aimed to devour all things. It also lashed out madly. It sucked in a swift breath and devoured a small portion of the power that had spread out from the afterimage belonging to the man in blue. With this, it also cut off Su Ming's connection with him. Aura of Abyss, you are one of Arid Triad's Abyss Builders. A low growl that caused Su Ming's soul to shudder came from what remained after the connection was broken. The remnant of the man's presence was far stronger than all the powerful warriors Su Ming had met in his life. In fact, it was even stronger than Sui Chunzi. Boom. Su Ming shut his third eye, and his gaze disappeared from the black-robed man's eyes. Everything that happened just then might have seemed to have taken a long time, but in truth, it was over in the blink of an eye. The strength of that person called Xing Ji Dao shocked Su Ming, but he also gained an even deeper understanding towards the 180 expanse cosmoses belonging to Saint Defier. What did you do to me? The black-robed man whose neck had been seized by Su Ming shuddered. He could sense the drastic change in his body just then. It might have only lasted for a short period of time, but it left his heart in a state of shock. Su Ming cast the black-robed man a glance before he said faintly, Xing Ji Dao. The black-robed man's expression instantly changed, but before he could say anything else, Su Ming tightened his grip, and with a bang, the black-robed man's body shattered. His soul and life force turned into wisps of white smoke that surged into Su Ming's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, and he sucked all of them in with a single inhale. At the same time, the abyss gate in his body let out a loud boom. The life force and soul from the two black-robed men had made it expand slightly, but that was it. What made the abyss gate let out the loud bang and let out a vast amount of aura of abyss to fill Su Ming's entire body was the small portion of the will in Xing Ji Dao's afterimage. To the current Su Ming in the abyss gate, this was a great supplement that they had never seen before. It was a supplement that was far greater than the absorption of 9 planets. As a jolt ran through Su Ming's body, he threw his head back and roared. A loud boom rang out from his body, and the vortex of aura of abyss that was just like a bottomless pit turned into a crystal. It continued becoming larger, and when it occupied a small portion of Su Ming's body, it shattered, and a black gate appeared. The aura of abyss spreading out from that gate was incredibly terrifying, and it was instantly absorbed by Su Ming's physical body. However, it seemed to be rejecting it, unable to absorb a lot of it. However, just absorbing a small portion had caused a loud rumble to ring out from Su Ming's body, and the strength of his physical body had increased exponentially. Su Ming's physical body was incredibly powerful to begin with, and at that moment, it reached a level so powerful that it was terrifying. However, his right hand was even more frightening. It was the only part of him at that moment which could completely fuse with the aura of abyss and continuously absorb it. If Su Ming's current physical body had reached a terrifyingly powerful extent, then if there was a need, his right hand could easily destroy enemies with this sort of physical body. As such, it could be seen just how powerful his right hand was after it absorbed the aura of abyss. After all, his right hand came from his real physical body, and it could fuse perfectly with the Abyss Builder's inborn ability, thereby allowing the vast, indescribable power of the Abyss Builders to erupt. The power of the Abyss Gate is not an inborn ability prepared to strengthen an Abyss Builder's physical body. Its true function is for us to create our own abyssal world once we open the Abyss Gate. Strengthening the physical body is just a supplementary power. If I could seize my whole physical body back, then as I grew stronger, my physical body would become imperishable. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes. During that moment, he suddenly lifted his head and stared at the spot where the tower belonging to the Immortals Union was located. The expression of the man who led the Immortals Union from the tower distorted. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. He had just witnessed the 2 Grand Immortals in black dying at Su Ming's hands. The shock brought by this scene caused his breathing to quicken. The hearts of all the Immortals around the tower also trembled while they stared at Su Ming in shock. In fact, his battle against the 2 black-robed men had already affected the situation on the battlefield. The roars from the war chamber had grown much stronger. As they continued fighting, they forced back the cultivators from the Immortals Union continuously. When Su Ming cast his gaze at the tower, he redirected his gaze to the space behind it. Over there, a huge rune swiftly appeared, and the light from it went in all directions. A low growl came from that rune, and it was so loud that it stirred up a rumble that shook the entire galaxy. With a mighty pressure that felt like lightning, It descended on the galaxy before turning into a powerful wave of impact that swept outwards. Countless cultivators fell back. Their expressions changed simultaneously because they saw a scene that would be difficult for them to forget for the rest of their lives. A huge outline could be seen within the gigantic ruin. It was several thousands of feet tall, and it had belonged to a giant. The person took a huge step forward, and when he walked out of the ruin, he threw his head back to roar. There were 7 stars shining at the center of his brows, and a savage, crazed presence spilled out from him without restraint. It was filled with violence and ferociousness. At the instant it filled the galaxy, he moved, and his body grew from thousands of feet tall to tens of thousands of feet. When he raised his right hand, a great axe appeared in it. Countless bolts of lightning swam around it. That lightning spread out and filled the entire area. Huge sparks that would require several grown men to surround them swept outwards, making the mighty pressure and presence spreading out from the giant to be unparalleled for a period of time. After a short period of silence, all the cultivators from the Immortals Union let out a strong cheer. As they cheered, they immediately moved back and cleared an empty spot in the galaxy. They crowded at the edges of the battlefield, their cheers shaking the entire galaxy. God! 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 All the cultivators from the Immortals Union roared simultaneously, and their roars instantly filled the entire galaxy, causing all the cultivators from the war chamber to turn pale. In shock, they stared at the giant of tens of thousands feet tall, and only one word echoed in their hearts at that moment. The one word that the cultivators from the Immortals Union had shouted. God! Do you dare fight against me, a god? With a great axe in his hand and a contemptuous gaze, the ancient god looked towards Su Ming. He lifted his left hand and beckoned him over. Chapter 11:22, Saint Defier and Arid Triad. As the cultivators from the Immortals Union spread out, the cultivators from the war chamber also became intimidated by the powerful ancient god. Under the orders of their commander Wild Dog, they gradually moved back and cleared an empty space. This empty galaxy belonged to Su Ming and the ancient god alone. With an aloof expression on his face, Su Ming stared at the 10,000 feet tall ancient god. He narrowed his eyes, and when he focused his gaze on the center of the giant's brows, he could vaguely tell based from the mighty pressure spreading out from the giant's body that he possessed power equivalent to the Almighty's in Mastery Realm. However, it was completely impossible to determine the combat abilities of those from Saint Defier based on their presence alone. After all, the 2 black-robed men did not even seem to have reached Mastery Realm. They appeared to be in Solar Culpa Realm. Yet with their offensive abilities, they could easily kill those in Mastery Realm, and even those in Fate Realm had to retreat when they saw them. It was the same cultivation presence, but the difference between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. Su Ming would not have bothered if it was one person alone who showed this difference, but clearly, it was not something unique to a single individual. It was a fundamental difference between the cultivators of the 180 Expanse Cosmoses in Saint Defier and those in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. This was telling enough that when it came to the use of their cultivation bases, while the cultivators in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos might seem to have reached an incredibly powerful level, their strength was superficial. It was not the true power of cultivation. Immortals categorized their levels of cultivation into the 2nd and 3rd step. The black-robed man mentioned that I was near completion of the 3rd step, and the power I showed then was equivalent to those in Life Realm. Based on this, could it be that this near completion of the 3rd step is equivalent to the power of Life Realm in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos? But isn't this a little too exaggerated? After all, while I can fight against those in Life Realm in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, it doesn't mean that I could win against the people who are near completion of the 3rd step in Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos. Then what about Death Realm? Is it the so-called great completion of the 3rd step, or has it surpassed completion to reach another height in the cultivation system for the 180 Expanse Cosmosters of Saint Defier? Then there's the Sublime Paragons as well. I wonder what is their equivalent in Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos. And there's also Avicania. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He remembered the masters of fate, lives, and death. He ran into the past. Some of them were strong, and some were weak. He also remembered how he had manifested all 5 fingers of his palm in Mastery Realm, while there were far too many people who had only manifested 1 or 2 fingers. I wonder, which step do the 2 black-robed men belong to in Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos? As Su Ming's eyes sparkled, he looked towards the 10,000 feet tall ancient god. We can fight, But I want to know what level of cultivation do the two black-robed men I killed just now belong to in your world. You want to know? If you can withstand one of my attacks, then you will have the right to know. The 10,000 feet tall ancient god threw his head back and laughed. He took a swift step forward and instantly arrived in front of Su Ming. Then, he raised his left hand, and in the simplest manner, he threw a punch. A brilliant light shone in Su Ming's eyes, but he did not use his right hand, which was the strongest part of his body. Instead, he brought his left hand up and threw a punch forward. Once his fist collided against the ancient gods through space, a loud rumble that shook the entire universe resounded. Su Ming let out a muffled groan, and his body swayed. The ancient god had also staggered a few steps back. Interesting. It's rare to see a powerful warrior who has mastered the essence of Expanse Cosmos in this barbaric place. No wonder the two hateful cultivators from the celestial realm couldn't kill you. They didn't die in vain. The 10,000 feet tall ancient god laughed at the heavens, completely unbothered by the fact that he had been forced back a few steps due to the rebound. His voice reverberated in space, and there was a tone in it that spoke of his desire for an exciting fight. Those two Greatmasters from the celestial realm were at the peak of the second step in my homeland. They were half a step into the third step, and as for you, even if you've mastered the essence of this Expanse Cosmos, you aren't near the peak of the third step, as what they've said. This is also why I hate those cultivators from the celestial realm. Even if they die, they still want to trick other people. They only know how to scheme and plot against other people. They are not worthy of being known as warriors. Since you could withstand my attack, I will tell you a word of truth. The power you exuded is the exact same as the others with the same level of cultivation as you in my homeland. Your real level of cultivation is the third step's nirvana void. As for the old monsters who are near the peak of the third step, they would need just one finger to kill cultivators like you 1,000,000 times. The words of the ancient god shook Su Ming's heart. He had been wondering about his own level of cultivation previously and had speculated that the black-robed man had intentionally said those words with the goal of confusing him. Because of that, he would have a false impression of people's relative power, and it could very likely become the cause of his death in the future. When he heard the ancient god's words, though, his head instantly became much clearer. How many realms do you have for the third step in your homeland? He asked again. If you can withstand my next attack, you will have the right to know that too. The ancient god's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He took a step towards Su Ming once more. This time, when he lifted his right hand, he released the axe, and the 7 stars at the center of his brows shone with a piercing light. A power that was several times stronger than before erupted with a bang from his body and was channeled to his right fist. With a fighting spirit to crush the universe, he charged towards Su Ming and threw a punch at him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. When he saw the ancient god closing in on him with a monstrous presence, he did not move back. Instead, he went forward. He once again did not use his right hand. He stuck with his left hand, but he did not counter with a punch this time, as he had done previously. Instead, the instant the ancient god's right fist closed in on him, he turned around and used his back to fight back against the attack. At the same time, he struck his chest with his left hand. Boom! A deafening boom surged into the heavens, shaking the hearts of all the cultivators who witnessed this scene. All of them retreated with their expressions changing drastically. Su Ming moved. When he turned around, his expression was the same as before. Not a single change could be detected. However, a jolt ran through the ancient god's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forced back. Only when he was pushed thousands of feet back did he lift his head. A ferocious expression appeared on his face, but a hint of shock was hidden under it. The essence of tremors. You still haven't answered my question, Su Ming said flatly. Even though you clearly have the aura of the third step's nirvana void realm, and there are plenty of other people who have the same aura as you do, all of them are not worthy of being known as being in that realm. But you have the power that matches to what those in this realm should have. I understand the reason behind it now. Your physical body can match up to those of my tribe, and your level of cultivation can match up to that of the immortals. It is equivalent to you possessing the essence of this Expanse Cosmos, which is why you can bring forth the power that surpasses your own level of cultivation. You might be in Nirvana Void Realm, but you can bring forth power that is close to those in Spirit Void Realm. The ancient god wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth. When he looked towards Su Ming, the fighting spirit in his eyes became tainted with madness. I don't see any problem in me telling you all this. In my homeland, there are 4 realms in the third step. Nirvana, Spirit, Arcane, Tribulent. 1. Which correspond to your mastery, fate, life, and death realms, even if their names are different. However, it seems like this Expanse Cosmos Death realm is slightly strange. It isn't a complete equivalent to the Void Tribulent realm. The ancient god kept to his promise and answered without withholding a single secret. Su Ming felt his heart tremble. A huge storm was raging at that moment in his head. As expected, the mastery, fate, life, and death realms correspond with the 4 great realms of the 3rd step in Saint Defier. As for death realm, as the final realm for the mastery, fate, life, and death realms, it naturally has its own remarkable aspects. But the masters of fate, lives, and death need to possess the offensive powers that truly match with these realms before they can really be considered as almighties. No wonder the people from Saint Defier call us barbarians. It makes sense why all of them act so conceited and arrogant once they arrive here. In fact, when they kill almighties, they even show very obvious glee. This is because when they are in their own worlds, those who possess the presences of almighties are all existences who make them tremble, and they have to bow down to worship them. But when they're here, even though there are plenty of people who possess the same presence, it's easy for them to kill them. If that's the case, then I can understand why I can bypass the levels of cultivation and kill almighties. This isn't because I'm powerful, but because they are weak. Except for the small handful who truly possess combat abilities that match their levels of cultivation, most of the other almighties in Mastery Realm are only equivalent to those in the 2nd step in Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos. In fact, it is the same for Fate Realm. This is why the black-robed men could kill those in Mastery Realm, but needed to be a little more serious when they came face to face with those in Fate Realm. In reality, those in Fate Realm who have not mastered this Expanse Cosmos essence possess the same level of cultivation as they do. However, if the black-robed people use their strange divine abilities, they could still gain the upper hand. And those in Life Realm who have yet to master the essence of this Expanse Cosmos possess the same combat ability as I showed just now in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. They are in truth in Nirvana Void Realm, and are very close to Spirit Void Realm, which is why these black-robed people did not dare provoke the Almighties in Life Realm within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. It's all because they couldn't win against them. They were only half a step into the 3rd step and hadn't yet become powerful warriors of Spirit Void Realm. How many Almighties in the 3rd step do the terrifying 180 Expanse Cosmoses of Saint Defier have? Right now, they have only sent those who have not reached the 3rd step, and they are already so strong. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. He thought of his own level of cultivation. He originally thought that he was very powerful, but right then, he came to a realization that while he could call himself a powerful warrior in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, he would only be at the bottom of the 3rd step if he was placed in Saint Defier's camp. There were clearly quite a large number of old monsters above him, and they could easily kill him. But since that's the case, it'll be much easier to determine the levels of cultivation and the combat abilities of those cultivators from Saint Defier's camp. The ancient god possesses the presence of those in Mastery Realm, so he's really in Mastery Realm, which is the 3rd step Spirit Void Realm for Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos. It is also the same as Life Realm of those who have not mastered the essence of this Expanse Cosmos. He has the same level of cultivation as I do, but since he is an ancient god, his offensive abilities are stronger, but he can't win against me in this battle because the power of my right hand can bring forth power that is practically above those in Life Realm who have not mastered this so-called essence and are equivalent to those in the 3rd step Spirit Void Realm mentioned by the ancient god. If I can think of all this, then the ancient god must have figured it out a long time ago, which is why even if he had been forced back twice, he still dares to continue fighting against me. A brilliant glare shone in Su Ming's eyes, and powerful fighting spirit rose in them. If you want to fight, then we will fight. At the instant fighting spirit surged in Su Ming's eyes, the 10,000 feet tall ancient god tightened his grip over his great axe and threw his head up to roar. His body grew tens of thousands of feet, and he took a step forward. The great axe in his hand cut open the galaxy, and with a piercing whistle, he charged towards Su Ming. *****. Translator's note. 1. Nirvana Void, Spirit Void, Arcane Void, and Void Tribulent. Mentioned in Renegade Immortals Chapter 1275. Chapter 1123, Replacement Plan. Both sides closed in on each other in an instant, and a shocking boom resounded. Su Ming's right hand crashed against the ancient god's great axe. In the mid of the rumbles, Su Ming's body jolted, and he took 3 steps back. In the meantime, the ancient god shuddered, and his great axe shattered. He took around a dozen steps backwards in succession, ending up pushed back tens of thousands of feet. Haha, how enjoyable. Come, let's do it again. The ancient god threw his head back and roared. His body grew again, and as the 7 stars at the center of his brows shone with a strong light, he charged towards Su Ming without any hesitation. Far away from the battlefield was an empty space. No one noticed that there was a middle-aged man sitting there at that moment. He was dressed in a black robe. He had an apathetic expression, and not a single emotion could be detected on his face. He sat there quietly, and his body looked as if it had fused together with the galaxy, causing all the others to be unable to tell the changes of aura in the place. In fact, there was not a hint of life force on the middle-aged man. It was as if he was a puppet that sat there without moving. Only a dark light would occasionally flash in his eyes. I discovered Dao Kong. Should we execute the replacement plan? He said as if mumbling to himself, while staring at Su Ming fighting against the 10,000 feet tall ancient god. The instant he spoke, the dark light in his eyes flashed even more rapidly. A gigantic pillar of light could be faintly seen connecting the heavens and the core of the Immortals' Union. It was shrouded by a thick layer of fog which had appeared all of a sudden many years ago. Once in a while, a figure would shine in it after it descended. At that moment, there were thousands of immortals surrounding the pillar while meditating. Among them, there were 3 who were much closer than the others. One of them was an incredibly beautiful woman dressed in white. She had an aloof expression, but once upon a time, she had spoke gentle, loving words to Su Ming with the intention of confusing him with that same expression. She was Bai Feng, the sacred lady of Phoenix sect. Standing beside her was a black-robed man. His aura drifted about and surrounded him like wisps of smoke. It looked as if he did not fit into the universe, but he had still forced his way in and stayed. His appearance was similar to the other black-robed people that Su Ming had met, but his level of cultivation surpassed them by a lot. He also had a mighty pressure which the other black-robed men did not possess. It had naturally formed after remaining in a high position for a long time. There was another person beside him, which was an old man. He had a head full of white hair and was dressed in a long gray robe. He might have appeared old, but if Su Ming was there, he would have definitely been able to tell at first glance that he looked incredibly similar to the Defier. However, by then, he had aged by a lot. He was no longer dressed in an emperor's robe, and neither did he have a crown on his head. However, when he stood there, he had an even greater and mightier pressure than the one spreading out from the black-robed man. He had a dignified face, and his gaze was so profound that the universe seemed to be contained in it. At that moment, there were 6 scenes within the gigantic pillar of light before them. 3 of them contained Dao Hua, Dao Lin, and Su Ming. As for the other 3, they showed 3 middle-aged men. They had unfamiliar faces, but based on the power spreading out from their bodies, all of them were incredibly powerful. Aside from Su Ming, the other 5 were currently with the armies of cultivators from Morning Dao sect, and were all engaged in a chaotic battle against the cultivators from the Immortals' Union. Only Su Ming was fighting against the ancient god. 3 Dynasts who are known publicly to the world, and 3 hidden Dynasts hiding in the shadows. Are these the 6 Dynasts of Morning Dao sect? The black-robed man spoke in a raspy voice. He sounded as if he was laughing, but it was filled with derision. Besides him, all the others are trash. The black-robed man raised his withered right hand and pointed at the pillar of light. Immediately, the scene belonging to Su Ming became clear and was shown to all of them. Once we control these 6 Dynasts, it'll be the same as controlling the entire Morning Dao sect. Even if they are fakes released by Morning Dao sect, it doesn't matter. At worst, we will only fail, Bai Ling said aloofly. Morning Dao sect. Su Xian, he's the one that stirs up great curiosity within me. What exactly is his goal? Is it his son's corpse? To turn the entire true Morning Dao world into a territory of the Abyss Builders? Or is he trying to stir up the war between Saint Defier and Dark Dawn? The black-robed man shook his head. It's none of them. If he wanted the corpse, he could have taken it away many years ago before I descended. Turning this true world into the territory of the Abyss Builders is not practical. As for stirring up the war, I'm very curious. If he's trying to stir it up, why did he make arrangements to destroy Dark Dawn's relocation path so that only Saint Defier can descend right now? My old friend, forgive me for forgetting your name. I hope you don't mind if I call you Sublime Paragon Detion. When the black-robed man spoke in that raspy voice of his, he turned his head around to cast a glance at the old Detion in gray robes. It isn't a bad name, Detion said faintly. Then since Su Xian he was your old friend and a remnant of the Abyss Builders who had married a woman of Dark Dawn and who along with his people belonged to Dark Dawn's camp, what exactly is his goal? I've been wondering about it for a long time, and I still don't understand him. He allowed us to descend at will previously, yet now he launched a full counterattack. The black-robed man frowned. And is that Dynast Dao Kong who seized control over the fifth kiln, Su Xian Yi's descendant? The predecessor of Dao Ocean told me that he isn't. As for what Su Xian Yi thinks, he's a lunatic. I might have fought against him for most of my life, but it's still difficult for me to speculate what a lunatic thinks. In the end, though, it's all to make the Abyss Builders raise to power. Detion could only shake his head. Since the predecessor of Dao Ocean said this, then that Dao Kong is a fake that Su Xian Yi sent out to make us pay attention to him while he protects his real son. No wonder then that everything that Dao Kong did in Morning Dao Sects provoked so much discussion. The black-robed man shook his head. Are Su Xian Yi's thoughts on the matter really that important? If Saint Defier sends down a great heavenly sovereign, one, everything will be solved, Bai Feng said flatly. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos Barrier isn't that easily broken. We've been invading and making preparations for many years, but the strongest people we can send are still only almighties in Void Turbulent Realm. But if you can occupy the entire true world, you will greatly reduce the difficulty for those from Saint Defier descending into the land. In fact, the three paragons of Saint Defier, those three supreme existences, are also quite interested in descending to this place. The black-robed man smiled faintly. All right, since it's decided that Dao Kong isn't Su Xian Yi's son and not an Abyss Builder, we will replace him along with everyone else, but our main focus will still be on him. I'm very interested in this person. The black-robed man swung his arm, and Su Ming's picture in the pillar of light became a mere illusion again. The physical body of Su Xian Yi's son is lacking an arm right now. I've already gathered all of the materials you asked of me for our promise. When will you help me change my life? If I can become an Abyss Builder, Saint Defier's plans will go even more smoothly. Detion lifted his head and stared at the black-robed man while speaking calmly. It's a pity that the person I first chose was Sang. He was even more compatible with that physical body. But as a former Sublime Paragon, you have the right. The one descending 3 months later will be an almighty of Saint Defier. His name is Xingji Dao, and he has the same status as I do. We are both Greatmasters of the Celestial Realm's 8 Paramount Daos. He will bring the supreme treasure that the 3 paragons of Saint Defier had been merging for tens of thousands of years, and with the preparations you made previously, we will have a 5/10 of a chance to succeed in helping you change your life, so you would become an Abyss Builder. But you must also be prepared to fail, the black-robed man said faintly. With a single move, he walked into the pillar of light, and once he sat down, he remained still and unmoving. Bai Feng's eyes shone. She lifted her pale hand and formed a seal to point at the pillar of light. Immediately, the 6 pictures within it shone with a dazzling light. When they surrounded the black-robed man, the eyes of a cultivator from Morning Dao sect in the picture with Dao Hua shone before he collapsed to turn into a layer of fog that spread through the area. It caused chaos, and Dao Hua shuddered. A strange glare appeared in his eyes. Similar scenes appeared in the other pictures as well. Dao Lin and the 3 hidden dynasts faced all sorts of accidents in succession, and it was difficult for other people to notice that someone else seemed to have replaced them, because they instantly returned to normal. No one in their surroundings knew that they were no longer themselves. The unexpected change was so quick that they had been replaced in a manner akin to possession, and the flourishing lotuses on their bodies didn't even have time to activate their protection. The only picture in which nothing had happened was where Su Ming was fighting against the ancient god. When it had come to the black-robed man, he hesitated for a moment. If an ancient god dies in battle, there will definitely be immortal paragons who will communicate with the ancient paragons in Saint Defier. I'm far away in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, and there are plenty of things that I can take care of all by myself. After all, when the cultivators in the celestial realm died, the only thing the ancient gods do is to stand by and watch. No, the black-robed man mumbled, then raised his right hand to point at the ancient god in the picture. At the same time, a dark light shone in the eyes of the person who had an apathetic expression while he sat and meditated in the battlefield between the war chamber in the Immortals' Union. His body disappeared into nothingness. Soon after, when Su Ming crashed against the ancient god, a loud rumble resounded. The ancient god coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he sent Su Ming backwards with the force from the clash, his body too moved back. However, an even greater fighting intent erupted in his eyes. He roared, but just as he was about to take a step forward, his body suddenly lurched forward as if there was a strange divine ability which had descended on his body in an unseen manner. As he trembled, a bang rang out at the center of his brows. 1, 2, 3. When all 7 stars shattered, they turned into a destructive, explosive power. At the instant fear and anger appeared in his eyes, the 7-starred ancient god self-destructed. *****. Translator's note. 1. Great Heavenly Sovereign. Mentioned in Renegade Immortal Chapter 1640. Chapter 1124. Under Space and Beyond the Universe. Damn it. Ode of the War Chamber. The instant the 7 stars of the ancient god crumbled one after another, a destructive force emerged from it, and it was increasing exponentially in an indescribably fast manner. An anxious and frenzied howl came from the War Chamber's planet. The middle-aged man named Wild Dog rushed out swiftly. As he shouted, he extended his arms, and at the instant all his power erupted from his body violently. Dozens of figures dressed in armor immediately appeared beside him. All of them immediately began sending their cultivation base outwards. In fact, at that moment, even though the millions of cultivators from the War Chamber did not know what was going on, their instinctive reaction towards the command to execute the Ode of the War Chamber had made them immediately bring out their entire cultivation base, without any hesitation. This was the War Chamber. It acted like the armor and the sharp blade of Morning Dao sect. It was precisely because of their nature, which resembled that of an army, that they had the power of their cultivation bases reach its peak as they brought it out at that moment. When their cultivation bases erupted from their bodies, runes appeared under their feet. Hundreds of cultivators gathered together to form a gigantic rune, and at the instant it appeared, the ancient god exploded. A loud bang shot up. The power of the explosion brought forth by all the stars at the center of his brows shattering could destroy everything. The moment the rune formed by the cultivators of the War Chamber began relocating, they were attacked by the destructive power, and in an instant, half of them died. However, the remaining half of the cultivators of the War Chamber had relocated and left the area. Since the War Chamber was in existence akin to an army, they had a uniform order. Every single one of their thoughts was formed around their commander, which was why there was not a single flaw in their reaction time. But it was different for the Immortals' Union. They were a union and thus formed by various races merging together. They might have a commander, and while no weaknesses could be seen on usual days, and they possessed powerful offensive abilities while fighting against Morning Dao sect, but during critical moments when life and death could be determined in an instant, a unified will and a uniform mind was something that they lacked. That was why they could not escape from area of the 7-starred ancient god's explosion in such a short period of time. When the 7-starred ancient god exploded, a loud bang had surged into the skies and spread through the area. Everything on the side of the Immortals' Union, no matter if they were cultivators or even the tower, shattered at that instant. The people did not scream, and neither did they struggle. Everything was reduced to ashes in an instant. Su Ming stood in the spot where the explosion was the strongest. A powerful, life-threatening sense of danger instantly surged through his body and heart. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. His pupils shrank, and he raised his right hand swiftly. At the same time, the Akang in him spread out its presence to cover everything about him. The Immortals watched this scene through the picture provided in the Pillar of Light. At the instant they thought Su Ming was going to fight back, a black soul thread that no one else could see fused with the destructive power, and at the moment it charged towards Su Ming. He did something that immediately caused these people's expressions to change. Su Ming did not act as they thought he would and fought against the destructive power caused by the 7-starred ancient god. Instead, at the instant the destructive power came swiftly towards him, he gathered all his power in his right hand and threw a fist at the space behind him. As his power erupted forth, the third eye at the center of his brows flashed and magnified the place. Su Ming's fist landed on the weakest spot in space, tearing it apart, and it looked just like a piece of paper which had a hole torn right through it. Su Ming moved, and the instant the destructive power came charging towards him, he stepped into the crack in space and left into the distance. This was definitely not something an ordinary cultivator could think of. In fact, some of the cultivators who had even higher levels of cultivation than he would find it hard to instantly think of this method. Only those who had an incredibly vast pool of experiences and had went through many unique challenges would be able to think of it. The inspiration behind Su Ming action was the taming of the resentful Wei when he was in Divine Essence Star Ocean. The relocation spots he'd went into there looked as if they had sunken into space itself, and his travels in the strange world under space were behind him coming up with such a method. Beneath space was another world. It contained countless unknown entities, and it was a place that seemed to be placed beyond the universe. A loud boom shot into space. When Su Ming fled into the crack in space and entered the unknown area beyond the universe, the destructive power came charging towards the spot where he previously was, causing the crack in space to continue growing, and the area inside was immediately filled with chaos. At the same time, the soul thread intending to replace Su Ming instantly crawled into the world in the crack to chase after Su Ming. During that moment, Bai Feng's eyes sparkled while she sat beyond the pillar of light at the core of the Immortals' Union. Tian frowned slightly. The black-robed man in the pillar of light was momentarily stunned before a brilliant light shone in his eyes. An interesting lad. I didn't expect that he would think of this method. But the world in the crack in space and beyond the universe is a region so dangerous that not even I would dare step into it carelessly. It is a chaotic world, and there are no lives in it. There is only a boundless, chaotic ocean which will crush all forms of will and life. It's a pity for that soul thread of mine. It is one which has inherited a part of my memories. Oh well, since it has already went after him and my connection to it has been broken due to that chaotic ocean, there's no need for me to pay any more attention to it. It's impossible for Dao Kong to continue living in there. He's already a dead man. The black-robed man shook his head and walked out of the pillar of light. With a swing of his arm, the picture which belonged to Su Ming shattered and disappeared. The spot where the war chamber and the cultivators in the Immortals' Union previously fought was empty. Not a single person was left behind. All those from the Immortals' Union had died, and half of the war chamber had been relocated. There was only a swiftly contracting crack in space. As it closed up and healed, the battle in the area came to a close. Su Ming disappeared. Flame Fiend's progenitor, Zhu Yu Kai, the Abyss Dragon, and even the bald crane were not beside him. While by himself, he disappeared in the galaxy upon entering the unfamiliar world within space. It was a place in which cultivators fell almost every year. However, over the course of countless years, no one had ever managed to walk out from it. All forms of lives in the universe who had fallen under space due to various reasons had died quietly there. Damn it, darn it all, I hate those ancient gods the most. But it shouldn't have self-destructed so easily. It shouldn't self-destruct at all, much less by having all 7 stars shatter. A layer of distortions appeared in the empty galaxy, and the bald crane showed up. There was anxiety on its face as it stared at the spot where Su Ming had disappeared. Soon, though, it was replaced by madness. The area under space and beyond the universe is dangerous, very dangerous. Darn it all. The bald crane gritted its teeth and fused into space. With its divine abilities, it could enter the strange world under space and beyond the universe even without any cracks in space. Damn it, why is my life so difficult? I don't want to go to this place again. I don't want to. Have I come to this place before? The bald crane was momentarily stunned, but when it entered the world under space and beyond the universe, an indescribable wave of air surged towards it with a bang, tearing apart its body in countless pieces before sweeping them away and disappearing. After some time, those pieces merged together to turn into the bald crane once more. It cursed loudly and started searching the area. Before it was a colorful world, and it shone with all sorts of lights. The light rays intersected with each other and acted like the waves of an ocean. They howled and charged forward constantly in this boundless world while they were swept up by balls of air that could rip apart all existences. The air could sweep up light. This was something that the air in the world outside could not do so wantonly. In fact, it was completely impossible because light was light. It had no form, and air could be detected. These were 2 completely different materials, and it was completely impossible for one of them to sweep up the other. Yet in this seemingly lawless world under space and beyond the universe, everything was possible. This was the ocean of light, and it was full of various forms of light. When they fused together, they turned into an ocean, and the ball of air stirred up the power which destroyed everything. With that, it filled this world with destruction. Su Ming coughed up blood. Waves of pain, as if he was being torn apart, shot up his body. Several days had passed since he had appeared in the strange world and was swept into the ocean of light. Several days ago, to avoid the explosive power that destroyed the seven-starred ancient god, he had torn open a crack in space and stepped inside. It had allowed him to avoid the destructive strike, but it had forced him through another form of destruction in the world under space and beyond the universe. In fact, the moment Su Ming stepped into that world, he had a strange feeling that the universe was a shell, a gigantic shell, and the world under space and beyond the universe was the area outside the shell. If he looked at it in this manner, the entire universe in Arid Triad expanse cosmos could be treated as a huge egg, and the place where Su Ming was located at that moment was the area beyond the eggshell. The endless light there formed an ocean. The boundless air formed gusts of wind that could not be detected. They swept up the ocean of light and turned it into a brilliant, dazzling scene that could destroy everything. There were countless rays of light. In fact, Su Ming had even seen the light of extreme darkness among them. His physical body had long since been torn apart and no longer existed. At that moment, the ocean of light had swept up his nascent divinity and his right hand. It alone still retained its physical form and could not be torn apart by the air. In fact, if there was someone else in the place, they would have been able to see a gate exuding dense waves of aura of abyss in Su Ming's nascent divinity. They could even see a fragment that had mostly recovered in within it. There were countless runic symbols flashing on that fragment, and it was the Seed of Life Extermination. Chapter 1125, Extermination, Parasitical. The ocean of light swept Su Ming up. In the mid of the intense pain caused by having his physical body shredded, Su Ming was continuously swept about in the boundless world under space and beyond the universe. The destruction of his physical body and the destruction of his nascent divinity brought an intense pain that almost numbed Su Ming. If it was not because of the abyss gate in his body continuously releasing the aura of abyss to nourish and heal his nascent divinity, his body and soul would have been destroyed a long time ago. It was quiet around him. The ocean of light moved about without any sound. There was only light, endless light. In the silence, Su Ming continuously sensed the existence of the abyss gate and the seed of life extermination in his body. He could only use this method to divert his attention, because while there were strong and weak lights around him, even the weakest one could cause damage his nascent divinity. Thankfully, the pain did not come to him occasionally, but was a constant presence. It numbed him. Since he was in extreme pain, which had no comparison all the time, he forgot how it felt to not be in pain. This made it so that he no longer registered pain. But Su Ming did not give up. He still retained a clear mind, because he believed that the bald crane would come save him. He believed in this firmly. The bald crane had an unknown origin, and because of it, it could move through space to come to this place. Back then, there had been no other method for Su Ming to avoid the attack from the seven-starred ancient god. Even though his physical body was incredibly powerful, it would still have been impossible for him to fight against the explosive power that came from the seven-starred ancient god when all seven of his stars as well as his body, life, brands, and even his soul were destroyed. Perhaps the fifth kiln could allow him to withstand that blow, but summoning it required time, and the ancient god's self-destruction was extremely sudden. There was simply not enough time for Su Ming to make too many preparations. In fact, even the power to reverse time could not be used because during that moment, the explosive power from the ancient god's self-destruction was too great. Su Ming might not have executed his ability, but at that instant, he'd known clearly that it was impossible for him to reverse time. He could either have his body and soul destroyed by that explosion or step into the dangerous world under space, and Su Ming chose the latter. At that moment, he floated in the ocean of light and was swept forward by the waves. He had no idea how much time had passed or how far he had traveled. To keep his mind clear and so that he would not be in a continuous state of unconsciousness, he kept his full attention on the abyss gate and the seed of life extermination. Besides these two things, he had nothing else to pay attention to. This was not the first time he examined the seed of life extermination, but it was definitely the first time that he observed, experienced, and sensed it with such rapt attention. He noticed that the fragment Xiao Hong had given him in the past, the seed of life extermination, which had fused with his nascent divinity many years ago, so that they could no longer be differentiated from each other, had been nourished by his soul and everything that he had experienced over the course of the numerous years he had lived. Through it all, it had grown a lot at its edges. It looked like a statue which had grown to almost half of its full size. With just a little more, it would be half of a statue. It could be vaguely seen that the statue was an ancient ship. However, for some unknown reason, as Su Ming continued observing the seed of life extermination, he suddenly had a very strange feeling. This feeling came from the recovery speed of the seed of life extermination. It seemed to have become much slower compared to the first time he had observed it. He would usually spend quite a lot of time observing the seed of life extermination, but at that moment, he had a feeling that the seed of life extermination could not reach a complete state. Judging by its recovery speed, soon, half of the statue would be recovered, and then it would no longer continue growing. It was as if, even if it had already fused perfectly with Su Ming's nascent divinity, it would reach its limit once it grew to half of its full state. This was the first time this guess appeared in Su Ming's head. It caused him to fall silent and sink into contemplation. Could it be that there's something lacking so the seed of life extermination can't continue to grow? Su Ming could not find the answer. As he stayed in pensive silence, he cast all his attention on the seed of life extermination again. While he observed this thing which seemed to be living in his nascent divinity as a parasitical existence, he suddenly saw veins stretching from the seed of life extermination into his nascent divinity. Those veins only appeared for an instant before disappearing. However, their sudden existence just then had caused Su Ming's heart to tremble. This was the first time he'd seen such a bizarre scene. The veins were like a net when they spread out from the seed of life extermination. They might have appeared only for an instant, but a chill went down Su Ming's spine. His first thought was that it was a spider. The seed of life extermination was like a spider. It formed countless venous paths that stretched into his nascent divinity to form a huge net. Su Ming forgot the intense pain from his nascent divinity being continuously torn apart and disregarded the feeling of the abyss gate ceaselessly healing it. All of his attention was placed on the seed of life extermination. Something's not right. But no matter how Su Ming continued observing it, he could no longer see the veins. It was as if everything which he'd seen moments ago were just an illusion. However, Su Ming was certain that even with the intense pain he suffered, what he saw was definitely not an illusion. After all, he was the progenitor of controlling all illusions. He had that much confidence in himself. Then for what reason could I see it before, but can't see it now? Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, they focused, and he slowly turned his head around to look at the colorful lights around him. As the colors intersected with each other, they formed countless rays of differing varieties. It's light. That's right. It's the light here. When a certain type of light shines on my body, it can show me things I would usually be unable to see. With a trembling heart, Su Ming immediately recalled what sort of light had appeared around him when the veins had showed up. However, this was clearly an incredibly difficult thing. The lights around him were a constant. It was impossible to say which specific one had shined on him at a certain point of time. Determination appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had to understand just what was going on with the seed of life extermination, because this might possibly be a secret that he would otherwise not discover his entire life. If he had not stepped into this place due to a stroke of luck, it would have been impossible for him to find out why the seed of life extermination had caused his skin to crawl with what he saw, even though it had fused with his nascent divinity. A glint appeared in his eyes. As his nascent divinity continued being swept away by the ocean of light in the passage of frozen time, he moved. With it, the sensation of being torn apart became several times stronger. It made his nascent divinity tremble. If it was not because of the abyss gate sending out a large amount of aura of abyss, he might have immediately been torn into shreds. Yet even this pain was unable to make Su Ming give up on his idea. His nascent divinity immediately started swimming about in the ocean of light. He endured the pain and pushed down the desire to roar at the sky to vent his pain, since he had to keep all of his attention on the seed of life extermination. If he went on to vent his suffering, his will would lax, and he would be unable to pay attention to the seed of life extermination. His nascent divinity continued swimming about, trying to have different rays of light shine on it. Time trickled by. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Ming's nascent divinity had become incredibly weakened under the torture of the intense pain of being ripped apart. But at that instant, flashes of red and white swept past him. Su Ming's nascent divinity shuddered. He saw the veins all around the seed of life extermination, which had spread from the fragment to all of his nascent divinity. At the same time, he continued moving, chasing after the red-white light, so the veins from the seed of life extermination in his nascent divinity would remain clear in his sight. Gradually, a brilliant light shone in his eyes. He saw that the veins were black and that the seed of life extermination had not fused with his nascent divinity as he had previously believed. It was a parasite. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He was an abyss builder, and his understanding towards parasites and possession was much greater than that of the others. With just one glance, he could tell that the seed of life extermination had formed a very clear parasitic relationship with his nascent divinity. Su Ming sank into silence. It was not that he could not accept the fact that he had become the host for a parasite, but that it was a lot different from what he had previously thought. As he pondered over this, a crack suddenly appeared at the center of his nascent divinity's brows. His third eye pushed through, and when it stared at those veins, they were instantly enlarged endlessly in Su Ming's vision. When they were enlarged by an unknown amount of times, he saw a scene which caused a hint of ferociousness and disbelief to appear on his face. He saw countless centipede-like threads on each vein once they had been enlarged endlessly. They had fused with his nascent divinity and were continuously tearing away pieces of it. Once they managed to take one, they would begin devouring it madly. Devouring the blood of those from Saint Defier might have aided the seed of life extermination's recovery and growth, but the greater reason for it was the amount of nourishment it had taken from Su Ming's nascent divinity. The destruction of the nascent divinity could not be seen with the naked eye and could not be discovered with divine senses, but the damage was done constantly. In fact, Su Ming could immediately tell with his level of cultivation that if this process continued for another 500 years, then even if he raised his level of cultivation, his nascent divinity would have irreparable damage. In fact, if a whole 1,000 years went by, then no matter what sort of level of cultivation Su Ming possessed, he would still be unable to prevent his nascent divinity's death. Since seed of life extermination was a parasitic existence which suffered no backlash from his nascent divinity, it was a one-sided process of the fragment devouring him. In truth, it had responded to Su Ming's call to save him every single time because it was a parasite protecting its host. It had yet to complete its growth, which was why it had to protect its host's life. Anguish appeared on Su Ming's face, and he no longer chased after the red-white light. The veins in his nascent divinity about the seed of life extermination soon disappeared and everything returned to normal. If he had not experienced the come to this place, then it was likely that he would have only come to know at the moment of his death that the one who snatched away his nascent divinity and destroyed him was the seed of life extermination. Chapter 1126. This art is Ocean Remover. Perhaps even he doesn't know about this, Su Ming mumbled. Perhaps this is just a misunderstanding. Perhaps these are just guesses, and this is how the seed of life extermination grows. Once it becomes complete, everything will change. It must be. Su Ming fell silent, and he suppressed the anguish and doubts in his heart. As he remained silent, the pain from his nascent divinity continued attacking his senses. Su Ming was forced to shift his attention to his nascent divinity again. This time, he did not look at the seed of life extermination, but intentionally ignored it. He did not want to continue thinking too deeply about this problem, so he chose to observe the only other thing he could. The Abyss Gate, which had devoured a large amount of Su Ming's life force. Countless cultivators, and even planets had began nourishing Su Ming in the world with the ocean of light, thereby allowing his nascent divinity to become an imperishable existence. Su Ming stared at the Abyss Gate formed by crystallization. It gave off a feeling that it was very feeble, that it could be crushed with the slightest squeeze. It was just like a door which belonged to a poor man's house in the mortal world. There was a huge difference between it and the doors of those with illustrious statuses or the royal family. It was not a difference in growth, but a difference in foundation. Su Ming stared at his rather shoddy Abyss Gate quietly. As time passed, he averted his gaze and stared at the ocean of light around him. He could not move his body, because the moment he did so, intense pain which was thousands of times stronger than before would course through his body. He had also noticed that the aura of abyss spreading out from his Abyss Gate was gradually lessening. Once it stopped, his nascent divinity would stop healing. At that time, what would await him would be his nascent divinity being instantly crushed. And if he moved, he he would just speed up the release rate of his aura of abyss and shorten the time till his death. Perhaps I will really need to stay here for eternity. Baldy, you're late. Su Ming believed that the bald crane would come, but perhaps it had gone off to another direction in the vast ocean of light. But even at that moment, Su Ming did not fear death. He only felt slightly regretful. He regretted that he did not manage to save Xuan, find his senior brothers, and fulfill his wish of creating a home for himself. These regrets turned into a sigh. As he lay in the ocean of light, he overlooked the amount of aura of abyss spreading out from his body and ignored the signs of death because he suddenly realized that the light around him was actually very beautiful. This sort of beautiful sight could not be seen in the universe. It could only be seen in this place, and it was an indescribable beauty formed by an innumerable number of light rays. He paid no heed to what would happen after he died and just watched the lights, admiring the beauty which would become the last thing he saw in his life when his nascent divinity vanished. As he continued watching, Su Ming forgot his current condition. He felt as if he had become a part of the endless light and as if they had fused together. He swam about in the world without restraint. This ocean is formed by light which can be seen and wind which can be detected, Su Ming mumbled. He ignored his imminent death and immersed himself in the strange feeling. While within it, he felt like he had returned to the past, when he was in the land of berserkers and gained his epiphany to clear his mind in the ninth summit. During it, he had understood how to clear his mind with drawing and what it meant to have changes of heart. This time, as he watched the light, he was immersed in a situation akin to gaining an epiphany. However, he was not in a trance as he went through a change of heart. Instead, he was in a trance because of the ocean of light's magnificence and beauty. Perhaps only when a person was about to die yet completely forgot its shadow looming over their heads would they be able to observe the beauty of this light so wholeheartedly. Maybe because Su Ming knew that he would not be able to watch it for much longer, he valued what little time he had. Time trickled by. As the ocean of light moved about, Su Ming was swept even further away, and he saw more light rays. There was no end to them, and his body was surrounded by light. He did not notice, though, that the aura of abyss spreading out from his body had become thinner and that it seemed like before long there would be no more aura of abyss left to nourish his body. And his nascent divinity was being torn apart even more violently while he was swept about in the ocean of light. What a strange light. Once it fuses with the wind, it forms an ocean, and it possesses the power that can destroy everything. As Su Ming mumbled under his breath, he saw a flash of black among the many lights. He was familiar with it, for it was the light of extreme darkness. Then, how was the light formed? Su Ming had forgotten that he currently existed only as a nascent divinity and was immersed in the strange condition. He stared at the endless light around him with the question in his mind. He wanted to know the answer, to learn how the light appeared and understand why there were countless variations of it, how it formed the ocean, and how it possessed such an astonishing power which could destroy everything in the world. Before he came into contact with the light of extreme darkness, Su Ming had not believed that light was a form of energy. It was something which could be seen and was indispensable in the galaxy. However, the light of extreme darkness he encountered in Morning Dao sect's striking lands had overturned his thoughts. He gradually came to accept that light was a form of energy. While he disregarded the problem of his upcoming death, Su Ming had a feeling like he had turned into light. The brightness of the light of extreme darkness among the countless rays of light seemed to have taken away all what remained of his will in the nascent divinity, causing Su Ming to feel as if he had become a part of the light beyond the universe. He felt like the light of extreme darkness, and he swam about all sorts of other lights. As he continued thinking, he felt like the rays of light were continuously being magnified. He had done it to the limit of his third eye, and what he saw was no longer light. Instead, there was nothingness surrounding two huge runic symbols. They were not drawn by man, but seemed to have been born naturally beyond the universe. They also only looked like runic symbols, but were not. Their complexity was definitely not something that cultivators could create or copy. Su Ming saw the two symbols crash against each other before fusing together. The fusion rate was perfect, and once they become one, he saw that their complexity had increased even more. It was as if the runic symbols Su Ming had seen just then were just a brand of a lowest grade, and once they fused together, they rapidly rose to a higher level. As the runic symbol evolved from a lower to a higher form of existence, threads of power that Su Ming could not see but could feel and which terrified him rushed out from the void. They fused into the runic symbols like they were the nourishment the symbols needed during their process of moving from a lower to a higher form of existence. When the transformation of the runic symbol reached its peak, and its absorption of the power seemed to have reached a boundless state, Su Ming suddenly saw that the runic symbol, now so complicated that it was impossible to describe it with words, experienced a reversion. It no longer continued improving, but instead started changing from a higher to a lower form of existence. During the transformation, there was no longer any power from the void fusing into the runic symbol. When it changed from a higher to a lower form of existence, an indescribable, terrifying power was released from within it. As it was released, light appeared. When Su Ming saw this, his heart started trembling furiously. He had a vague feeling that he seemed to have understood something, but the simplicity in this complexity was always a hair's breadth away from giving him an epiphany. He lacked something to connect all of it to himself. Breathing. It's breathing. Su Ming's mind trembled. During that instant, he found the connection. It was breathing. The feeling he had from the scene he'd just watched was similar to one of his own breathing. First was inhalation. This action was the runic symbols absorbing a large amount of power from the space around it to transform into a higher form of existence. When it reached the peak, it exhaled, and it was the same as releasing the power from the void which it had absorbed. Then, light would be formed. At the instant Su Ming came to understand this, a loud roar rang out in his mind. His abyss gate no longer released the aura of abyss, and his nascent divinity was about to be torn apart by the ocean of light. Yet during that moment, Su Ming closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the light. His nascent divinity came to a swift halt, and the instant Su Ming exhaled, his nascent divinity swiftly started recovering. Strong rays of light also swiftly spread out from it. His nascent divinity shuddered. His eyes flew open, and understanding appeared in them. There isn't any wind here. The light formed this ocean because it is a type of energy, and it looked like it was being moved because it was being released. This released light is thus strong enough to destroy everything. Light. This is light. The light from Su Ming's nascent divinity reached 100,000 feet. He moved slightly in the ocean of light and fused completely with the light around him. Dazzling light shone in his eyes. He sucked in a deep breath, and loud rumbles immediately spread out from his nascent divinity. Two faint balls of light appeared within him, and in them were the two complicated runic symbols Su Ming had seen earlier. As he breathed in, they fused together in his body. Immediately after, a large amount of power from the void turned into the air that he sucked in, causing the fusion of the runic symbols in his body to jump from a lower to a higher form of existence before they swiftly reversed and released a powerful light. Su Ming's breathing became more rapid. The light from the runic symbols in his body became stronger as they ceaselessly moved from a lower to higher form of existence before reversing. The light spread out to 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 feet. After a short span of a dozen breaths, Su Ming threw his head back and roared. The light in his body had already reached hundreds of thousands of feet in all directions. During that instant, Su Ming was the ocean of light. The light he released had already become an ocean. From within it, all the other rays of light were chased away, and only Su Ming's light remained. It was the light of extreme darkness. This art is what appears after Mountain Shifter, and it will be known as Ocean Remover 1. At the instant Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air, he leapt up. From the distance, it looked as if an ocean of light had risen, and with a vast presence, it shook the whole world. When Su Ming rose to the heavens with the ocean of light, he pushed down fiercely. The space roared, and a rarely seen sight of a loud roar breaking the silence in the world in the ocean of light could be seen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. Mountain Shifter and Ocean Remover. This is so much of a genius it has to be mentioned. It's actually an idiom known as Yisung E2 Shan 1 Dao 3 High 3, literally meaning to move mountains and seas, and the real meaning is humans changing nature. Chapter 1127, Essence of Light. Light of extreme darkness. Right now, I am the light of extreme darkness. I wonder if I can be considered to have reached the fulfillment of the light of extreme darkness? A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His body turned into endless light and formed the ocean of light. When booming sounds spread out in all directions and the light disappeared, all the light of extreme darkness swiftly shrank to form a single figure. It had fluttering black hair, a dazzling black robe, and a profound dark light shining in its black eyes. Naturally, it was Su Ming. He stood alone in the ocean of light. At that moment, he was a part of the ocean and no longer felt any hint of himself being torn apart. Instead, he had a feeling like he had the power to move the universe with just a flip of his hand. I haven't reached fulfillment yet. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. If I had reached fulfillment, then when I sent out this light of extreme darkness, the light of extreme darkness born from the ocean of light would have come to me as well. Light of extreme darkness. The word extreme shows its domineering nature, and it will belong solely to me if I reach fulfillment in cultivating it. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After a moment, determination appeared in his eyes. He closed them, and when he stretched out his arms, the two runic symbols in his body fused together and released their energy. The black light of extreme darkness instantly erupted from Su Ming's body. This time, he did not even try to intentionally stop it. He did not think about his own limits. He wanted to release all the light of extreme darkness which could be produced in his body, and he wanted to release it to its limits. These thoughts seemed to stir up his light of extreme darkness and form a strange sort of unity with it. Immediately, the light of extreme darkness spreading out from Su Ming's body erupted and spread out at an indescribable speed. 10,000, 100,000, 300,000, around 1,000,000 feet, and eventually, millions of feet. If anyone cast their gaze across the area, they would find that all the light around Su Ming had been chased off. The only thing remaining was a ball of extreme black. Only the light of extreme darkness was left. Even when the light had spread out to this extent, Su Ming did not intend to stop. He could sense that he had yet to reach his limit and that he had not reached the extent which he expected. His intentions were very simple. There were countless differing rays of light in the world, but he had chosen to become the light of extreme darkness. And since he did so, he would become the only light of extreme darkness in the universe. The one and only. The light from Su Ming's body was still spreading out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area that was nearly 10 million feet in diameter. As time passed, it surpassed this area and continued spreading boundlessly until Su Ming finally sensed his limits. However, he still chose not to give up because he sensed that he had yet to become the only light of extreme darkness. That was why even if he had reached his limits, the two runic symbols in his body continued absorbing and releasing power. When Su Ming reached the point when he no longer knew how far his light of extreme darkness had expanded, a loud rumble came from his body. At the instant it resounded within him, Su Ming felt that his light of extreme darkness had reached a boundary and broken through some sort of seal. His heart trembled. The light of extreme darkness spreading out from his body seemed to have become slightly different from before, but Su Ming could not tell what exactly was different. The only thing he could see was that the two runic symbols in his body had fused together and become even more complicated. He had a strong feeling that they had truly fused together. They were no longer fusing together to absorb the power from the void and separating to release light. It looked like they would no longer separate from then on. At the same time, Su Ming sensed that he no longer needed to control anything or release anything. The light of extreme darkness which had appeared around him in this area of tens of millions of feet seemed to have become an eternal existence. Essence of light. Su Ming came to a swift realization. At that moment, not only was he no longer required to continuously release power to form the light of extreme darkness, he himself had become an essence of light which could constantly release it. Soon after, Su Ming sensed that there were 4 origins of the light of extreme darkness which were the exact same as him in the boundless ocean of light. These were 4 ancient origins of light, and it was clear that they had existed for countless years. They had naturally formed after the scattered lights of extreme darkness in the endless streams of light had gathered together. An ancient feeling rose in Su Ming's heart at that moment. When he perceived the 4 origins of light from the distance, a brilliant glare shone in his eyes. Since he had become the light of extreme darkness, he would become the one and only light of extreme darkness in this world. This thought stemmed from Su Ming's personality. As his eyes sparkled, he swept up the tens of millions of feet worth of ocean formed by his light of extreme darkness, and as a loud bang shot up into the air, he swiftly traveled towards the closest origin of the light of extreme darkness. The memory of him devouring the portions of a Kang's real self in the past arose in Su Ming's head. However, this time, He was not going to devour the sentient Kang. Instead, he was going to devour the light of extreme darkness born in this world. He would do so to become the one and only source in this place. This was Su Ming's personality, and also an unseen law in this world. No one had set it down, and neither was there any living beings who had the right to form this law. It was just how nature was. It was similar to that moment. The boundless lights in the ocean of light shone with a dazzling brilliance, but they were not sentient. This meant that once one of them became a sentient being, the other similar forms of light would be made to merge with it. The ones who were sentient would gather the others to fuse with them. This was one of the unseen laws in the universe. It could not be changed, and no one would want to change it. Time trickled by. With his speed after he turned into the light of extreme darkness, Su Ming reached a vast mass of black seawater several days later. It was an ocean formed by black light, and it was born from the origin of the light of extreme darkness, which was the exact same entity as he. The process of Su Ming devouring it began the moment he saw it. The black light of extreme darkness fused with him, and there was not a single bit of struggle from it. In just a few breaths, a long howl reverberated in the ocean of light. At that instant, both origins of light fused completely. A gigantic ball of light exuding light, which could spread to 100 million feet, appeared in the ocean of light. As that huge ball of the light of extreme darkness appeared, and Su Ming's howl reverberated in the ocean of light, his heart trembled again, and the feeling as if some sort of seal had been broken rose in his heart. At that instant, the other three balls of the light of extreme darkness which he had perceived from the distance earlier collapsed simultaneously to turn into countless lights of extreme darkness that charged towards him at an extreme speed from all directions. Their act of drawing closer to him made it seem like Su Ming had become the progenitor of the light of extreme darkness, and all of the lights of extreme darkness born in this ocean of light longed to fuse with him. They charged forward, and within several days, they continuously approached him. The ball of light, which was Su Ming, continued expanding from its previous 100 million feet. Every single time he fused with a ray of the light of extreme darkness, the ball of light would become slightly larger. Once he had fused with all the lights of extreme darkness within his perception, his heart roared, and the ocean of light within a circular area of 300 million feet turned black. Yet it was also at that moment that 6 other huge origins of light appeared in Su Ming's perception. They were all larger than Su Ming, and they were so far away from him that even if he turned into the light of extreme darkness and charged forward at full speed, he would still need hundreds of years to reach them. The ocean of light was simply too big. There was no end to it. In fact, Su Ming had a very strong feeling that even if he fused with the 6 origins of light, he would still sense even larger origins of the light of extreme darkness in the endless ocean of light. Cultivating light is like cultivating Tao. There is no end to light, and there is no end to Tao, Su Ming mumbled. He seemed to have come to understand something from the light of extreme darkness, but when he pondered over it, he felt as if he had not understood anything. In silence, he gave up on continuing to fuse with the other lights of extreme darkness. It was not because he could not do it, but because it would require too much time, and as of then, time was incredibly precious to him. It's about time that I leave, but before I do, I still need one more light. All the lights of extreme darkness around Su Ming vanished, and he changed into the figure with the black attire. While standing in the ocean of light, he looked like he was the master of the area. Mumbling under his breath, he took a step forward. He walked among all the colorful lights until he found the light with dashes of red and white intersecting with each other, the one which allowed him to see the veins from the seed of life extermination on his nascent divinity. He swung his arm and took a strand of it into his own body. Once he placed it in his nascent divinity, he prepared to leave the ocean of light. Suddenly, though, his expression changed, and he turned into the light of extreme darkness. The ocean of light of 300 million feet appeared in his heart. Su Ming saw the bald crane carefully swimming through the ocean of light in the distance. It would occasionally scream and at other times curse. It looked like the damage to it from the rays of light varied. Some of them would hurt worse, while the others would only injure it lightly. It was evading all the ones which would deal heavy damage while moving forward through the ocean of light. At the same time, Su Ming saw an existence which was clearly a soul thread moving in another direction. It had attached itself to a ray of light and was struggling to keep itself afloat. However, it looked like it was about to dissipate. After a moment of pensive silence, Su Ming raised his foot and took a step forward. His body vanished, and when he appeared, he was right in front of the bald crane. The moment he showed up, the bald crane screamed, "Darn it all, just what sort of rotten luck do I have? TT, this is an essence of light. I'm done for. I'm seriously done for. Su Ming, you thrice-cursed bastard, it's not that I don't want to save you, but I'm in trouble myself." As the bald crane screamed, it swiftly retreated with fear on its face. But the bald crane could not be blamed for not recognizing Su Ming. In its eyes, there was no Su Ming, but a figure with the light of extreme darkness spreading out from it. That light cut off all forms of presences from appearing beyond it, and all other rays of light avoided the area, not daring to get any closer. To the bald crane, this proved that it was faced with an essence of light. Su Ming smiled faintly, but the bald crane could not see it. With swing of his arm, a ball of light of extreme darkness enveloped the bald crane. He brought it through space, straight where he had sensed the soul thread. Chapter 1128. Do enter my trap. O Lord Essence of Light, please spare me, and you can be my grandson. This is just nonsense, what am I saying? Spare me, please, take pity on me. I have a wife and children, why you? Damn it, you stupid essence of light. You're not sentient, so there's no use for me to even bother begging for mercy. As the bald crane screamed, its body shuddered. It was enveloped by a large ball made of the light of extreme darkness. As Su Ming moved forward, the bald crane's voice continued echoing around him. Damn it, why was there an essence of light here? I avoided all of them so carefully, and I even sensed that the closest one was very far away from me just moments ago. The region in which I was should have had no origins of light. Little boy Su, you seriously came to be the death of me. My crystals, farewell. I'm such a pitiful crane, I haven't even collected enough of you. I only have such a small amount. I'm such a pitiful crane for not fulfilling my grand wish to buy an entire true world. While the bald crane wailed, Su Ming reached the spot where the soul thread was. He saw it at first glance. The soul thread had attached itself to a ray of milky white light, which was a little strange. It was not harmful, and instead nourished nascent divinities, which was why the soul thread was only dissipating. Otherwise, it would have disintegrated a long time ago. Clearly, the soul thread knew about the milky white light, which was why it had thought of such a method to prolong its life. As he stared at the soul thread, surprise appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the milky white light. Immediately, a memory rose in his mind. It came from the milky white light. In it, Su Ming saw the soul thread appear a month ago. It had arrived at the exact same time as Su Ming. Huh? You're just an essence of light, so what are you doing? You know how to lift your hand. Ah, I understand now. You can move freely. You intentionally appeared in front of me. This is impossible. Origins of light are not sentient. How could they move? The bald crane stared at Su Ming's figure from the envelopment of the light of extreme darkness. The person before it looked incredibly bizarre, and the bald crane shouted out in surprise and disbelief. Su Ming lifted his right hand and flicked the space in front of him. Immediately, the milky white light started twisting, bouncing off the soul thread, and Su Ming caught it. You have an arm. You are sentient. Oh heavens, you are sentient, the bald crane shouted out and began rambling on. When Su Ming seized the soul thread with his right hand, he sent over a crystal with a fling of his left hand. The bald crane caught it on instinct and placed it in its beak to bit down hard. Its expression lit up the next moment. In fact, both its bald tail and butt were shaken several times. Su Ming gripped the soul thread. It struggled feebly in his hand, but under the light of extreme darkness, its struggles were futile. A divine sense possessing Su Ming's light of extreme darkness fused swiftly into that soul thread, and when it could no longer resist him, he sent it straight into its core. During that instant, Su Ming saw a memory from the soul thread, and several pictures immediately appeared in his mind. The first picture was of an unfamiliar universe. A black-robed man took a step from a tall mountain and plunged down. As his body scraped against air, he disappeared without a trace. The second picture was of the same black-robed man standing beyond a gigantic pillar of light. By his side was Bai Feng, whose existence still made Su Ming's heart clench in pain, along with an old man whom Su Ming could recognize at first glance. It was the old Detian. In fact, Su Ming could even hear most of their conversation. The third picture was of the black-robed man sitting cross-legged in the pillar of light and executing the replacement plan. It was due to him that the ancient god had self-destructed out of nowhere. Once the pictures disappeared, the soul thread shattered in Su Ming's hand. A replacement plan. This soul thread was prepared for possession. If I hadn't stepped into the world beyond the universe, then once the ancient god self-destructed, it would have crawled into my body and possessed me. A hint of contempt appeared in Su Ming's eyes. If that's the case, then the three hidden dynasts, Dao Hua and Dao Lin, should have been successfully possessed and become part of the Immortals' Union. This soul thread was a portion of the black-robed man's soul. If he could do this with a portion of his soul, then it's clear just how powerful his real strength is. Sublime Paragon Detion. So he wants to cast the life-changing art on my real physical body. He wants to borrow my real physical body to change everything about himself with the help of the Saint Defiers and become an abyss builder. A freezing glare shone in Su Ming's eyes. 3 months, huh? I've been here for about a month. I should be able to make it back. Su Ming closed his eyes, and a myriad of thoughts flashed through his head. It was a chance for him to seize his real physical body back. While Su Ming thought, the bald crane put away the crystal and stared cautiously at him while completely enveloped by black light. It was feeling slightly anxious. At that moment, it let out a dry cough and put on an obsequious expression. O one and only sentient Lord Essence of Light in this ocean of light, do you need a handsome, smart, all-knowing, efficient, intelligent, wise, and kind great bald crane? Let me be your follower. When the bald crane began to speak anxiously, Su Ming opened his eyes. With a smile that the bald crane could not see, he sized it up. Kind, he asked languidly. Through the light of extreme darkness, his voice held a chilling tone in the bald crane's ears. It caused its body to shudder, but its spirit was immediately lifted. That's right, I'm a kind soul. When I see people in need, I will lend a hand. When I see people dead, I will shed tears for them and bury them. When I see children, I will be happy. The bald crane quickly said. You lend yourself a hand to their storage bags to see how many crystals they have. You loot the corpses for their crystals, and since children are gullible in your eyes, you scam them for their crystals, Su Ming said flatly. These words momentarily stunned the bald crane. Do we know each other? Why you? Are you? Su Ming smiled. The light of extreme darkness surrounding him vanished to reveal his nascent divinity, and he stared at the bald crane with a smile. The bald crane placed its wing over its chest and let out a pained scream. It took a few steps back with anger overtaking its features. It raised its claw and pointed at Su Ming as extreme sadness showed up on its face. Su Ming, all of my hardships were in vain. I was walking at death's door and was even prepared to die. I sacrificed a large number of crystals and spent tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of years worth of my life to find you. And you? How could you just now? Oh, I am sad. I am too sad. I've been scammed. Darn you. I've been bullied. The bald crane started wailing, then decided to fall down and start rolling about. Su Ming brought his right hand up and flicked a crystal towards the bald crane. Once it caught it, it immediately beamed, but then immediately suppressed the smile and started screaming again. Do you think you can compensate me with just one crystal? This is a humiliation to me. The great bald crane, will definitely not bend over for just one crystal. With a tinkle, another crystal fell. The bald crane watched dumbly as the crystal fell in front of it. A brilliant smile appeared on its face. This time, no matter how hard it tried, it could not suppress the excitement on its face. Especially when, with another tinkle, the third crystal landed. It was followed by the fourth crystal and the fifth. The bald crane immediately stopped rolling around and grabbed all of the crystals, then coughed dryly. All right, I forgive. With a tinkle, the sixth crystal landed. You're completely right. Darn it all, Lord Su, everything you did was right. With another tinkle, the seventh crystal fell. Again, should we do something like this again? The bald crane was so excited that its whole body trembled, and it made a suggestion the mere thought of which made it happy. Su Ming stared at the bald crane, and a smile appeared on his face. He had long since treated the bald crane as his friend, but it was a friend whom he could not let become too conceited, or else the things which had happened in Black Ink Planet would repeat without end. All right, we should leave now. There are important things we need to do. Su Ming raised his head to stare at the endless ocean of light, and a dark glint shone in his eyes. With a swing of his arm, he swept up the bald crane and charged into the distance. Several days later, space distorted in an area in Morning Daro sect which belonged to the Immortals Union and was near the core of their territory. It was an empty galaxy in which a ball of black light suddenly shone. When Su Ming and the bald crane walked out of the black light, it scattered away, revealing the black-haired Su Ming dressed in black robes. Standing with a profound gaze, he looked like he had been reborn. The aura he exuded might still belong to those in Mastery Realm, but he, who could now turn into the origin of the light of extreme darkness and had created the ocean remover art, had become much stronger than before. Even the world under space and beyond the universe cannot stop me from returning to this place. I am back, Su Ming mumbled. At that moment, he no longer appeared as Dao Kong, but had instead gained an unfamiliar appearance. This was because he currently did not have a physical body and only possessed a nascent divinity. Yet even if he was only a nascent divinity, he could still bring forth a power that could shock others. Do you want to seize back that real physical body of yours that you mentioned was in the Immortals Union? Darn it all, let's go. Let's go seize back your physical body. I'll go loot crystals. The bald crane spoke with excitement. While doing so, it started shuddering, and the loud racket it created resounded in space. The chances of success for entering the Immortals Union and snatching back my physical body with my current level of cultivation are not high, Su Ming said faintly. Then what should we do? The bald crane was taken aback. We will let those from the Immortals Union and Saint Defier, or even Tian himself, personally bring us in. A wicked smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. The bald crane scrutinized him in surprise before starting to mumble in its heart. It wondered if Su Ming had gone mad after he became the origin of the light of extreme darkness. It suddenly became slightly worried about what would happen to the now crazy man. While the bald crane was busy being worried, dark light shone in Su Ming's eyes, and the light of extreme darkness surrounded him. It became stronger and stronger before covering the whole area in that part of the galaxy. The light of extreme darkness. It is a light with incredibly powerful might, so all those who see it will feel tempted. Chapter 1129, Greed. So what if they've seen me use the light of extreme darkness before? They won't be able to guess that I've become the origin of the light of extreme darkness. And so what if this origin of the light of extreme darkness appeared a little too abruptly? Unless they're completely not tempted. A distortion in space that lasted for nearly 7 days had appeared in the galaxy near the Immortals' territory. The area of the distortion spread to 300 million feet, and it caught the attention of plenty of cultivators in the Immortals Union. It was especially so when the distortions turned into a gigantic crack on the 7th day. A black ray of light that seemed to be able to freeze the universe popped out then. The light continued spreading outwards and turned into the completed version of the origin of the light of extreme darkness. It shone without end within that area of 300 million feet. This scene instantly stunned the entire Immortals Union. In fact, when another 7 days passed, even Morning Dao sect learned of it. In fact, the battle between the two sides gradually come to a stop after that huge origin of the light of extreme darkness appeared. Countless gazes landed on that area belonging to the Immortals Union. Every single day, a large number of cultivators from the Immortals Union would surround the area of 300 million feet and observe the light of extreme darkness, which had suddenly appeared half a month ago. There was shock in their gazes along with greed. They could sense a chill that could freeze their hearts spreading out from the light of extreme darkness, and they could also sense the terrifying power contained within it. Throughout the 24-hour time period, there would only be 2 hours when the gigantic origin of the light of extreme darkness was slightly weaker. However, after those 2 hours, it would shine brighter than at any other time of the day. The 2 hours changed every single day. The change was governed by a certain pattern. So many people realized that the essence of light was not sentient. It was only changing on instinct. The cultivators might not know why it had suddenly appeared in the galaxy, but it was a supreme treasure which everyone desired greatly. If they could obtain and refine it, then the power of their divine abilities would be greatly enhanced. In fact, even the famous light of extreme darkness in Morning Dao sect was just a light gathered together to form a striking land. There were rumors that progenitor Xuan had personally subjugated it tens of thousands of years ago. But what appeared at that moment was not a single ray of light, but a gigantic essence of light. This difference was akin to a bright moon compared to a candle flame, and the greed grew endlessly in the hearts of all the cultivators who learned about this matter. After all, It was not just a light of extreme darkness, but a huge essence of light. If they could refine it, they would enjoy great successes. If any race took it, they would swiftly increase in power. And if it was taken by Morning Tao sect or the Immortals Union, it could be refined into an astonishing supreme treasure, and in any battle, it could bring forth outstanding power. The appearance of the origin of the light of extreme darkness caught the attention of the powerful cultivators in the Immortals Union. However, the core members which came from the Immortals sects and Phoenix sect had locked down the area where the light of extreme darkness had appeared the moment it showed up. It had appeared practically on the Immortals' doorstep, so they were naturally the first to notice it. The ones who were sent to observe it were then mostly from the Immortals sects. This is indeed the light of extreme darkness. When it was the 20th day since the light of extreme darkness had appeared, the white-robed Bai Feng stood in the galaxy nearly and spoke coldly to himself while staring at it. By her side was Tian, who was also dressed in white and had a head full of white hair. He seemed a little older than he was a month ago. His stare was fixed on the light of extreme darkness, though no one knew what he was thinking. Between the two was the black-robed man which belonged to the 8 paramount Daos, and who had come from St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. His face was hidden under the black hood, but it could not conceal the surprised glint in his eyes. Origin of the light of extreme darkness is a rare origin which can only be found beyond the universe of the Expanse Cosmos, where it is born. It has already disappeared from St. Defier's camp. The light of extreme darkness is something which only grows in developing Expanse Cosmoses and will disappear when the Expanse Cosmos has fully developed. Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. This boundless galaxy only has a sliver of a chance to evolve into an Expanse Cosmos like St. Defier and Dark Dawn in the future and develop its own 180 Expanse Cosmoses. This dazzling light can only appear in this developing, primitive Expanse Cosmos. To Arid Triad, St. Defier and Dark Dawn are the elderly, while it is still an infant. Whoever obtains this infant will overpower the other camp and become the one and only existence in this endless universe. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the dazzling origin of the light of extreme darkness in this primitive Arid Triad when my body had just descended for around 1,000 years. The black-robed man's eyes sparkled, and he sighed with great emotion in his heart. Make arrangements. I want people to be constantly moving into the origin of the light of extreme darkness during the next half a month, and I want them to find its core. Lock down the perimeter and forbid all others from stepping in. Kill all those who violate this. The black-robed man's eyes sparkled as he spoke slowly. Sublime Paragon Tian, if I can gain control over this light of extreme darkness, the chances of life-changing art succeeding will increase by another 2/10. Even if I cannot refine it within a short period of time, all I need is to leave the brand of my divine sense at its core to gain basic control over it. Tian's eyes swiftly focused. He cast a glance at the black-robed man before lifting his right arm. A jade slip appeared on his palm, and once he crushed it, it turned into 9 wisps of smoke that left rapidly into the distance. Soon after, all the Immortal sects executed a tight lockdown on the area. Fellow Taoist Bai Feng, you might have been recommended by your master, but there are still plenty of obstructions before you can become a cultivator of St. Defier. Your body is unable to withstand the return reversal art, but if I obtain this origin of the light of extreme darkness smoothly, then I, along with your master, will recommend you. With my status as 8 Paramount Dao, I could increase your chances of becoming a cultivator of St. Defier by 2/10. Bai Feng's expression remained the same. In silence, she cast a cold glance at the origin of the light of extreme darkness. Senior, don't you think that this essence of light came too suddenly? You do know that Dao Kong had control over the light of extreme darkness before he was forced into the world beyond the universe. It's precisely because he had control over the light of extreme darkness that this origin of the light of extreme darkness appeared in this universe. There is a connection between them, though your worries are also noteworthy, fellow Taoist Bai Feng. The black-robed man laughed loudly. Even though he said those words, he paid no heed to them. In his eyes, Dao Kong had controlled only the light of extreme darkness, while what was before his eyes was the origin of the light of extreme darkness. The difference between the two was akin to heaven and hell. But we do still need to conduct the necessary tests. As the black-robed man laughed hoarsely, he appeared near the light of extreme darkness. He rose his right hand and struck the center of his brows. Immediately, a great will rushed out with a bang and like a gust of invisible wind that charged towards the light of extreme darkness. After a moment, the black-robed man's body jolted. When he retrieved his will, his eyes under the hood shone with excitement. It is indeed the light of extreme darkness. There's no hint of any consciousness in it. There's absolutely no chance of it being fake. Still laughing, the black-robed man took a few steps back, but he did not immediately make any rash movements. He knew that there was a force in the light of extreme darkness that could gravely injure nascent divinities. However, because it was not sentient, there was a pattern to all of its changes. Once he found a path leading to its core, he could put his brand and claim it for himself. When he had sent his divine sense into it, he had immediately sensed the great power and changes within it. The separation of light when it intersected made even him not dare to force his way inside. In fact, he had even sensed a hint of danger. Yet the more dangerous it was, the more it stirred up the black-robed man's greed. He was also anxious, though. He knew that in a month's time, Xingji Dao would arrive, and if he had not obtained the light of extreme darkness by then, he would have a competitor. Then I will have the cultivators of the Immortals Union continue fighting against Morning Dao sect, so that they will not be able to spare a single bit of their attention to set their sights on the origin of the light of extreme darkness. As for your promise, I thank you, Senior, Bai Feng said coldly, then bent her knees slightly and bowed to the black-robed man. You flatter me, the black-robed man said with a smile, then turned around and vanished to return to the spot beyond the pillar of light in the Immortals' territory. When his body reappeared, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a stern expression. He raised his right hand and struck the pillar of light. Immediately, the colors within it became muddled, and gradually, 7 distorted figures manifested. The 7 fingers under me fuse into the origin of the light of extreme darkness and investigate it clearly. Find out whether it is man-made, and whether it really is not sentient as the rumors say. I will give you 10 days. You must finish your search by then, the black-robed man said flatly. Immediately, the 7 distorted figures flashed in the pillar of light and turned into 7 black-robed men who bent their backs and bowed to him before disappearing as one. Immortals Union went into full operation. Every single day, there were numerous cultivators entering the light of extreme darkness to investigate. Usually, only 1 out of 10 people who stepped in would be able to survive. As time passed and the number of dead and wounded increased, Morning Dao sect executed a large-scale investigation. However, since the origin of the light of extreme darkness had appeared near the core of the territory which belonged to the Immortals Union, Morning Dao sect could not do much. All of the investigations went on methodically. In fact, 7 black-robed men had arrived in the light of extreme darkness several days earlier without making a single sound, and they had begun a detailed investigation of it. Su Ming saw all that happened around him. He saw the divine sense of the black-robed man descend on him, and he also saw the 7 presences which belonged to the 7 black-robed men who were much weaker than the former. They carried out an investigation in his light. Su Ming also saw Di Tian, as well as Bai Feng, who looked exactly like Bai Ling. Because he was the origin of the light of extreme darkness, it mattered how and who investigated, Su Ming was still the light of extreme darkness. The only thing he needed to do was hide his will and present to them a being without sentience. With the bald crane's help, all of this was very simple. It was Su Ming's trap, a trap in which he used himself as bait. He was waiting for people to take him and personally bring him into the tightly defended Immortals Union. And the day for it was drawing close. Chapter 1130, Deceit. There's something wrong with this essence of light. When another 7 or 8 days passed, Bai Feng stood beyond the light of extreme darkness. There was an aloof expression in her eyes, but her brows were furrowed. She had felt from the beginning that the essence of light had appeared too suddenly, and there was even a strange feeling about it. Bai Feng was not the only one who felt this. It could be said that plenty of cultivators were hesitant, but before them was indeed the light of extreme darkness. Because of that, even if they were hesitant and uncertain, that was all. It didn't affect their actions. Su Ming did not fine-tune his plan. In fact, it could be said that there were plenty of weaknesses in it, but Su Ming did not care. As long as he was the origin of the light of extreme darkness, it was enough. Just this alone was enough. This could be considered a straightforward plan that everyone could understand. However, it could also be said that it could not even be considered a scheme. It was a game in which Su Ming used himself as bait. During the past few days, he had seen countless cultivators come over and swim about in his light of extreme darkness while investigating it. Su Ming did not become anxious. He constantly waited for someone who was worthy enough to take the origin of the light of extreme darkness. To Su Ming, there were only 3 people who were worthy to do so in the Immortals' Union. One of them was naturally the aloof by phone beyond the essence of light. The other was Deceit, and the third was the black-robed man who was one of the 8 paramount Daos. Deceit planned to have his life change, while by phone wished to become an immortal in Saint Defier. Both of them had their own needs, and there was also the black-robed man. This coincided with Su Ming's previous analysis. He had been waiting for the black-robed man in the first place, since he had learned from the soul thread that another powerful warrior from Saint Defier's camp was about to descend. It would be a powerful warrior who had the same status as the black-robed man. This would naturally create a competition. That was why Su Ming was certain that if the black-robed man was tempted, he would definitely come to obtain the origin of the light of extreme darkness before his companion descended. Time passed, and the war between Morning Dao sect and the Immortals' Union reached its climax. Every single day, there would be intense, large-scale battles in numerous places in the true world. The number of casualties reached a terrifying number, but even so, the war did not end. It just went on even more fiercely. A few more days passed. When there was less than a month left before the other Almighty from Saint Defier's camp would descend, numerous immortal cultivators surrounded the light of extreme darkness layer by layer. They had investigated most of the interior of the light and discovered its pattern. They had also found a path leading to the core. Su Ming did steer the direction of their investigation. The only thing he did was to turn himself into the light of extreme darkness. As for the other things, if he interfered too much, it would seem too fake. On that day, the black-robed man appeared beyond the origin of the light of extreme darkness again. This time, he had clearly made enough preparations. The eyes hidden under the black had sparkled brilliantly, and vast power spread out from his body. It was a power that was equivalent to those in Life Realm, but it was definitely not something those in Life Realm within Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos could win against. There was a huge disparity between them. Arcane Void, the third step of the cultivation system belonging to Saint Defier's camp. Su Ming sensed the presence of the power from the black-robed man, as well as the vague and slow-moving ripples coming from his divine sense. Dao Kong's body was destroyed, but as long as my nascent divinity is still around, then every single body I have will exude the presence of Dao Kong's soul. It's the same for a Kang's body, and I can do the same thing for that clone of mine, which practices the art of swallowing hollow shadows whole. But this black-robed man might be suitable to become another one of my clones, a body which will allow me to obtain a status within Saint Defier's camp. If I went along with my original plan, I wouldn't need to possess him, but now, perhaps possessing him would make the process of seizing back my physical body slightly smoother. But the difficulty in this is too great. He is, after all, an almighty in arcane void realm. In silence, Su Ming slowly pushed down the thought which had suddenly sprouted in his head. He would not allow anything unexpected to happen when it came to him seizing back his physical body. Su Ming temporarily gave up on that thought. The instant the ripples from Su Ming's divine sense dissipated, the black-robed man who was already in arcane void realm, standing beyond the origin of the light of extreme darkness, slowly raised his foot and walked towards the essence of light with the respect of the countless immortal cultivators around him. Bai Feng was by his side. She formed a seal with her right hand and pointed at space. Immediately, the galaxy distorted and huge eyeballs appeared. Thousands of them surrounded the area. Dark light shone in each pupil as they stared at the origin of the light of extreme darkness. The black-robed man came to a halt before he turned his head around and cast a glance at Bai Feng. She bent her knees slightly, lowered her head, and bowed. Not bad. The black-robed man laughed hoarsely, and praise appeared in his eyes. Bai Feng's action might not seem to be truly useful, but her intentions could be seen, and this brought the black-robed man satisfaction. Since Bai Feng was always incredibly beautiful and bold, the black-robed man kept on feeling somewhat tempted. When you go to Saint Defier Expanse Cosmos, you can stay by my side. Bai Feng's face might still be icy cold, but a hint of a smile appeared. There was surprised delight within it, and a barely noticeable bashfulness that was just right on her face. It caused the black-robed man to immediately admire her even more. Deceit, who was dressed in white and had a head full of white hair, had a calm expression on his face at that moment. He did not need to do anything to prove anything. He might long to become an abyss builder, but he knew that Saint Defier's camp longed even more to be able to control an abyss builder. And Deceit, without a doubt, was the best choice. He was confident that there was no one who could surpass him in this regard, not even those from the Emperor of Abyss True World, because he was the one who thought of this plan, and he had been preparing for it for countless years. In fact, even without Saint Defier's help, he would have 3/10 of a chance to become an abyss builder. The help from the Saint Defiers would just raise his chances. A hint of a brilliant light flashed briefly in Detion's eyes. Su Ming, we've fought against each other our entire lives, and this time, I will stand before you as an abyss builder and possess you. In the end, I will be the one who will win between us. Various emotions surged up in Detion's heart. He had been longing for this day for far too long. Under the gazes of the countless cultivators in the area, the black-robed man took a step forward and stepped into the light of extreme darkness. The powerful warriors from the Immortals sects guarded the area with vigilant expressions. They had been given orders to prevent any sort of problems from arising in this area during this period of time, and should they fail, they would die. But fortunately, they were at the core of the Immortals Union. This was the entrance to the Immortals sects, which was why it would definitely not be easy for those from Morning Dao sect to reach it even if they wanted to. The possibility of them invading en masse was very small. Perhaps individual powerful warriors might rush in, but Detion had already made perfect preparations to prevent this. When the black-robed man stepped into the origin of the light of extreme darkness, the many cultivators in the periphery became on guard. Time trickled by, and soon, the time taken by an incense stick to burn went by. The black-robed man drifted in the light of extreme darkness. He did not move quickly. Every single time he moved a certain amount of distance, he would stop for a moment to think. Then, he would change his direction before he moved forward. Endless light of extreme darkness moved about around him. The rays of light moved forward with the black-robed man, becoming stronger as time passed. The stronger they became, the more certain the black-robed man was that the essence of light was not sentient. An hour later, the black-robed man had already completed half of his journey. He became slower. In fact, a large amount of chilling air spread out from his body. The light of extreme darkness around him turned black, as if it had become a gaping mouth that wanted to devour him. Wariness appeared in his eyes. Occasionally, he would take a few steps and lift his right hand, which made it look like he was calculating something. Like that, he finished 7/10 of his journey in 2 full hours. At that moment, the light of extreme darkness swiftly grew several times brighter and stronger. However, the black-robed man seemed to have expected this since a long time ago. Before the light became stronger, he sat down cross-legged, and as he formed a seal with his hands, he immediately brought out a small cauldron. When he pushed his hands against it, he breathed out a breath of his life at it. Green light shone on the small cauldron and enveloped him. The light was as smooth as a mirror, and it continuously reflected the incoming light of extreme darkness. Indirectly, the cauldron had become an essence of light. It truly only weakens for 2 hours. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed man's lips. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to relax all forms of resistance. Instead, he placed all his attention on controlling the small cauldron. When a day passed, and the time came for the light of extreme darkness to become weak again, the black-robed man immediately opened his eyes. He put away the small cauldron, then moved forward again. Since his advance grew harder, when 2 hours passed, he was still a distance away from the core of the light of extreme darkness. When the light grew strong again, he sat down cross-legged and used the green light from the small cauldron to fight against it. He closed his eyes and appeared to be very much at ease. He did nothing to fend against anything else. The 3rd day, the 4th day, when the 2 hours of the light of extreme darkness weakening during the 5th day nearly ended, the black-robed man reached the core. It was a dark world, but it could be vaguely seen that there was a perfect runic symbol in the darkness not too far away. It was so complicated that it felt like it would be difficult to remember no matter how many times one looked at it, not to mention that it was barely noticeable in the darkness. This is the core of the origin of the light of extreme darkness. A glint shone in the eyes of the black-robed man, and excitement could be seen on his face. At the instant the 2 hours during which the light of extreme darkness weakened were about to end, he spread his divine sense outwards and swept it towards the runic symbol. He could sense no form of consciousness over there, but it seemed like he did not have enough time to leave his divine sense as a brand. When the span of 2 hours during which the light weakened passed, the vast power from the runic symbol erupted, forcing the black-robed man to immediately sit down and use the small cauldron to protect himself. He also closed his eyes, and beside the green light surrounding him, he didn't use anything else to protect himself. The instant the 2 hours during which the light weakened arrived on the 6th day, the black-robed man moved swiftly and charged towards the runic symbol. When he approached it, his body collapsed with a bang. Blood and flesh spilled everywhere, and all of them fell on the runic symbol. At the same time, a ferocious expression appeared on the black-robed man's face. With disbelief, he swiftly retreated while screaming in a piercing voice. "This is a trap. You are sentient." Su Ming, who had been observing the black-robed man, was taken aback by the bizarre scene, because he had done absolutely nothing. Chapter 1131. As for Su Ming, the black-robed man's soul became weaker and weaker under the light of extreme darkness. As he charged forward, his piercing voice echoed in the air as if he wanted to make sure all the people outside learned of what he had found out. Su Ming remained composed and did not move in the slightest. He only stared coldly at the black-robed man's soul doing its solo performance. Around a dozen breaths later, when the black-robed man had fled tens of thousands of feet away, he swiftly came to a halt. When he turned his head around, the panic and fear on his face disappeared, and it was replaced with a faint smile. He immediately returned to the spot of the runic symbol. Once he observed it carefully, he rushed forward, causing his soul to directly crash against the runic symbol. With a bang, it turned into countless threads that wrapped themselves tightly around the runic symbol. This black-robed man is really cautious. He didn't use his real body to come into contact with me, but sent his subordinates to come forth and indirectly retrieve me, as well as to continuously test me. Su Ming observed the runic symbol which had appeared after he turned into the origin of the light of extreme darkness, then sensed that the soul threads were continuously fusing into him. After a moment, when the second black-robed man arrived, his body also collapsed with a bang. His blood and flesh splattered on the runic symbol, and his soul also turned into countless soul threads that sped up the process of fusing with the runic symbol. Like that, the third, fourth, and fifth body arrived. All the 7 black-robed men who were in Su Ming's light of extreme darkness self-destructed around the runic symbol. The flesh and blood dyed the runic symbol in blood, and the souls completely covered it. Then, the blood and flesh which had scattered all around the runic symbol started swiftly shining with a crimson light that surged into the heavens. At that instant, the crimson light seemed to form a rune. It shone several times, and another black-robed man walked out from within. This black-robed man was an arcane void realm, and he was naturally the black-robed old man who was one of the 8 paramount Daos of the Saint Defier's camp. It was just as Su Ming had deduced, everything from before was just a test. The black-robed man had lived for many years, and there was no way he would be reckless. Even if he was incredibly tempted and absolutely certain that there was no danger, he would still remain cautious. However, even though he might call this a test, it was also his method to retrieve the origin of the light of extreme darkness. He did not intend to do what those in the area outside thought he would. He did not wish to fuse the light of extreme darkness into his body, but to refine and turn it into his own enchanted treasure. He had planted portions of his soul in his 7 subordinates, and with their flesh and blood, he activated the relocation rune. With their souls, he enveloped the runic symbols, and since they were a portion of him, he could indirectly refine the runic symbol without even touching it. "It's fine even if you are not sentient. I will treat you as if you are," the black-robed old man said hoarsely in front of the runic symbol. When he raised his arms, he pointed at it, and immediately, all the black threads tightened. Ringing sounds reverberated in space, and all the black threads shattered to turn into black smoke that crawled into the runic symbol. The black-robed man swung his arm and sat down cross-legged. He continuously formed seals with his hands, and all sorts of seals appeared out of thin air to brand the runic symbol, which was now surrounded by black smoke. Besides Su Ming's will, the bald crane's will was also in the runic symbol. At that moment, the bald crane was shivering while it used its talent as if it had gone completely mad. It was not fighting against the black-robed old man's brand, but was activating all of the tricks it had left behind beforehand, which would cause the runic symbol to go through certain changes. This was a decision they had come to after Su Ming and the bald crane had a discussion. If they divided the complete runic symbol to 100 portions, then what Su Ming required the bald crane to do was hide 7/10 of it. This was not difficult. The difficulty lay in making the others think that the remaining 3/10 were the complete runic symbol. If it worked, Su Ming could wipe off the other person's will on the runic symbol at any time he wanted to complete his plan, since he possessed most of it. Darn it all. How dare this man play tricks with me? Little boy Su, give me some stimulation. I need stimulation. The bald crane shuddered and shouted at Su Ming. The black-robed old man's speed as he formed the seals was getting faster while he remained beyond the runic symbol, and the brands were increasing in number. Hints of connection were swiftly being built between them. 2 crystals, Su Ming stated calmly. The bald crane let out an arrogant cry, instantly filled with excitement. Su Ming had always believed that the bald crane did not have the concept of difference in numbers. As long as the number was greater than 1, it was already considered stimulation in its eyes. The black-robed old man beyond the runic symbol swiftly bit the tip of his tongue and coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the instant it fell on the runic symbol, it let out a bang, and the connection was completely formed. 20 crystals, Su Ming stated flatly, and the bald crane's excitement reached its peak. At the instant the black-robed old man beyond the runic symbol coughed up blood and the connection was formed, the bald crane finally completed all it needed to prepare and activated its art. The runic symbol did not change, but 7/10 of it had been hidden away. In a dozen of breaths, the black-robed old man's brand occupied the entire runic symbol. Excitement appeared on his face, and he threw his head back to laugh. He could sense that he had formed an inseparable connection with the ball of origin of the light of extreme darkness. With just one thought, he could make it change, and he felt as if it had become a part of him. This was a feeling that came from his blood refinement having worked. It did not matter whether the essence of light had been sentient prior to his actions, for at that moment, the only will it had was of that black-robed man. As he laughed long and hard, the black-robed old man raised his right hand and seized the runic symbol through space. Immediately, the runic symbol, with Su Ming's nascent divinity, shrank swiftly. The light of extreme darkness around the area also shrank rapidly, and in an instant, it disappeared. The runic symbol then landed in the black-robed old man's withered hand. When he squeezed it, the runic symbol disappeared and entered his body. It floated in his heart, enveloped by his nascent divinity. The feeling that he had gained control of the light of extreme darkness instantly rose in the black-robed old man, and the aura of his cultivation base seemed to grow. The light of extreme darkness disappeared, and everything in the area was instantly revealed before the group of cultivators waiting outside. They saw the black-robed old man letting out a long string of laughter, and they also saw piercing black light suddenly spreading out from his body when he turned around. Countless shrill screams of pain immediately rang out in the area. The light surrounded the tens of thousands of cultivators who had been guarding the area vigilantly. When they screamed, their bodies tumbled backwards, and they coughed up blood. Their souls had been severely wounded, and their bodies had instantly filled with a freezing chill. They bled from their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. In fact, there were thousands of cultivators whose souls crumbled straight away, and their bodies turned into ice that plunged down into the galaxy. The black-robed old man's laughter grew even stronger. He did not care if the barbaric cultivators died. They were ants and not worthy to enter his sight. At that moment, he was incredibly at ease and very satisfied with the power of the light of extreme darkness. He made an analysis in his heart. If he spread out the light of extreme darkness with his full power and used his cultivation base to control it, he could instantly kill the hundreds of thousands of people in this place. Even in St. Defier's camp, this sort of supreme treasure was rarely seen. With his status, it would be impossible for him to obtain it, but he could get it with extreme ease in Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos. There was no way that he would not be excited over this. The souls of hundreds of thousands of people in the area had been injured severely, but Defier paid no attention to it. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed to the black-robed old man. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme treasure, fellow Taoist Zhang Jijun. A brilliant light shone in by Feng's eyes. A hint of a smile appeared on her indifferent face, and she bent her knees slightly to bow to the black-robed old man. Do not worry, the both of you. I will fulfill the promise I gave you earlier. The black-robed old man's laughter reverberated in the air. When he was about to open his mouth and say something else, his expression swiftly changed, and he raised his head rapidly. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He came earlier than what was planned. Humph. Looks like the ancient gods possess methods to send messages back to St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. A focused glint appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes, and a cold sneer twisted his lips. Soon after, Detion's expression changed. When he turned his head back, excitement appeared in his eyes. He looked towards the pillar of light that shot towards the heavens from the immortals' territory. The pillar of light shone brilliantly, and in just the span of a few breaths, it instantly covered an area of 100,000 feet in width. When it surged into the heavens, all the cultivators in the area were able to see it clearly. Xing Jidao's clone has descended ahead of schedule. Fellow Taoist Detion, your serendipity is high. Oh well, we shan't let you wait any longer. We will go to the physical body of that abyss builder right now and retrieve it. Once Xing Jidao descends, we will activate the art together. The black-robed old man swung his arm, and with a single move, he charged through space towards where the pillar of light was located. Detion could not hide his excitement. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the immortals' territory to charge straight towards Su Ming's physical body. Bai Feng regained the icy cold look she had previously. She stared at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators around her, and contempt, which made it seem like she was staring at ants, showed up in her eyes. When she turned around, she hesitated for a moment before heading after the black-robed old man. The pillar of light connecting St. Defier Expanse Cosmos and true morning Tao world shone with a piercing light. There was a powerful, mighty pressure spreading out from it with loud bangs. There were countless runic symbols surrounding the pillar of light. Each of them had a pressure that could make a person suffocate. Booming sounds spread through the entire Immortals Union. They traveled into each corner of the land until it affected the entire true Morning Tao world. All the cultivators in true Morning Tao world sensed a mighty pressure that felt like a mountain pressing down on them at that instant. There was also a feeling that caused their hearts to tremble and even their souls to feel as if they were about to be ripped apart. Almost the instant the pillar of light rumbled and the cultivator from St. Defier's camp descended, the eyes of Su Xianyi, who was still sitting in his isolation grounds in Morning Tao sect and meditating, flew open. Intense anticipation rose within him, something that looked like it had been suppressed for countless years. At that moment, it was finally ready to erupt from his body. The first stage of my plan is about to be completed. True Morning Tao world is no longer useful. I've been preparing for this for many years, Lord Sublime Paragon. You'd best not disappoint me. My fellow Taoists from St. Defier's camp, you will all have to work hard as well. As for Su Ming, Su Xianyi fell silent. A glint shone in his eyes, and he frowned. Chapter 1132, Rattling Drum. Where did that child go? I can't find him. This is something that has never happened before. The seed of life extermination is about to become fully mature, but it seems like there is a power interfering with it. But as long as it doesn't affect the first stage of the plan, I'm fine with it. There are certain things he mustn't know before the seed of life extermination matures. A complicated look appeared on Su Xianyi's face. He sighed softly, and a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. He lowered his head and stared at the rattling drum before him, then raised his hand and touched it gently. I'm sorry, but you really do not suit you, Xian, because you really don't have the right to. I will use another method to make it up to you. Su Xianyi closed his eyes. Far away in the Emperor of Abyss true world was a palace. It had a pink room which belonged to a girl and was filled with a strange, floral fragrance. It was definitely not something ordinary. With one whiff of that scent, a person's cultivation base would increase slightly. In fact, even their soul would be nourished. If a person trained in that room, they would find that their progress was much faster than when they were outside of it. This sort of place was rarely seen in the entire Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos, but it was present in the Emperor of Abyss true world. Yuxian was in that room. She sat quietly in there and stared at the starry sky beyond the window in a daze. Before her was a table, and on that table was a tray with two things. One of them was a rattling drum. It was a toy she had possessed since she was a child. There were originally supposed to be two, but one of them had gone missing. The other item was a black stone fragment. If Su Ming was there, he would definitely be able to tell that the fragment was identical to the one he had received from Xuan. It was a fragment of the seed of life extermination. The cultivators of the Immortals Union were engaged against those in Morning Tao sect, in all sorts of intense battles in many parts of true Morning Dao world. The hearts of many cultivators from both sides trembled during the numerous battles, but there were few who knew the real reason for their war. They did not know that a disaster was about to descend on true Morning Dao world. They also did not know that the pillar of light at the core of the Immortals' Union had become extremely dazzling. Beyond the pillar of light was the black-robed old man with his hands behind his back. By his side was Bai Feng, and with a gaze full of longing, she stared at the pillar of light. She wanted to become an immortal. This was something she craved for deeply, and she could give up on everything for it. Tian had also returned from the other side. Excitement was on his face. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. The results of his wait were about to show up. Even with his previous status of sublime paragon, he could not contain his emotions while he wondered whether he would fail and end up losing. Time trickled by. The booming sounds lasted for the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn. When they became louder, an afterimage suddenly appeared at the top of the pillar of light. At an extreme speed, it shot down and descended in the area below. Through the pillar of light, the trio could see that the afterimage had the shape of a person. The figure distorted and changed, as if moving from another world. Waves of vast, mighty pressure shot through the pillar of light to spread out violently through the area. In fact, even the space in the surroundings started showing signs of cracking when a power that seemed to be able to make space change spread out with loud rumbles. Tian's pupils shrank. He stood without moving, but his hair and robes rustled as they were blown back by the pressure. Bai Feng's face turned pale. She gradually moved back, forcibly withstanding the spread of this mighty pressure. What a powerful cultivation! Bai Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The black-robed old man looked as calm as usual. With his hands behind his back, he stood still with a cold smile. It's not due to his level of cultivation. This is the power of the world that appeared due to the friction caused by movement between 2 worlds, and this is just a hint of it. Those who descend all possess this sort of power of the world, but when they come out of the pillar of that, it will disappear. But if we're talking about his real level of cultivation, then it'll be stronger than what you are sensing right now. It's a pity that the pillar of light leading to Arid Triad Expanse Cosmos still has flaws. Otherwise, us 8 paramount Daos could send our real bodies here instead of using our souls to rebuild them. Xingji Dao is well matched with me in terms of our levels of cultivation, and he is skilled in the power of stars. The changes in his power are fathomless. As the black-robed old man spoke, he cast a glance at the afterimage who was rapidly being formed in the pillar of light before he suddenly smiled. Xingji Dao, it's been a long time since we saw each other. At the moment the black-robed old man said those words, 2 spots of dark light shone in the distorting afterimage in the pillar of light. They were at the height of a person's head, which made it seem like the figure had opened its eyes to reveal a fierce light aimed at the black-robed old man. Zhangji Dao, it's only been 1,000-something years since we met. Can you actually consider it to be a long time? The new voice was not as hoarse as the black-robed old man's, but had a gentle tone to it. When it spoke languidly, Bai Feng's heart trembled, and she took a few steps back again. Tian, however, remained standing still while staring at the pillar of light. You must be fellow Taoist Tian. The afterimage in the pillar of light became even more distorted. Yet even so, it gave them a feeling that it was becoming more corporeal. The 2 lights moved their gaze away from the black-robed old man and looked towards Tian. It is indeed me, he said with a smile. During that moment, the distorting afterimage in the pillar of light came to a halt, and an incredibly handsome middle-aged man with long hair appeared. He had an awe-inspiring face, and his eyes seemed to contain an entire galaxy. They had countless planets intersecting with each other to form runic symbols that changed continuously. While the black-robed man looked towards the afterimage in the pillar of light, Su Ming too directed his attention to it. When he saw the newcomer, he verified that this was the person he had seen in the previous black-robed man's memories. Yet there was one thing that did not add up. The difference between this person's level of cultivation and the one he saw in the black-robed man's eyes was too great. It was like heaven and earth. However, when Su Ming thought of the black-robed old man's words moments ago, he laughed coldly. It seemed that not even those from St. Defier could retain their complete level of cultivation when they descended. They needed to rebuild their bodies, which would be akin to clones in which a large amount of power could be sent down. It was also likely that they would require some time to slowly recover. Once the head appeared in the pillar of light, the rest of the body began to manifest as well. It was without clothes, and it looked like it was slowly growing from the top to the bottom. The man's body was so perfect, the hearts of teenage girls would let out a loud thump upon seeing it. Bai Feng stared at it without blinking. No one could tell at that moment whether she was doing it intentionally or not, but a hint of red had appeared on her icy cold face, making it even more beautiful than usually. Could this beautiful Taoist be Phoenix Sex Bai Feng? The torso had already formed in the pillar, and the man's arms were growing rapidly at that moment. He looked towards Bai Feng with a smile. "I, Bai Feng, greet Senior Xing Ji Dao." Bai Feng immediately lowered her head and bent her knees slightly to bow to him. At the same time, Xing Ji Dao's limbs formed in the pillar, and a long blue robe swiftly appeared on his body. With his wide shoulders and lean body, he was very attractive to the members of the opposite sex. The middle-aged man took a step out of the pillar of light. At the instant he did so, the mighty pressure disappeared. It was just as the black-robed old man had said. The mighty pressure from before was due to the power of the world. Once it disappeared, a power that was equivalent to those in Life Realm and Arcane Void Realm in St. Defier's camp spread out from the middle-aged man's body and started fighting against the black-robed old man's in a subtle but profound manner. The black-robed old man smiled. An array of black light flashed on his body. Needless to say, it was the light of extreme darkness. It might only have appeared briefly, but it was enough to make Xing Ji Dao's eyes shrink. Looks like I am still a step too late. The origin of the light of extreme darkness has already been taken, but it seems like you still need to nourish it a little. Xing Ji Dao shook his head and did not bother hiding the regret in his heart. As he spoke, a fierce glare appeared in his eyes. Everything in the primitive Arid Triad is still growing, and so foreign treasures that will accompany you for life may appear, the black-robed old man said faintly. Then the next time, a glint appeared in Xing Ji Dao's eyes, and he looked towards the black-robed old man. "I will let you have it." The black-robed old man smiled faintly. Xing Ji Dao also did the same. His smile grew wider until he started laughing loudly with the black-robed old man. "I've finally left St. Defier Expanse Cosmos. I do like this place with no forms of oppression. We can snatch everything here." Xing Ji Dao stared at his surroundings, and his expression filled with great emotion. When he raised his right hand, he seized Bai Feng. Her expression changed, but she did not show any resistance. Once Xing Ji Dao grabbed her, he took a sniff of her body. The women among these barbarians are also suitable to be made into furnaces, but do not be afraid. I will not turn you into a furnace. You are his, and your master is mine. Xing Ji Dao cast a glance at the composed black-robed old man and smiled faintly before letting go of Bai Feng's hand. With a pale face, she swiftly took a few steps back and instinctively stood beside the black-robed old man. Xing Ji Dao's eyes sparkled, and he looked towards Detian. "Fellow Taoist Detian, I have come here with Lord St. Defier's orders to aid you with my full power when you change your life to become an abyss builder. Now, hurry up and place that physical body in St. Defier's heaven-penetrating pillar." A brilliant spark shone in Detian's eyes. He raised his hand and swung it forward. Immediately, a huge altar appeared with a bang. Lying on it was Su Ming's real physical body. The instant the altar appeared, it charged towards the pillar of light and fused into it. It floated inside, surrounded by countless rings of light. Su Ming was hidden in the runic symbol. Even though it was in the black-robed old man's body, it did not affect Su Ming's vision. He saw what happened to Bai Feng, but there was no longer any pain in his heart, only indifference. That woman no longer had any connection to him. All her paths were chosen by herself. Pursuing the powerful was always a choice made by the weak. There was no right or wrong in it. Su Ming also saw his real physical body on the altar that fused into the pillar of light. This was the first time he was so close to it. "I've come with the treasure Lord Ni Sheng specifically created to help you change your life. It can help you gain extra 2/10 more of a chance to succeed. With my help and Zhang Jidao's help, we'll be able to add another 10th of a chance. As for the possibility of success, you will have to calculate it yourself, but you still need to make careful preparations. There is a possibility that you will fail. If that happens, this treasure will make sure that your soul will not be destroyed, but it will mean that you will lose your right to change your life, and we will search for other people to continue testing this." Xing Ji Dao's expression was stern when he looked at Detian. The white-haired man nodded. His eyes sparkled when he shifted his gaze to the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man let out a dry cough. "With my light of extreme darkness guarding your soul, Another 2/10 of a chance will be added. Nearly 8/10 of a chance to succeed. I have nearly 8/10 to succeed in changing my life. Even if their words are slightly exaggerated and I take off 2/10, there will still be 6/10 of a chance. It's enough. A brilliant light shone in Detion's eyes. Heed my words. Lord Saint Defier's treasure, please fuse the soul into the body, manipulate the heavens to change life, and overturn the universe. Xing Jidao shouted. He brought his right hand up. Immediately, a white ring flew off his finger and charged towards the pillar of light.